This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, welcome to CNN This Morning. I'm Victor Blackwell in Atlanta, and of course, we're following the breaking news this morning. President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight, and he says its president, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. Now, the Venezuelan vice president, she's asking for proof of life, as Maduro's whereabouts right now are unknown. Now, the president made this announcement on social media just after 4 a.m. Eastern time. President Trump says that he will address the nation on the strikes from Mar-a-Lago later this morning. Explosions rocked Venezuela this morning, knocked out power, sent people running outside. This strike was at the La Carlota Air Base in Caracas. CNN journalists say the capital of Caracas has been quiet now for a couple of hours. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now from London. Nick, the news that the U.S. has captured and removed Venezuela's president, a stunning development. Give us the context.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's quite hard to overstate quite what this does to U.S. relations, certainly in the Western Hemisphere, where it's put so much of its focus of its foreign policy. This is a sitting president being taken from his capital city, where his security forces should have him essentially impenetrably well guarded and fortified, taken by American special forces, along with his wife. And you can see there the intensity of the military operation. I wouldn't call it enormous, and it doesn't seem like it lasted that long in relative terms, but efficient, significant, and achieving this staggering result for the Trump White House. Unprecedented, frankly, to decide to remove a foreign policy irritant. Yes, the Trump administration have accused him of being a narco-terrorist, the kingpin at the helm of two major global drug trafficking rings that they say traffic cocaine and other substances to the United States. But simply to fly in with your special forces into another country run by a rival that is an irritant and take away, capture, and fly to the United States, their sitting president, is an utterly startling moment. It shows, I think, the unbridled confidence with which President Trump at times operates. Some, I think his critics would call this reckless, because at this stage, we don't really know what comes next. We don't know the damage done to Venezuelan civilians during these military operations, and we don't know the risks potentially that follow through perhaps his successor, whoever Maduro's successor may indeed end up being, choosing to be more anti-American, or the possibility of further chaos if we see the criminal groups who the US alleges are so key in Venezuelan society struggle for influence, or we see some kind of wider collapse. So a lot that still has to be answered right now, but be in no mistake, Vic, this is a startling moment. It shows US military supremacy, as I say, the confidence in which this was executed. It seems the efficiency. We don't know the extent of the damage to civilians and other parts of Venezuela here. We don't know what this means for Venezuela's military and political elite. They've stood strong around Maduro for over a decade now. They are clearly going to be in disarray right now. You will have, of course, questions being asked about who really wants that job as the successor, if indeed they too could potentially risk abduction by US special forces in the dead of night. And I think this also sends a signal, perhaps, to US adversaries globally about the strength and decisiveness of Trump's action. We've seen him, when it came to the Iranian nuclear program, act in a way which his predecessors perhaps wouldn't have contemplated. Some, I think, would call that rash, perhaps less concerned about the things you don't know that might happen after you take a strident move, the unknown consequences that can follow. But in this instance, we are now looking at a startling moment where a sitting president of a nation that has been a long-term irritant in US foreign policy in its near abroad has simply been captured and taken to the United States. This is really about an indictment, which we've heard US officials stridently talk about being put before a grand jury in the Southern District of New York about narco terrorism, for which since August there's been a $50 million reward for Maduro's capture or information leading to it. Being no doubt the US thinks it has a convincing criminal case. What's distinctive here is the use of their military to capture and take away an individual and his wife, who they say is a criminal suspect, but he's also the president of another nation with whom the US had a geopolitical beef. That's what's so startling here, as is the fact that we don't really know right now what comes next. And we knew so little about the fact this even was the United States carrying out this extensive military operation until we had a 74-word Truth Social post from the president himself saying that the US was behind it, along with US law enforcement acting with its military. A startling moment here. I think many of us heard these explosions and thought that it might have been what many thought, far-fetched notion of US land military action against Venezuela. That was a wild card. What I think few had thought might have even been on the table was the simple notion of using special forces to abduct Maduro and take him to the United States to face what the US says is its own justice system for narco-terrorism charges here. A staggering moment here, and one that I think also shows Maduro's inherent weakness. There was little his armed forces could really do to stop the US coming in and taking him, and that's really their key job. If you can't protect your president in your own capital, what are your security forces for?
And then what happens next? I mean, listening to so many of your questions that you put on the table here, Nick, what's so stark is that so few of them can be answered in the near term, that it will take some time to understand what will be next for the Maduro regime, what will be next for the Venezuelans there, and the U.S. relationship with so many other countries that to this point, we have no information that they were even notified about what was coming overnight in Caracas.
Absolutely.
Nick Payton-Walsh for us there in London. Thank you so much. Let's bring in now CNN's Julia Benbrook. Julia, what is the White House saying about what we've seen overnight and this capture of Maduro?
Well, President Donald Trump has said that we will hear from him directly in just a matter of hours. He's going to speak at 11 a.m. at Mar-a-Lago. That's where he's been spending this time for the holiday. But what we have heard from him so far came, like Nick mentioned, in that brief Truth Social post. He confirmed that the United States had carried out this large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, Nicolás Maduro. Also, that stunning reveal that Maduro has been captured and flown out of the country, both Maduro and his wife. Now, in a phone interview with the New York Times earlier today, Trump said that this was a brilliant operation. He added that a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people went into this. For months now, we have heard Trump either publicly hinting or outright saying that land strikes in Venezuela could take place soon. In fact, a CNN analysis of how many times he had teased that took it at close to 20 up until now. But of course, this action is going to receive a lot of reaction from lawmakers on Capitol Hill. A source familiar told CNN that members of the U.S. Senate Armed Forces Committee were not notified ahead of this. And reaction from lawmakers did start coming in, even though this news is overnight. We did hear from Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah. Early on, he was questioning the legality of these strikes. He then spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and we're now getting some of the updated information directly from Lee. In fact, in a tweet, I believe we have it to pull up for you in full, Lee said this. He said that he got off the phone with Secretary Rubio. He said that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. He thanked Secretary Rubio for keeping him informed on this and said that Rubio said he anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody. So again, Victor, we are going to hear from Trump himself speaking to Americans about what took place at 11. That's going to take place at Mar-a-Lago, where he is for the holiday. He's expected to return to Washington sometime tomorrow.
Julia Benbrook in Washington for us. Thank you so much. Let's go now live to journalist Mary Mena. She's standing by in Caracas. Mary, we understand that the skies are quiet now. What did you see and hear when the strike started? And give us an idea of what's happening now that the sun's up.
Yeah, we started this day with loud sounds in the city. Caracas is a valley, so every sound that we hear is extensive because of the acoustic of the country and the city. And we heard a lot of detonations. They were not permanent. They were taking place slowly and slowly. This took place for about 45 minutes, around 45 minutes. Then we heard some helicopters flying by and planes. We didn't see anything because it was dark at that time, but it was clear that something was happening. Then later on, we learned from a statement released by the government that the attacks took place in 3 strategic locations in Venezuela, one in La Guaira state that gathers the airport, the main airport that serves Caracas, the Simón Bolívar airport. Then the other place is Aragua, which is significant because gathers many infrastructures of the military forces. And a third one in La Carlota, a couple of meters away from here, from this location that we are standing today. And we clearly saw that, and many people started to talk about that, to send video footage that the things that they saw and they heard across the city. And it was clear that it was taking place in several locations at the same time, at the same moment. Some locations lost electricity, but the electricity is now back in many places. I never lost the power, and I could follow all the information coming from the government. For example, a statement saying the government is declaring, or the government close to Nicolás Maduro declaring a state of emergency. We don't know what that specifically means. We know that this is called when the situation is difficult in the country, and for example, it could concentrate the blocking of some certain rights, and of course we don't know if we can drive around the city. That is why we've been careful, along with many Venezuelans that are deciding to stay at home. I cannot hear many bicycles or cars driving around the city. Most that I can hear is silent, that silence for the past 2.5 hours in the country. This is unprecedented for Venezuela history in the making, considering that it's the first time in Venezuelan contemporary history that a leader of the country is taking place out of the country by foreign forces.
Mary Mena for us there in Caracas. Of course, we will learn potentially over the next few hours again what that declaration of a state of emergency means. The reaction from Venezuelans there in Caracas. And I'll just read from the communique that was released by the government. This was, of course, before the announcement from the President Trump, that Maduro had been captured. One line in bold here: people to the streets. Now, that was before, again, confirmation of his capture. But we'll see if that order still stands now that the leader is gone, and Delcy Rodriguez, vice president, says that she's in control. Also, what the defense minister there will order. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more coverage of the breaking news. President Trump confirming the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife after the U.S. launched airstrikes on Venezuela.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm. Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Well, that's the holiday over. When you fly Emirates, your holiday isn't over until your flight is over.
Hey, man. I just want to say, I'm proud of you.
Why? Because I'm getting separated from my wife?
I'm confused. Confused is good.
Is this thing on? Rated R.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
Have you ever felt so sluggish that it was like you were stuck in your chair? Like you didn't feel energetic enough for even routine activity? I've been there. And as a doctor, I knew this could be a sign that my digestive system wasn't working at its best. So I followed the same advice I give my patients and started taking Metamucil fiber every day.
Metamucil is the only leading brand with plant-based psyllium fiber that gels to help trap and remove waste so you can feel lighter in as little as 14 days.
After trying it for 2 weeks, I decided to keep taking Metamucil every day to help meet my health goals.
Metamucil psyllium fiber also helps curb cravings between meals, helps lower cholesterol to support heart health, and helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels. That's why Metamucil is the #1 fiber brand recommended by doctors, pharmacists,
and gastroenterologists like me.
Metamucil. Digestive health starts here. Scan to shop or visit these fine retailers today.
At Lumber Liquidators, we have the best prices on flooring, and we guarantee it. Find a lower price, we will beat it with our best price guarantee. We have over 200 stores nationwide. Find yours at lumberliquidators.com. Tell them Tom sent you.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. But now, there's Skyrizi, so you can be all in with clearer skin.
Things are getting clearer, I feel free. Spare my skin, yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything.
With Skyrizi, you can show up with dramatically clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
The excitement of a new season is over. Now you're into the grind.
The grind part of the season, that's when the real work starts. A little banged up, you're sore.
Good work, man. Stay with it.
You're almost around the corner to playoff time. That's what keeps you going.
It's a great time of year.
On TNT. More on the breaking news now out of Venezuela. President Trump confirms on Truth Social that the U.S. carried out a large-scale strike overnight and that President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Cecilia Flores, I should say, have been captured and flown out of the country. Venezuelan government is condemning what it calls a very serious, grave military aggression by the U.S. against multiple parts of the country. CNN crews witnessed several explosions in the Venezuelan capital of Caracas just before 1 a.m. Parts of the city are now without power. The Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency and says Caracas and the states of Miranda and Uruguay and La Guaira were all attacked. President Trump says that he will be delivering remarks from Mar-a-Lago. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Let's discuss all this now with CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier and CNN military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton. Good morning to you both. Colonel, let me start with you and what we heard on social media from Senator Mike Lee that Julia Benbrook just read from Washington, in which he says he had a conversation with the Secretary of State, and Secretary Rubio informed him that the kinetic action that everyone saw tonight, was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. The action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, good morning, Victor. Well, it's a bit of a stretch, in terms of, combining a law enforcement action with what actually is a military action. So the actual removal of a head of state that has all kinds of ramifications from an international law perspective and certainly from a military perspective. But it is in some ways very similar to what was done in Panama back in 1989 with Operation Just Cause, when at that time President George H.W. Bush captured the de facto leader of Panama, General Manuel Noriega, and they brought him to justice with law enforcement personnel as well as obviously military personnel to help make that arrest happen. So there is some precedent for this kind of action within, the U.S. History of these kinds of operations. But it is definitely a stretch to say that this was the protection of law enforcement personnel to conduct this operation.
Kimberly, the Colonel just gave us some fairly recent precedent here with Noriega, but just outline the gravity of how the landscape has changed by what was executed by the U.S. overnight.
Well, this was a classic snatch and grab raid by U.S. Special Operations Forces. I know that we haven't confirmed which unit yet, but this is what they do. And it follows 5 months of gathering intelligence, the kind of intelligence you would need to take out the anti-aircraft positions, et cetera, to safely capture Maduro and his wife. And it's going to play out as a spectacle in the U.S. court system, trying him, and in the meantime, watching what happens in Venezuela next. Will the vice president be strong enough to rally the forces? She doesn't have the force of personality that Maduro has. So will the military follow her? Or will someone in the military try to launch a coup against her? We could be facing a period of great instability inside Venezuela. It's not a foregone conclusion that the opposition that the U.S. favors will be able to take over somehow.
Yeah. Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, says that she's in control now, but you have this really strong defense minister, Vladimir Pedrino Lopez, Colonel. What do we need to know about him and just how delicate the next 24, 48, 72 hours will be in determining who really is in control in Caracas?
Yeah, Kim is exactly right. This is going to be one of those periods where you don't know exactly how it's going to turn out. But, in terms of Defense Minister Pedrino Lopez, he has a lot of connections to the Cubans. He has a lot of connections ultimately to the Russians and has worked some with the Iranians. So he has, clearly had some personal exposure to the way they do things in those countries, especially on the Cuban side. And that also means that the people that work with him and for him are also potentially trained by Cubans and even Russian forces. So the way in which Pedrino Lopez handles this could very well portend a power struggle between him and the vice president, who is now, taking control as seemingly taking control as acting president. That could mean that the opposition is shut out of a possible, power struggle, but it could also mean that they'll develop a power vacuum in the country, and then there may be a requirement for U.S. forces to move in again in a place like this. So this could be a story that doesn't have a neat end to it, but it really depends on how the Venezuelans act and what kinds of things happen in the streets in the next few hours.
So let's talk about that. Colonel, I'm going to stay with you because there are people who are waking up, turning on the television, they see there's an attack, and they may be smoothing over the nuances that we're discussing. And the defense minister particularities may not be as important. They want to know, is the U.S. now at war with Venezuela, right? And so the question I have for you is, what do you expect? There was no response militarily, anything more than rhetorical, to the attacks on the boats, the seizures of the oil vessels. the CIA drone attack at the port facility. So what do you expect from Venezuela as a military response, if anything, to what happened overnight?
So when you plan missions like this, you look for worst case scenarios. So I'll give you that first, then I'll tell you what I actually expect in this particular case. So the worst case scenario is that the Venezuelans activate their war plans and their plan to, in essence, fight off a U.S. invasion. Now, they've got one big problem with that scenario. The way things have played out so far, there are no U.S. boots on the ground, as far as we know. Those that did the snatch and grab of Maduro have, as far as we know, left the country by now, and they're safely on board vessels or, in some other safe territory. But what will actually happen in this particular case, I think, is probably reflected by the election totals of the last presidential election in Venezuela, and those totals really favored the opposition. So what that means is that there is at least the potential that this could turn out to be something where the Venezuelans actually in essence, remove the Maduro regime or the remnants of the, what passes for the Maduro regime right now and create something new. Perhaps the opposition comes in, although they are not necessarily as unified as we might want to believe, or something else happens. But that transition is going to be the danger point. And there's also the possibility, of course, that that could all go south. But that would, in essence, be the best case scenario in a situation like this.
Opposition leader Maria Corina Machado has reserved comment. Up to this point, Kim, what's your expectation of whether the regime survives?
Well, it depends on what sort of olive branch the Trump administration is going to offer the regime. The military was part and parcel of Maduro's system that kicked back oil receipts and we're told by various U.S. officials, drug profits as well. So they could also face international prosecution or prosecution in the U.S. So they have to be assured that if they flip somehow, they won't be hunted down by U.S. special operators or anybody else. The other problem is there's already a system built in Venezuela to support Maduro. The Chavista system is basically militias spread from neighborhood to neighborhood who already have a plan in place to build up some sort of an insurgency should they face outside forces or should they face a government, perhaps of Maria Machado, that they don't want. So we could see a period of real violent unrest and various different factions trying to take power in the aftermath of Maduro's exit.
Kim Dozier, Colonel Cedric Layton, thank you very much as we try to understand what's next from this breaking news. President Trump says that we'll hear directly from him about these strikes later this morning. The latest we're hearing from the White House coming up after a short break.
This is CNN.
When winter season hits, Emergency supports your immune system with so much more than vitamin C. Be ready to fight back with Emergency. And for on-the-go immune support, try Emergency Crystals. No water needed.
I thought people exaggerated when they said shingles is a nightmare and the pain can last for weeks.
It wouldn't mean sleepless nights, right?
I didn't think I was at risk.
I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of people over 50 already have the virus that causes shingles, and it could reactivate at any time.
I learned that the hard way.
But you don't have to. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
As the tax slayer calculator, I love numbers. So many. $0, the price when you file with Simply Free. Your maximum refund. That's a beauty. Also, my number one. File for free with Tax Slayer Simply Free. Eligibility requirements apply. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
Is Pilates for you? Well, this is Club Pilates, and we think it's for everybody because that's the point of Pilates, to feel strong and balanced and good. Exactly. Everybody Club Pilates.
Morning, Mom. Just getting ready and wanted to say hi.
I'm finally not bloated all the time. Those jeans you bought me fit so well now. It's Seeds DSO1, that probiotic I told you about. Taking it has changed my gut health, and honestly, DSO1 keeps things moving. I know you've been trying to find a probiotic that actually works, so I think you need to try DSO1. I'm sending you the link now.
Experience the power of a healthy gut. Visit seed.com to start DSO1 today.
Pronamel, clinical enamel strength, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
Liberty Mutual customizes.
Wait, am I in one of those Liberty Mutual commercials where they stand in front of the Statue of Liberty and talk about how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Yes.
Huh. What happens in this one?
Seagulls.
Oh, I like it. How are you doing?
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Spectrum is connectivity everywhere.
On the floor, shut the door, no cap.
Built by an internet company, because internet is what you use your phone for. And Spectrum One seamlessly combines 5G and fiber-powered internet for the fastest wireless speeds. Just one reason Spectrum is the fastest growing mobile provider. Spectrum One, it's only the seamless connection you love at home, everywhere you go. It's only everything.
You have a vision for your business. A vision to grow, to thrive, to shine. At Spectrum Reach, we recognize the drive and dedication behind that vision. We created the Pay It Forward program to help small businesses like yours do what you do best, with complimentary advertising resources and opportunities to grow. Apply for the Pay It Forward program today to bring your vision to life.
Patterson has been charged with murder for suspected mushroom poisoning.
Aaron's darkest secrets were coming up. We're all on the edge of our seats.
The defense will call Aaron Patterson.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
President Trump called the strikes in Venezuela a brilliant operation. He told the New York Times in a brief phone interview this morning that the U.S. captured and removed President Nicolás Maduro. Now, the Times reports that he would not say whether he sought congressional approval for the strike. He promised to address that at his Mar-a-Lago news conference set for later this morning. Let's bring back now CNN's Julia Benbrook. Tell us more about what the White House is saying as this played out in Venezuela.
Well, as you mentioned, Victor, we're going to hear directly from President Donald Trump at that press conference in a matter of hours. He says that's going to take place at 11 a.m. Eastern at Mar-a-Lago. That's where he has been spending this holiday time. But for now, the main communication we have seen from Trump has been in a fairly short Truth Social post. And in it, he wrote that the United States of America has successfully carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela and its leader, Nicolás Maduro. He also revealed that Maduro and his wife had been captured and flown out of the country. Now, he said that this operation was done in conjunction with U.S. law enforcement and that he will provide more information at that later time. Now, in that New York Times interview that you referenced, this was a brief phone interview. He called this a brilliant operation and said this specifically. He said that it took a lot of good planning and a lot of great troops and great people. Now, of course, this is a stunning development. Every piece of this is, but he has been teasing some sort of action there in Venezuela, the potential of land strikes for several months now. He's either been outright saying that or publicly hinting at the possibility since mid-September. In fact, a CNN analysis of how many times he's done this came close to 20 in the last several months. There's no doubt that we're going to be getting a lot of reaction as lawmakers and others wake up. Obviously, this happened happened overnight, but it's already starting to trickle in. One lawmaker that commented on this specifically was Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah. And in the early hours after the strikes, he was on social media questioning the legality of what took place. Since that first post, he has spoken directly with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and then posted on social media once again. And we're actually getting more information from him at this point. I want to pull up that post for you in full with those specific details. Lee said that he had just gotten off the phone with Rubio. He said that Rubio informed him that Nicolás Maduro has been arrested by U.S. personnel to stand trial on criminal charges in the United States, and that the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. Now, he added that Rubio anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody. Lots of questions still here, and so, of course, waiting on that press conference taking place at 11 a.m. Eastern, where Trump will address this. Victor?
All right, Julia Benbrook for us there in Washington. Thank you so much. Again, that news conference happening at 11 a.m. from Mar-a-Lago, but we are also hearing from other members of the Senate, some Democrats as well, weighing in. We'll look into the domestic political consequences of what was ordered to happen there in Caracas and the capture of Nicolás Maduro in just a moment. Stay with us.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making it up!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays because some want a house in the desert. Others do not. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
If you believe that your body is your own and that reproductive health care is health care, then donate to Planned Parenthood and put your values into action. Efforts to shut us down have already put 200 health centers at risk of closing. Go online, call, or scan this code to donate $19 a month right now, and we'll send you this care no matter what t-shirt. This is the time to show up for your values before it's too late. Go online, call, or scan this code.
Zepbound may help in your weight loss journey. Once weekly Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about once weekly Zepbound and check your coverage today at Zepbound.com.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Not again.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming!
Thanks, Revere.
We really need to keep Zycam in the house.
Only if you want to shorten your cold. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam.
Retinal vision only on Ring.
AI tuning for sharper goodbyes, clearer hellos, and safer tomorrows. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for a weekend away, Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
The NHL on TNT renews a rivalry.
Big one in Toronto and Florida.
We're coming for you, Brad Marchand.
Can't really hear what you're saying. I got my 2 cup rings plugged in my ears.
This will be a tremendous matchup.
Panthers Maple Leafs, Tuesday at 7 on TNT.
This is CNN Breaking News.
The CNN has learned that President Trump did not consult the Senate Armed Services Committee before conducting these large-scale land strikes in Venezuela. You'll remember in recent weeks, the president has repeatedly warned the U.S. was preparing to take new action against alleged drug trafficking networks there. Joining me now is congressional reporter for Axios, Stephen Newcomb. Stephen, good morning to you. We've heard from several members of the Senate who point out that there was no authorization of use of military force, obviously no declaration of war. What, if anything, have you heard in the overnight hours, and just the space in which we are now, that we have no information about even notifying a Gang of 8 about something like this coming?
Yeah, good morning, Victor. We haven't heard much so far, obviously, since this happened overnight. We're going to have to wait for some folks to wake up and weigh in. But I think the most insight we've gotten so far is from that tweet from Republican Senator Mike Lee, who at first, I think, publicly questioned the decision here to strike Venezuela absent the authorization of military force, and then came back out on Twitter and said that he spoke to Secretary Rubio, seemed to assuage his concerns. So Republicans on Capitol Hill have given the president this year a lot of latitude in international affairs and with the military, specifically when it comes to Venezuela. We've had a lot of boat strikes. We understand that airstrike campaign that's been leading up to this strike overnight. And Republicans have not been willing to vote for the authorization of military force in Congress and limit the president's power so far.
Yeah. We have from, let me actually go to this, because you're the congressional reporter. There were some, the administration said that they did not need authorization for the boat strikes because it didn't involve hostilities. There were no ground troops involved. But now with this, there were at least ground troops involved to capture Maduro. How do they reconcile what happened with even their own justification for not needing those authorizations for previous strikes?
Yeah, I think it goes even deeper than that, actually, Victor. I mean, if you take Democrats at their word, they were briefed a number of weeks ago by Secretary Rubio and Secretary Hegseth on the airstrikes in Venezuela. And they said that Hegseth and Rubio looked at them and told them that this campaign was not about regime change. Now, this is just weeks ago. Obviously, we're at a point now where they've captured the Venezuelan leader, and his location is unknown. So I think it goes deeper than just the boots on the ground. It's really the target and the central mission of this campaign that at least Senate Democrats and House Democrats would say that they've been misled about.
House Republican Mario Diaz-Balart posted a full-throated endorsement of what happened overnight. Let me read it. Today's action ordered by President Trump is what decisive leadership truly looks like. Our country has faced an unprecedented national security threat from the illegitimate Maduro regime. Unabetted for years, Maduro sent drugs into our country, killing an untold number of Americans, kidnapped innocent Americans, flooded our country with violent cartel members from Tren de Aragua and the Cartel de las Soles, while destabilizing regional security. And the statement goes on. We should also say that there are Americans here, many of them in Florida, who will celebrate the end of Maduro's leadership there, if not the end of the regime. But let's also focus on what we're hearing likely from some people who have come to this country who are happy that Maduro is out.
Absolutely. And I think that, the president understands that, especially when you frame this in the frame of narco-terrorism and the drug trafficking, I think that they think that that is a message that, works for the public. But I think that there are opponents of the administration. Democrats will say that this is not about narco-terrorism or drug trafficking, that this is about oil and this is about regime change. So this is in the aftermath of this, something that will be litigated for honestly for years and years as we go forward. But at least immediately, it seems like the White House and Republicans are going to frame this as an operation to take out somebody who was aiding and abetting narco-terrorists and sort of overseeing the flow of drugs coming into the U.S.
Stephen Newcomb, thank you so much. President Trump announces the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife after the U.S. launched a military operation in Venezuela. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The only brand with True Source certified honey.
Mind if I root through your trash?
The powerful cough relief you need.
Robitussin.
Meet Andrew from the Zebra. Andrew stays up all night, watching the Zebra find people's savings. The Zebra monitors your insurance and informs you of savings the moment we find it. Nobody does insurance like the Zebra.
When your gut is out of balance, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating or gas, help stop the frustration and start taking Align every day. Align Probiotic was specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional bloating and gas, so you can enjoy life. When you feel the signs, it's time to try Align.
Investing in your goals can feel out of reach. I've been there. But instead of giving up, I found my edge. I'm teaming up with SoFi because they help give investors an edge. With SoFi, you can bank, borrow, and invest all in one app. You can trade stocks, ETFs, and invest in IPOs at IPO prices. Because when it comes to your money, you're the playmaker. Get up to $1,000 in stock when you open and fund a SoFi Invest account. SoFi. Get your money right.
Fanapt iloperidone is approved for adults with bipolar 1 disorder with acute, mixed, or manic episodes. Unlike some drugs for bipolar 1 disorder, nausea, vomiting, and restlessness are not common with Fanapt. Fanapt may be associated with serious side effects. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis treated with antipsychotics are at increased risk of stroke or death. Fanapt is not approved for elderly with dementia-related psychosis. Fanapt prolongs the QT interval and may be associated with abnormal heart rhythm or sudden death. In 5% or more of people in clinical trials, heart rate increases, dizziness, hypotension, weight gain, dry mouth, stuffy nose, sleepiness, and increases in liver enzymes have been observed. These are not all the side effects. Talk to your prescriber and learn more at fanapt.com. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
This is my mother, Tracy Banks.
I had a really bad fall, and it was traumatic.
Which is why it's time to start thinking about senior care, and I don't want the process to get in the way. That's why I'm so happy we found a place for Mom.
They provide personalized support that makes it easier to search for senior care options in our area. It's got to be right for my mom.
You know,
This isn't our dog.
That one?
You never got new glasses, did you?
Well, you didn't know Stanton Optical makes eye care easy.
Exactly.
2 pairs of glasses and a free eye exam for $79. Stanton Optical. Easy's our thing.
Since 1945, Bears Furniture has helped make every homecoming feel like a new beginning. Delivering more than furniture through every season and every perfect season. Bringing the value of home when home meant everything. For the last 80 years, we've helped shape the feeling of home for generations. And the best part? We're only getting started. Now and then, Bears always hits home.
Getting glasses soon?
Prices rising? Tough.
You know at Stanton you can get 2 glasses and an eye exam for just 79 bucks?
Don't believe you.
Let me show you.
Okay, let's go. Got the exam, chose the frames, and glasses were ready in 30 minutes. Stanton Optical rules.
Doubleheader. Playing at Washington's great. Ovi, an icon in hockey.
Ovechkin scores! Chicago Blackhawks, always an exciting game. A lot of action and rivalry.
Stars, Capitals, Blues, Blackhawks. Wednesday at 6:30 on TNT.
Closed captioning brought to you by AARP. Join and get instant access to member benefits.
Join AARP for $15 for 1 year with automatic renewal and get instant access to member benefits and social programs. Join and get a free gift plus AARP the magazine.
We're now hours away from a scheduled news conference at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump will give new details about the military operation in Venezuela. Senator Mike Lee says that Secretary of State Marco Rubio told him that Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro has been arrested to stand trial in the U.S. This comes as the U.S. military has been sharply increasing its forces in the Caribbean for months. With me now from Washington, CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky. Haley, what are you learning?
Yeah, so Victor, just a really remarkable last few hours here as the president says that the U.S. has carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela. He thanks some great troops in his social media posts, and though he doesn't provide specifics about what military assets were included here, there is some reporting that we can kind of glean some information from here. CNN's reported that dual-rotor aircraft helicopters were seen in the airspace over Caracas, but likely meaning Chinook helicopters. Chinook helicopters are heavy-lift troop carriers, and one of the things they can do for the U.S. military is provide insertion and extraction of U.S. personnel. And so while we don't know exactly what assets from where were involved in this operation, we kind of are seeing some open source reporting there. And the source familiar told me that the Senate Armed Services Committee was not briefed on this ahead of time. And the president says he's going to address that at 11 a.m. But as you said, I mean, this operation comes as there's been a sharp increase in U.S. military presence in the Caribbean, in the region. We know that there are roughly 15,000 U.S. troops who were deployed there, guided missile destroyers, cruisers, the Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which is the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the Ford, which includes 9 squadrons, air squadrons embarked on that carrier. So this is a heavy amount of firepower that's been in the region, really underscoring how serious the president has been in his words and this pressure campaign from the U.S., from the White House against Maduro and Venezuela. And so we're waiting to hear more from the president about what exactly this looked like. We have not heard directly from the Pentagon or from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. They've simply reshared statements from the White House and from the president. So certainly looking to see which assets were included here. It's likely Special Operations Forces were involved, though that we haven't been told that directly quite yet. And so there's a lot of pieces here that would be moving. Certainly the protection of U.S. personnel of the utmost importance when you're planning an operation like this. It's certainly not something that comes together overnight. Planning that goes into this is very intense and extreme. And so it'll be interesting to hear more from the president in just a couple of hours on sort of what that has looked like and what this will look like going forward.
Haley, I'll admit before we go into this question that maybe you don't know the answer to this because we have not heard much from the administration. But is there any indication that U.S. allies were notified of this strike and this attempt to capture before it was executed?
We haven't seen a ton of indication here. I mean, like we said, you know, the Senate Armed Services Committee, who typically is read in on things like this, say that they were not notified ahead of time. And so this seems like something that was being planned for quite a while. How much the president told allies in the region about this is certainly top of mind, and a question that I'm sure he'll be asked at this press conference at 11 a.m. And it's something that I think a lot of allies in the region are going to be having conversations with the White House about going forward.
Haley Britsky, thank you so much. And of course, we'll have more on our breaking news coverage at the top of the hour. Again, President Trump to speak at 11 a.m. at a news conference at Mar-a-Lago. Already confirmed a U.S. strike in Venezuela. He said that Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife have been captured. We'll be right back.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
The Winter Blue sale is now on. Visit sandals.com today.
Think you can't afford weight loss meds? Get the lowest cost FDA-approved GLP-1s on Ro. Insurance or cash pay, doesn't matter. Covered or not, you still get the lowest cost possible on Ro. Dave pays $50 with insurance. Lisa qualified for a $199 starting price without. No matter how you pay, you can count on the lowest cost possible for GLP-1s on Ro. See if you're covered for GLP-1s at ro.co/lowest.
We're giving away over $12 million.
We gotta get this money.
We came here with the dream of starting a family.
This opportunity could change our lives.
It does not get any bigger than this.
The Wall, new Monday on NBC and Peacock.
Our right to reproductive health care is being stolen from us.
I can't believe this is the world we live in, where we're losing the freedom to control our own bodies.
We need your support now more than ever. Go online, call, or scan this code with your $19 monthly gift, and we'll send you this Care No Matter What t-shirt.
It is your right to have safe health care. That's it.
Go online, call, or scan right now.
Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for moderate to severe Crohn's and UC. Gut-focused Entyvio works right where you need it, to block inflammation in your gut. With a legacy of more than 10 years, Entyvio offers the experience you need, lasting relief and steroid-free remission. And some people experience rapid symptom relief. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. With Entyvio, you may be able to pay as little as $5 per dose. Ask your doctor if Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen, is right for you.
Gut focused Entyvio.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As the tax slayer calculator, I love numbers. So many. $22.99. All it costs to file. Your maximum refund. That's a beauty. Also, my number one. U.S.-based real human support. File by February 8th. Tax slayer. File fearlessly.
I don't know if the world knows this, but kids are expensive. And when we found out we were pregnant, of course, we were looking for any ways to slash bills.
And making sure we only had what we needed so that everything was less stressful.
And saving money with our internet bill really helped us out a lot. Came to Spectrum because we were with AT&T before, and Spectrum just had a better deal.
That money we saved with Spectrum just added to what we could repurpose for our daughter.
Real customers, real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/save.
You have a vision for your business, a vision to grow, to thrive, to shine. At Spectrum Reach, we recognize the drive and dedication behind that vision. We created the Pay It Forward program to help small businesses like yours do what you do best, with complimentary advertising resources and opportunities to grow. Apply for the Pay It Forward program today to bring your vision to life.
I am who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase is exciting.
Sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to CNN This Morning. I'm Victor Blackwell in Atlanta, and we are following breaking news this morning. President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight, and he says its president, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores, have been captured and flown out of the country. Now, Maduro was indicted in 2020 here in the U.S. for narco-terrorism and other charges. The Venezuelan vice president says that she has no idea where Maduro and the First Lady are.
Faced with this brutal situation and this brutal attack, we do not know the whereabouts of President Nicolás Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores. We demand immediate proof of life from the government of President Donald Trump, proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
Now, President Trump says that he will address the nation on the strikes from Mar-a-Lago later this morning. Right now, it is quiet in the capital of Caracas just hours after the strikes. But earlier, explosions rocked Venezuela, knocked out power, sent people running inside. All right, that was a strike at La Carlota Air Base in Caracas. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now from London. Nick, the news that U.S. forces have captured and removed Venezuela's president, as I said last hour, stunning, but the questions of what's the goal and what now are front of mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ultimate question is who is now going to run Venezuela? And does the United States, with an operation that clearly shows planning, efficiency, extraordinary confidence in its scope, did it also factor in the day after? And is now Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, who you might argue under parts of the Constitution is the immediate obvious successor to a government that the United States and European countries have questioned the legitimacy of because of the elections that at times have been controlled and even staged. Does she now become the new head of state? What does this mean for Venezuela's armed forces? The significant explosions you're seeing there over this, it seems like hours-long operation across Venezuela, not just in the capital, it seems. Did that hobble the military? Did it lead them to perhaps change their political calculus? And what does it mean, too, for the cabal of elite around Nicolás Maduro, who must now be wondering if they continue in their roles, whether a similar middle-of-the-night abduction by US Special Forces potentially awaits them. It's worth reminding people as you see those startling images of Caracas about what a normal, quiet, sleepy city indeed that is, and how the millions of ordinary residents there will, in the opening days of this new year, be utterly terrified to have heard this series of explosions. The talk of President Trump that he might launch land operations, many I think felt were far-fetched, perhaps bluster, but this is clearly an operation that had a significant amount of strategic planning to it. We don't know where these helicopters launched themselves from, but they were numerous enough that they appear to have taken Maduro with what we can see at this point, not enormous amount of resistance. That in too leaves questions as to exactly how well prepared Venezuela was to fend off something like this that Trump had telegraphed for quite some time. But do we now face the remnants of Maduro's regime being more anti-American, more aggressive? The US might argue potentially even more in control of the drug trafficking apparatus that the White House has claimed it was targeting through removing Maduro like this. The other question, too, is what happens to Nicolás Maduro himself. President Trump's 74-word tweet that broke the extraordinary silence as to who was behind this substantial military operation that, frankly, only the US really could have carried out, referenced US law enforcement being involved in that operation. We now seem to learn this involves now a court process that will get underway potentially. The grand jury heard indictments against Maduro in New York. Is the 6.5-hour delay that we're now seeing between the announcement of this raid and Trump's press conference perhaps a moment in which Maduro is brought to the United States? We'll learn more answers about this in the hours ahead, about Maduro's specific fate and indeed that of his wife, captured alongside of him. But the urgent questions now are for Venezuelans, who leads their country. Has the Maduro and indeed the Chavez era which preceded it gone? Are we going to see celebrations at the end of a regime? Possibly less likely than now seeing the remnants of Maduro's regime scrambling for power, trying to work out where is safe, what they can get away with doing, whether their military is still loyal, and indeed these two significant narco organizations that the US claims Maduro was at the top of, the Tren del Agua and the Cartel del Soles, whether they are vying now for increased power or influence too. Many unanswered questions, but we may learn in the hours ahead if indeed the US had more of a plan for the day after Maduro, or whether they simply liked the sort of urgency of an operation like this removed a man who they say was an arch criminal but was also, frankly, a geopolitical irritant for the United States as well, or whether they have a more long-term plan for who comes next, whether there's a bid to ask for elections or further negotiation. That can indeed happen. But it's important when we see a moment like this just to step back and take stock of what we're observing, which is a moment where the United States military, without real warning, I think it's fair to say that people took seriously, without congressional debate, without the kind of lead-up we saw to the invasion of Iraq or other things over the past 20 years people be familiar with, sudden US military action that takes a sitting president of a country that was an irritant to the United States out of its, what should be, fortified and secured capital and whisks them away to the United States. That's startling. It will certainly leave people in Moscow flabbergasted that a key ally of theirs is gone. China, who provided some assistance to Venezuela, will certainly take note. It's an example of Trump's unbridled power militarily, how he exercises it in deeply unexpected ways, and we'll learn in the days ahead too whether this is recklessness. We saw in Iran a strike against nuclear facilities that appear, for now, as far as we know, to have tempered that Iranian nuclear program. Are they going to see similar success to outlandish, you might say, actions in Venezuela? Dubious. So much complexity for them to address in the days ahead. And this is an administration that often, in the past, has shied away from the boring details of what comes after.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned Iran 24 hours ago. We were waking up to a social media post from the president talking about being locked and loaded against Iran based on their treatment of protesters there, only to wake up this morning and to see that the U.S. has captured Nicolás Maduro. We'll see from the president at 11 a.m. Eastern, just 4 hours away from now, if he has answers to those morning after questions. Nick Payton-Walsh for us in London, thanks so much. Joining us now, CNN senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak. Kevin, I understand you have some new details on how this operation unfolded. What do you know?
Yeah, and what we're learning from people familiar is that the president gave the green light for this operation several days ago. It was carried out by the Army's Delta forces in Venezuela, who were tracking Maduro's location with the help of the CIA. And we know that the president had authorized the CIA to operate covertly in Venezuela some months ago. And so we're getting some more of a picture of what the president announced in that dramatic post at 4:21 a.m. this morning. I think still, as Nick was pointing out, there are a lot of unanswered questions, and hopefully the president will provide some answers at his press conference at 11 a.m. We do understand that Maduro is expected to stand trial in the United States. That is the expectation of the administration. Of course, he was indicted in the Southern District of New York in 2020 on drug trafficking, corruption, racketeering charges. And so that's the expectation here. And that had been kind of the rationale all along as the U.S. was working to oust him from power. You know, we've seen this pressure campaign on Maduro building for months and months. What you heard from Trump was a variety of different objectives, whether it was curbing the flow of drugs, curbing the flow of migrants, trying to enforce sanctions, trying to blockade the oil. Really, the point of all of it, when you talked to officials behind the scenes, was to get Maduro out of power because they viewed him as an illegitimate leader, and they have claimed that he's a narco-terrorist. They put sanctions on him under the auspices that he was the leader of a drug trafficking gang. And so as he is removed from Venezuela, we don't know his precise location. The ultimate objective is to try him, and that's according to people familiar with the matter. What we don't know at this point is what the president's discussions with Congress were on this front, and I think you'll start to hear as the day breaks some concerns among members of Congress that they weren't consulted in this action, and certainly the president, I think, will have to answer for that at 11 a.m. We also don't know at this point what, if any, resistance Maduro put up when those Army Delta forces, arrived to where he was. Was he willing to go? Was he ready to go? Or was there some sort of fight put up? There had been discussions very quietly about potentially finding, a landing pad for Maduro, kind of a way for him to go and leave Venezuela and live in exile, that the U.S. Wasn't necessarily, putting all of their weight behind, but there was talk of potentially allowing that. So the question I think that we will have for Trump is whether this was, a forced ouster, or whether Maduro sort of put his hands up and went with those Delta forces. I think it's striking that the president has greenlit this move and has made this announcement. Some months ago, we did hear, that the president did have some reservations about going in and trying to oust Maduro. There were concerns that potentially this could backfire in some way. He is also of the era who will remember a mixed success in U.S. interventions in Latin America, particularly involving the CIA. But I think this is just evidence this morning that the president seemed to have put some of those reservations aside and is now, very proudly proclaiming this as a successful mission, but still with plenty of questions remaining.
Plenty of questions and criticisms already coming in. Kevin Liptak, thank you. Let me read one here. This is from Senator Ruben Gallego. I fought in some of the hardest battles of the Iraq War, saw my brothers die, saw civilians being caught in the crossfire, all for an unjustified war. No matter the outcome, we are in the wrong for starting this war in Venezuela. Senator Gallego, putting this in context of a war, not clear how much information he had when he posted that. And it's not evident at all that there will be the U.S. ground troops at all to the scale of what we saw in Iraq 20 plus years ago. But we were already hearing from members of Congress criticizing the president's decision. Let me bring in now journalist Mary Mena, live in Venezuela's capital. Sun's up now, conditions have settled, but help us understand the scene earlier. We're seeing on the right of the screen cell phone video, some of the explosions. What did you see and hear as those strikes were happening?
Yeah, we woke up with loud noises here in Caracas early in the morning, and most people didn't know what was going on, what was happening. But it was clear that something was happening, and it was big because of the detonations that we heard. Also, we heard a lot of planes and helicopters flying over the city. But the detonations took place for about 45 minutes, and it was not a permanent sound. It was something that kept happening for a couple of minutes and then started again. And it was frightening for many Venezuelans that were receiving even calls from abroad, from Venezuelan migrants that were living outside and were receiving more information than inside of the country. Here, we learn from a statement released by the government, and they acknowledge the attack. They say it's an aggression. The Maduro government saying that in a statement that is violating the UN chart, and also saying that they will declare a state of emergency. So far, since the 1:52 a.m. in the morning, we've been receiving messages from several government officials, such as Delcy Rodriguez, that is the vice president of Venezuela, and the general attorney. They keep saying that they don't know where Nicolás Maduro is, and they are demanding a proof of life. That is a statement that they keep repeating. And also, other members of the government keep appearing on state television saying the same. proof of life of Nicolás Maduro. Also, they are showing some images in the streets of Caracas, and it's not a normal Saturday in the city. It's quiet, not many cars or motorcycles in the main highways or streets of Caracas. Right now, they are showing some little images on the state television saying that some infrastructure at the La Carlota airport, which is nearby of this location where I'm standing, were damaged. Some buses of transportation and some military equipment. But they don't say if there are victims in these kinetic attacks that took place. They only say that they took place in 3 key locations: Aragua, La Guaira, and Caracas.
Interesting, the message for domestic consumption that we're hearing from the Venezuelan governor there. Mary Mena, thank you so much. Let's talk about what's happening here on the streets of the U.S., a reaction to the breaking news. Let's get some video here. This is just moments ago in Miami-Dade County, specifically Doral, Florida, sometimes called Little Venezuela because of the high concentration of Venezuelans living there, celebrating the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Death Camp, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Hey, try Robitussin soft juice.
Packed with the power of Robitussin in every bite. Fast cough relief anywhere. Now with new, improved flavor. Chew on relief, chew on a Robitussin.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for weekend away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
We're giving away over $12 million.
We gotta get this money.
We came here with the dream of starting a family.
This opportunity could change our lives.
It does not get any bigger than this.
The Wall, new Monday on NBC and Peacock.
Coming to the stage this Friday, it's Ned's first team karaoke night. But he's wondering,
what if my flaky red plaque psoriasis takes center stage?
Next up, we have Ned. Hey, hey, hey,
what if Ned knew he could treat differently?
Otezla is a pill that treats plaque psoriasis even in hard-to-treat areas. You can get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking. Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over 10 years. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting, depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss can happen. Tell your doctor if any of these occur and if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts.
With Otezla, clear skin could be your jam. Live in the moment. Struggling on topicals? Ask your doctor about Otezla.
Plantar fasciitis feels like pointed, sharp pain. It just hurts all the time. It feels like your foot is squeezing on itself. When I drove past the Good Feet store, I thought, I'm gonna stop in. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet that were personally fitted just for me. Then it was like, okay, this is something special. These make a difference.
See for yourself with a free personalized arch support fitting at the Good Feet store.
This is my mom, and we are ready to discuss senior care.
Living alone is not easy, so I've come to terms with that.
The expert advisors and free resources provided by Place for Mom make it easy to find senior care options right here in our community.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays for those who love family resorts and for those who do not. There we go. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
One-A-Day Women's Multis are made for your overall health, with nutrients for immunity and energy. So you never miss a beat. One-A-Day, the one for you.
More on the breaking news now. The U.S. has attacked Venezuela, and President Trump confirms on Truth Social that the U.S. carried out this large-scale strike overnight, and that President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been captured and flown out of the country. The CNN has learned that President Trump gave the green light for the operation several days ago, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio reportedly told one senator that Maduro will stand trial in the U.S. on drug trafficking charges. Maduro and several other Venezuelan officials were indicted in 2020. This was during the previous Trump administration. The Venezuelan government is calling the U.S. operation a grave military aggression. CNN crews were firsthand witnesses to a number of explosions in the Venezuelan capital of Caracas just before 1 a.m., and parts of the city are now without power. The Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency and says Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira were all struck. President Trump says that he'll deliver remarks about the Venezuelan operation from Mar-a-Lago at 11 Eastern. Let's discuss this now with CNN political and national security analyst David Sanger and General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander in Europe. General, let me start with you and your reaction to what we've seen overnight, the execution of this. Give us context of the planning that goes into it.
I think this is something that's been planned or worked on for a long time. I think before the president authorized the strike, obviously, there was a period of intensive reconnaissance and planning. We had to put people in on the ground. We had to confirm that we could track Maduro. We had to confirm how we would do this. These operations were back briefed on probably 2 or 3 times to the national leadership before approval was given. And the decision was made also not to do a small scale, but to do a larger scale strike, just to take out any possibility of immediate military action, either against the opposition or against U.S. forces offshore. Now what's happening is we're awaiting the reaction as Venezuela wakes up, recognizes this. Is the administration going to, in Venezuela, going to still have control? Or was it all about Maduro in the first place? And with his disappearance, will the vice president and his people collapse? Will the army disband itself? Will the militia run for the hills? This is a pretty convincing demonstration of American power, but it's a big country, and Maduro and his predecessor, Chavez, have been well dug in there for a long time. So there are some questions about what will happen next, but I think in addition, you have to take this as a clear demonstration of the incredible effectiveness of the American armed forces. We went into Grenada in 1983. It wasn't quite this easy and clean. We went into Panama in 1989, took out Noriega. We didn't have to go into Haiti. We did that diplomatically in 1994. But over the intervening period in this war without end in Afghanistan and Iraq, we've gotten really, really good at these kinds of coordinated special operations between the agency, Delta Force, Navy SEALs. We know what we're doing. We're very good at this. Now the question is, what's the aftermath? Can we handle what's happening next? We've got Mrs. Machado. She's safe. I'm sure we've done preparatory work with her and with her lieutenants who would be in Caracas. I'm sure there's preparation going on to step forward with a democratic regime at some point soon.
David, before the social media post from the president this morning, I was expecting, I'm sure many were expecting, the post would be the confirmation of the U.S. involvement, the claim of responsibility for what happened in Caracas overnight. When I read the word captured, that was a surprise. In hindsight, was there any indication that the administration would go this far in its next step after the CIA drone strike that we saw about a little more than a week ago?
It's a great question, Victor. Back in November, when the military pressure was just stepping up, we were seeing the attacks on the drug boats and so forth. We spent some time looking at the different options, and this was the first one. Although I would have to say that this one was executed much more quickly than I think people we were interviewing at the time had in mind. The initial thought was if you struck many of the military bases that were right around Caracas, that eventually it would force Maduro to flee and he would probably expose his whereabouts. Here, they clearly knew exactly where he was. And so the operation was really about making sure that they could get in and out cleanly with no interference from the Venezuelan military. And that's exactly what happened. But as General Clark has suggested here, one of the things the U.S. does excellently is this kind of capture and extraction operation. What time has shown we don't do terribly well is managing the aftermath. I mean, think about the enthusiasm when Saddam Hussein was captured, right? And yet our ability to control what was going on later on fell apart pretty quickly. It's a big country. It obviously has this huge national asset in the world's largest oil reserves. President Trump has made his interest in that clear. And I think one of the big traps here would be if this looks like a power grab for the oil, you could then trigger a nationalist reaction, even from those who might be delighted to see Maduro go.
Yeah. There's also from a president who, well, a decade ago now was so critical of the Bush administration for not having a plan on what to do in Iraq after the launch of that war. But you'll also remember the president said that his plan would have been to keep the oil after the end of that war. Gentlemen, thank you very much, General Wesley Clark and David Sanger. Appreciate the insight there. Live look from Palm Beach, Florida, Mar-a-Lago. President Trump says we'll hear directly from him about these strikes later this morning, just a few hours out from that news conference. So latest, we're hearing from the White House coming up after a short break.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
I wish I loved my smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish money wasn't so tight.
I wish I can justify the cost.
I wish my insurance could save me more on dental implants.
See what it can do at ClearChoice. Show us your insurance card and save $5,000 on fixed full double arch implants. That's insurance assurance on a smile that's built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
I'm Jamie, founder of Ring. Our latest invention, Retinal Vision. AI tuning delivers ultimate clarity for unmatched security. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
Skull shiver, time saver, 90 seconds and you're done. Easy grip, easy glide. Skull shiver, the time saver, 90 seconds and you're done.
Take an EKG from anywhere, but with 6 times the data. Can your smartwatch do that? Introducing Cardia Mobile 6L, the FDA-cleared EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Cardia Mobile 6L, the world's most advanced personal EKG. Get yours today at cardia.com or Amazon.
This little light of mine in the dark found a hopeful sign.
For those with depression not getting enough relief from their antidepressant, adding Caplyta can help you let in the light, providing greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. And unlike some medications, Caplyta is also proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
The Nanakuli Valley is the largest Hawaiian community in the state of Hawaii. Alolike was founded to provide a safe place because Hawaiians were not seeking services. Because of Spectrum and their investment, this center is a place that people can come and get access to technology. We have programs that help students, elderly, that help adults get employment, keeping the cultural foundation as we move forward. Many of our participants don't have computers at home. And if you don't have access to a computer, you don't have access to resources. Spectrum gives us the tools to help more people get there.
Mahalo. This is a part of American heritage. And if you really love your country, you're gonna have to love moonshine.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Our breaking news out of Venezuela this morning. President Trump confirms in a social media post this morning that the U.S. carried out a large-scale strike against Venezuela. He said President Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. President Trump said he'll speak at a news conference later this morning. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told a GOP senator that Maduro will stand trial in the U.S. The CNN has learned that Trump gave the green light for the operation several days ago. A source says the mission was carried out by the Army's Delta Force and Maduro's location was being tracked by the CIA. The explosions rocked Caracas starting around 1:50 a.m. local time, knocked out power to some areas in the city. The Venezuelan government has denounced this move as a grave military aggression and is calling for a massive troop deployment. With me now from Washington, CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky. What more are you learning this morning?
Yeah, Victor, so this was just a really remarkable last few hours here as more information has started to come out. And notably, as you just said from CNN's Kevin Liptak, that the Delta Force is a highly selective, highly trained special forces of the U.S. military carried out this operation. This is something they certainly have experience with, these kinds of extraction missions. And while the president thanked the great troops that he said were a part of this operation, we don't yet have a lot of clarity on the other assets involved. Clearly, this was a lot of personnel, many aircraft involved in an operation like this. This is not something that comes together overnight, so certainly looking to get more information about what military assets were included. We have some video that we've seen of dual rotor helicopters, meaning Chinook helicopters that were flying over in the airspace over Caracas. And Chinook helicopters, they're heavy lift troop carriers. One of the things they specialize in is the insertion and extraction of U.S. personnel. So certainly aligns with what we've seen over the last few hours with the capture that the president said of Nicolás Maduro. And, you know, it's important to zoom out here, Victor, and look at the bigger picture of U.S. military forces in the region leading up to this. There's roughly 15,000 U.S. troops in the region, roughly a dozen warships around the area in the Caribbean. the U.S. has deployed F-35 fighter jets to Puerto Rico. So this was kind of a long time coming in this of U.S. forces, really reinforcing the president and how serious he has been in talking about Maduro and Venezuela and the pressure campaign the White House has been really instituting there. So a lot of questions still of what this looked like, how this came together. As Kevin reported, this was given the green light several days ago. And so more questions about what the timing looked like and how it was decided to carry out this operation last night. Certainly, we're going to be looking for more of those answers in the 11 a.m. press conference that the president is holding.
All right, Haley Britsky, thanks so much. And we just seeing this post from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, where he simply reposted something that he put on social media back in July, where he says Maduro is not the president of Venezuela and his regime is not the legitimate government. Maduro is the head of the Cartel de los Soles, a narco-terror organization which has taken possession of a country, and he is under indictment for pushing drugs into the United States. Let's go now to CNN contributor Stefano Pozzebon. He's been following the strikes and the escalations in Venezuela over the last several months. Stefano, hello to you. The question here is, even with the telegraphing and forecasting from the White House, how much of a surprise is this to the Venezuelan people this morning?
Oh, Victor, I think you cannot underestimate how much of a shock it is for the Venezuelan people. Nicolás Maduro is an authoritarian leader that has been ruling with an iron fist this country for pretty much the best part of the last 15 years. And he has survived, one way or another, multiple attempts to dislodge him from power, from street-wide mass protests in 2014, 2017 or 2019, to an opposition that mounted a legal challenge in 2019 with the opposition leader Juan Guaidó swearing him as the opposition leader and the country's president, and then once again just last year with a presidential election that the opposition actually won and published documents that showed that the opposition had won in a landslide. However, Maduro did not allow them to take power and remain in his power in the palace of Miraflores. This is a huge surprise, not just for the Venezuelan community, but for everyone who is looking at Latin America. For the last few weeks and months, we understood that there was a pressure campaign to convince Maduro to give way one way or the other, to, as Trump would say, go away, simply disappear. Well, now it really seems that the US president has decided to give the green light and go after Nicolás Maduro himself. And by the way, this is the worst possible outcome for Maduro himself. He's namely a left-wing revolutionary leader who would have perhaps preferred to sacrifice himself or to die a heroic battle against the empire. He's now going to be charged in the United States as a drug trafficker, essentially not so different from the likes of El Chapo Guzman, especially if we're going to see in the next few hours and days the image of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, in handcuffs. The Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, just posting a few minutes ago on X that both the President of Venezuela and his wife have been indicted by the Southern District of New York on multiple charges, including narco-trafficking and narco-terrorism. So the idea of going after Maduro for narco-trafficking as if it was a regular drug trafficker, so not a sitting out of state, is perhaps what is adding most injury to the insult of Nicolás Maduro. Clearly a scenario that we would have never imagined that 2026 will bring us, and it's only the second day of the year, by the way. Victor, incredible how history is moving fast when it comes to Venezuela.
Nick, thank you very much. Stefano Pozzebon, thank you very much for that report. I want to read a couple more statements here coming in from senators who are responding to this news as they're waking up across the country. From Senator Tom Cotton, I commend President Trump and our brave troops and law enforcement officers for this incredible operation. We hear from Senator Andy Kim, Democrat of New Jersey. Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth looked every senator in the eye a few weeks ago and said this wasn't about regime change. I didn't trust them then, and we see now that they blatantly lied to Congress. We're mostly hearing from these lawmakers on social media, and as we get them in, we'll share them with you. The uncertainty this morning after the U.S. launched strikes on Venezuela, capturing Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife. We've heard from Stefano so many questions that Venezuelans will have. They're both under indictment here in the U.S. We'll take a quick break and we'll explore more the consequences of what happened overnight. We'll be right back.
This is CNN.
We're standing up for our right to be lazy.
By sitting down.
And reclining back.
We work full-time and we parent full-time.
We will be reclined until further notice.
It's our right to let the dishes soak overnight.
And to mow the lawn tomorrow, wish.
We proudly declare that yes, we are still watching that.
And no, we won't be cooking tonight.
We, the lazy, are taking back lazy.
By getting comfy on our Lazy Boy furniture.
Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Set sail toward fast asthma relief with Brethora.
$300 for a refill?
Don't pay that. Use Single Care. Look up your prescription, show the coupon to the pharmacist, and save.
Really?
Really. Single Care is free to use and available to everyone.
Single Care even beats my insurance.
It's the single best solution to high prices. And unlike this sunset, the savings are real.
See why more people are saving with Single Care. Common side effects include deep prescription discounts, sudden euphoria, and high-fiving pharmacists.
Watch what happens in here when you file with TaxSlayer for just $22.99. Credits, tax breaks, deductions, and another happy American gets their maximum refund with 100% accuracy. U.S.-based real human support. File by February 8th for $22.99. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Have you ever felt so sluggish that it was like you were stuck in your chair? Like you didn't feel energetic enough for even routine activity? I've been there, and as a doctor, I knew this could be a sign that my digestive system wasn't working at its best. So I followed the same advice I give my patients and started taking Metamucil fiber every day.
Metamucil is the only leading brand with plant-based psyllium fiber that gels to help trap and remove waste, so you can feel lighter in as little as 14 days.
After trying it for 2 weeks, I decided to keep taking Metamucil every day to help meet my health goals.
Metamucil psyllium fiber also helps curb cravings between meals, helps lower cholesterol to support heart health, and helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels. That's why Metamucil is the #1 fiber brand recommended by doctors, pharmacists,
and gastroenterologists like me.
Metamucil. Digestive health starts here. Scan to shop or visit these fine retailers today.
Yes, I'm on Row. They say GLP-1s for weight loss is a shortcut. It's not, it's science. After kids, it's the medicine my body needed. GLP-1s helped me lose 31 pounds. One app to hit my goals. This is healthcare. This is Row. I'm Serena Williams, and I'm a real Row member.
The Winter Blue sale is now on. Visit sandals.com today.
Our health care is being stolen. If 200 Planned Parenthood health centers are forced to close, Jamie's cancer goes undetected, Tati can't get birth control, Jake misses STI testing. We can't let this happen. Millions depend on Planned Parenthood health centers for care. Go online, call, or scan the code on your screen to donate $19 a month, and we'll send you this Care No Matter What t-shirt. Act now to save their care and yours.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great quote.
You steal stuff?
Do you?
You nailed it, dude!
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
All right, this morning, Venezuela has requested an urgent meeting of the United Nations Security Council. The country's foreign minister called the U.S. strike and capture of President Nicolás Maduro cowardly. And we are standing by for any comment from the Venezuelan opposition, which has so far declined to speak on this incident. Joining me now from London is CNN anchor and international correspondent Issa Suarez. Issa, you've reported extensively from Venezuela, and we know that there are power outages and maybe some communication difficulties, but are you hearing from anyone inside the country?
I am indeed, and you just came to me, you saw me looking down, because I have been contacting those people, not just in the center of Caracas, further out. One person as far out as about an hour from outside of Caracas, she also doesn't have any electricity at the moment. But this morning, as early this morning, of course, in Caracas, there was palpable fear. One of my contacts, Victor, I can tell you, said he felt one of the strikes very close to his house. Luckily, his family weren't very close, were outside of the capital, but real palpable fear inside the country, I can tell you that. There is also now a sense of calm. Since the sun, of course, has risen, but people are fearful. People have been telling me, look, we want to celebrate. We want to celebrate inside our homes, internally, but we also know that prior to December, that Nicolás Maduro had put out an order, very clear order, said to arrest those who are celebrating the downfall, the potential downfall of his regime. So people are afraid of just not only showing emotion of what they're saying, measuring very carefully their words. Sense of palpable fear as people don't know what happens next. Delcy Rodriguez, Vice President, says she's now in charge, but what exactly does that mean? Within the Venezuelan regime, there are factions. While she says she's in charge, in order, of course, of the Constitution, many fear that potentially Diosdado Cabello, who is the defense minister, that he's the one that's running the show. He is a strong figure, a strong military figure, and the fear is that many within the military generals, Victor, may have still control of Venezuela. So people do not want to go out in the streets. People do not want to show emotion. While many, I would say the overwhelming majority, want to celebrate this moment after 13 years of Nicolás Maduro reigning over the country, people are fearful of what comes next, because the next few hours will be crucial here, Victor.
Understandably so that they're fearful, because so many of those questions have not been answered. And we hope to get some information from the president at 11 Eastern here. But we also understand you spoke with Colombian President Gustavo Petro. What did he tell you?
Look, I've spoken to Maria Corina Machado just last year, of course, the Nobel Peace Prize winner. I'm waiting to hear back from her exactly about what that means, because this is a moment she's looked forward to for a long, long time. And she even said when she was in Oslo, you know, I'll be home soon, and so will you, telling a reporter. Maybe she knew what was coming just months down the road. President Petro, I spoke to him in an exclusive interview back in November of last year. I think it was November 26. We sat down, and this was off the back of the fact that we're seeing these. We have seen for several months these targeted strikes on alleged drug boats off the coast of Venezuela, something that Colombia has been very concerned about. And Gustavo Petro, who's leaving office this year, he said to me that this is not President Trump wanting democracy in Venezuela. He very clearly said they're going after their oil. The United States, that President Trump wasn't interested in narco trafficking, that he wasn't interested in democratization of Venezuela. Instead, what he wanted was Venezuela's oil. Of course, Venezuela is well known to have the largest oil reserves in the world. And so him very much going after President Trump. They both have been at loggerheads for some time, with the United States, of course, sanctioning him and certain members of his family. So things ratcheting up. The Colombian military, very concerned, Victor. Just before I tell you, in the last few hours, I spoke to a source saying they're putting troops on the border, not only concerned about an influx, of course, of humanitarian reasons of migrants, but also about the ELN, those drug operatives within Venezuela, and what impact they may have in this transition in the next few hours. This is going to be critical.
Something else to watch. Issa Suarez for us. Thank you so much. Attorney General Pam Bondi says Nicolás Maduro will soon face the full wrath of the American justice on American soil in American courts after he was arrested in Venezuela. We'll hear from the president later this morning about the arrest and the strikes in Venezuela. More of the breaking news after the break.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Jorge has always put the ones he loves first. But when it comes to caring for his teeth, he's let his own maintenance take a back seat. Well, maybe it's time to shift gears on that. Aspen Dental has complete, affordable care all under one roof. Plus, free exams and x-rays for new patients without insurance, and 20% off dental services for everyone, making it easier to get started with quality care. It's one more way Aspen Dental is in your corner.
We pull people off the street and ask them about their hearts.
How's your heart?
My heart's pretty good.
You sure? How do you know? You're driving a car, you have the check engine light, but the heart doesn't have a hey, check heart sign.
Check your heart in just 30 seconds with Cardio Mobile and enjoy the convenience and reliability of a medical-grade EKG from anywhere. And you can get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon, so you can start taking charge of your heart health.
I want to show you something. Put both fingers right on those pads. There you go. In 30 seconds, we're going to have medical-grade EKG reading. There it is. That is you.
Look at that.
Cardio Mobile is proven to detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including atrial fibrillation, which, when left untreated, can increase your risk of stroke by 5 times. Cardio Mobile has recorded over 300 million EKGs, and it's our most clinically validated personal EKG. Checking your heart anytime, anywhere has never been easier. Get Cardio Mobile today for just $79 at Cardio.com or Amazon.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil, Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go, unscripted. Good to go, on a whim. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider, as few as 6 times a year. Don't take Cabenuva if allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines that may interact. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, mental health, pregnancy, and breastfeeding. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. With Cabenuva, you're good to go without daily HIV pills. Talk to your doctor about switching.
This isn't our dog.
That one?
You never got new glasses, did you?
Well, you didn't know Stanton Optical makes eye care easy.
Exactly.
2 pairs of glasses and a free eye exam, $79. Stanton Optical. Easy's our thing.
Since 1945, Bears has delivered more than furniture and celebrating new beginnings with you ever since. Start the new year with savings of 45% and more store-wide at Bears New Year Sale. Save big on the Universal Aveline Dining Table, the Bernhardt Foundation's Queen Bed, this Bernhardt Leather Power Motion Sofa, with fast white glove delivery and free interior design services. Bears always hits home.
Getting glasses soon?
Price is rising? Tough.
You know at Stanton you can get 2 glasses and an eye exam for just 79 bucks?
Don't believe you.
Let me show you.
Okay, let's go. Got the exam, chose the frames, and glasses were ready in 30 minutes. Stanton Optical rules.
On TNT, the excitement of a new season is over. Now you're into the grind.
The grind part of the season,
that's when the real work starts.
A little banged up, you're sore.
The schedule's been grueling.
You played a lot of games, but you still have a lot of games left to go.
You gotta bear down.
Every game matters.
First man, stay with it, stay with it.
I think it's such an important part of the season.
You want to set the tone now.
You're almost around the corner to playoff time. That's what keeps you going.
Go get it, dig in.
It's a great time of year.
Right here on TNT.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says Nicolás Maduro will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. The Trump administration has long accused Nicolás Maduro of running a criminal enterprise. Maduro was first indicted back in 2020 on narco-terrorism and cocaine trafficking charges. The U.S. accused Maduro of heading a cartel the government labeled a foreign terrorist organization. Now, overnight, a GOP senator said that he was told by the Secretary of State that the military strike was done to protect U.S. troops executing the Maduro arrest warrant. State Department reporter Jennifer Hansler joins us now from Washington, D.C. Jennifer, good morning to you. What do you know?
Well, Victor, they've really been laying the groundwork, as you noted, for a long time to pursue legal action in the United States against Maduro. Going back to Trump's first term back in March 2020, his Justice Department indicted Nicolás Maduro and a number of his associates for what they called narco-terrorism, cocaine trafficking, a number of other charges. And they had a bounty on Maduro for his arrest for $15 million. Now, in the last days of the Biden administration, they actually upped that bounty to $25 million. But since the Trump administration has taken office, they have built that pressure even further to see Maduro leave power and to see him prosecuted here in the United States. They upped that bounty to $50 million. They declared the Cartel de los Soles as a foreign terrorist organization. They have made claims that Nicolás Maduro is the leader of that cartel, and they have repeatedly said that he is a narco-terrorist. They have alleged that he is not the legitimate leader of Venezuela, that his government is not the legitimate government for Venezuela. And of course, we saw all of that culminate overnight with this really dramatic arrest, with this military strike in Caracas, in Venezuela, to take him into justice. We don't know right now where Nicolás Maduro is. We have just heard from the president that he is in U.S. custody. We don't know exactly where he is going to be prosecuted for these alleged crimes that he was indicted for some 6 years ago now. But we do know that this is something that the Trump administration has been eyeing for a long, long time here, Victor.
The vice president there asking for proof of life of Maduro and his wife. Russia now asking for immediate clarification on the U.S. claim of having captured Maduro and his wife. Jennifer Hansler, thank you very much. We have more on our breaking news at the top of the hour. President Trump will speak at 11 a.m. in a news conference from Mar-a-Lago. He's already confirmed the U.S. strike in Venezuela and that Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife have been captured. We'll be right back.
Want to hear something great?
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Another morning walk.
With our mom's osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different.
No way! We still get to see each other all the time.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can rapidly build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity, the only bone builder that also helps slow bone loss. And Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk.
I love the cool stuff we're doing.
Yeah, we're still out and about exploring.
Yay for building new bone.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
See you tomorrow.
I am going to do something right now that is going to just go, what? We're going to give you all of our best wrinkle-fighting products in one system.
Ellen DeGeneres has a skincare line, and I just found out about this. I was suffering with dryness, dullness, and that dreaded turkey neck. I've been using this for about a month now. 3 things I'm really noticing. The neck area is starting to smooth, visually firmer, plumper skin. And I notice my skin is staying hydrated all day long. Firm it up with some firming serum. Let's go. I'm already feeling the tightening happening. Tighter, tighter, tighter. Crazy about the hydration cream. You only need a little, but I want to like slather it all over me. Saving the best for last. These are my top 2 favorites. The neck cream, bye-bye turkey neck. This radiance oil, it is going to make you do all the glowy things.
Is that good? It's going to be 6 products. It's going to be called the No Fuss Visible Wrinkle Reducer. If you bought each of these individually, it would be $250. I did the math. You don't have to do it. Just trust me. But no, it's going to be $79.95 for this system. It's going to be the introductory wrinkle fighting system, okay? But then I'm going to give it to you for $59.95. All 6. I know. Believe me, I'm shaking my head. Anyway, today, if you do it, I'm going to give you 2 free gifts. They're going to be gifts, and they're going to be free. You'll get them if you order today. $59.95 for all 6. Come on now.
Sold separately, you'd pay over $250 for all this. The Kind Science Deluxe Wrinkle Fighting System is $79.95. But with this DeGeneres deal, save 25% today and get this introductory system for just $59.95. plus 2 free gifts and free shipping. You're holding your phone, so get this deal now. Scan the code, go to kindscience.com, or call the number to order right now.
Big news from Coco Ford. Under new management and ready to drive your experience to the next level. Say hello to Coco Ford.
Where we'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
Home of the lowest priced new Ford vehicles in Brevard County. Big changes have happened at Coco Ford that you have to see. New ownership, new management, new experience. Come check us out on 520 in Coco or visit us online today, cocofordfl.com.
You have a vision for your business, a vision to grow, to thrive, to shine. At Spectrum Reach, we recognize the drive and dedication behind that vision. We created the Pay It Forward program to help small businesses like yours do what you do best, with complimentary advertising resources and opportunities to grow. Apply for the Pay It Forward program today to bring your vision to life.
Patterson has been charged with murder for suspected mushroom poisoning.
Aaron's darkest secrets were coming up. We're all on the edge of our seats.
The defense will call Aaron Patterson.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to CNN. I'm Victor Blackwell in Atlanta. The breaking news this morning, President Trump says the U.S. carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight. He says its president, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores, have been captured and flown out of the country. Attorney General Pam Bondi says both of them have been indicted, and in a social media post says that they will, quote, soon face the full wrath of American justice. The Venezuelan vice president says that she has no idea where Maduro and the First Lady are.
Faced with this brutal situation and this brutal attack, we do not know the whereabouts of President Nicolás Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores. We demand immediate proof of life from the government of President Donald Trump, proof of life for President Maduro and the First Lady.
President Trump says that he'll address the nation on the strikes from Mar-a-Lago later this morning. Right now, quiet in the capital of Caracas just hours after the strikes, but earlier explosions rocked Venezuela, knocked out power, and sent people running outside. And this strike was at La Carlota Air Base in Caracas. CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh joins me now from London. Nick, we just heard from Issa Suarez speaking with some of her sources in country about the fear of what could come next because so many questions are unanswered.
Yeah, I mean, let's go through what we know has happened so far. Since about 1 a.m. local time, and these series of explosions rocked Caracas and other parts of Venezuela. Multiple helicopters seen in the air, and then clearly a U.S. Special Forces operation that removed Nicolás Maduro and his wife from what should have been their heavily fortified and secured premises in the capital there. Hard to understate quite what a move this is geopolitically by the Trump White House to remove the sitting president of a country which it considers to be a regional irritant. Startling, successful, certainly, daring, certainly as well, and also efficient, frankly, given what it seems the brevity, comparatively, of this operation and the impact that it is having. The Attorney General, Pam Bondi, hinting that the indictments in the Southern District of New York court will be the ones that Maduro faced. He had a $50 million bounty on his head, seeking information that could lead towards his capture, and it may well be that the delay we're seeing since Trump's tweet in the early hours of this morning, his 74-word social media post that removed the extraordinary mystery, frankly, or the unresponsibility of exactly what was happening in the skies of Caracas, very quickly to explain that, as many as suspected, it was the US military behind this. It now appears that potentially the delay may be about transferring Maduro inside American soil for when President Trump addresses the nation about this move, extraordinary as it is. But I think once perhaps for Trump allies, the exhilaration of removing Maduro, who has been an authoritarian dictator behind violence against protesters and opponents for 13 years. Once that fades, the hard questions now must be answered about what to do with Venezuela's crippled economy. That has been the reason why Maduro has needed to be authoritarian, the mismanagement of basic things like inflation foodstuffs that permeates that entire country. What happens now to Venezuela's military, heavily hit during this brief series of strikes? Should point out the explosions we've been seeing in these videos, utterly alien to life in sleepy, peaceful Caracas, will have terrified the millions who live there. What is the likely course for Venezuela's political elite? Is indeed Delcy Rodriguez the successor? Does she immediately seek a détente with the United States to prevent a similar abduction in the middle of the night occurring to her? These are all urgent questions, and I think the key thing here is for the United States to have planned for the aftermath of Maduro with the same efficiency, detail and resolve as they clearly planned his capture and abduction. The US military, very good at this sort of thing, be it bin Laden in Pakistan, Zawahiri, the Al-Qaeda leader in Afghanistan, Maduro, a man with lesser charges against him in Venezuela, but they fail repeatedly in what comes next. And I'm sure many in Venezuela will be deeply hoping that they now see some sort of future ahead of them where their economic and political problems become part of the United States focus and they're not just left to see further collapse. A reminder, the United States, particularly the Trump administration, wants to see many of the hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans on US soil go home. And perhaps a calm and prosperous Venezuela would permit that to happen at a faster pace. But we are today in unprecedented territory. In Moscow and Beijing, they will be looking at how their ally, Maduro, is suddenly whisked away from a place where he should have felt security of diplomacy, of the international world order. He may now soon be in a New York courthouse to face drug charges.
Yeah, Russia, as I said a moment ago, is now asking for immediate clarification on the U.S. claims that it has captured Maduro.
They'll probably get that.
Yeah. Nick Payton-Walsh, thanks so much. Joining us now is CNN senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak. Kevin, again, we're going to hear from the president at 11 a.m. Eastern, 3 hours from now. But I understand you have some new information about how this unfolded. What do you know?
Yeah, and what we understand is that the president gave the green light for this operation several days ago. That's according to people familiar with the matter. It was carried out by the elite Delta Force in the U.S. Army. That's the same group that captured Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi some years ago. So a highly trained a force that went in to capture Maduro. They were tracking his location with the assistance of the CIA, and we know that the president had authorized the CIA to operate covertly inside of Venezuela, some weeks ago. We saw some of what they were doing just this week when we learned about that strike on a dock facility that the president said was transporting drugs. But now we're getting a fuller picture of what precisely that agency was doing there. Now, the goal here is to try Maduro on U.S. soil. We've been hearing that from officials. We just heard it explicitly from the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who is citing that indictment in the Southern District of New York that was filed back in 2020. There was this bounty on Maduro, and what Bondi says is that both Maduro and his wife will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. But to be sure, there are plenty of questions here being raised by members of Congress. It does not appear as if the Trump administration briefed, the relevant lawmakers or the relevant committees before taking that action. And this morning, it appears that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has been on the phone talking to senators to discuss some of what happened, and some of them are revealing a little bit about their discussion. Mike Lee, the senator from Utah, said that the strikes that occurred in Venezuela were intended to protect the U.S. personnel who were capturing Maduro, that the president was relying on his Article 2 authority, essentially his authority as commander-in-chief to conduct foreign policy, to carry out these strikes. And I think most critically, what Rubio told Lee was that he anticipates no further action in Venezuela now that Maduro is in U.S. custody. So this appears to be it for now, what we've seen overnight. This is really the culmination of this months-long pressure campaign. There was, I think, some misgivings on the part of the president some months ago about where all of this was leading. We heard that from officials, that he had some reservations that this could potentially all backfire if Maduro was ousted from power, some questions about whether this would be effective, but clearly he has put those to the side and given the green light to go ahead. You know, I think President Trump is also of the era who will remember a mixed history of U.S. interventions in Latin America, including with the CIA. You know, today is 35 years exactly since the U.S. arrested the Panamanian dictator Manuel Noriega at the Vatican Embassy in Panama. So, you know, there is a long, somewhat mixed history for the president to look back on here, but clearly eager to proclaim success in this particular mission, and I think eager to show that justice will be served for what they claim is a drug trafficking charge. You know, the objectives in all of this have always, in a way, led to regime change. That was what the president's ultimate goal was here. We heard that explicitly from Susie Wiles in that Vanity Fair interview. But you also saw a number of different sort of rationales that the president has laid out, whether it was curbing the flow of drugs, whether it was curbing the flow of migrants. You also hear the president talk quite a bit about the oil. Of course, Venezuela is sitting on the world's largest proven oil reserves. And so I think when we hear from the president over at Mar-a-Lago down here in Palm Beach at 11 a.m., it's likely that we're going to hear sort of a combination of all of that. And certainly, I think the question of what happens next in Venezuela, what the president has been planning on that front, whether the U.S. sort of has any role or anticipates any role in stabilizing that country now that the leader has left, those will be critical questions that the president, I think, will need to answer for when we see him in a few hours from now.
And Democrats in the Senate are already asking those questions, as we're seeing on social media. As Kevin Liptak, thanks so much. Let's turn now to journalist Mary Mina, reporting live from the Capitol. Mary, looks calm behind you now, but tell us, where were you and what did you see and hear when the explosion started?
Well, as many Venezuelans, I was at home. I was sleeping at the time that the strikes began here in the country. It was impossible to not to wake up because of the loud sound that was produced by these detonations that were not permanent, but they were clear sign of that something bad was happening inside of the country. We need to remember that Caracas is a valley surrounded by mountains, so the acoustic of everything is extremely loud when something like that happens. For some people, was an indication of fireworks. We need to remember that we just have the New Year's Eve, and some woke up with these loud sounds, and on some messages from relatives from abroad telling them that something was happening. Later on, the government confirmed using a statement that the attacks took place in 3 different locations inside Venezuela, in 3 states of Venezuela, but so far there are no large gathering of people outside, and this is for many reasons. We need to remember that Venezuelans were, or most Venezuelans were living under an authoritarian leader, and last year many detentions took place, so there's no demonstration in favor of this situation or against. So far, the state television has been showing small groups of people in different locations in the city, and they are showing images of the streets, highways. Streets in Caracas are pretty much empty, and there's quiet, there's silence in the city. Right now, the words that government officials keep repeating is, where is Nicolás Maduro? And they are demanding a proof of life, because we need to remember that even though we have the confirmation that from President Donald Trump that Maduro is outside of the country and he will be facing criminal charges, here inside Venezuela there's still supporters of Maduro, such as the vice president and the general attorney, that say that some people were damaged, some people were even killed, but they don't explain with a lot of detail what is happening inside of the country. They keep saying they are in charge and asking people to remain in calm. And that is what we are witnessing right now. Most people inside of the home and stores and many things that should be open on a regular Saturday are closed so far. And the Saturday is just beginning in Venezuela.
All right, we'll learn more throughout the day. Mary Mina, thank you so much. We're going to take a quick break, less than 3 hours away now from President Trump addressing the overnight strikes in Venezuela. This is Mar-a-Lago. We'll have those comments scheduled for 11 a.m. Eastern.
All There Is Live, now streaming at cnn.com/allthereis.
Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold or Flu Fizzy Chews. Chew, fizz. Feel better fast. No water needed. Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Chews.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once-daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, visible repair of the intestinal lining,
and lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50+ with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
put UC and Crohn's in check, and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Mopping is hard work, but I thought it was the only way I can get my floors truly clean. And then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop and realized I can get cleaner floors without the extra work. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact, and the pad's hundreds of strips scrub away sticky messes even from grout lines. Okay, Power Mop. Plus, its 360-degree swivel head cleans up along baseboards and even behind the toilet. So ditch the bucket and all the hard work that comes along with it with the Swiffer Power Mop.
If you believe that your body is your own and that reproductive health care is health care, then donate to Planned Parenthood and put your values into action. Efforts to shut us down have already put 200 health centers at risk of closing. Go online, call, or scan this code to donate $19 a month right now, and we'll send you this care no matter what t-shirt. This is the time to show up for your values before it's too late. Go online, call, or scan this code.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. Whew, that's hot. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
Make a move. I dare you.
With Ring, you can protect your home from anywhere.
Remember when joy just happened? No plan, no reason. Smiles showed up with no invitation. Here, the water welcomes everyone and says, never forget what you love. Never lose your splash.
What are you doing? I'm trying to reach this dust top of the fan. Say, why don't you just use the Swiffer duster? We have one of those? Man, look, where did that come from? This cleans in all the really tight places and all the really hot ones so you don't have to jump. Man. Ooh, looks like you got into everything, every nick and cranny.
This is a part of American heritage. And if you really love your country, you're gonna have to love moonshine.
All right, more on the breaking news now. The United States captures President Nicolás Maduro after launching an attack on Venezuela. President Trump confirms on Truth Social that the U.S. carried out this large-scale strike overnight and that President Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were captured and flown out of the country. CNN has learned that President Trump approved the operation days ago. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reportedly told one senator that Maduro will stand trial in the U.S. on drug trafficking charges. The U.S. indicted Maduro in 2020, and the Venezuelan government is calling the U.S. operation a grave military aggression. CNN crews were firsthand witnesses to a series of explosions in the capital of Caracas just before 1 a.m. Parts of the city are now without power. The Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency. President Trump plans to deliver remarks about the operation and the capture of Maduro this morning at 11 Eastern Time. Let's discuss the developments with former Deputy Director of National Intelligence Beth Sanner and CNN's military analyst Colonel Cedric Layton. Welcome to you both. Colonel, first to you, and admittedly it may be premature, but based on history, based on the context and what we know about Venezuela and their capabilities, is this the start of something bigger? Because we've heard condemnation from the vice president, we've heard condemnation from the defense minister, but we've heard no promise of retaliation. And so what do you expect from them now?
Yeah, that's good. That's a very interesting question, Victor. Good morning again. I think from the Venezuelans, what they're going to do is they're going to wait and see what happens next. If you take Secretary of State Rubio's statements at face value, apparently there is no further U.S. military action planned. So if there's no further U.S. military action, it's going to be difficult for the Venezuelans to retaliate to something that has basically come into their country and left the country and taken their president and first lady with them. So in this particular context, I think what we're seeing is Venezuela in shock that this has happened, at least the Maduro regime in shock. And now they're waiting to see if something else does materialize. Of course, this begs the question, what happens next? Because now there's a power vacuum in Venezuela. And if the U.S. wants to influence what happens next, they're going to have some method of doing that. And if they don't have troops on the ground, it's going to have to be an indirect approach. Maybe that'll work, maybe it won't. But that's something that's going to impact what happens next, I believe.
And so, Beth, your top morning after question, because as the Colonel has said, and General Wesley Clark was on earlier with us, said that the U.S. is good with the capture, but it's the next step, the day, the week, the month on. What are your top concerns?
Well, I think that basically very little changes in the immediate future. You have very strong leadership that remains in Venezuela. Maduro is one part of a military police state. The Interior Minister, Cabello, is absolutely, the strong man behind Maduro and what propped up the regime and made sure that they endured after they stole the election in 2024. And so, you've got him, you've got the defense minister, Pedrino, and you have this succession of power in the Constitution that goes to Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, and she is standing, in front of the cameras as well. All of them are in front of the cameras, and Cabello is on the streets. And they have this vast neighborhood collectivos and other kind of reservists that are in the neighborhoods. They're part of the neighborhood watch. And so I think the next thing is, how much does this government crack down on the opposition? How many more arrests will take place as they try to make sure that they stay in power? And then, on the United States side, what do we do? I think that steady as she goes in terms of the economic stranglehold, the gunboat diplomacy, and that's going to continue to put pressure on the regime. But, this doesn't change a whole lot in terms of the lives of Venezuelans today,
well, Beth,
unless they rise up.
Do you think that satisfies this president, though? That simply having Maduro in custody is really all he wants?
No, but I think that this checks the box on the domestic side of things. And as you pointed out, he was indicted by the Department of Justice in 2020. And so this has been on the books for a long time. They're following through. But no, I don't think this quite satisfies it, which is why I think that we'll continue to see this gunboat diplomacy. And if they do crack down on the opposition, and we'll see what people do. Are people going to be brave enough to go out onto the streets? I don't know. But if they do start cracking down and hurting people, then I think that the president may take another step. But at this point, he doesn't want ground troops. He doesn't want troops on the ground because that is certainly not consistent with, kind of what the base wants right now. So he's trying to avoid that.
Yeah. Cedric, Colonel, does this get to the point of the drug trafficking and the cartels inside Venezuela? Because the argument from the administration for the dozens of now boat strikes was that these were boats coming over and killing Americans. Does this slow that passage of drugs toward the U.S., if that is indeed the case?
Yeah, Victor, great question. I think the answer is no. Now, there may be a temporary abatement in, shipments of drugs through Venezuela, but we have to remember that actually is a very small amount of drugs that comes in through Venezuela. So that it's going to really not dent that very, very much, even that small amount. And it's definitely not going to do very much to counter the drug flow from places like Colombia and Mexico into the United States. So this is at best, a temporary stop to some of those shipments, but I don't think it's going to do anything at all to limit that, because that whole drug system, the whole distribution that narco traffickers have, is going to continue no matter who's in charge in Venezuela.
And so, Beth, one more to you, because we've heard from Russia their concern, condemning these actions overnight, the capture of Maduro, asking for clarification. Of course, we know that the U.S. is trying to negotiate the end of Russia's war on Ukraine. And so what is the residue of what's happening in Venezuela? How does that impact the other geopolitical efforts this administration has embarked upon?
Well, with Russia, Russia probably certainly has people on the ground. They have advisors, they have technicians. Most likely those people, maybe they were hurt. We don't know really if there was any collateral damage here. The Cubans who were next to and part of the guards, the palace guards for Maduro. And then there was a Chinese special envoy who arrived yesterday in Caracas and met yesterday in a very big television splash on Venezuelan TV with Maduro. So, and then you have Iranian involvement as well. So we have all of our adversaries in Venezuela, which is one of the reasons we're unhappy. I actually think that the biggest impact, the most immediate impact, is maybe in Iran. And, the president just made some threats exactly 6 years ago today. The first Trump administration killed Soleimani, who was then the head of the Republican Guards Quds Force inside Iraq. And President Trump tweeted about protecting and defending the Iranian protesters should they be killed. So we will see in a way how this unfolds can affect how the Iranian regime is feeling, how secure they feel, and what comes next for them. For Putin, this is going to be condemnation, China, but even allies like Mexico have come out condemning this action. So we will, much more to come.
The president, a little more than 24 hours ago, posted on social media, the U.S. is locked and loaded, focused on Iran's treatment of those protesters. Beth Sanner, Colonel Layton, thank you both. President Trump confirms that large-scale U.S. strike in Venezuela, along with the capture of President Maduro and his wife. We'll take a quick break and be back with more breaking news coverage after this.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
I am going to do something right now that is going to just go, what? We're going to give you all of our best wrinkle-fighting products in one system.
Ellen DeGeneres has a skincare line, and I just found out about this.
I was suffering with dryness, dullness, and that dreaded turkey neck. I've been using this for about a month now.
3 things I'm really noticing. The neck area is starting to smooth, visually firmer, plumper skin. And I notice my skin is staying hydrated all day long. Firm it up with some firming serum. Let's go. I'm already feeling the tightening happening. Tighter, tighter, tighter.
Crazy about the hydration cream.
You only need a little, but I want to like slather it all over me. Saving the best for last. These are my top 2 favorites. The neck cream, bye-bye turkey neck. This radiance oil, it is going to make you do all the glowy things.
Is that good? It's going to be 6 products. It's going to be called the No Fuss Visible Wrinkle Reducer. If you bought each of these individually, it would be $250. I did the math. You don't have to do it. Just trust me. But no, it's going to be $79.95 for this system. It's going to be the introductory wrinkle fighting system, okay? But then I'm going to give it to you for $59.95. All 6. I know. Believe me, I'm shaking my head. Anyway, today, if you do it, I'm going to give you 2 free gifts. They're going to be gifts, and they're going to be free. You'll get them if you order today. $59.95 for all 6. Come on now.
Sold separately, you'd pay over $250 for all this. The Kind Science Deluxe Wrinkle Fighting System is $79.95. But with this DeGeneres deal, save 25% today and get this introductory system for just $59.95. Plus 2 free gifts and free shipping. You're holding your phone, so get this deal now. Scan the code, go to kindscience.com, or call the number to order right now.
Tired of struggling with impossible messes in your tub and shower? Some cleaning sprays can be ineffective. Switch to Mr. Clean Foaming Bath Magic Eraser. Simply add water to effortlessly cut through 100% of soap, scum, and grime. And use Mr. Clean Extra Durable throughout your home, in the kitchen for burnt-on food, and on walls to remove scuffs and marks. It even erases 3 times more permanent marker per swipe. Switch to Mr. Clean Magic Eraser. Brand power helping you buy better.
Brevard's oldest personal injury firm, Nance Cacciatore, has relocated to historic downtown Melbourne. For more than 60 years, we have taken on insurance companies and corporations to protect injured Floridians. We know what it takes to win. Thousands of major recoveries, national recognition, trial attorneys who stand up and do not back down for the people they represent. Injured in a car or truck accident? Call Nance Cacciatore, the local firm, with legendary results.
You have a vision for your business, a vision to grow, to thrive, to shine. At Spectrum Reach, we recognize the drive and dedication behind that vision. We created the Pay It Forward program to help small businesses like yours do what you do best, with complimentary advertising resources and opportunities to grow. Apply for the Pay It Forward program today to bring your vision to life.
The excitement of a new season is over. Now you're into the grind.
The grind part of the season, that's when the real work starts. A little banged up, you're sore.
The schedule's been grueling.
You played a lot of games, but you still have a lot of games left to go.
You got to bear down.
Every game matters.
Good work, man. Stay with it. Stay with it.
I think it's such an important part of the season.
You want to set the tone now.
You're almost around the corner to playoff time. That's what keeps you going.
It's a great time of year. Right here on TNT. This is CNN Breaking News.
We are learning more information on the U.S. strikes on Venezuela early this morning. A source tells CNN that President Trump gave authorization for the covert mission to capture Venezuelan President Maduro several days ago. The mission was carried out by the Army Delta Force, which is one of the U.S.'s premier counterterrorism units. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told the GOP senator that the land strikes overnight were deployed to protect and defend the troops executing the arrest warrant. And President Trump says that he will address the mission in a news conference from Mar-a-Lago. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern. CNN's Rafael Romo joins me now. Still a lot of questions about the operation, and maybe we'll get those answers from the president. But for the Venezuelan people, the question of what's next and the potential that they just trade one dictator for another.
I think it's a very real possibility, Victor, and you just nailed it by saying that. And one thing that I was remembering is that 36 years ago to the day, General Noriega, the then strongman of Panama, surrendered to U.S. forces after the operation launched by the United States in Panama, Operation Just Cause, when George H.W. Bush was the president. So it happened on January 3rd, number one. The other thing that we have to realize about Venezuela is that it's not one single man holding power and holding the country together. Maduro was not ruling by himself. It's a group of people, and Maduro was a power broker. There are many people who could potentially succeed him. We were listening earlier today from Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. She's more of an ideological ally who has been working behind the scenes to keep power together. Earlier today, we also saw Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino. He is the strong man behind the armed forces and a very possible, in my view, successor to Nicolás Maduro, because the armed forces are very loyal to him. I can also think of Diosdado Cabello, the current interior minister. He is a former military officer and someone who is closer, more similar to the late Hugo Chavez, who was the one who brought Chavismo and socialism to the country. And last but not least, I would also mention the Attorney General, Tarek William Saab, who's also a very powerful broker in Venezuela. So it's not just one man, it is a system that has permeated Venezuela, every facet of power, and that they have been operating like that in allowing the armed forces to enrich themselves, allowing certain business people to enrich themselves so that they can perpetuate themselves in power.
You know, we heard from Beth Sander in that last segment in which she said it's steady as you goes. Things will probably continue along unless the people rise up. And so what potential do you see that? It's been, we were talking during the break, several years since you've seen any evidence of that in Venezuela.
So I was thinking of the uprising in April of 2019. We were there to cover what happened. And at the time, there were many young people willing to die for Venezuela to bring about regime change. Many of those people have unfortunately died. Many of them are in jail. Many of them are part of the waves of Venezuelans who just simply left the country. Let's remember, Victor, 8 million Venezuelans, enough people to form a new country, have left Venezuela in the last 10, 15 years. So it tells you about what they have been through. The other thing that we need to remember is that the regime has control of armed groups. They are roving gangs that the government itself has armed over the years, and they can respond at a moment's notice. I saw them in action in 2019. They're nothing to play with. They're armed. They are not afraid to attack. And because of impunity, they can do as they please. We were walking towards the building of the National Assembly, and our fixer then told us, really get into the building right away, because the colectivos, that's what they're called in Spanish, these groups, are only a block away. We got in and we saw one of the opposition legislators come in with a bloody nose because he had been attacked on the spot. So that gives you an idea of what kind of challenges there are ahead.
You talked about the millions of Venezuelans who fled. Some of them came here to the U.S. So we've got that video. If we have it, let's put it up, of the celebration in Miami-Dade County in Doral, which is sometimes referred to as Little Venezuela because of the concentration of Venezuelans. You and I are talking about what's on the next page for Venezuela. The people here are just celebrating that the page is turning.
That's right, and you see celebrations there in Doral. You're going to see celebrations. We earlier got images from Venezuelans in Madrid. You're going to see celebrations in Santiago, the Chilean capital. All of those people who have left, we were talking about it before, in the last 10, 15 years, because they could not take it anymore. Venezuela has lost 72% of its economy in the last 12 years. Maduro took office in 2013. Chavez, his predecessor, was lucky because oil prices were high, and so they could live in a socialist regime as long as the money lasted. But all of these people were desperate. I was also able to talk to Venezuelans coming to the United States in Eagle Pass, and they risked everything, including their own lives, because there was nothing left for them in Venezuela. And one of the things that we were hearing this morning is a lady talking about the current situation. And she was saying, we have faced death for 26 years since Hugo Chavez took power. So you see people celebrating, not the same thing in Caracas this morning because people are very afraid still of the regime.
Rafael Romo, thank you for helping us understand it. We should also remind people that President Trump ended the temporary protective status for the Venezuelans in America. So we'll see if the people who were celebrating there in Doral will have to be or be forced to go back to Venezuela in this time of uncertainty. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm. Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrin No Trip. Wow! Ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real.
And now try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
Retinal vision only on Ring. AI tuning for sharper goodbyes, clearer hellos, and safer tomorrows. Protect your home like I do with Retinal Vision on new 4K cameras and doorbells from Ring. Shop now at ring.com.
Our right to reproductive health care is being stolen from us.
I can't believe this is the world we live in, where we're losing the freedom to control our own bodies.
We need your support now more than ever. Go online, call, or scan this code with your $19 monthly gift, and we'll send you this Care No Matter What t-shirt.
It is your right to have safe health care. That's it.
Go online, call, or scan right now.
Febreze.
Have you tried these Febreze car vent clips? The intensity dial gives you total control. I could turn it up. That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
How's everybody feeling tonight?
Is This Thing On is one of the best films of the year. Starring Will Arnett, Laura Dern, Andrew Day, and Bradley Cooper.
Oh, come on. I thought this was a comedy.
Is This Thing On rated R?
Hey guys, Viagra is not your only option. Rose Sparks act fast and stay active longer. They aren't pills. Sparks dissolve under your tongue to reach your bloodstream for speedy results. Connect with a provider at ro.co/sparks.
This isn't your average pill. This is Rose Sparks. Rose Sparks. Rose Sparks. Rose Sparks.
Rose Sparks is a fast-acting solution because it dissolves under your tongue.
Rose Sparks.
Guys, get started today.
Connect with a provider to find out if Rose Sparks are right for you.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts.
How's the heart?
Good.
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? Let me show you something. Put 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With Cardio Mobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardio Mobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. Cardio Mobile is now available for just $79. Order at cardia.com or Amazon.
Set sail toward fast asthma relief with Brethora.
$300 for a refill?
Don't pay that. Use Single Care. Look up your prescription, show the coupon to the pharmacist, and save.
Really?
Really. Single Care is free to use and available to everyone.
Single Care even beats my insurance.
It's the single best solution to high prices. And unlike this sunset, the savings are real.
See why more people are saving with Single Care. Common side effects include deep prescription discounts, sudden euphoria, and high-fiving pharmacists.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not 1, but 2 hormones to work harder. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Mopping is hard work, but I thought it was the only way I can get my floors truly clean. And then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop and realized I can get cleaner floors without the extra work. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact, and the pad's hundreds of strips scrub away sticky messes even from grout lines. Okay, Power Mop. Plus, its 360-degree swivel head cleans up along baseboards and even behind the toilet. So ditch the bucket and all the hard work that comes along with it with the Swiffer Power Mop.
NFC East, nothing like it. All I need is discipline and focus.
It's the NFL. You're playing against the best.
Let's go!
Just in, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro will, quote, soon face the full wrath of American justice. In a post on social media, Bondi cited the indictment against Maduro, charging him with narco-terrorism and other drugs and weapons charges. She thanked President Trump and the military for capturing the, quote, alleged international narco-traffickers. Maduro was indicted by the Southern District of New York in 2020. With me now is Notre Dame Law School professor Mary Ellen O'Connell. She specializes in international law on the use of force. Thank you so much for being with me. First, here's just the big, obvious question. Is capture of a foreign leader of a sovereign state in accordance with international law?
It is not. Let's be clear, there's an even worse violation of international law that is happening as we speak. That is the use of military force on Venezuelan soil. People have died, there has been destruction, and there is no justification for any of that under international law. In the course of that use of major military force, there has been a detention, a kidnapping of a citizen of Venezuela, the president, and a removal of him unlawfully to place we do not know. That is kidnapping. That is an unlawful extradition, rendition of a person that has been condemned throughout history, and certainly by the U.S. when it has happened through the use of other countries detaining people unlawfully, as the U.S. has apparently now done with President Maduro and his wife.
So let's take that in two parts, because we just showed the video of the people in South Florida who are celebrating this. There are many Venezuelans who are celebrating the, as they see it, the end of the Maduro regime. But if this is unlawful, what recourse is there? I mean, the U.S. is not going to just hand them back over.
Let me be clear. In saying that the U.S. should always follow the rule of law when we are combating lawlessness, this is no justification or any sort of praise for Maduro. He has ruled the country in clear violation of international law, of basic human rights of Venezuelans, and I understand why there is so much anger against him, especially by Venezuelans in exile who have been so harshly treated by Maduro and his predecessor Chavez. There's no reason, though, to double down on the violations and on the demonstrations of lawlessness by carrying out lawless actions and detaining him. It may be long, slow work, but eventually the people of Venezuela would reform their country. They would put people like Maduro on trial themselves or allow him to be extradited according to legal precedent to the United States. That is the way this should be handled. The U.S. should be demonstrating how the law can be implemented. We should be the most strict compliers with international law to use that demonstration effect so that other countries will follow our lead, not what we're doing today.
So let me get your reaction to what we've heard from, this is from a tweet posted by Senator Mike Lee from a conversation he had with the Secretary of State, in which he says, the kinetic action we saw tonight was deployed to protect and defend those executing the arrest warrant. This action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. What do you think about that?
Well, yes. So the U.S. constitutional question is complicated. Congress has really failed to hold the president to what our understanding of the commander-in-chief's actual authority is. But there's no question that regardless of whether President Trump acted in compliance with the Constitution, he acted in violation of the United Nations Charter. The treaties, like the UN Charter, are the supreme law of the United States, according to the Constitution. That means the president is compelled to comply with international law when he's acting abroad. He hasn't done that. He hasn't done that for months in carrying out these boat attacks, killing over 115 people in the Caribbean and the Pacific, blowing up a port through the CIA and other actions. The president wants countries to commit to trade treaties with him, to other kinds of agreements, to peace deals in Gaza and so forth. And yet he doesn't even respect the most important treaties in the international community, namely the United Nations Charter and the International Civil and Political Rights Covenant that protects human rights of everyone, even the criminally accused. So it's time for the U.S. to live up to the very ideals that we say we stand for.
Mary Ellen O'Connell, thank you very much for your insight. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
The Situation Room, weekday mornings at 10 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
The darkness of bipolar depression made me feel like life was moving on without me. Then I found a chance to let in the light.
Discover Caplyta. Unlike some medicines that only treat bipolar 1, Caplyta is proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression. And in clinical trials, movement disorders and weight gain were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, and dry mouth. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor how Caplyta can help you let in the light. Find savings at caplyta.com.
The Winter Blue sale is now on. Visit sandals.com today.
The Sacred Order of the group chat is now in session. Ingrid, report.
Last night was
epic. Spill the tea.
He took Blue Chew.
And your official ruling?
Fire. OMG, dead.
Febreze.
I don't know about y'all, but when it comes to working from home, I gotta have every part of my house clean. That means tidying up, then spraying my Febreze air mist to leave every room smelling fresh and clean. With that done, it's time to get to work.
Tired of struggling with impossible messes in your tub and shower? Mr. Clean Foaming Bath Magic Eraser cuts through 100% of soap, scum, and grime, while Mr. Clean Extra Durable effortlessly tackles messes throughout your home. Switch to Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you one of the millions of Americans who suffer from an upset stomach after a big meal? Try Pepto-Bismol. Unlike some products, Pepto coats and soothes your digestive system to provide fast 5-symptom relief. Stock up on Pepto today.
This holiday season, unwrap the stories you love. The moments that make you laugh, cry, and bring us all a little closer together. We believe in the magic of holiday stories and their power to connect us. It's why we package up all your holiday favorites in one easy-to-find place. So sit back, relax, and unwrap the joy with Spectrum TV.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure. I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found all my treasures at JB's Fantastic Finds.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Finds,
where the worlds of myth and fantasy collide with jewelry.
Such a deal.
The show is amazing.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Watch JB's Fantastic Finds with John Bastow to discover your treasure.
I'm who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase is exciting,
sarcastic,
very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now, and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
In a news conference later this morning, President Trump says that he'll give new details about the military operation in Venezuela, maybe answer some of the questions we've asked this morning. A GOP senator said that he was told by the Secretary of State that the U.S. strike was done to protect the troops arresting Maduro. The U.S. military has been increasing its forces in the Caribbean for months now. With me from Washington is CNN national security reporter Haley Britsky. Haley, what have you learned new?
Yeah, so we know that there are Delta forces who were assisting in this operation from CNN's Kevin Liptak. These are highly trained, highly selective special forces unit. We know that his location was being tracked by the CIA and that this operation was greenlit several days ago. But there's still a lot that we don't know, including what other military assets were used in this operation. This is something that certainly can't come together overnight. It requires a ton of planning. There are so many military assets in the region at this point. Roughly 15,000 U.S. troops, roughly a dozen warships, aircraft carriers, guided missile destroyers, you name it, in the region. And so this has been a gradual buildup over the last several months, really emphasizing how serious the president was in talking about Venezuela and the pressure campaign that the White House was placing there. So a lot of questions that we're still waiting to get answers to at this 11 a.m. press conference, including more details about this operation and sort of what this looked like and its planning behind the scenes. Because, again, this does take time to put together. You have the safety of the U.S. troops who are carrying out this mission at the top of mind, of course, when you're putting something together like this. So a lot more detail that we're looking to glean from the president's press conference and in the days ahead for sure, Victor.
Haley Britsky, thank you very much. And thank you for joining us this morning. Our breaking news coverage continues on Smerconish. Up next.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Did you know your brain has 3 dimensions of memory? Working, short term, and long term. That's why we created Nariva Memory 3D. Unlike ordinary memory supplements, Nariva's revolutionary formula has clinically tested ingredients that support 3 dimensions of memory. Take it from me. An elephant never forgets. When you need to remember, remember Nariva.
Set sail toward fast asthma relief with Brethora.
$300 for a refill?
Don't pay that. Use Single Care. Look up your prescription, show the coupon to the pharmacist, and save.
Really?
Really. Single Care is free to use and available to everyone.
Single Care even beats my insurance.
It's the single best solution to high prices. And unlike this sunset, the savings are real.
See why more people are saving with Single Care. Common side effects include deep prescription discounts, sudden euphoria, and high-fiving pharmacists.
Mopping is hard work. Then I tried the Swiffer Power Mop. It has a built-in solution that breaks down dirt on contact. Plus, its 360-degree swivel head cleans up along baseboards and even behind the toilet. Bye-bye, bucket, with the Swiffer Power Mop.
Our health care is being stolen. If 200 Planned Parenthood health centers are forced to close, Jamie's cancer goes undetected, Tati can't get birth control, Jake misses STI testing. We can't let this happen. Millions depend on Planned Parenthood health centers for care. Go online, call, or scan the code on your screen to donate $19 a month, and we'll send you this Care No Matter What t-shirt. Act now to save their care and yours.
Here I am, field trip chaperone.
Before helping prevent migraine with Qulipta, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible to help give that forget you get migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic. Stop taking and get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, lip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash. Tell your doctor about increased blood pressure or color changes, pain, or numbness in fingers or toes.
Ask your doctor about Qulipta to help prevent migraine.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not 1, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss, faster. Confidence, higher. Price, cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Febreze. When you host, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze Bathroom. It's an outlet-free air freshener that fights odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing. La, 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 la. You know.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Breaking news out of Venezuela. President Trump says the United States carried out a, quote, large-scale strike against Venezuela overnight, and claims that Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been captured and removed from the country. The president made the announcement in a post on Truth Social just after 4 a.m. Eastern Time. CNN teams in the Venezuelan capital, Caracas, witnessed multiple explosions and heard the sound of aircraft in the early morning hours. Some parts of the city were left without power. The first explosion witnessed by CNN was at about 1:50 a.m. local time. Venezuela's government, in a statement issued before President Trump's post, condemned what it called a grave military aggression and said that attacks hit Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. The Venezuelan vice president now calling for proof of life for Maduro, saying that his whereabouts are unknown. In a brief phone interview with the New York Times, President Trump described the operation as brilliant, but declined to say whether he sought congressional authorization, saying that he will address that question later today. The White House says the president expected to speak from Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. CNN will, of course, cover that press conference. This all comes after weeks of escalating U.S. pressure on Venezuela, including strikes tied to counter-narcotics operations and a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers. The story's developing. We'll continue to bring it to you as confirmed details arrive. Joining me now, Admiral James Stavridis, CNN senior military analyst, former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, partner of the Carlyle Group. That's an international investment firm. Admiral, you're known as a former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, but I want to remind the audience, you yourself also a former combatant commander, and you commanded U.S. Southern Command. So this couldn't be more in your wheelhouse. I know we're going to learn more at 11. There's a lot that we don't know, but let's parse what the president told us in that Truth Social post. He said, for example, that it was a large strike. Thoughts on that?
I'd call it a precision strike, personally. A large strike is going downtown Baghdad, shock and awe, turn out every light in the city, start knocking down every military complex. That's a large strike. I would call this a highly, highly precise strike with a pretty clear objective of a grab and snatch and remove the leadership, a kind of a leadership strike, if you will. And can we just pause there and observe? We're going to learn a lot more about the operational details, but this looks to be executed flawlessly from everything I can see. My hat's off to Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Kane, as well as to the combatant commanders, U.S. Southern Command and U.S. Special Operations Command. From all we can see, a very capable, precise special operations strike successfully conducted.
So again, recognizing there's more unknown than known at this point, I want to continue to parse what the president told us in Truth Social. He said that Maduro had been captured, and he also said that he'd been captured along with his wife. Your gut reaction?
He was somewhere in the middle of the night where he felt extremely safe. I think anybody does not bring their spouse into a situation where they feel they could be kidnapped or taken away. One theory, and it would just be an operational theory, would be you start the strikes at, say, 1 o'clock in the morning. You already know, because you've observed, where Maduro goes when there are some level of danger to him. Waiting for him is Delta Force, SEAL Team 6. Obviously, this is pure conjecture on my part, but the fact that his wife is with him tells me he was in a place he considered extremely safe before he was apprehended by the United States.
One more element then from the president's Truth Social post. He said that it was done in conjunction with law enforcement. Of course, Maduro faces indictment in the Southern District of New York for drug trafficking. Your thought on the fact that this was in conjunction with law enforcement?
When I printed off the president's post shortly after it came off, I underlined 3 times law enforcement. That makes me happy. That means that this is, in fact, going to go through our judicial system. He's not going to be hustled off to Guantanamo Bay with a bag over his head. I think this means, I hope it means, that he will arrive in New York City and go through a legal process. From everything I can see, he's someone who ought to face, as President Trump said, the full wrath of American justice. I hope he gets a big sentence. The comparison here, I think, Michael, is Panama, 1989, when we took Manuel Noriega, the leader of that country. He went through our judicial system, was incarcerated, and eventually was served that sentence in the United States. That's what I hope happens to Nicolás Maduro. That's legitimate law enforcement, in my view.
Reports are, the early reports are, that Delta Force carried out the extraction. Is that the, and forgive me for not knowing the semantics, is that the unit, is that the arm of the military that you would expect to be used in this role?
Absolutely. This is the Special Operations Combatant Command. Under that, the Joint Special Operations Command, which operates out of Fort Bragg. It's absolute most elite unit. And units are the SEALs and the Green Berets who are part of this. According to press reports, this is SEAL Team 6. That is the force you would use. When I was Southern Command, we had 3 American hostages being held by the Colombian FARC, the Communist Party down there. When we went to rescue them, it was this unit that came in. They are utterly competent, the best in the world, same ones that took out Osama bin Laden.
Admiral Stavridis, I also reported that rockets were heard at 1:50 a.m. local time. Is your expectation, again, recognizing there's more unknown than known, that that would have been diversionary or something representative of the extraction of Maduro himself?
I think the two are tied together. Operationally, you want to ensure that the Venezuelan military doesn't have the capacity to interfere. That means taking out those units and their support structures in and around the capital, and then also any in air bases or ports that could pursue or respond. So I think this would all fit together as a part of the overall operation, which, to my eye anyway, and again, we're going to learn more, appears to be directed at taking out Maduro. Another thought here, Michael, you and I talked weeks ago, I think a couple of months ago, about this idea of steadily increasing the pressure on Maduro, beginning with going after the drug boats, then seizing the tankers, then striking the pier ashore, gradual ladder of escalation. I think we talked then at the highest point of that were leadership strikes. I think that's what you're seeing right here.
Admiral Stavridis, if you told me last night before going to bed that I'd awaken in the morning, not do my normal show because there'd been a use of U.S. military power, and then asked me to guess where, I would have incorrectly said, I guess we came to the defense of the protesters in Iran, given what President Trump had told us in the last 24, 48 hours. I guess my question is, how surprised are you by this turn of events?
I'm not surprised at all in terms of going up that vertical ladder of escalation. It's been very logical, very smoothly conducted as we've gone up. I am impressed by the boldness of being able to drop in and capture this individual. And, you know, Hemingway said, start with a true sentence. Here's a true sentence. Nicolás Maduro is not the legitimate elected president of Venezuela. He stole 2 elections. That's extremely well documented. He has a $50 million bounty on his head, very legitimately, for narcotics trafficking. He's a legitimate law enforcement target. Final thought, Michael, as you look at this, we talked a moment ago about Panama. I'll give you a cautionary tale. 2011, when I was Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, we had a regime-changing operation that was conducted in Libya. And after Gaddafi fell, we all did high fives. Didn't turn out very well. Libya went into a civil war. The knock-on effects of that continue today because the international community simply walked away and dusted its hands of Libya. We need to avoid that, do all we can to steer Venezuela toward a better outcome. I think there's a lot more work to be done beyond this, this apprehension of this criminal Maduro.
Okay, to that point, I know that you regard yourself as a disciple of the late, great Colin Powell. So let's talk Pottery Barn. Do we own it?
I don't think we do at this point, but boy, is that a good question. And a friend of mine emailed me this morning referencing the Pottery Barn rule. You break it, you own it. And my friend said, maybe President Trump doesn't think that applies to oil fields. I would say we're pretty close, but owning it would be, again, Iraq, 150,000 troops, taking down the Capitol, knocking out every vestige of power, disbanding the armed forces. That's breaking it. That's owning it. I would say what we've done is remove a cancer from the body of Venezuela. Now it's going to be up to the Venezuelans to try and heal themselves.
I made reference to Iran. Tell me how this news is being received in Iran. How's it being received in Russia? How's it being received in China?
All three, predictably, will deplore this kind of activity publicly. Privately, they will be impressed with the military capability here. I would argue none of those three militaries could have executed an operation like this. And again, we tend to just breeze by this. But the idea of finding, fixing, kidnapping, taking him out alive with his wife, no casualties on the side of the U.S., that's an extraordinary military operation. So I think while there will be a lot of public condemnation of the United States, predictably from those three nations, privately they'll be saying to themselves, that's a very capable military. That's not a bad thought to pop up in Beijing, Moscow, and Tehran these days.
Final subject, if I may. Let's go back, big picture. I made reference to you once being responsible for Southern Command. So put this now in a broader context. Do you see this, Admiral Stavridis, as the U.S. exerting influence in the Western Hemisphere writ large in a way that we've not recently done?
It will be interpreted in that way in the region. And therefore, those governments in the region, say Argentina, the new government in Chile, the governments that are roughly aligned with the United States will applaud this. Until the most recent administration in Bogota in Colombia, the Colombians would have been leading the cheers. Now there's a left-wing government with whom we are in some disagreement in Bogota, unfortunately. So the point is, Michael, as you look across the region, this will land differently in different capitals. But I'll close on this. Nicolás Maduro has almost no friends, maybe a few in Havana, maybe over in Nicaragua with Daniel Ortega, maybe a few. But overall, the region will be glad to see the retreat of Maduro. They will also be praying that we don't see a civil war occur here. I don't think we will. Edmund Gonzalez, the elected leader, Maria Machado, the recent Nobel Prize laureate. There are good leaders in Venezuela who had the election stolen. Let's hope that's where the people of Venezuela turn in this moment.
But let me just pursue a point that you raised, because relative to Russia and relative to Putin, you know that we've been tracking that particular tanker, and they tried to hang a flag. You know the nomenclature and also the law of the sea better than I do, better than anybody does. You know what I'm making reference to. It seems like the Trump administration was not dissuaded, was not cowered by the prospect that maybe Putin would be in the camp of Maduro in this instance.
I am unsurprised to see the Russians do everything they can here. And back to Russia, China, and Iran, all three have reasons to want Maduro to remain in power, and they will do what they can to support him. But they don't have the military capability to come in and challenge the United States. One other aspect here is oil. From the perspective, particularly of Russia and Iran, they're very happy to see a Maduro in charge of Venezuela, which effectively locks up 300 billion barrels of oil off the market, increasing the price of oil. That's good news in Tehran, good news in Moscow. If we can get a positive pro-Western regime in place here and start unlocking that Venezuelan oil, that'll be a big win in a lot of places, but not in Tehran, not in Moscow, and not in Beijing.
Former Southern Commander, former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, Admiral James Stavridis, we thank you. Still to come, much more on our breaking news out of Venezuela. President Trump is going to speak at an 11 a.m. news conference live from Mar-a-Lago. We will, of course, cover it. He already confirmed a U.S. strike there, saying Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife have been captured. So with Maduro out, who's in? And is there a clear path to a democratic transition?
Watch The Lead, weekdays at 5 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
I'm recently separated from my wife. I think she's seeing someone. Worst case, he surfs.
What I like about you, it comes out of your head and you get up there. It's like therapy.
Next time, a few more jokes. Rated R.
I wish I could just watch live sports at home.
Oh, Sling let you do that.
I wish I could watch live sports at home at a low price.
Sling let you do that. Sling let you do that. Sling let you do that.
Yeah, well, I wish I could watch live sports and pause my subscription when my team sucks and still get hundreds of channels for free.
Sling lets you do that.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Base package required.
We're giving away over $12 million.
We gotta get this money.
We came here with the dream of starting a family.
This opportunity could change our lives.
It does not get any bigger than this.
The Wall, new Monday on NBC and Peacock.
This little light of mine has been dark for quite some time. Then I let in the light to help see more of the light inside of me.
I needed more from my antidepressant, so my doctor added Caplyta, proven to provide greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone, building on my progress without starting over. Weight gain and reported sexual side effects were not common.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for a weekend away, Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
We're continuing to follow major breaking news out of Venezuela. President Trump says the United States carried out a, quote, large-scale strike against Venezuela overnight and claims that Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been captured and removed from the country. The president made the announcement in a post on Truth Social just after 4 a.m. Eastern Time. Venezuela's government, in a statement issued before President Trump's post, condemned what it called a grave military aggression and said attacks hit Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira. The Venezuelan vice president now calling for proof of life for Maduro, saying that his whereabouts are unknown. This comes after weeks of escalating U.S. pressure on Venezuela, including strikes tied to counter-narcotics operations and a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers. Joining me now is Christopher Sabatini. He's a senior fellow for Latin America at the Chatham House and a lecturer in discipline in the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University, where he's taught since 2008. Dr. Sabatini, I'm sure I'm not the only one in America and around the globe today thinking of Maria Corina Machado and what this all might mean relative to a path toward true democracy in this country. Will you speak to that issue?
Michael, it's not entirely clear. It's exactly the question to ask, because as we all saw, she was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in Oslo recently. She's still on tour. She's outside Venezuela. What's not clear and never has been from the beginning of this buildup 6 months ago now was what was the path between an eventual regime change. First, the Trump administration was hoping that would happen because of defections within the military. They would scare them. When that didn't happen, they started taking out the narco boats. Then they started seizing the oil tankers. When that didn't work, then they went in for the big smash and grab expedition adventure that you just saw, which is very important and very impressive. But simply removing Maduro is not enough to bring the Democratic opposition to power. That Democratic opposition did win elections legitimately in 2024 that were denied them by Nicolás Maduro. But if you remove Nicolás Maduro, you still have his inner circle. And what we're seeing right now are elements of that inner circle, not just trying to claim the representation of the Venezuelan people and denounce the United States, predictably, but also trying to jockey for who should inherit the Nicolás Maduro regime, if you will. There's no talk right now of having the Democratic opposition come into power because, quite frankly, those elements formerly around Nicolás Maduro are, quite frankly, very opposed to the Democratic opposition, which would see it as putting them at risk of also being put on trial for human rights abuses and corruption and illicit activity.
Well, we're going to know more in about an hour and 40 minutes when the president addresses the world from Mar-a-Lago, and we'll, of course, cover that here on CNN. My hunch is that we're going to hear the president refer to this as a law enforcement action, much like he said in his Truth Social post, because I think the administration doesn't want to be involved in regime change, even though if you're removing Maduro, that's what you're involved with, right?
What you've left is a vacuum, quite frankly. We don't know whether the regime will change. And if you track Donald Trump's statements over the course of the last 6 months, it was the first about narco-terrorism, then about denying a revenue to the regime, and then about removing Maduro. He's never talked about full-on regime change that would bring the Democratic opposition to power. Secretary of State Marco Rubio very much wants that. That is his goal. But the truth is that plan has never been fully fleshed out or even articulated. So we don't know how they plan to get there. Quite frankly, it's possible. And for the reasons you just say, Michael, that Donald Trump will say, mission accomplished, Nicolás Maduro's gone, we're done with this, without being engaged over the long-term process that's going to be necessary to ensure stability and to ensure that all of the elements of the Nicolás Maduro government are removed from power and there's some form of a democratic government and transition in place. I don't see how you get there, quite frankly, from here.
Let me just remind the audience, and Catherine, my producer, if you could put that New York Times headline up on the screen from 2020. I want to read the lead, Professor, from a story that was headlined, Venezuelan leader Maduro charged in the U.S. with drug trafficking, just to provide some context. President Nicolás Maduro of Venezuela was indicted in the United States on Thursday from this story in 2020 in a decades-long narco-terrorism and international cocaine trafficking conspiracy in which prosecutors say he led a violent drug cartel even as he ascended to the top of government. To the Trump administration, I'm sure they will say, that's what this is all about. There's nothing new.
It is true that Nicolás Maduro has led a regime that has been deeply involved in all sorts of illicit activities, money laundering, illegal gold mining, the transshipment of narcotics, not so much the production of narcotics, as well as just blatant, outright forms of other transnational crime. But the truth is that what this really is about, especially for Marco Rubio and many elements of the diaspora in Florida, is about regime change. Because quite frankly, you don't just, as anyone knows, if indeed Donald Trump believes the statement about Nicolás Maduro once heading a criminal enterprise, you don't just decapitate the capo of that enterprise and believe that it will collapse of its own. There will be other leaders that fulfill this. So even if that is the goal, even if Donald Trump tries to claim victory later today, the truth is that simply removing whoever it may be, whether it's Al Capone or whether it's Pablo Escobar, does not remove the threat, if that threat is only defined as narcotics trafficking and criminal activity.
Thank you so much for your expertise. We appreciate it. We're going to be back in just a moment with our breaking news. President Trump confirms the capture of Venezuelan President Maduro and his wife as the U.S. launches airstrikes on the country.
Want to hear something great?
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app. If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills. Good to go off the grid. Good to go nonstop. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider, as few as 6 times a year. Don't take Cabenuva if allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines that may interact. Serious side effects include allergic reactions or rash, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver or kidney problems, mental health, pregnancy, and breastfeeding. The most common side effect is injection site reaction. With Cabenuva, you're good to go, without daily HIV pills. Talk to your doctor about switching.
Here I am, field trip chaperone.
Before helping prevent migraine with Qulipta, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible to help give that forget-you-get migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic. Stop taking and get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, lip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash. Tell your doctor about increased blood pressure or color changes, pain, or numbness in fingers or toes.
Ask your doctor about Qulipta to help prevent migraine.
Sometimes my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis gets in my way. But thanks to Skyrizi, I'm free to bare my skin.
Things are getting clearer, I feel free to bare my skin, yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything.
With Skyrizi, I saw dramatically clearer skin. And many people were 100% plaque-free. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert. doing it all for you. While keeping you in the loop. So you can keep chasing this feeling. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
We found all our treasures
at JB's Fantastic Finds.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Finds live auction show.
It's such a deal, simply a steal. At JB's Fantastic Finds, you'll be mesmerized.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
When you pair delicious food with great people, everyone has a good time. At Slow and Low Barbecue, we always have something fun going on. From happy hour to kids' night, there's something for everyone. Come indulge in our tasty barbecue, like our mouth-watering ribs and fresh seafood, or sip on one of our specialty cocktails, or a cold beer from our full bar. At Slow and Low, we guarantee you'll have a memorable time and leave with a full belly. Slow and Low Barbecue, 2 great locations in Vieira and Cocoa Beach.
Patterson has been charged with murder for suspected mushroom poisoning.
Aaron's darkest secrets were coming up. We're all on the edge of our seats.
The defense will call Aaron Patterson.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Breaking news that we're tracking out of Venezuela. President Donald Trump says the U.S. carried out military strikes there this morning, and that Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife have been captured and flown out of the country. U.S. Senator Mike Lee says he spoke with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and that Rubio told him Maduro will stand trial on criminal charges in the U.S. The Venezuelan vice president says they're not sure where Maduro and his wife are, and they're demanding proof of life. Joining me now is Elizabeth Dickinson, a senior analyst in the Andes region for the International Crisis Group. Elizabeth, a pair of questions that are interconnected. What's the anticipated reaction from your perspective in Venezuela itself and in the region generally?
Sure. Well, I think at the moment, I think there's quite a lot of confusion. Certainly within Venezuela, there will be some who feel a sense of relief. This is a government that had forcibly repressed opposition and rewarded loyalty in a way that consolidated its power through decades. At the same time, I think there's a lot of concern about this critical question of what happens next. We have learned time and time again through military intervention that removing a single leader does not necessarily translate into a peaceful transition. And as of yet, we have very little indication as to what is the plan for how to guarantee that this is a peaceful transition out of one government into a potential other scenario. In the broader region, I think it's been mixed views. It's really critical to understand that very few governments in Latin America had recognized Nicolás Maduro's re-election in 2024 when he claimed victory in a vote that he lost. However, despite that, I think a long history of U.S. military intervention in Latin America still leaves a bit of a sour taste with the way that this was done. And so you see reactions that are quite mixed across the region. Here in Colombia, where I am, a lot of concern about potential fallout. Colombia has already said that it will send more troops to the border with Venezuela, preparing for possible influx of migrants. Mexico, quite a strong statement rejecting the intervention. But then in contrast, Trump ally Milei in Argentina has welcomed the operation. So we see a mixed reactions that are largely calibrated, frankly, on the relationship with Donald Trump.
The United States doesn't regard him as being a legitimate president. Is he regarded as being a legitimate president within Venezuela?
As I said, it's very clear that he lost the election in 2024. I think that is widely known. What you have to understand, however, is that Venezuela is living day to day. We're talking about a situation of resource scarcity, families that are having to eat sometimes only 2 times a day. And the way that the government has consolidated its power has really been through that redistribution of limited resources, handing out both food, but also just basic supplies to its allies, while again repressing any attempts to stand up against it.
I know that there are a lot of, as they say, known unknowns. But what might be the future for Maria Corina Machado in all of this, the Nobel Prize recipient?
Well, the opposition so far has been very quiet, and all the indications that we've seen so far, and I will really underline here that it is very early. We don't understand what the plan for a possible transition could be, but at the moment, everything indicates that the base of the regime, everything that held together the Maduro government, continues to be in place. Figures like the defense minister, the Ministry of Interior Affairs, real hardliners who had consolidated power over the last decade, they remain in power at the moment. So removing Maduro did not necessarily change the fundamental equation of control. I think the critical questions in the coming hours are, for example, who has control over critical infrastructure? What are the conditions for security on the streets? Who's maintaining basic order? Will there be a potential plan for elections, for a transition? These are all questions that I think the next 48 hours have to answer and will give us critical clues about the possible direction that this could take.
Elizabeth, speaking of questions, we're less than 90 minutes away from President Trump's press conference from Mar-a-Lago. CNN will, of course, carry it. If you were there and had the opportunity to pose a question, I know I'm catching you cold with this, but what would you most want to ask?
I think, again, the question for us is what next? The United States and globally, we have learned through experience that changing governments often sets off a chain of destabilization that can have very dangerous effects for the civilian population in terms of, generating competition for control, a lack of clarity about who maintains basic security, critical infrastructure. Those are questions for the coming hours. I think we have to really have in mind the situation in Venezuela. Again, a country that has lived under this government for more than 10 years. The military and security apparatuses were very consolidated under Maduro's control, precisely because loyalty was rewarded and any dissent was so grievously punished within the military infrastructure that we don't know where security forces will stand, if there are parts of those structures that will resist a possible transition. There are also non-state armed groups in Venezuela. The most notable is the Colombian group known as ELN that has been on record saying it would defend the government of Venezuela and of Maduro, and has promised to retaliate against U.S. intervention. So what does that mean in the days coming forward? What is the plan? What is the day after?
Elizabeth Dickinson, thank you for your expertise. Up ahead, Attorney General Pam Bondi says that Nicolás Maduro, quote, will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. How's that going to play out? CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig will join me in a moment.
This is CNN.
With SoFi, you can trade stocks, ETFs, and invest in IPOs at IPO prices. Because when it comes to your money, you're the playmaker. Get up to $1,000 in stock when you open and fund a SoFi Invest account. SoFi, get your money right.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do and who you can be. If you still have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Cobenfy, a twice-daily pill for the treatment of schizophrenia. Cobenfy is not an antipsychotic. It's a different kind of treatment. Cobenfy showed overall improvement across a range of schizophrenia symptoms. And in clinical studies, most people saw no substantial weight gain.
Don't take if allergic to Cobenfy, have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach, certain liver problems, or untreated narrow angle glaucoma. Serious side effects such as urinary retention, worsening liver, kidney, bile duct, and gallbladder problems, slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow angle glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects in those with kidney problems may occur. Don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how Cobenfy affects you. Seek help right away if you have hives, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat, hoarseness, difficulty speaking, breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
As a cardiologist, when I put my patients on a statin to reduce cholesterol, I also tell them it can deplete their CoQ10 levels. I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10. Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
During my recovery, the only thing I could think about was getting back to playing. Boost gave me the fuel to get back on the stage. Music is life. A real comeback deserves a real boost.
This is my mother, Tracy Banks.
I had a really bad fall, and it was traumatic.
Which is why it's time to start thinking about senior care, and I don't want the process to get in the way. That's why I'm so happy we found a place for Mom. They provide personalized support that makes it easier to search for senior care options in our area. It's gotta be right for my mom.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom.
It's designed to minimize side effects and give me real weight loss? Yes, please.
I'm doing it. I'm going micro.
Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
Make Spectrum News 13 your morning news part of your morning routine and get the news and information that matter most to you.
We're dedicated to impactful reporting from across the communities we call home.
We'll get you caught up with the latest updates and in-depth coverage of the day's developing stories.
Plus, your local forecast and traffic reports to help you plan your day ahead.
Join us for your morning news weekdays starting at 5 a.m.
Exclusively on Spectrum.
You have a vision for your business, a vision to grow, to thrive, to shine. At Spectrum Reach, we recognize the drive and dedication behind that vision. We created the Pay It Forward program to help small businesses like yours do what you do best, with complimentary advertising resources and opportunities to grow. Apply for the Pay It Forward program today to bring your vision to life.
Who's back?
Oh, damn, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Get all the news you didn't know you needed.
That means some good news is coming.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says Nicolás Maduro will, quote, soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil in American courts. The Trump administration has long accused Nicolás Maduro of running a criminal enterprise. Maduro was first indicted back in 2020 on narco-terrorism and cocaine trafficking charges by the Southern District of New York. The U.S. accused Maduro of heading a cartel the government labeled a foreign terrorist organization. Overnight, a GOP senator said that he was told by the Secretary of State that the military strike was done to protect U.S. troops executing the Maduro arrest warrant. Joining me now, CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig, former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. Ellie, I have to say, it has always been my view that the Southern District of New York is where we should have dealt with the 9/11 defendants. So to you, I ask, how big a stretch is it to bring a foreign leader into Manhattan and try him there?
Well, Michael, I was at the Southern District of New York when that very debate was being had. I, of course, agreed with you. I think a lot of people in the Justice Department at the time felt that leaders of foreign terrorist groups can and should be tried in our civilian criminal courts in the United States. So this is not a stretch. Now, I've looked at the indictment. It appears to be very strong and very serious. Let me sort of lay it out. Maduro is one of 6 defendants in this indictment, which actually came down in the year 2020. 2 of them, at least, have already been successfully prosecuted. One of them pled guilty this past summer in June of 2025. It does not appear he's been sentenced. Another one was sentenced in 2024 to 260 months, so 22 or so years in federal prison. So the feds at DOJ have already shown they have the capacity to handle these cases. Now, Maduro would be something different, but we have had trials in the Southern District of New York of foreign officials, of terrorist leaders. The capacity is there. You'd have to be very careful about security, but he absolutely can be safely and securely tried in our federal courts in the United States.
Earlier in the program, Admiral Stavridis dropped the name of Manuel Noriega. I think it's been nearly 40 years, but that would seem to be some kind of a precedent for what is going to happen in this case.
Yeah, that was a prosecution handled by the feds in 1992. That case was actually tried in federal court in Florida. But yes, that's exactly right. That's the closest precedent. And Michael, if you look at the charges in this indictment, and I just read through it, let me lay out sort of what DOJ has charged Maduro with. So first of all, there's participating in a narco-terrorist conspiracy. Second of all, there's mass importation of cocaine into the United States. If you look at the indictment, it alleges that Maduro was involved in the importation of at least 250 tons, that's about 500,000 pounds of cocaine per year. He's also charged with machine gun offenses, with incendiary device bomb related offenses. And if you look at the total penalties here, the max sentence, if convicted, is life imprisonment. And the minimum sentence here, if convicted, would be 30 years behind bars. So we are looking at major high stakes here with this indictment, with this prosecution.
Ellie, is there any reference to his wife? Because, of course, Maduro was captured with his wife. That's what the president told us in that Truth Social post.
Right. So I looked at the indictment. There are 5 co-conspirators. I don't believe any of them are his wife. Now, it's possible she could be, or anybody could be indicted in a separate indictment. There's 2 ways that could happen. One, there could be other indictments, what we call under seal, meaning we have not yet seen them publicly, but they've been lodged with a court. If that's the case, I would look to see those indictments unsealed at some point very soon. The other option is prosecutors always have the option to go into a grand jury, to go back to a grand jury, and do what we call supersede, meaning to update the indictment, to bring new charges, to adjust it to whatever the current reality is. So it'll be really interesting and important to see what is done with respect to the wife. If she knew about or participated in this conspiracy in any way, even in a minor way, she too can absolutely be charged.
I referenced that the indictment was in 2020. Are there any statute of limitations issues here?
So ordinarily, statutes of limitations for federal crimes run up to 5 years. But here, there's not going to be a problem. We're beyond 5 years from 2020, of course, because while somebody's a fugitive, generally the statute of limitations is what we call tolled, meaning essentially put on pause, so long as the government is actively looking for that person. That clearly has been the case here with respect to Maduro. I don't think he's going to be able to beat this case based on a statute of limitations argument. And I should add, again, it would not at all surprise me to see a superseding indictment which updates the 2020 indictment and alleges much more recent conduct as well. So I don't think he's got an out there.
Ellie, who, from the bench, who oversaw this indictment? Is that individual still wearing a robe, as they say?
Yeah, so the judge who these cases have been assigned to is Judge Alvin K. Hellerstein. He's been on the bench for several decades. I happen to have had a lot of experience in front of him. I tried, I think, 3 full cases, full trials in front of him. He is very experienced, and notably, he knows how to run a large, complicated trial. I'll give you one example. I did a human trafficking trial in front of Judge Hellerstein where we had 5 defendants being tried at once. So each of those defendants had 2 or 3 lawyers, paralegals. It was a very crowded courtroom, and he ran it very well. It was a clean trial. He kept order in the courtroom. So this is a judge who's been around a long, long time. I think he was put on the bench in the 1990s, I believe. So he's had 30 or so years of experience. He knows what he's doing. He takes no nonsense. He's not going to be overwhelmed by a case of this magnitude.
All roads lead through Ellie Honig. Ellie, thank you as always. We appreciate your expertise.
Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it.
Still to come, President Trump called the strikes in Venezuela a brilliant operation, telling the New York Times in a brief phone interview this morning that the U.S. has captured and removed President Nicolás Maduro. We'll talk to an expert on who exactly is in charge of the country now.
Want to hear something great?
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Still dealing with moderate to severe ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease symptoms despite treatment? Put them in check with Rinvoq. Rinvoq works differently, and it's a once daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
Rinvoq helped visibly repair my intestinal lining. Check.
I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
Rapid symptom relief, visible repair of the intestinal lining,
and lasting steroid-free remission. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50+ with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and keep them there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Please, Dad, can we keep him?
He's perfect. But dog food, vet bills. Is this coming out of the college savings? Quicken, can we do this? Nice.
Okay, let's take him home.
Stop guessing and start knowing with Quicken.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding.
I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're gonna receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation and the Congressional Medal of Honor Society recognizes valor beyond the call of duty.
Tunnel to Towers is fulfilling a promise to this nation, saying that we're going to help you. We're going to give you smart homes. We're going to pay your mortgages. And we're not forgetting you. Never forget.
There's no level of recognition that rises to what is being done on behalf of those Gold Star families.
Tunnel to Towers is saying, okay, we're going to help you. And you won't believe what we're going to do for you.
And that's what Tunnel to Towers does.
Hungry Heart is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty.
It's so easy to just whip together a quick, healthy meal.
Head to hungryroot.com for healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned with age-related memory decline. I recommend Cunol Brain Health with 2 powerful, high-absorption ingredients clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
We found all our treasures at JB's Fantastic Finds.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Finds live auction show.
It's such a deal, simply a steal. At JB's Fantastic Finds, you'll be mesmerized.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Welcome to Car Breakdowns 101. I'm your Professor Ice-T. If your car is out of warranty, a car breakdown could eat you alive. Look at that car. The transmission alone could cost you $3,000. And that engine? How much do you love your kidneys? Don't even get me started on the computer system. That's a small fortune. Do what I did and call Car Shield. They get expensive car repairs taken care of so you don't have to. Class dismissed.
Call 800-320-0441.
This is a part of American heritage. And if you really love your country, you're gonna have to love moonshine.
We're following breaking news out of Venezuela. President Trump confirming on Truth Social that the U.S. has carried out a large-scale overnight strike against Venezuela, and that President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been captured and flown out of the country. The Venezuelan government condemning what it calls a very serious, grave military aggression by the U.S. against multiple parts of the country. CNN crews witnessed several explosions in the Venezuelan capital of Caracas just before 1 a.m. Parts of the city now without power. The Venezuelan government has declared a state of emergency and says Caracas and the states of Miranda, Aragua, and La Guaira were all attacked. Joining me now, University of Florida professor at the Center for Latin American Studies, Rebecca Hansen. Professor, we're trying to read a lot of tea leaves here this morning. Among them, how will the Venezuelan people react to this news? Your thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is a really important question, right? So, there's a question about what will happen to Maduro, but also how this is going to affect his popularity or his status within the country. And I think it's very important to remember right now that in general, Venezuelans, at least according to polls, were not in favor of a military intervention in Venezuela. They weren't in favor of the Trump administration capturing its oil boats, right? So we have to wait and see, but it seems likely that the more radical right-wing opposition will very much so be in favor of this, most likely. Everyday Venezuelans, though, I'm not really so sure. One of the most salient aspects of Chavismo's discourse for a long time was its stance against U.S. imperialism, and it's hard to think of an action that would more clearly project U.S. interventionist power in the country and the region than what happened last night.
Well, maybe a question that we just are incapable of knowing because of a lack of polling information, but do they really regard him as their legitimate president?
No, the majority of Venezuelans do not regard Maduro as their legitimate president. He has a popularity rate of around 30%, maybe, and that's probably inflated. But just because Maduro is not popular doesn't mean that Venezuelans support a U.S. intervention into their country, right? Neither does it mean that this is going to result in a democratic transition, right? In fact, I think myself and many Venezuelan experts do not believe that this is going to lead to any kind of democratic or peaceful transition.
I recognize that it was a military intervention. After all, he's been captured. At the same time, President Trump, very careful, I think, to couch it in his Truth Social post as this being in connection with law enforcement. And now it seems Maduro's going to face trial in the United States. If that's the extent of it, and if the U.S. is not boots on the ground any further, how will that impact the future for Venezuela?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very indicative of what happened last night and how it could have happened. There are, I think, a couple of facts to keep in mind here. One is that Maduro is one of multiple major players in Chavismo, and these other major players are alive and well, and they maintain their current positions. Indeed, the attack has not dislodged Chavismo at all. It doesn't seem that that was really the intention. Second, there wasn't really any kind of meaningful response by the Venezuelan military to the attack, and this could be because they were totally unprepared, right? Or it could be because there are negotiations behind the scenes between the military and the Trump administration to remove Maduro, which has nothing to do with getting Chavismo out of power, right? So I think we have to remember that Maduro is a person, Chavismo is a larger movement, is a larger representation of different powerful actors in the government, and most of those powerful actors still remain.
Professor Hansen, that's a great observation. We'll see how it plays out. We're about an hour away from President Trump addressing the overnight strikes in Venezuela. CNN will carry that live. Until then, Wolf Blitzer has the latest.
Death Camp, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Years of hard work. Decades of dedication. Committed to giving back. You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia and IPD, be proactive with Capvaxive, a vaccine specifically designed for adults to help protect against pneumonia, an invasive disease caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive is the only vaccine that helps protect against the strains that cause 82% of IPD in adults 50 or older, compared with up to 54% by other pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Whether you've had another pneumococcal vaccine or not, ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive.
You've tried losing the weight by yourself. If weight loss isn't clicking, there may be another option. Zepbound may help in your weight loss journey. Once weekly Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. People taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Zepbound is the first and only obesity treatment of its kind. And there are multiple savings options available, even if you don't have insurance.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
If this is clicking for you, ask your healthcare provider about once-weekly Zepbound and check your coverage today at zepbound.com.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
My heart has experienced life-changing wins, losses, and countless miles. To keep living at my speed, I trust Cunol CoQ10. CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist-recommended supplement for heart health. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Your sisters are running early.
Early? This headache.
We've got an hour. Try Painquil.
The max strength liquid pain reliever that starts working fast. Painquil, the aches, pain, strains, head pounding, back aching, fights pain fast medicine.
Let's go! We go big. Big time jam. Everywhere we go, you know we go big.
College basketball all season long on TNT, True TV, and stream on HBO Max.
We go big.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning and welcome to CNN's special live coverage of the strikes on Venezuela. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We're following the breaking news, and it's major breaking news. President Donald Trump is planning to speak at 11 a.m. Eastern, less than an hour or so from now, down at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, after confirming that the United States military struck Venezuela early this morning, overnight. And the country's president, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores, have been captured, he says. Sources tell CNN the couple were dragged from their beds in the middle of the night during this raid. President Trump confirmed more detail just minutes ago during an interview with Fox News.
He was in a house that was more like a fortress than a house. It had steel doors. It had what they call a safety space, where it's, solid steel all around. He didn't get that space closed. He was trying to get into it, but he got bum rushed so fast that he didn't get into that. We were prepared. We had, massive blowtorches and everything else that you need to get through that steel, but we didn't need it. He didn't make it to that area of the house.
During that interview, the president also said he watched the operation in real time from Mar-a-Lago, his estate down in Florida, and he confirmed a U.S. military helicopter was damaged during the operation. Some Americans, he said, were injured. He said that Maduro and his wife are on board the USS Iwo Jima right now, and they're all heading towards New York. The U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says Maduro and his wife have been indicted, while Bondi confirmed that Maduro was indicted on narco-terrorism conspiracy charges. It's unclear what the First Lady, Celia Flores, is charged with, if anything. Those strikes were not a complete surprise, as President Trump has been warning of land strikes in Venezuela for weeks. However, a source now tells CNN the White House began notifying congressional leadership about these strikes. He did so after the strikes occurred. Vice President J.D. Vance is already weighing in with a message, and I'm quoting him now, "Everyone's saying this was illegal." He says Maduro can't avoid justice for drug trafficking here just because he lives in Caracas. CNN's White House reporter Elena Trine is joining me now. She's here with me in the Situation Room. You just learned some new information about when planning for this operation actually got underway.
Yeah, so according to some of my sources, as well as those of Kylie Atwoods and Kevin Liptax, we were told that the preparations for this operation actually began back in mid-December. And I'd note that we knew that the president had been looking at potential plans to strike land inside Venezuela, as well as to try and oust Maduro. But up until that point, they had left, Wolf, this idea of potential diplomacy open, of trying to get Maduro to step down voluntarily. We know that Trump and Maduro had spoken on the phone earlier, just a couple weeks ago. But when that changed and when they believed that he was unlikely to do that, these plans began really to take effect. Now, what we're looking at is really what's going to happen next. And according to some of the sources I spoke with, they said that some of the draft plans and some of these preparations that they were working on back in mid-December looked at setting up a transition government inside Venezuela with some Venezuelan leaders to help, fill the power vacuum should Maduro be ousted from power, and then potentially see if they can get elections, see what happens to have elections moving forward. One thing that Trump said that kind of backed some of this up during that interview with Fox, he said that we're making that decision now regarding next steps. And he said, quote, we can't take a chance of letting somebody else run it and just take over what he left off. So it's clear that what they don't want to see is not only Maduro, but one of Maduro's, officials, one of, the vice president, for example, having one of those people take over and continue kind of the Maduro government form of leadership inside. And so that's going to be a huge question for what comes next, because ever since they began really closely looking at Venezuela and how they wanted to operate with these strikes, of course, but now with this idea of what would happen if Maduro was ousted, who would fill that power vacuum. They'd been working on these day after plans for a while, but what was clear is they want a different type of leadership structure there. And the White House has said now publicly for weeks that they believed Maduro was an illegitimate leader, that he and his government did not have the right to be leading the country. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how they move forward with this.
And we know that the Attorney General reminded all of us that Maduro was actually charged in the Southern District of New York with narco-terrorism conspiracy charges, but his wife was not charged with anything, right?
Yeah, it's still very much unclear what his wife was charged with. I think it was a surprise this morning to see that both of them were captured and both of them are now on this boat, the USS Iwo Jima, headed to New York. All of that's going to, we're going to have to learn more about that. I'm hoping President Trump gives us some very more clear details at this press conference at 11 at Mar-a-Lago, but there's still a lot that I think everyone is trying to figure out, including lawmakers, who it does seem that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, we saw many of them posting this morning, people like Senator Mike Lee, for example, who initially, a lot of these, even Republicans, were saying that they were kind of outraged that, what is the reasoning for essentially a declaration of war with these strikes in Venezuela. What I've been hearing in my conversations, we've heard this from some of the lawmakers who post as well, is that they're saying that the justification for this is under the Article 2 of the Constitution. I'm not sure that's going to make a lot of lawmakers happy, particularly those who were kind of promised by many top officials like the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, and the president himself, that they would be briefed by the Trump administration before any such land strikes occurred. So there's going to be a lot of pushback and criticism on that front too, Wolf.
And there's been briefings with members of Congress, but only after the operation. They're supposed to be briefed in advance. Elena, thank you.
Thank you, Wolf.
Very, very much. Elena Trina, our White House reporter. The strikes began overnight in the middle of the night, early this morning, just across Venezuela. Listen to this. All right, take a look at this. These are live pictures right now. Not these, but we're going to be showing you some live pictures from the capital city of Caracas. Since the strikes ended, it's been, we're told, fairly quiet as people assess the damage. However, we're learning of possible unrest in at least parts of Caracas. Video geolocated by CNN appears to show armed gangs patrolling traffic, with one gunman firing in the car as it reversed away from a traffic stop. And one source there tells CNN that the pro-government gangs are on patrol. CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Payton-Walsh, is joining us right now. So what are you learning, Nick? What is happening in Venezuela now?
Yeah, I mean, it's still an unclear picture at this stage, Wolf. And as you might have expected, pro-regime gangs will be exercising the influence they can in some of the areas they control. That is perhaps an extension of government control rather than a suggestion that the government is, to some degree, collapsing. I should point out the images you showed earlier on there of multiple explosions at Higuerote do appear, some sources suggest, to have been the result of an air defense system being hit. So each of those explosions are secondary explosions rather than a sign of the intensity of the American assault. That particular operation, relatively short, I should say, in comparable terms, targeted, efficient. You saw those multiple helicopters flying in. in. It began, it seems, around about 1 o'clock local time, as President Trump said himself, targeting the specific place where they knew Maduro was, swiftly retrieving him and taking him to the assault amphibious ship, the Iwo Jima, now on to a New York court. As you were hearing there from Elena, though, what happens next is utterly key. And Trump was clear in his Fox interview that he does want to see a change in the character of the government inside of Venezuela. But it's important to remind people, the promises made by exiled opposition politicians don't equate to real change on the ground. We saw years ago how a bid for an uprising to oust Maduro faltered in a matter of hours because they didn't have the security forces on side. Trump certainly wants to see some more substantial change and says that's being discussed now, and the future would be bad for anyone who chose to remain loyal to Maduro. But they have certainly overnight achieved an extraordinary event of removing Maduro and his wife from the capital, where they should have been heavily secured and, frankly, impregnable. But regime change, that is still a question that's yet to be answered. Delcy Rodriguez essentially answering in the role of president now, while Venezuela is saying they want Maduro back. There may possibly be some kind of power struggle between those who feel a more hard-line approach is wise and those who seek negotiation with the United States. I'm sure anybody contemplating taking Maduro's seat will be cognizant of the fact that they too potentially could find themselves on a US Special Forces helicopter in the dead of night. But it's really the intensity of the planning for the day after that's key here. Clearly, the military were detailed, competent, extraordinarily effective on what they planned. Probably not the guys you want to be in charge of the day after planning. That will be more down to career diplomats, potentially politicians. That has to be effective. You have to hope that the opposition leaders who say they won the recent election do feature in future planning. But the possibility of having a free and fair election with Venezuela's security forces still wanting a say in the outcome, that's tough. So once I think perhaps President Trump gets over the success of what we've seen in recent hours and the exhilaration he clearly feels from it, the more complex and harder to answer questions now hove more clearly into view, Wolf, as well as the message this sends globally. This is a White House clearly unrestrained by what its critics say is international law. We've heard the French quite starkly critical from their foreign minister about this. Russia will be paying attention to how potentially crossed Washington could act, China as well. This is a remarkable moment. A sitting president removed from his capital by the US military to stand criminal trial. President Trump will now have to make the case whether this is a law enforcement matter that ends at Maduro or whether he has the planning, the detailed grasp to pursue proper, extensive change of government inside Venezuela, like he has been angling for months.
And he says that he's going to be providing a lot more detailed information about what's going on, what has happened, why it has happened at his news conference that's coming up at the top of the hour. And we'll, of course, have live coverage of that. He's going to be speaking from Mar-a-Lago down in Florida. All right, Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you very much. I want to dig deeper right now into all of these important developments. CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier is with us, and CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton is with us as well. From a military point of view, Colonel, this was a pretty successful operation from a military, strictly military point of view. And as the president himself says, the CIA provided a lot of the intelligence, what to expect. So it was a joint military intelligence operation.
That's right, Wolf. And, when you look at the way in which this was executed, it was almost flawless. And I say almost because, as Elena was reporting, there apparently was damage to a U.S. helicopter and there were some injuries to U.S. personnel. But having said that, this was basically textbook from that standpoint. Special operations forces like Delta Force who conduct these operations practice this quite a bit. And the fact that they did the planning only since December, as Elena was reporting, that is actually pretty remarkable because a lot of these missions take a lot of time to prepare. A lot, when we look at the planning that went into Iraq, for example, that took months. Panama took basically over a year with fits and starts. So that is the kind of thing that, when you look at, you have to say from a purely military perspective, this was a very successful operation.
And Trump says that he was in a room at Mar-a-Lago watching all of this live. He says it was like watching television as it was unfolding, because the U.S. has enormous capabilities to feed back not just audio but video of what's going on.
Yeah, it shows that they've used this 5 months of military occupation off the coast of Venezuela to build an intelligence picture, not just the human intelligence that the CIA and Defense Intelligence Agency provide, but the geospatial intelligence, the signals intelligence. So you have all of the intelligence agencies building a picture that allows them to plan an operation like this. And it will be on the minds, as Nick Payton-Walsh said, of every Venezuelan official, that if they stand up to the Trump administration, this could happen to them. But the question is, who can the Trump administration reach out to try to negotiate with? Will they try to get someone in the military to, say, overthrow the current government and invite in the opposition if they've been given some sort of a promise that they won't be prosecuted as part of the drug cartel network too? This is all the stuff that will now be happening behind closed doors. Frantic phone calls back and forth. Some people may be looking for a way out. Some people, like the vice president of Venezuela, who says she's now in charge, probably reaching out to Moscow and other guarantors of their power to ask for some sort of support.
This vice president, who's now technically in charge of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, what do we know about this vice president?
She was foreign minister beforehand. She is a confidant of the Maduros, and she's also not as charismatic, though her power extends from him. So it's possibly someone like the defense minister, who is much more popular and could challenge her for this power. We could see some sort of a struggle between these various Maduro followers who now see an opportunity, but also see a threat.
Venezuela has a pretty sophisticated, large military itself. What are the concerns that the U.S. military has now about some sort of retaliatory action?
Well, the Venezuelan military actually has, because of sanctions and because of the inability to train as thoroughly as the U.S. military does, they have some limitations in terms of how they can actually respond. So the way they would probably respond would be in an unconventional way. That's what we would have to expect, and especially if we find ourselves putting boots on the ground, even though the Trump administration is very reluctant to do that. The key thing here is that it's always a possibility, especially, as Kim was mentioning, when you have a situation where we really don't know which power is going to be negotiating with the U.S. or who's going to step up to the plate from a power standpoint within Venezuela. It may be necessary for the U.S. to actually put boots in there because of that very fact. So what they could expect there would be guerrilla type activities. They could expect, some kind of guerrilla movement, or because basically what you're looking at is the plans that the Venezuelans have are based on fighting in an urban terrain. They're based on also moving back into the mountains in case the U.S. invades. So that's the kind of planning that they've done in Venezuela. But how effective that planning is and how effectively the Venezuelan forces can command and control that kind of an action, or the Bolivarian party or things like that could control things, that really remains to be seen.
Kim, what are you bracing to see now?
Well, we saw those video from the Capitol of some of those guerrilla militias already out on the streets trying to, quote unquote, keep the peace. That shows how this place could fracture, depending on which faction ultimately ends up taking power. Say part of the military decides to back the opposition and Maria Machado's government comes in, those people could form the backbone of some civil war type force. We could really see a lot of instability and more refugee flight on top of the 7 million some odd Venezuelans that have fled the Maduran regime.
All right, Kim Dozier, thank you very much. Cedric Layton, thanks to you as well. Don't go too far away. We're going to be assessing what's going on. We're getting new information, breaking news coming into CNN. The U.S. Justice Department has just released the indictment, the official indictment against Nicolás Maduro and his wife. Our team is now going through it. We're going to bring you details on that and a lot more on the major breaking news right after this.
This is CNN. I think I'm getting a divorce. What tipped me off was that I'm living in an apartment on my own. My wife and kids don't live there.
So what, you tell jokes?
Or like funny stories about my life?
What's funny about your life?
Is This Thing On? Rated R.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya. With symptom relief as early as 4 weeks, remission at 12 weeks, and lasting remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible healing of the intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Psoriatic arthritis symptoms can be unpredictable. One day, your joints hurt.
Next sits on your skin.
I got Cosentix. Feels good to move.
Feel less joint pain, swelling and tenderness, back pain, and clearer skin, and help stop further joint damage with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections and lowered ability to fight them may occur, like tuberculosis or other serious bacterial, fungal, or viral infections. Some are fatal. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms like fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, had a vaccine or plan to, or if inflammatory bowel disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions and severe eczema-like skin reactions may occur.
Just bust a move.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
The bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-833-608-4178 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4178.
Guess who's back?
Oh, damn, that's a good question.
Thank you.
Get all the news you didn't know you needed.
That means some good news is coming.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
We're now seeing the first clear daylight pictures after the U.S. strikes in Venezuela. State TV crews were allowed inside La Carlota Air Base in the heart of Caracas, the capital, where they found tanks burned out and buses blown apart. We're also hearing reports of armed gangs patrolling the streets and even some gunfire right now. Let's go live to journalist Mary Mina, who's in the capital of Caracas. Mary, what are you seeing right now?
Well, right now there are empty streets and empty highways in most of the city. We have learned about some gathering of people, mostly supporters of Nicolás Maduro, that are approaching to the presidential palace, the Miraflores Palace in Caracas, and they are responding to the call of the authorities, in this case, Venezuelan's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, which has called the citizens to protect the sovereignty of Venezuela. They are demanding a proof of life from President Nicolás Maduro. They say the international community and other neighboring countries should do the same to call for the U.S. to release a proof of life of Nicolás Maduro. there are several reactions from Venezuela, mixed reactions. There were nerve-wracking couple of hours during the day when the strikes began, and then people of the days started to unfollow. They started to go to some places like pharmacies or supermarkets to buy some food, some provisions for the days. Some others decided to remain at home in case of reprisals or for security reasons, and some others, as I said, decided to support Nicolás Maduro. Even if some people wants to show their support to the actions taken by the U.S., it is difficult to get that in the streets of Caracas, because we need to remember that most Venezuelans were living under a regime, mandatory, that was authoritarian, and there were taking place many detentions in the country since last year, and right now most Venezuelans are cautious, following the news from home mostly, and trying to keep the situation as unfollows. It is unprecedented time for Venezuela.
A very, very tense time indeed. All right, Mary Mina in Caracas for us. Thank you very much, and stay safe. Appreciate it. We're staying on top of the breaking news here at CNN. President Trump is expected to speak right at the top of the hour, 11 a.m. Eastern. He says he's got new information he's going to be releasing. We'll have live coverage. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
These eyes blink.
These eyes wink. And these eyes help those eyes see their best.
With a quality eye exam and 2 pairs of glasses at one great price.
An eye exam plus 2 progressives for $195 at America's Best.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly.
Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that.
I like the sound of that.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Base package required.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. But now, there's Skyrizi, so you can be all in with clearer skin.
Things are getting clearer, I feel free. Spare my skin, yeah, that's on me. Nothing is everything.
With Skyrizi, you can show up with dramatically clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
The Nanakuli Valley is the largest Hawaiian community in the state of Hawaii. Alolike was founded to provide a safe place because Hawaiians were not seeking services. Because of Spectrum and their investment, this center is a place that people can come and get access to technology. We have programs that help students, elderly, that help adults get employment, keeping the cultural foundation as we move forward. Many of our participants don't have computers at home. And if you don't have access to a computer, you don't have access to resources. Spectrum gives us the tools to help more people get there.
Like a crouching figure right there.
Go, 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 push! Left, left, left!
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're following the breaking news just into CNN. The U.S. Department of Justice has just released the indictment of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is here with me in the Situation Room. You've got a lot of papers there in front of you. What are you learning?
Right. Well, Phil, this is the basis under which the FBI participated in this mission with the U.S. military to capture Nicolás Maduro, his wife, and a number of other officials Nicolás Maduro and his wife, who are under indictment, along with a number of other Venezuelan officials. The indictment lists charges related to drug trafficking and the support of various cartels that have been operating in Venezuela in support of trafficking drugs into the United States through Mexico. It goes through a number of allegations made by the prosecutors that Maduro, going back to years ago when he was actually foreign minister, that he essentially used the diplomatic cover of the Venezuelan government to allow cartel leaders to move money, to also move drugs up from South America to the United States, and also move money from Mexico using planes and again diplomatic cover of the Venezuelan government to take that money back to Venezuela. And so this is a case that the Drug Enforcement Administration, the FBI, and the Justice Department, they've been working on this for years. There was an earlier indictment of Maduro, and this is a new one that has now been unsealed in the Southern District of New York. So now what this does is this lays out what the next steps are. Maduro and his wife are expected to be in court perhaps as soon as Monday. Right now,
court in New York.
In New York, the President of the United States says that he is now being held on a U.S. military ship. I believe the Iwo Jima is what the President said.
Right.
So now there's a logistical issue, which is to get him from that ship to perhaps a U.S. military base. There's a number of bases that they could use, and then transfer him to New York City, where he will face these charges in Manhattan. Now, this indictment goes beyond just Maduro. It names his wife, Celia. It names Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello. It names a couple of other officials in the U.S., in the Venezuelan government, as well as the leader of the Tren de Aragua gang, which is the U.S. says has been part of the drug trafficking network that is based in Venezuela, again, moving drugs from South America, from Colombia mostly, through Venezuela and up to the rest of the world. A lot of those drugs, though, don't come to the United States. They actually go to Europe, but the U.S. government, President Trump, has made the argument that all of that is essentially a national security problem for the United States. So we'll see, and we'll learn more from the president in the next hour about all of the ways in which they've made this legal argument, essentially, that this is something the U.S. government has the right to do. Of course, the FBI's participation in this is unusual because they don't tend to operate in international, in foreign countries, right? Not in trying to capture people like this. So this is something that is, the last time this was done really was the Noriega case where the U.S. went in, invaded Panama, captured the president of Panama, brought him to trial here in the United States, where he was convicted.
Now, this indictment, this charge, narco-terrorism conspiracy charge, is against Maduro, but also specifically against his wife?
Right. It describes, there's a couple of areas here where they describe that she was present for him, for instance, in 2007. She personally accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars in bribes to broker meetings between a known drug trafficker and the director of the anti-drug agency in the Venezuelan government. And so that is one of the allegations that is made here by prosecutors against Celia de la Flores de Maduro. She is the wife of the president.
And this indictment was filed in the Southern District of New York by the U.S. Attorney there. When was it actually charged? I know it's been released now, but when was the indictment actually
It appears it was filed some time ago. We don't have exactly the date, but it does say it was filed under seal. And again, it was a superseding indictment because there was a previous indictment of Maduro that dates, I believe, to 2020. So this is brand new. And has just been unsealed by the U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton, and it doesn't say exactly what date this was filed, but they went to the grand jury in New York and were able to get this superseding indictment.
And the fact that the Southern District of New York, one of the premier U.S. Justice Department districts, went ahead and filed this, that's pretty significant.
Right, it's significant. This is the district where the earlier case was already being investigated and being prosecuted. So that fits with why it was filed there. And it also gives you a sense of what they want to do with this. They want to make this, the Justice Department and the Trump administration want this to be, obviously an example to the world about what the capabilities of the United States are, especially when the president has been making these allegations against Maduro and a number of other officials, foreign leaders, but Maduro has been the focus of the president's ire for some time.
And we'll hear a lot more what the president has to say when he addresses.
Some of this began in the first Trump term, right? He's been going after Maduro since then, and so the focus now is not a surprise.
He'll be making a statement, then answering reporters' questions right at the top of the hour. We'll stand by and hear what he has to say.
Great.
All right, Evan, thank you very, very much. I want to bring in CNN legal analyst Kerry Cordero and CNN senior legal analyst Elie Honig. He's a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. So what does it say to you, Elie? Your former district, the Southern District of New York, actually filed these conspiracy charges, narco-terrorism charges against Maduro and his wife.
Well, Wolf, very serious charges here. There are 6 defendants in this indictment, including Maduro, his wife, and his son. The charges here include narco-terrorism conspiracy, massive cocaine importation into the United States, thousands upon thousands of tons, and use of firearms, machine guns, and bombs, incendiary devices. The max penalty here is life. The minimum, if there's a conviction, is 30 years. And the fact that this is charged in our civilian criminal courts to be prosecuted by Justice Department prosecutors in the Southern District of New York tells me that they are quite serious about doing this case. That is the right district to charge this case. I used to work there. That is an office that knows how to handle the highest security, highest stakes cases over the history of the Southern District of New York, have handled trials of terrorist leaders, foreign and domestic, have handled trials of leaders of massive international drug trafficking groups. And so that is absolutely the appropriate and right district to handle these charges. There has been a debate, Wolf, you may recall this, about whether leaders of foreign terrorist groups can be safely tried here in the United States. It's been done in the Southern District of New York. It can be done again. So it tells me that the U.S. Justice Department and government in particular are very serious about seeing this case through, about giving Maduro his day in court as any other criminal defendant in the federal courts in the United States.
And the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, has already issued statements supporting what's going on. Kerry, we saw Senator Mike Lee say just a little while ago that President Trump's actions in Venezuela, in his view, likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from an actual or imminent attack. What do you make of that argument?
Well, for weeks and months, we've been talking about the military strikes and the military buildup around Venezuela, the strikes that the administration has been launching against the boats. And then just last week, there was reports of a covert action that had been authorized by the president to strike a particular port. And so Mike Lee's comments, as you're reporting them, I think goes to that first piece, which is an argument that the administration would make that the military activities of the U.S. government fall under the president's Article 2 authorities. Other members of Congress make a different argument when it comes to that. They say that Congress has a role, that the activities rise to the level of hostilities, and that Congress should authorize it. And that would be more aligned with the way that the U.S. government handled the war against al-Qaeda and its progeny, when there was an authorization for use of military force against those terrorist groups, as well as an authorization for use of military force against Iraq. So that's in the military context. This criminal prosecution is really much more straightforward in some ways, as Ellie is describing and Evan reported, which is that there is a long track record of the U.S. government bringing a sophisticated criminal indictment in this type of circumstance.
You know, it's interesting, Ellie, now, I guess, ex-president Nicolás Maduro of Venezuela and his wife, Celia Flores, they're supposedly on the USS Iwo Jima, a battleship heading towards New York. They'll be removed from there in the coming days and taken to the U.S. District Court in New York City for these charges to be filed. Walk us through this legal process.
Yeah, so, well, first of all, there is going to be a logistical challenge here because the courthouse, the federal courthouse, downtown Manhattan is in a very dense area, heavily populated. There's federal buildings, state government buildings, all in that area. It is possible they can arrange for him to be presented and to have the court proceedings somewhere else within the Southern District of New York. There was actually talk of doing that with some of the 9/11 related cases, of having those proceedings, having those trials somewhere in one of the northern counties, Rockland or Orange or Westchester up there, which are still in the Southern District of New York. But here's what's going to play out in the coming days and weeks. So the first thing is all the defendants, Nicolás Maduro, his wife, and anyone else we have in custody, they have to be presented in court. They'll be arraigned. They'll be advised of the charges against them in the indictment. They will enter pleas, surely at this point, of not guilty. They can always choose to change that later. The court will ensure that they have defense counsel, either of their hiring, or if not, the court will appoint somebody. The court will determine bail. I don't think there's any chance any of these defendants are given bail. I think they will be held pending trial, and then the court will set a schedule. There will have to be discovery, meaning prosecutors will have to turn over their evidence to the defendants. There will be motions, meaning Maduro and others can ask the court to throw the charges out, and eventually there will be a trial date set. I don't think a trial is anywhere imminent. I think it's going to take many months, quite possibly over a year, to get from here to trial. But then again, I think everyone's going to understand that urgency attaches to this case. And so I think prosecutors and potentially the judge here will be looking to get this case tried as soon as humanly possible.
I'm sure there will be arguments that will be made from the critics of President Trump's decision to launch this military strike, that it was illegal since there was no formal declaration of war passed by Congress. I'm already hearing that, but what do you hear?
Well, you know, based on what I imagine that you and our other reporters are hearing, there's going to be members of Congress who say that this was an illegal act of aggression, and there certainly will be some in the international community who will say that the strikes in particular, so like the strike against the port last week, and strikes that were involved surrounding this extraction, that they are basically acts of aggression under international law. The fact that there is an indictment in place and that the new indictment charges the wife in addition to Maduro and other individuals, that's a distinction from the March 2020 indictment. And so since there is that indictment in place, then you know, there is an argument that this process of removing them was pursuant to that indictment, and there will be a lawful process. But the strikes overall and the activity in the sovereign territory of another country will certainly raise criticism from some parts of Congress within our own government, and certainly from the international community to some extent, that taking an action into the sovereignty of another country violates international law.
And very quickly, before I let you go, Ellie, is it too early to speculate on what kind of punishment Nicolás Maduro could face if convicted of these narco-terrorism conspiracy charges?
Well, I can tell you without speculating, Wolf, that the mandatory minimum sentence, if there's a conviction here, is 30 years in prison, meaning no matter what, if he's convicted on the top charges, he will have to do 30 years in prison. And the life here could be as high, the max sentence here could be as high as life. There was a co-defendant, I should mention, who was charged back in the earlier 2020 case, who pled guilty and was sentenced in 2024 to 260 months in prison. So he was given a lesser plea deal. So that person was sentenced to 22 or so years in prison. So anyway you cut this, Wolf, the stakes are very high for Maduro. Given his age, he's likely, if convicted, looking at spending the rest of his life behind bars. Yeah, that's very, very true. All right, Gary Cordero and Ellie Honig, as usual, thank you very, very much. And we're going to have much more on the breaking news just ahead. The Venezuelan president, as you know, Nicolás Maduro, his wife Celia Flores, are now on their way to the United States to New York City after being captured overnight. We're going to hear directly from President Trump right at the top of the hour. He's standing by in Mar-a-Lago for a news conference.
On the 12th day of winter, the Jeep brand gave to me 12 switchbacks winding, 11 rubber duckies, 10-inch touchscreen, 9 pine tree sparkling, 8 decades going, 7 slots of shiny, skipping a few, 3 rows of seating, 2 finger waves, and only one.
Jeep, there's only one.
Right now during the Jeep Wrap-Up, the year sales event, well-qualified lessees can lease a 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport Pass Gas model for $359 a month, or purchase and get no monthly payments for 90 days.
Here I am, field trip chaperone.
Before helping prevent migraine with Qulipta, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible to help give that forget-you-get migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic. Stop taking and get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, lip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash. Tell your doctor about increased blood pressure or color changes, pain, or numbness in fingers or toes.
Ask your doctor about Qulipta to help prevent migraine.
Oh, hi. Work here. I know I've been a little unreasonable. Okay, a lot unreasonable. Ugh, I'm so clingy. But I got some help from UKG, and I'm like AI smart now. I'm ready to think about our future. Trying new things together. I'll even be more flexible with your time. Look at us. It just feels right.
During my recovery, the only thing I could think about was getting back to playing. Boost gave me the fuel to get back on the stage. Music is life. A real comeback deserves a real boost.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local life, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
Seashells! You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
Yeah, we're talking. What about something more family-friendly?
Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family-friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm. That's a great quote.
You steal stuff?
Do you?
You nailed it, dude.
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Minutes from now, President Trump will speak from Mar-a-Lago in Florida after a U.S. military strike on Venezuela. Earlier this morning, he confirmed the capture of the Venezuelan president, Nicolás Maduro, and Maduro's wife, Celia Flores. The Venezuelan leader is now en route to New York City, where he will face criminal charges in Manhattan federal court. The president says the U.S. will be involved in Venezuela's next government, with high-level talks already underway. That's what he says. Joining us now to discuss what's going on, CNN White House reporter Elena Treen, CNN Global Affairs commentator Sabrina Singh, CNN National Security Analyst Beth Sanner, and CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. Elena, let me begin with you. You cover the White House. What are you hearing? What's the latest information on what the Trump administration is planning to do with the Venezuelan government in the coming days?
Yeah, well, look, we reported this morning after these strikes that essentially that they had been making these plans, well, since mid-December, and that essentially part of those plans is they want to set up a transition government inside Venezuela and call for elections. And all of this is really about trying to ensure that Maduro, but mainly, the people who work alongside him, like the vice president, are the ones who hold on to power. And so that's going to be a key part for next steps. We did hear the president as well this morning say on Fox News that the Trump administration is going to be very involved in what happens next inside Venezuela and how they want to set up the government. I was told, we'll see if this is actually the case, that we should be hearing more about this for the next steps at 11 when the president takes the stage for this news conference at Mar-a-Lago. But what is clear is that they very much have been working on day after plans for when this would happen. If Maduro was either to voluntarily step down, of course that did not happen, or if he was to be forcefully ousted, as is what's clear that happened today. And what they don't want is to have other people filling that power vacuum. They want to be the ones very much involved in the process of how they stand up the government moving forward.
You're the former deputy press secretary over at the Pentagon, Sabrina. What's your reaction to what these dramatic developments underscore right now?
Well, I think there's no question that this was an incredible operation that was conducted by our military, and it took a lot of planning. I mean, something like this, I think we're getting reporting on how this operation came together, but to have sourcing on the ground that basically established a pattern of life for Maduro and his wife, and then also these precision airstrikes that we saw took place. I mean, took out these airfields and air defenses that, we needed to do in order to basically capture and seize Nicolás Maduro. I mean, it shows that the units that did this operation were incredibly precise. They were, it was a very quick operation. And I think, having been in the Pentagon, I know Brett and I have been on many calls about this. I mean, this is something that probably the Secretary of Defense was getting briefed on almost daily. The president was as well. And then they took the opportunity when they had the cover of darkness to execute on that operation. So I think, there's a lot of questions that I have, of course, of what comes next and what is, to what Elena was saying, what is the day after plan? Because we've seen what happens with regime changes, whether it be in Libya or Iraq. It doesn't always work out the way you think it's going to. So if we're going to be heavily involved in Venezuela, I mean, Trump promised to end all wars. This is not something that's just going to, now there's going to be an established government and everything, becomes a democratic process. I mean, this is something that's going to take a lot of time. So what is this administration's commitment to that? And
I'm wondering if the administration's actually thought through what the implications of all of this are going to be.
And the regional implications as well.
And global implications to that matter. Russia, Iran, they're watching all of this very, very closely, U.S. adversaries. And there's some speculation they might do something as well.
Perhaps. I mean, I do think that obviously our adversaries are looking at it. Some of them are commenting on it. We have, for sure, representatives of these nations on the ground. A representative, a special envoy from China, was there, met with Maduro in Caracas just hours before this operation. So clearly China was caught off guard. I mean, you can call it an intel failure by China, by Russia. I mean, you have to congratulate the administration on being able to keep this quiet. And I want to add to Sabrina, the role of the CIA in this operation is absolutely clear. But the United States, this is a return of the United States to Latin America. The national security strategy as written is playing out before our very eyes. And, we're back in a big way as the policeman of this region.
What do you think, Brett?
Look, I think when the professionalism and execution of our special operators fused with intelligence is extraordinary. I've been involved in these types of operations. What we just saw, effective, decisive, kept secret. I think you have to pause and reflect on that. These are volunteers who serve our country every day, no matter who's in power. So that's my first thought, the men and women who executed this operation. What comes next, we're going to see. Like the trial in New York, in a trial, you have to have facts. So you're going to see facts presented about the Maduro regime, about his connections with Iran and Russia, this illicit drug trade, all the illicit commerce that goes on around the world. That'll be fascinating. In terms of political transition, we just don't know. I hope the president speaks to it. I mean, the Venezuelan constitution actually requires, if the president is out of power, the vice president has to call for an election within 30 days. Whether or not she actually does that, whether they declare some sort of martial law, emergency law, we have no idea. So right now, a lot of questions, but I think it's worth pausing and just the men and women who do these types of operations, regardless of who's in power, regardless of what Democrats or Republicans might think of this operation, it is extraordinary. They serve our country, and I think we owe them all an extraordinary debt of gratitude.
We'll see what happens, and the stakes right now clearly are enormous. Everybody stand by with us. We're waiting to hear from the President of the United States. He's getting ready to address the issues of this operation that led to the capture of the Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro. A new hour of CNN's special live coverage will start right after a short break.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm. Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums, so you can enjoy the food you love.
This little light of mine, in the dark found a hopeful sign.
For those with depression not getting enough relief from their antidepressant, adding Caplyta can help you let in the light, providing greater relief from depression symptoms than an antidepressant alone. And unlike some medications, Caplyta is also proven to deliver significant symptom relief from both bipolar 1 and 2 depression.
Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Caplyta is not approved for dementia-related psychosis. Call your doctor about new or sudden mood changes, behaviors, or suicidal thoughts right away. Antidepressants may increase these risks. Report fever, confusion, stiff muscles, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High cholesterol and weight gain may occur, as can high blood sugar, which may be fatal. Common side effects are sleepiness, dizziness, nausea, dry mouth, feeling tired, and diarrhea. These aren't all the side effects.
Ask your doctor about Caplyta.
Help see more of the light inside of me.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do and who you can be. If you still have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Cobenfy, a twice-daily pill for the treatment of schizophrenia. Cobenfy is not an antipsychotic. It's a different kind of treatment. Cobenfy showed overall improvement across a range of schizophrenia symptoms. And in clinical studies, most people saw no substantial weight gain.
Don't take if allergic to Cobenfy, have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach, certain liver problems, or untreated narrow-angle glaucoma. Serious side effects such as urinary retention, worsening liver, kidney, bile duct, and gallbladder problems, slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow-angle glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects in those with kidney problems may occur. Don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how Cobenfy affects you. Seek help right away if you have hives, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat, hoarseness, difficulty speaking, breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
Oh, I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for.
Sling lets you do that, Clock Boy.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that. Base package required.
Jen loved her Gain Hibiscus Hula Flings until Brad moved in and brought along a few new, exciting additions. And they discovered that when they mixed their scents, they were more than just soulmates. They were scentmates. Mix, match, more happy with Gain.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
I'm John Morgan, and this is my family. More than 35 years ago, my wife Ultima and I started our firm with the simple goal to fight for families like yours.
What began as a small firm is now America's largest. But to us, it's always been more than just a business.
It's a family business. We understand what it means to face hard times and fight to overcome them.
Every case we take on is personal because we know what's at stake for you.
When you're injured, we're here for you.
For the people, for the families.
I'm who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase is exciting,
sarcastic,
very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington alongside my colleague and friend Aaron Burnett, who's in New York. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and around the world. We're continuing to follow major breaking news out of Venezuela. Right now, we're standing by to hear directly from President Trump. He's getting ready to have a news conference at any moment now down at Mar-a-Lago in Florida. The president confirming this morning that the U.S. military forces carried out large-scale strikes on Venezuela overnight and captured the country's president, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife, Celia Flores. Sources telling CNN the couple was captured right in the middle of the night around 1:30 a.m. Eastern and dragged from their bedroom by the U.S. Army's elite Delta Force. President Trump says he watched the operation and captured all the play out in real time. He says it was like watching a television show from a room. He just called it a room, didn't call it the Situation Room, from a room in his Florida home alongside U.S. military generals. The U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says both Maduro and his wife have now been indicted on drug and weapons charges and will face, quote, the full wrath of American justice in the United States. That's what Pam Bondi says. Trump says the couple were flown to the U.S. Navy ship, the USS Iwo Jima, a battleship, and according to people briefed on the matter, plans are now in the works to take Maduro and his wife to New York, where they will face charges in a Manhattan federal court. I want to bring back our panel of experts right now. CNN White House reporter Elena Treen is with us, CNN Global Affairs commentator Sabrina Singh, CNN National Security Analyst Beth Sanner, and CNN Global Affairs Analyst Brett McGurk. Elena, let me begin with you. What else are you hearing from officials at the White House right now?
Yeah, look, I mean, clearly the president and his team are very happy with this operation. It was very precise. It was able to be kept under wraps, of course, the way that they wanted it, and they were able to execute it successfully. The president said there were no casualties. There were some who were injured. We're going to hear a lot more, of course, whenever the president takes the stage momentarily. A few things that we actually heard from the president himself, though. He did a phone interview. He called into Fox News this morning that I found fascinating. One, he said that he was watching this in real time. He actually said it felt like watching a television show, but he was, of course, giving the due credit to all of the people involved in this. And then he was also talking about next steps, and we briefly were discussing this, but I think that's really the big question of where things go now, because that has been a huge focus of the Trump administration. Of course, you have the military, the CIA, intelligence, all of that working on the actual operation of this. But then the bigger question was, once that is done, what are the next steps, and to make sure that this isn't just successful in the short term, but in the long term. And that's really the conversations that have been going on, we're told, since mid-December. One thing that's also interesting as well is this attack, or this operation, was really supposed to take place a couple days ago. The president confirmed this, what we reported this morning, that they wanted to do this 4 or 5 days ago, and potentially even as early as on Christmas Day. But then the president had ordered some of those strikes in Nigeria, and so they delayed this until today. The president said there was also, waiting to have perfect weather for this operation, which he said they ended up having when they went in. So a successful operation from that standpoint, but a lot of questions over what this means moving forward and the implications more broadly.
Sabrina, you're the former deputy press secretary at the Pentagon. What are you hearing from your sources now about the next steps? What should we be bracing for?
Well, a few people that I've spoken to, have touted that this operation was a great success, and they're very proud of what they were able to accomplish. I think there are a lot of remaining questions of what does U.S. military involvement look like. We have some, 15,000 troops stationed off the coast of Venezuela. Donald Trump, I think we all know very, very candidly that this was never about, just stopping narco-terrorism or drugs coming out of Venezuela. It was always about a regime change. But what happens to those assets in the Caribbean? Do they stay there? I mean, we have pulled assets out of the Indo-Pacific. We have pulled assets out of U.S. Central Command in the Middle East. So what is the long-term goal in Venezuela? And I think that's actually a question that Congress doesn't even know the answers to. And so Congress is going to have to play a role here as well. I mean, they're going to be back on Monday, I think, with a lot of questions for this administration. But in terms of just the asset and sort of what does the placemat of our assets look like, not just outside of Venezuela, but globally? Does anything change now that Maduro's gone from power? I think a lot remains to be seen, and that's what a lot of the people that I've been speaking to is what remains for this mission now.
You know, it's interesting, when the president said, Brett, and you've been in the White House Situation Room on many occasions during these similar kinds of live events, a lot of these military personnel go in with body cameras and other technical devices so that the president and officials in Washington can monitor what's going on. He says it was like watching a television show. Give us a little background on that.
Usually what I've seen, if you're usually watching overhead imagery, you're getting direct reports from both the field and from the chain of command, which is the president, the secretary of defense, and then to the theater commanders. You're getting real-time reports of what is happening. You would have a report of when they enter the building, when they enter a room, when they actually capture Maduro. So you're hearing it unfold in real time. That's likely what the president was seeing. I have to say, I've always been in the Situation Room for those types of operations. I'm not quite sure how they have that set up in Mar-a-Lago, but that's what you would have had. You would have had the chain of command plugged in directly to the president and giving him a kind of a blow-by-blow, literally and figuratively, of what is happening in real time.
Did the Trump administration, Beth, send a message to other U.S. adversaries right now, Russia, Iran, for example, North Korea, who knows, China, about what the U.S. is capable of doing with this military action against Venezuela?
I mean, it definitely shows that the Trump administration is willing to conduct very audacious, bold operations. This is so much more involved than our strike against Iran, where, you know, very much from afar, we had boots on the ground here, right? And so this was a much riskier, of course, closer to home and easier to operationalize. But this is a whole different matter in terms of what the United States is willing to do to see somebody in power that, you know, is illegitimate, was not legitimately elected, and taking them out. So it certainly sends a message. But, you know, our ability to project this in the Asia Pacific is a completely different story. And our willingness to do that, I think, also is something that's quite different. So we'll have to see here how they react. But certainly for the short term, I would say, we're showing resolve and deterrence in terms of our adversaries.
It's certainly a very dramatic moment right now in U.S. military and intelligence history. We're watching all of this unfold. Everybody stand by. I want to go to New York. Aaron Burnett is monitoring this. Aaron, you and I have covered these kinds of stories for many years. Give us a little bit more background.
I mean, Wolf, obviously it's a stunning moment, and one that perhaps is not surprising to people given the setup and given, as our reporting shows, that this has been in the works since mid-December, but still a stunning moment nonetheless, a moment that all Americans are now dealing with the uncertainty and questions of what comes next. And in Caracas, Venezuela, where the U.S. carried out that large strike, we do have a reporter on the ground today, journalist Mary Mina on the ground for us. Mary, just incredible that you're there. And with all of these questions, you know, where you stand, obviously it looks idyllic. I see the mountains, you know, the breeze. It looks beautiful, and yet you're in a country that is in chaos and disarray in an incredible way. What exactly are you seeing there? I know you've been on the streets. I know you have a feel for exactly how this is landing in Venezuela right now.
Yeah, there's mixed feelings from Venezuelans. Some people have decided to stay at home, and that is why we are seeing empty streets and highways in Caracas mostly, and with reports from other cities in Venezuela with the same situation. Most people are being very cautiously following the news, but trying to stay at home as much as possible. Some people have decided to go to pharmacies, supermarkets, bracing for the coming days, and some others, mostly the loyal, the supporters of President Nicolás Maduro, they are approaching to the presidential palace. The government has implemented a plan. We need to remember that they were expecting some scenario similar to this one. Even President Nicolás Maduro himself says in public appearances that this was possible, that he was taken out. But the direction is for the people of Venezuela, and especially his supporters, to stay in the streets. We are not seeing large gathering of people. We need to say that a group of people, mostly supporters, government officials, members of the several entities close to the government that are approaching to the presidential palace in Caracas today, but mostly it's a quiet Saturday, unique, unprecedented for Venezuelan history.
And Mary, let me just ask you a question, because I know when you've seen on the ground, obviously it's a situation where, you know, in a sense, lawlessness is part of the norm. And what you're seeing now, the quiet, is what is so abnormal. But are there gang presences on the streets? Are there checkpoints? Is there anything that would indicate the response to this with this now vacuum?
Yeah, mostly when you try to go to the west of the city concentrates the main government buildings, and that is why that area of the city remains more checked by authorities. The members of the military forces, according to the Ministry of Defense, are deployed, massively deployed, he said, and also they say that they are establish a state of emergency. So we don't know what that exactly means. They are asking for a proof of life of Nicolás Maduro, and in the coming hours, they say, we will know the aftermath of this. They are saying some people might be killed in the incidents, but they don't reveal any detail. They fail to provide more information of the extensive of the damage caused by these three kinetic strikes, or the amount of people injured or killed.
All right, Mary, thank you very much. We're going to be going back to you, of course, through the day. Sort of the shock and the silence after the shock, and then the real question, what is going to happen? And around the world, we were getting immediate reactions. One of the first actually came in from Moscow, where the Russians were demanding an immediate explanation as to what was happening, with obviously a significant both Russian and Chinese involvement in Venezuela. I'm joined now by Nick Payton-Walsh, who is in London, our chief international security correspondent. Nick, you know, I mean, it is pretty stunning to see what is happening. And obviously you're seeing, you know, some celebrations by Venezuelan expatriates who may have already, you know, fled the state, right, in places like Florida and Miami. You know, those who are celebrating are celebrating. But around the world, a stunning moment. As I said, even though perhaps not surprising, it is still shocking, and shocking to Moscow and to Beijing. What is the reaction that you're hearing?
I mean, certainly surprising, I think, for anyone to awake today and see a sitting president removed by U.S. Special Forces from what should be his fortified capital. We have, in the last minutes, been hearing from the Nobel Peace Prize winner and opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, saying in a statement that she believes Venezuelans should now enforce the mandate they got in the elections, which they say they won legitimately recently, and indeed that the winner of that, Edmundo González Urrutia, should become the legitimate president of Venezuela, and that the armed forces, importantly, should indeed back him. Now, that's key, because she is essentially, if you paraphrase here, calling for a popular uprising to continue or finish the job of removing the Maduro regime from power. Remember, Maduro's departure from the country does not necessarily mean that those below him relinquish the grip on power, and President Trump has been clear that they're continuing to discuss exactly what indeed happens next, and indeed he said the future will be bad for those who remain loyal to Maduro. But across the region, where clearly this Trump White House is trying to exercise greater power in the Western Hemisphere, there is a mixed reaction. Predictable Trump allies like Argentina's Javier Milei saying that this was freedom advances, long live freedom, damn it. Ecuador's Daniel Noboa saying that this was the time is now coming for all the narco-Chavista criminals, and that their structure will completely collapse across the entire continent. Though Mexico's leader, more critical, Colombia's president, starkly critical, China, obviously an ally of Venezuela to a limited extent, talking about they are being deeply shocked and strongly condemning the US's blatant use of force here, and indeed Brazil as well, talking about a dangerous precedent for the entire international community. So a shock, I think, across Southern America to see this stalwart, frankly, of authoritarian power in the region suddenly vanish, and that announcement of his departure appear in a 74-word tweet or Truth Social post from the president. We will learn more details about this going forwards, but it's important to look now on the day after planning. We'll surely hear from President Trump further details, frankly, relayed with some degree of excitement, it seems, an interview with Fox News about exactly how this meticulous and very efficient operation went down. But it's what comes next that really matters. Do they have the planning to potentially assist Machado and the opposition to seize power? Are they negotiating with the more moderate elements of the Maduro regime for their departure or some kind of detente? The hardliners under Maduro now step forward and try and seek a stronger grip on what remains of power there? Or has that extraordinary exercise of US military power over the skies of Caracas changed many minds and perhaps eroded the loyalty of the military there? Questions that the Trump administration will hopefully have tried to answer prior to launching something as unprecedented as this, and ones hopefully that President Trump will be able to provide more clarity for in the minutes ahead. Erin.
Yes, absolutely hoping for clarity on all of that. I mean, just a stunning moment to think that Nicolás Maduro and his wife right now are en route to New York, where the Justice Department has filed this indictment. I mean, it is a truly incredible thing to think about, and an important moment that we are living through right now. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you so much from London. As we are monitoring what else you see on our screen, of course, that is the podium at Mar-a-Lago, where President Trump will momentarily, it could be any moment, could have started as early as 11 o'clock Eastern. So perhaps they're in their final preparations discussing this is going to be an address to the nation any moment in Palm Beach. Let's send it back to you, Wolf, as we are awaiting. Everyone's in that room and waiting for the president to speak.
Yeah, we're all waiting. He says he's going to be providing more information. He's going to be joined by the defense secretary and military generals as well. Let's see who shows up. I want to bring in our White House reporter, Elena Treen, who's getting some new reporting for us. What are you learning?
Yes, that's right. So I was speaking with some of my sources this morning, and this just goes to the extent of how long this operation was in the making. They told me that the CIA had actually installed a small team inside Venezuela in the summer that really began tracking all of his patterns, including his movements, his whereabouts, and that helped, of course, bolster the intelligence they had about where he would be exactly when this operation happened, where he would be sleeping. This is what one of the sources told me. They said, quote, "The CIA covertly inserted a small team into Venezuela in the summer that was able to provide deep insight into Maduro's pattern of life, which made it possible to snatch him so easily when the time came." All of this, again, just showing how long this has really been an operation that they were laying the groundwork for, Wolf, if this was going, of course, back to the summer. The other thing that I wanted to make clear here as well is that, this was an FBI team that really led a lot of these efforts that went in and actually helped capture Maduro and his family. And we're going to see them apparently in court potentially as early as next week. We're still waiting to hear on the next steps on that. But I think if you look at what the CIA has done, what the intelligence has done, all of that also made possible by what the president did earlier this year in essentially giving broad authorities and new capabilities to the CIA to operate with these covert actions, both inside Venezuela and Latin America more broadly.
I'm sure that the Pentagon officials, and you're a former deputy Pentagon press secretary, will be asked if this was legal from the U.S. point of view, an act of war. In effect, there was no legislation passed in Congress. What's the reaction?
Well, you'll remember, just a month ago, I think it was, when Secretary Rubio, Hegseth, I think Ratcliffe all went up to the Hill and briefed members of Congress. I think it was Lindsey Graham that said, there's no intention for regime change, and if they want to do something like that, they'd have to seek congressional approval for it to be legal. I think, and I hope, what you're going to see from the president is what are the legal ramifications and what were they operating under. I think you're going to see some justification from this administration, but I think Congress has a lot of questions on the use of military force. And additionally to what Elena was just saying, I mean, Donald Trump did give broad authorization for the CIA to start operating in Venezuela in the summer. And I think to what Beth was saying earlier, I mean, this was an operation that had boots on the ground, which made this so different from what we saw in Iran. I mean, many things could have gone wrong, and I think the operation that we saw taking place in the early hours of this morning is that it did limit collateral damage. This was a very elite team that went in and was able to seize Maduro and his wife, of course. But that wouldn't have been able to have been done if not for the CIA assets that you had on the ground and likely sources within the Maduro regime as well that ultimately led for his capture.
The fact that the U.S. could go in the middle of the night, 1:30 a.m., The president of Venezuela is sleeping, his wife is sleeping. Go in, not just get into that presidential residence, but also make it their way up to the bedroom and take these two into custody. That's pretty dramatic.
It's dramatic, and it's funny that President Trump was saying it's like watching TV. It does seem so cinematic in this moment, and I think under another administration, I think you'd see the president come out and talk about this, and then you see the Secretary of Defense come out and explain the operation. And as you know, when we've talked about this, we don't have a typical press corps that's in the Pentagon right now. We don't have a typical press, Department of Defense secretary that would brief the press right now. But some of the things that I want to know are what are the airframes that were used? Were there injuries? Donald Trump mentioned that some of the operators were injured. So, I have a lot of outstanding questions, and I'm sure so do the American public and Congress. And we're not getting all those answers that we would usually get.
The president will be making an opening statement and then answering reporters' questions. So hopefully we'll get some answers to all those questions that remain outstanding right now. Zach Cohn is joining us right now. Zach, I understand you're getting some new reporting.
Yeah, Wolf, that's right. Just piggybacking on what Elena was saying, our reporting is not only did the CIA have that small team on the ground in Venezuela tracking Maduro's movements since at least August, but the level of planning that was happening here for months has been done at the most senior levels within the Trump administration. Sources telling me that Secretary of Defense Hegseth, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, a top White House aide, as well as CIA Director John Ratcliffe have been working on this issue and this operation ultimately for months now, and it's something that they've been talking about daily since earlier this summer and briefing the president on regularly. At the same time, we reported back in September that the goal here, as far as the administration was concerned, was to remove Maduro from power. Now, the preference at that point was for Maduro to effectively leave on his own, to read the tea leaves. That's what I was told by a source who was briefed at that time. But the source said that the administration was prepared to, quote, do this the hard way. And I think that's what we effectively saw play out in the early morning hours today. And we saw this elite unit, this Delta Force unit, carry out this operation. I want to just give a little insight into what this unit's all about. This is one of the most elite units within the U.S. Special Operations infrastructure. It was part of several of the most infamous operations in recent memory, including the one made famous by that movie Black Hawk Down. It was also involved in the operation that ultimately led to the capture of Panamanian leader Noriega, and that case and that operation is something Trump administration officials are pointing to as similar and with setting a precedent for this mission that targeted Maduro as well. So a lot of planning, a lot of conversations leading up to this point, but ultimately what we heard early on months ago about the ultimate goal here, this ultimate goal of removing Maduro from power, does seem to have come to fruition.
Yeah, certainly does. He's aboard the USS Iwo Jima right now, a U.S. Navy battleship making their way towards New York, where he will, in the coming days, wind up before a federal judge on these conspiracy charges, narco-terrorism conspiracy charges that have now been filed against him and his wife, Celia Flores. I want to go to our contributor, Stefano Pozzebon, right now. Stefano, I know you've reported extensively on Maduro from Venezuela over the years. Bring our viewers up to speed on how he actually ruled the country, and what do you anticipate the likely reaction inside Venezuela will be to his capture and his being headed towards this New York court?
Yes, indeed, Wolf. Well, you can question the legality of the operation, but you cannot feel for the millions of Venezuelans who, mostly around the world, are celebrating for the capture, the detention of a person who was effectively an authoritarian leader who ruled this country with an iron fist for pretty much the last 13 years, Wolf. I'm saying out of the country because, in fact, inside the country, inside Venezuela, not much has changed. The government structure is still in place. The Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez, is operating as acting head of state, and they are demanding through the United Nations for an immediate return of Nicolás Maduro to his country, of course rejecting and denying all of these allegations of drug trafficking. And that's why I think that you've seen that no many people are out in the streets of Caracas, perhaps celebrating or taking to the streets, because there is a climate of tension and fear, as always it happens in an authoritarian, anti-democratic country. But Maduro, make no mistake, is a person that has been under scrutiny for his records on human rights for over 10 years. We have reports of extrajudicial killings and unprecedented violence in repressing the street protest in both 2014, 2017, 2019 to try to convince him to go via democratic ways. This is a person that last year lost squarely an election and yet refused to concede his loss and simply waltzed his way into power, simply shrugged off the claims from the opposition that was sustained by the publication on voting ballot acts that the opposition had actually won that election in 2024, and Maduro simply pretended that nothing happened and he won once again. So you can definitely understand the concern that this type of unprecedented action from the United States is raising around the world. The United Nations have, for example, issued a statement saying that there are concerning implications around the action from Washington in taking a sitting head of state and removing it from power and taking it into a foreign country in handcuffs. However, we're still talking about one of the most anti-democratic and most brutal strongmen, at least in the Americas, that is now out of power. What happens now in Venezuela, however, is a different thing, because as my colleagues were correctly pointing out, here the objective was to remove Maduro from power, not to create a regime change in Venezuela. The opposition has issued a statement calling for their candidate in the 2024 election to be installed into power. That would be a long-time diplomat called Edmundo González Urrutia, who is currently in Madrid, Spain, and would be ready to pick up power as a transition president, perhaps towards a new democratic Venezuela, but it is far from happening. Right now, the power remains pretty much in the hands, and strongly in the hands, of the Venezuelan military that up until today was loyal to Nicolás Maduro, and by the look of it today are standing by Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. There will be definitely some power struggle and some moves in the power circuits in Caracas, especially with the different members of his government realigning themselves around whoever will pick up the baton from Maduro himself, but the government doesn't appear to be on the brink of falling down, and nor, for example, the hundreds of political prisoners, including at least 5 U.S. citizens that have been detained in recent weeks in Venezuela, used as a tactic normally to negotiate as pawns in negotiations with the U.S. That is one of the other tactics that Maduro has employed in the past in maintaining himself into power for so long. Well, that was a tactic that had allowed him to remain in power up until today, with this truly unprecedented and surprisingly shocking action from the United States. Wolf?
Stefano Pozzebon, who's reported from Venezuela over the years, thank you very, very much. We'll get back to you. I want to bring in our panel. We're waiting to hear directly from the President of the United States, Beth Center. We're supposed to start, about 25 minutes or so ago. He's running a little bit late. I wonder if he's getting new information that he wants to share with our viewers here in the United States and indeed around the world. People are watching.
Absolutely. I think he's probably also trying to figure out, as we were just talking about, what are these next steps and how to frame that for the American people, what role Congress will play in this. There is a lot to be figured out here, and I wanted to pick up on one point about these Americans who are imprisoned, at least 5 in the current batch. You know, we negotiated 2 other releases earlier this year in this revolving door. But these people are reporting, the ones that have been released in the past, that they were treated, they were beaten regularly, they were given, barely edible food, dirty water. I mean, so there is definitely a case to be made here about the human rights violations against the Venezuelan people writ large, but also about American citizens and how they have been treated. And we still have these 5 people in jail somewhere in the prison system inside Venezuela right now, and we have to be worried about what happens to them. Will there be retribution against them in the coming hours and days?
Yeah, and the State Department had warned Americans, stay out of Venezuela for the time being, right?
Exactly. But one of these gentlemen that was picked up, apparently was picked up on the other side of the border inside Colombia, a surfer, and he was nabbed by the Venezuelans and brought back into Venezuela. Yeah. So, you know, this is not a regime we should have no love lost here with this regime.
And we'll see what happens next with this new regime. There's a vice president that's taking over, Delcy Rodriguez. We'll see how that unfolds as well. Exactly. Now that Maduro is on his way to a court in New York City where he's going to be charged with conspiracy, narco-terrorism conspiracy specifically. Elena, let me get back to what else you're hearing from the White House right now.
Yeah, look, I think one of the big things is going to be them laying out the legal justification for a lot of this, particularly because they had vowed multiple times, you know, informally, I should say, I guess, but the president as well as the White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, had kind of implicitly said that they were going to alert Congress before striking inside Venezuela. And you've seen a myriad of responses today from Republicans and Democrats alike on social media, many of them angered that they weren't briefed on this. We know that Senator Marco Rubio, or excuse me, former Senator Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, has been calling around to lawmakers today following this operation, alerting them to a lot of this. And what I've been told in my conversations with my sources, we've seen some of this posted online from what some of the lawmakers who have spoken with Rubio said, is that they are saying that it was the Article 2 under the Constitution that has provided the legal basis for the administration for this. But it's going to be very, I think, important to hear from the president. I'm sure we're going to see some other officials as well, potentially Rubio, maybe Defense Secretary Hegseth. We'll have to see who actually joins Trump at this press conference momentarily. But they're going to need to kind of explain themselves here. And if he doesn't do it in this press conference, it's definitely going to be something they need to explain after the fact. And I know a lot of lawmakers as well, just from the people I've been talking to from my old sources on the Hill, saying that they are very much expecting and demanding a full briefing on what happened today.
Has the top leadership in the House and the Senate, Democrats and Republicans, on the Intelligence Committee and elsewhere, the majority leaders, the minority leaders, have they formally been briefed as they're supposed to be briefed on sensitive intelligence matters?
You mean relating to this operation?
Yes.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen that yet. What I have seen is, a scathing statement from someone like Senator Mark Warner. He is, on the Intelligence Committee, the ranking Democrat. Exactly. He sent a scathing statement on this morning. We've heard from a lot of other members on the rightful committees, the Intelligence Committees, the Foreign Services Committees, et cetera, essentially making clear that they did not. So I think I'm still learning that, at least at this moment in time, but I know that they are expecting at least a briefing soon.
We'll see what happens on that front. Evan Perez is with us as well. You're getting more information on these criminal charges that Maduro and his wife are now facing.
Well, Wolf, I mean, this is obviously the other precedent that we're looking at here is the 1990 capture of Manuel Noriega, the president of Panama. That operation was not as seamless as this one. If you remember, the U.S. invaded, and it took a few weeks while he was holed up in the Vatican embassy before he surrendered. On this date exactly, on January 3rd of 1990 is when he surrendered. And that led to a legal battle. And so that's what we're expecting to see here with Nicolás Maduro. One of the things that, obviously, these are criminal charges that are being filed against him, but he is the president of Venezuela, and he is likely to argue that he is entitled to be treated as that. And so that means that he's going to be treated, if he wins that fight, he will be treated as a prisoner of war. That gives him some additional legal rights inside the U.S. system. And so we'll see how he goes forward on this. But one of the things that our team has been learning, including Natasha Bertrand and some of our other team who've been reporting on this, is that they've been relying on this 1989 OLC opinion. This is an Office of Legal Counsel opinion from the Justice Department, which overruled an earlier opinion. Essentially, what the Justice Department said in this opinion is that the FBI has the jurisdiction, has the right, if ordered by the president, to carry out an arrest on foreign soil if in contravention of international law if the president says so. And so that's one of the things we anticipate that the president and the administration is going to explain, that they have the authority to send in the U.S. military to carry out this operation. The FBI, the hostage rescue team was part of this operation. They captured and they brought him onto the Iwo Jima. And now they're trying to move him to New York. The logistics of that are not that simple. Obviously, he's on a military ship. It's a little distance away from New York, so they have to figure out how to get him from there to New York. They're probably going to fly him to a U.S. base somewhere in the Caribbean and then transfer him. All of that is being done as we speak. Wolf, we expect that he could be in court. Elena, I think you've heard this as well, that he could be in court as soon as Monday morning. And then we'll see this process begin where he's going to answer these charges related to narco trafficking that the U.S. says he's been participating in for decades.
The Southern District of New York has been filing these charges against him. I'm just curious, once he gets these charges against him, will he be out on bail? Will he be taken to a U.S. jail? What happens?
No, he will not be allowed to go free. I don't anticipate. Obviously, that's something that a judge will have to decide. I don't get to make that decision. But yeah, we expect that he is going to be held most likely at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. This is a high security federal prison, a jail that where a lot of high profile people have been held. And that's where it's most likely he is going to be held. Alongside, by the way, some of the cartel members that have been brought there to New York in the last few years, and which the U.S. says Maduro has been actively helping, not only helping them bring drugs from South America through Mexico to the United States, but also helping them launder those proceeds over the last decades.
All right, we'll see what happens. A lot of drama will unfold, to be sure. Evan, thank you very, very much. We're going to get back to Aaron in New York. Aaron?
All right, Wolf. And as we're awaiting the president, as Wolf just said, the president's now about a half an hour late from the anticipated address in Mar-a-Lago, where we've been showing you the images. The press have been gathered in there now for well over half an hour. And so, but we're awaiting the president. Now, he did just post something on his own social media site. I want to show it to you. It is an image of Nicolás Maduro in custody. So President Trump just posting this image. We have just cleared it here. So let me keep it up and explain this to you. He is putting this out and saying this is Nicolás Maduro in custody. And as we just take a look at what he's wearing, from the sunglasses, the thing around his neck, the water bottle, what he's wearing. Let's just keep this up. I want to bring in the New York Times White House and Chief National Correspondent David Sanger. David, this is an incredible moment. Obviously, you have been covering moments analogous to this for decades. But let's just look at this image that President Trump has just posted. And when we pull out, it's almost like as if it's a sweatshirt and some sort of a tied sweatpants hastily put together. What do you see in this image of Nicolás Maduro that President Trump has just posted?
Well, it is remarkable and sort of reminds you of the photographs of Saddam when he was first grabbed, Noriega in 1989 when he came out of Panama. Clearly, Maduro was not planning to spend his evening the way that he was. And you see him there in what looks like sweatpants and so forth, holding his water bottle, but also his handcuffs on. You know, I think this is going to raise all kinds of interesting issues. You just heard from Evan the legal pretext, and he has been under indictment since 2020. So I think the administration will lean heavily into enforcing that indictment and putting him in front of a judge. But the president has made clear in many different ways that this is about more than just drugs and Maduro. It is about access to oil. The president had a Truth Social on that a few weeks ago, where he demanded that the U.S. get restored rights that it had to that oil years ago. It's about regime change. If you go into the president's national security strategy, you see something called the Trump corollary that basically asserts that the United States has the right to go in and clean up governments that are causing disruption or a threat within the region. So it'd be interesting to see which one of these the president leans on.
And also, you know, when we look at an image like this, and I think your perspective here of talking about Saddam Hussein, right, Noriega, you know, when you look at an image like this, right, this is the first image. This now is an image that is going to stand for something. And of course, we do anticipate seeing Maduro and his wife, his son, as they call him, the prince, you know, they're appearing in New York, right? We're going to see them in coming days, we expect, but we haven't seen him yet. So this is all there is for the world to look at. How does an image like this land with Xi Jinping, with Vladimir Putin, with you know, in autocracies and dictatorships around the world that are looking at this moment as perhaps a crucial precedent for where we are headed? What is this image and what do they see in it, David?
Great question, Erin. I mean, on the one hand, it shows the ability of the United States to get through multiple layers of security and grab an authoritarian leader. So that's the downside for them. But I think the more they think about it, the more they may give thought to what the precedent enables them to do. I mean, if it turns out that the United States can get away with doing this, could President Putin attempt this with President Zelensky, who he has declared is a criminal? Could China's leaders do this with the president of Taiwan, which China has declared is a breakaway province? So I think on the one hand, it shows the huge reach of the American military. On the other hand, it creates a precedent others could well abuse.
And there's also, of course, the deliberate, to show his disarray, his chaos, his lack of looking presidential or in charge, right? His sweatpants. It's a humiliating image, and obviously purposefully so. They're sending that message on purpose. David, in that context,
he didn't forget his sunglasses, though. Yeah.
Right. I mean, and perhaps there's a story behind that, but almost the sweatpants like half pulled up. They don't even appear to be up on his waist all the way. David, just looking at the clock here, Eastern time right now, 11:37 in the morning. We had anticipated the president speaking at 11 a.m. Eastern at Mar-a-Lago. And obviously these things can shift on time, right? So that isn't abnormal in and of itself. But we are almost 40 minutes past the time. What do you think could be happening in that time? You know, obviously Wolf's group has been discussing and Elena's been reporting on possibly new information coming in or who's going to be present. But what do you think this 40-minute delay could mean?
Well, first, we don't know, but we have some guesses. The president, in an earlier appearance on Fox, said that they would be revealing some details of the operation, but not all details. And they may well be debating which ones they're going to release and which ones they are not. Obviously, there's a propaganda element to that, as there is with the release of this photograph. Second, I think the president's got to figure out which of the explanations he leans on here. And thirdly, I think he's got to go figure out, what does he tell his MAGA base that was already worried that he was spending too much time on this?
Oh, here he is. He is walking out right now. The President of the United States, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with him. Let's listen in.
We appreciate you being here. Late last night and early today, at my direction, the United States Armed Forces conducted an extraordinary military operation in the capital of Venezuela. Overwhelming American military power, air, land, and sea, was used to launch a spectacular assault. And it was an assault like people have not seen since World War II. It was a force against a heavily fortified military fortress in the heart of Caracas to bring outlaw dictator Nicolás Maduro to justice. This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history. And if you think about it, we've done some other good ones, like the attack on Soleimani, the attack on al-Baghdadi, and the obliteration and decimation of the Iran nuclear sites just recently in an operation known as Midnight Hammer. all perfectly executed and done. No nation in the world could achieve what America achieved yesterday, or frankly, in just a short period of time. All Venezuelan military capacities were rendered powerless as the men and women of our military, working with U.S. law enforcement, successfully captured Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark and it was deadly. But captured along with his wife, Celia Flores, both of whom now face American justice. Maduro and Flores have been indicted in the Southern District of New York, it's Jay Clayton, for their campaign of deadly narco-terrorism against the United States and its citizens. I want to thank the men and women of our military who achieved such an extraordinary success overnight with breathtaking speed, power, precision, and competence. You rarely see anything like it. You've seen some raids in this country that didn't go so well. They were an embarrassment. If you look back to Afghanistan, or if you look back to the Jimmy Carter days, they were different days. We're a respected country again, maybe like never before. These highly trained warriors operating in collaboration with U.S. law enforcement caught them in a very ready position. They were waiting for us. They knew we had many ships out in the sea, just sort of waiting. They knew we were coming. So they were in a ready, what's called a ready position. But they were completely overwhelmed and very quickly incapacitated. If you would have seen what I saw last night, you would have been very impressed. I'm not sure that you'll ever get to see it, but it was an incredible thing to see. Not a single American service member was killed, and not a single piece of American equipment was lost. We had many helicopters, many planes, many people involved in that fight. But think of that, not one piece of military equipment was lost, not one service member was, more importantly, killed. The United States military is the strongest and most fearsome military on the planet by far. With capabilities and skills our enemies can scarcely begin to imagine. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no equipment like what we have, and you see that even if you just look at the boats. You know, we've knocked out 97% of the drugs coming in by sea. 90%. Each boat kills on average, 25,000 people. We knocked out 97%. And those drugs mostly come from a place called Venezuela. We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years. So we are going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. And it has to be judicious because that's what we're all about. We want peace, liberty, and justice for the great people of Venezuela, and that includes many from Venezuela that are now living in the United States and want to go back to their country. It's their homeland. We can't take a chance that somebody else takes over Venezuela that doesn't have the good of the Venezuelan people in mind. We've had decades of that. We're not going to let that happen. We're there now, and what people don't understand, but they understand as I say this, we're there now, but we're going to stay until such time as the proper transition can take place. So we're going to stay until such time as we're going to run it, essentially, until such time as a proper transition can take place. As everyone knows, the oil business in Venezuela has been a bust, a total bust, for a long period of time. They were pumping almost nothing by comparison to what they could have been pumping and what could have taken place. We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country. And we are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So we were prepared to do a second wave if we needed to do so. We actually assumed that a second wave would be necessary, but now it's probably not. The first wave, if you'd like to call it that, the first attack was so successful, we probably don't have to do a second, but we're prepared to do a second wave, a much bigger wave, actually. This was pinpoint, but we have a much bigger wave that probably won't have to do. This partnership of Venezuela with the United States of America, a country that everybody wants to be involved with because of what we were able to do and accomplish, will make the people of Venezuela rich, independent, and safe. And it will also make the many, many people from Venezuela that are living in the United States extremely happy. They suffered. They suffered. So much was taken from them. They're not going to suffer anymore. The illegitimate dictator Maduro was the kingpin of a vast criminal network responsible for trafficking colossal amounts of deadly and illicit drugs into the United States. As alleged in the indictment, he personally oversaw the vicious cartel known as Cartel de las Solas, which flooded our nation with lethal poison, responsible for the deaths of countless Americans, the many, many Americans. Hundreds of thousands over the years of Americans died because of him. Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately, New York. And then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida. But we have people where the overwhelming evidence of their crimes will be presented in a court of law. And I've seen it. I've seen what we have. It's both horrible and breathtaking that something like this could have been allowed to take place. For many years after his term as president of Venezuela expired, Maduro remained in power and waged a ceaseless campaign of violence, terror, and subversion against the United States of America, threatening not only our people, but the stability of the entire region. And you all saw it. In addition to trafficking gigantic amounts of illegal drugs that inflicted untold suffering and human destruction all over the country, all over, in particular, the United States, Maduro sent savage and murderous gangs, including the bloodthirsty prison gang, Tren de Aragua, to terrorize American communities nationwide. And he did indeed. They were in Colorado. They took over apartment complexes. They cut the fingers off people if they called police. They were brutal, but they're not so brutal now. And I just have to congratulate our military, Pete and everybody, and our National Guard, because the job that they've done, whether it's in Washington, D.C., where we have a totally safe city, where it was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the world, frankly, and now we have no crime in Washington, D.C. We haven't had a killing. We had the terrorist attack a few weeks ago. A little bit of a different kind of a threat, but we haven't had a killing in a long period of time, 6-7 months. We used to have two, on average, 2 a week in Washington, our capital. We don't have that anymore. The restaurants are opening. Everyone's happy. They're going, they're walking their daughters, they're walking their children, their wives. They walk to restaurants. Restaurants are opening all over Washington, D.C. So I want to thank the National Guard. I want to thank our military. And I want to thank law enforcement. Been amazing. And they should do it with more cities. We're doing it, as you know, in We're doing it in Memphis, Tennessee right now, and crime is down. We've just sort of started a few weeks ago, but crime is down now 77%. And the governor of Louisiana called, great person, and he wanted us to help him, as you know, in a certain very nice part of Louisiana. And we have done that. And it was a rough section, and we have crime down. I understand it's down to almost nothing already after 2.5 weeks. New Orleans, it's down to almost nothing, and we've only been there for 2.5 weeks. Can't imagine why governors wouldn't want us to help. We also helped, as you know, in Chicago, and crime went down a little bit there. We did a very small help because we had no working ability with the governor. The governor was a disaster, and the mayor was a disaster, but it knocked down crime. But we're pulling out of there. When they need us, we'll know. You'll know. You'll be writing about it. And likewise, Los Angeles, where we saved Los Angeles early on, where the head of the police department made a statement that if the federal government didn't come in, we would have lost Los Angeles. That's long after the fires. That's when they had the riots in Los Angeles. We did a great job. Got no credit for it whatsoever, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. We don't need the credit. But we'll be pulling out when they need us. They'll call, or we'll go back if we have to. We'll go back. But we did a great job in various cities. But the place that we're very proud of is Washington, D.C., because it's our nation's capital. We took it from being a crime-ridden mess to being one of the safest cities in the country. But the gangs that they sent raped, tortured, and murdered American women and children. They were in all of the cities I mentioned, Tren de Aragua. And they were sent by Maduro to terrorize our people, and now Maduro will never again be able to threaten an American citizen or anybody from Venezuela. There will no longer be threats. For years, I've highlighted the stories of those innocent Americans whose lives were so heartlessly robbed by this Venezuelan terrorist organization. Really one of the worst. One of the worst, they say the worst. Americans like 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungari from Houston. Beautiful Jocelyn Nungari, what happened to her? They, as you know, they kidnapped, assaulted, and murdered by Tren de Aragua animals. They murdered Jocelyn and left her dead under the bridge. There was a bridge that will never be the same to so many people after seeing what happened. As I've said many times, the Maduro regime emptied out their prisons, sent their worst and most violent monsters into the United States to steal American lives. And they came from mental institutions and insane asylums. They came from prisons and jails. The reason I say both, they sound similar. Actually, prisons a little bit more hostile, a little bit tougher. A mental institution isn't as tough as an insane asylum, but we got them both. They sent from their mental institutions. They sent from their jails, prisons. They were drug dealers. They were drug kingpins. They sent everybody bad into the United States, but no longer. And we have now a border where nobody gets through. In addition, Venezuela unilaterally seized and sold American oil, American assets, and American platforms, costing us billions and billions of dollars. They did this a while ago, but we never had a president that did anything about it. They took all of our property. It was our property. We built it. And we never had a president that decided to do anything about it. Instead, they fought wars that were 10,000 miles away. We built Venezuela oil industry with American talent, drive, and skill, and the socialist regime stole it from us during those previous administrations, and they stole it through force. This constituted one of the largest thefts of American property in the history of our country. Considered the largest theft of property in the history of our country. Massive oil infrastructure was taken like we were babies, and we didn't do anything about it. I would have done something about it. America will never allow foreign powers to rob our people or drive us back into and out of our own hemisphere. That's what they did. Furthermore, under the now deposed dictator Maduro, Venezuela was increasingly hosting foreign adversaries in our region and acquiring menacing offensive weapons that could threaten U.S. interests and lives. And they used those weapons last night. Potentially in league with the cartels operating along our border. All of these actions were in gross violation of the core principles of American foreign policy, dating back more than 2 centuries. And not anymore. All the way back, it dated to the Monroe Doctrines. And the Monroe Doctrine is a big deal, but we've superseded it by a lot, by a real lot. They now call it the Donroe Document. I don't know. It's Monroe Doctrine. We sort of forgot about it. It was very important, but we forgot about it. We don't forget about it anymore. Under our new national security strategy, American dominance in the Western Hemisphere will never be questioned again. Won't happen. So just in concluding, for decades, other administrations have neglected or even contributed to these growing security threats in the Western Hemisphere. Under the Trump administration, we are reasserting American power in a very powerful way in our home region. And our home region is very different than it was just a short while ago. The future will be, and we did this in my first term. We had great dominance in my first term, and we have far greater dominance right now. Everyone's coming back to us. The future will be determined by the ability to protect commerce and territory and resources that are core to national security. These are core to our national security. Just like tariffs are, they've made our country rich, and they've made our national security stronger than ever before. But these are the iron laws that have always determined global power. And we're going to keep it that way. We will secure our borders. We will stop the terrorists. We will crash the cartels, and we will defend our citizens against all threats, foreign and domestic. Other presidents may have lacked the courage or whatever to defend America, but I will never allow terrorists and criminals to operate with impunity against the United States. This extremely successful operation should serve as warning to anyone who would threaten American sovereignty or endanger American lives. Very importantly, the embargo on all Venezuelan oil remains in full effect. The American Armada remains poised in position, and the United States retains all military options until United States demands have been fully met and fully satisfied. All political and military figures in Venezuela should understand what happened to Maduro can happen to them, and it will happen to them if they aren't just fair, even to their people. The dictator and terrorist, Maduro, is finally gone in Venezuela. People are free. They're free again. It's been a long time for them, but they're free. America is a safer nation this morning. It's a prouder nation this morning because it didn't allow this horrible person and this country that was doing very bad things to us. It didn't allow it to happen. And the Western Hemisphere is right now a much safer place to be. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank General Raisin Kane. He's a fantastic man. I've worked with a lot of generals. I worked with some I didn't like. I worked with some I didn't respect. I worked with some that just weren't good. But this guy is fantastic. I watched last night one of the most precise attacks on sovereignty. I mean, it was an attack for justice. And I'm very proud of him, and I'm very proud of our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, who I'm going to ask to say a few words. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can you explain how the U.S. will run Venezuela?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Finally, a commander-in-chief the world respects and the American people deserve. And as the President said, words can barely capture the bravery and the power and the precision of this historic operation. A massive joint military and law enforcement raid flawlessly executed by the greatest Americans our country has to offer. American warriors are second to none, the best in the world and the best of our country. What all of us witnessed last night was sheer guts and grit, gallantry, and glory of the American warrior. I'm simply humbled by such men, and I tip my hat to our chairman, Dan Raisin Kane, and all those Americans who stood watch last night. Our warriors are the elite of America, and again, President Trump has your back. No other country on planet Earth, and it's not even close, could pull this kind of operation off. And no other president has ever shown this kind of leadership, courage, and resolve, the most powerful combination the world has ever seen. As the president said, our adversaries remain on notice. America can project our will anywhere, anytime. The coordination, the stealth, the lethality, the precision, the very long arm of American justice, all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolás Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. President Trump is deadly serious about stopping the flow of gangs and violence to our country. Deadly serious about stopping the flow of drugs and poison to our people. Deadly serious about getting back the oil that was stolen from us. And deadly serious about reestablishing American deterrence and dominance in the Western Hemisphere. This is about the safety, security, freedom, and prosperity of the American people. This is America first. This is peace through strength. And the United States War Department is proud to help deliver it. Welcome to 2026, and under President Trump, America is back. I'd like to welcome now our chairman, Chairman Raisin Kane, to give a few more details about the operation. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning. Last night, on the order of the President of the United States and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, as the President said, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro. This operation, known as Operation Absolute Resolve, was discreet, precise, and conducted during the darkest hours of January 2nd and was the culmination of months of planning and rehearsal, an operation that, frankly, only the United States military could undertake. What I'd like to do this morning is talk to you through some of the preparation and the details without compromising any of our tactics, techniques, and procedures. There is always a chance that we'll be tasked to do this type of mission again. Our interagency work began months ago and built on decades of experience of integrating complex air, ground, space, and maritime operations. While the past 2 decades have honed the skills of our special operations forces, this particular mission required every component of our joint force, with soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians working in unison with our intelligence agency partners and law enforcement teammates in an unprecedented operation. We leveraged our unmatched intelligence capabilities and our years of experience in hunting terrorists, and we could not have done this mission without the incredible work by various intelligence agencies, including the CIA, NSA, and NGA. We watched, we waited, we prepared, we remained patient and professional. This mission was meticulously planned, drawing lessons from decades of missions over the last many years, many missions over these last many years. This was an audacious operation that only the United States could do. It required the utmost of precision and integration within our joint force. And the word integration does not explain the sheer complexity of such a mission. An extraction so precise it involved more than 150 aircraft launching across the Western Hemisphere in close coordination, all coming together in time and place to layer effects for a single purpose: to get an interdiction force into downtown Caracas while maintaining the element of tactical surprise. Failure of one component of this well-oiled machine would have endangered the entire mission, and failure is never an option for America's joint force. Those in the air over Caracas last night were willing to give their lives for those on the ground and in the helicopters. Let me talk a little bit about the preparation. After months of work by our intelligence teammates to find Maduro and understand how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets, in early December, our force was set pending a series of aligned events. Key was choosing the right day to minimize the potential for civilian harm and maximize the element of surprise, and minimize the harm to the indicted personnel, so as the president said, they could be brought to justice. And as the president said earlier today, weather in Venezuela is always a factor this time of the year. And over the weeks through Christmas and New Year's, the men and women of the United States military sat ready, patiently waiting for the right triggers to be met and the president to order us into action. Last night, the weather broke just enough, clearing a path that only the most skilled aviators in the world could maneuver through. Ocean, mountain, low cloud ceilings. But when tasked with a mission, this organization does not quit. At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49, and there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency to create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target and get them home. As the force crossed the last point of high terrain where they'd been hiding in the clutter, we assessed that we had maintained totally the element of surprise. As the helicopter force ingressed towards the objective at low level, we arrived at Maduro's compound at 1:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or 2:01 a.m. Caracas local time, and the apprehension force descended into Maduro's compound and moved with speed, precision, and discipline towards their objective, and isolated the area to ensure the safety and security of the ground force while apprehending the indicted persons. On arrival into the target area, the helicopters came under fire, and they replied with that fire with overwhelming force in self-defense. One of our aircraft was hit but remained flyable, and as the president said earlier today, all of our aircraft came home, and that aircraft remained flyable during the rest of the mission. As the operation unfolded at the compound, our air and ground intelligence teams provided real-time updates to the ground force, ensuring those forces could safely navigate the complex environment without unnecessary risk. The force remained protected by overhead tactical aviation. Maduro and his wife, both indicted, gave up and were taken into custody by the Department of Justice, assisted by our incredible U.S. military with professionalism and precision, with no loss of U.S. life. After securing the indicted persons, the force began to prep for departure. Helicopters were called in to exfiltrate the extraction force, while fighter aircraft and remotely piloted aircraft provided overhead coverage and suppressive fire. There were multiple self-defense engagements as the force began to withdraw out of Venezuela. The force successfully exfiltrated and returned to their afloat launch bases, and the force was over the water at 3:29 a.m. Eastern Standard Time with indicted persons on board. And both Maduro and his wife were embarked aboard the USS Iwo Jima. In closing, what we've witnessed today is a powerful demonstration of America's joint force. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we debrief, we rehearse again and again, not to get it right, but to ensure that we cannot get it wrong. Our jobs are to integrate combat power so when the order comes, we can deliver overwhelming force at the time and the place of our choosing against any foe anywhere in the world. I am immensely proud today of our joint force and filled with gratitude to represent them here today. There is simply no mission too difficult for these incredible professionals and the families that stand by them and support them. As we stand here this morning, our forces remain in the region at a high state of readiness, prepared to project power, defend themselves, and our interests in the region. This operation is a testament to the dedication and unwavering commitment to justice and our resolve to hold accountable those who threaten peace and stability. In closing, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women who executed this mission. Their courage and tireless commitment to our nation are what makes us strong. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I don't have much to add to what you've heard now, other than the following points. Nicolás Maduro was indicted in 2020 in the United States. He is not the legitimate president of Venezuela. That's not just us saying it. The first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the second Trump administration, none of those three recognized him. He's not recognized by the European Union and multiple countries around the world. He is a fugitive of American justice with a $50 million reward, which I guess we saved $50 million. And
make sure.
Yeah, exactly. But
don't let anybody claim it. Nobody deserves it but us.
But I want to be clear about one thing. Nicolás Maduro had multiple opportunities to avoid this. He was provided multiple very, very, very generous offers and chose instead to act like a wild man, chose instead to play around. And the result is what we saw tonight. The other message here is the following. You have a guy, like many people around the world, they like to play games. You have a guy who decides he's going to invite Iran into his country, is going to, do the confiscation of American oil companies, is going to flood our country with gang members, is going to take Americans prisoner and try to hold them for hostage and trade them like he was able to do with the Biden administration. Basically likes to play games all this time and thinks nothing's going to happen. And I hope what people now understand is that we have a president. The 47th president of the United States is not a game player. When he tells you that he's going to do something, when he tells you he's going to address a problem, he means it. He actions it. I can tell you, I've watched this process now for 14, 15 years, been around it. Everybody talks. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. When I get there, we're going to do this. We're going to take. This is a president of action. Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. And this is something that was a direct threat to the national interest of the United States. And the president addressed it. This is a president of peace, by the way. I told you what I just said earlier. This guy had multiple opportunities to find his way somewhere else and figure out another. He could have been living somewhere else right now, very happy, but instead he wanted to play big boy. And so now, you know, he's got other sets of problems on his hands. And but I think the message here should be for the world. Look, the president doesn't go out looking for people to pick fights with. He's not generally wants to get along with everybody. We'll talk and meet with anybody, but don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well. And so I hope that I guess that lesson was learned last night, and we hope it'll be instructive moving forward.
Is that a message for Cuba? Mr. President.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Mr. President.
You said that the U.S. is going to run Venezuela. So who's in power right now?
Well, we're going to be running it with a group, and we're going to make sure it's run properly. We're going to rebuild the oil infrastructure, which will cost billions of dollars. It'll be paid for by the oil companies directly. They will be reimbursed for what they're doing, but that's going to be paid. And we're going to get the oil flowing the way it should be. As you know, it was just a minor flow. It was actually a minor flow for what they have. But we're going to run it properly, and we're going to make sure the people of Venezuela are taken care of. We're going to make sure the people that were forced out of Venezuela by this thug are also taken care of.
Mr. President, does the U.S. running the country mean that U.S. troops will be on the ground? How will that work?
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly. We're not doing this in vain. This is a very dangerous attack. This is an attack that could have gone very, very badly. Could have gone very badly. We could have lost a lot of people last night. We could have lost a lot of dignity. We could have lost a lot of equipment. The equipment is less important, but we could have lost a lot, and we're going to make sure that this is proper. We're there now. We're ready to go again if we have to. We're going to run the country right. It's going to be run very judiciously, very fairly. It's going to make a lot of money. We're going to give money to the people. We're going to reimburse people that were taken advantage of. We're going to take care of everybody. It's very important. We couldn't let them get away with it. You know, they stole our oil. We built that whole industry there, and they just took it over like we were nothing. And we had a president that decided not to do anything about it. So we did something about it. We're late, but we did something about it. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
It's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people, and we're going to let you know who those people are.
That would run Venezuela.
Well, it's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back. It's a dead, I talk about a dead country. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're a country doing better than any country anywhere in the world. And it required leadership. Venezuela has a lot of bad people in there, a lot of bad people that shouldn't be leading. We're not going to take a chance that one of those people take over for Maduro. So you can look at, and others, we have fantastic people, including people in the military. So we're going to have a group of people running it until such time as it can be put back on track, make a lot of money for the people, and give people a great way of life, and also reimbursement for people in our country that were forced out of Venezuela.
Rubio would be...
You said earlier today that you weren't going to back Machado to come back and be the opposition leader in your Fox and Friends interview. And then you also mentioned the vice president of Venezuela. Are you going to work with the vice president of Venezuela, or how do you foresee the relationship going?
I understand she was just sworn in, but she was, as you know, picked by Maduro. So Marco's working on that directly. He just had a conversation with her, and she's essentially willing to do what we think is necessary to make Venezuela great again. Very simple.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro, a couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So just what your message is about that. Well,
he has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And, yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
did you notify any members of Congress in advance?
Marco, do you want to talk about that? Because you were involved in it.
Sure. We called members of Congress immediately after. This was not the kind of mission that you can do congressional notification on. It was a trigger-based mission in which conditions had to be met night after night. We watched and monitored that for a number of days. So it's just simply not the kind of mission you can call people and say, hey, we may do this at some point in the next 15 days. But it's largely a law enforcement function. Remember, at the end of the day, at its core, this was an arrest of 2 indicted fugitives of American justice, and the Department of War supported the Department of Justice in that job. Now, there are broader policy implications here, but it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission.
Plus, if I could add one thing to that, Congress has a tendency to leak. This would not be good. If they leaked, General, I think it would have been maybe a very different result. But I have to say, they knew we were coming at some point, you know. We had a lot of ships out there. They sort of knew we were coming. We went through. But Congress will leak, and we don't want leakers.
President, you were one of the only people to watch this all play out live. What was Maduro doing when the U.S. forces entered what I assume would be his home? And also, was there any point where the U.S. was considering if Maduro pushed back or resisted killing Maduro?
It could have happened. It could have happened. He was trying to get into a safe place. You know what a safe place is, all steel. And he wasn't able to make it to the door because our guys were so fast. They went through the opposition so fast. And there was a lot of opposition. You know, people were wondering, do we get them by surprise? Sort of surprised, but they were waiting for something. It was a lot of opposition. There was a lot of gunfire. You saw some of it today. But he was trying to get to a safe place, which wasn't safe because we would have had the door blown up in about 47 seconds, they say on average, regardless of how thick the steel was. It was a very thick door. It was a very heavy door, but he was unable to get to that door. He made it to the door. He was unable to close it. Go ahead, finish.
Where is Maduro going to be in the time being right now? Do you know his exact
Well,
whereabouts?
eventually, ultimately, in the near future, he's going to be brought to New York.
And where is he going to be held? Where is he going to be held in New York? Do you know?
That's going to be up to the officials that do these things.
Mr. President, the U.S. has something of a mixed track record of ousting dictators without necessarily a plan for what comes afterwards.
Not with
Did
me,
that weigh on your decision?
Well, that's when we had different presidents, but with me, that's not true. With me, we've had a perfect track record of winning. We win a lot, and we win. If you look at Soleimani, you look at al-Baghdadi, you look at the Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was incredible. Right now, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. We have essentially peace in the Middle East because of that. If we weren't successful with Midnight Hammer, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. So, with me, you've had a lot of victory. You've had only victories. You've had no losses. Yeah.
President, can you? How long do you expect the U.S. to run Venezuela, and how soon do you want the Venezuelan people to hold elections?
So I'd like to do it quickly, but it takes a period of time. You know, we're rebuilding. We have to rebuild their whole infrastructure. The infrastructure is rotted. It's actually very dangerous. It's blow-up territory. Oil is very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing to take out of the ground. Can kill a lot of people. It has killed a lot of people doing just that. The infrastructure is old. It's rotted. Much of it is stuff that we put there 25 years ago, and we're going to be replacing it. And we're going to take a lot of money out so that we can take care of the country. Yeah.
Are you saying that Secretary Rubio and
Mr. President, China, Russia, and Iran have interests in Venezuela. How does this operation affect your relationships with them when it comes to the oil and the drugs?
And Russia, Russia when we get things straightened out. But in terms of other countries that want oil, we're in the oil business. We're going to sell it to them. We're not going to say we're not going to give it to them. In other words, we'll be selling oil probably in much larger doses because they couldn't produce very much because their infrastructure was so bad. So we'll be selling large amounts of oil to other countries, many of whom are using it now, but I would say many more will come.
Now, are you saying, Mr. President, are you saying that, Mr. President, are you saying that? Oh.
Mr. President, thank you. What is your message to the people of Venezuela today? Of course, the civilian population specifically, they have a lot of questions. What is your message to the people of Venezuela?
That you're going to have peace, justice. You're going to have some of the riches that you should have had for a long period of time. It was stolen from you. But you're going to have peace and you're going to have safety. You're going to have justice. You're going to have a country. You're going to have a real country. You're going to have potentially a great country. You know, if you go back 20 years, maybe even a little longer ago, that was a great country, and they destroyed it. Remember I said that if we lose this election, the United States will be Venezuela on steroids. That's what would have happened. Had we lost the election, the 2024 election, we suffered so badly. When you look at the border from 2020, what they did, what Joe Biden administration did to our country should never be forgotten. But if we had to go through another year of that, we would be exactly where Venezuela was in terms. I used to say, if they win, we're going to be Venezuela on steroids, and that's what would have happened.
President, thank you. Are you saying that Secretary Hegseth and Rubio are going to be running Venezuela, and will you be sending in U.S. military troops to provide?
Team that's working with the people of Venezuela to make sure that we have Venezuela right. Because for us to just leave, who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro, and right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice. We're going to have this done right. We're not going to just do this with Maduro, then leave like everybody else, leave and say, let it go to hell. If we just left, it has zero chance of ever coming back. We'll run it properly. We'll run it professionally. We'll have the greatest oil companies in the world go in and invest billions and billions of dollars and take out money, use that money in Venezuela. And the biggest beneficiary are going to be the people of Venezuela. And also, I can't stress this strongly enough, the people that got thrown out of Venezuela that are now in the United States, and frankly, some want to stay and some probably want to go back, yeah.
What will be done to protect Americans in the country, and were any of the detained Americans?
Well, right now they're very protected because nobody's going to mess with us. They're very protected. The people of, and we let them know that you better not touch one of them.
Are you concerned that bad elements of the Maduro regime will remain in place?
Well, we know who they are. We're on them, and they're acting much differently now than they would have acted 2 days ago. Okay, wait, behind you, please.
Mr. President, why is running a country in South America America first?
Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. We want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it. Yes, sir. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, is there a message here for Cuba and Diaz-Canel?
Well, Cuba is an interesting case. Cuba is, not doing very well right now. That system has not been a very good one for Cuba. The people there have suffered for many, many years. And I think Cuba is going to be something we'll end up talking about because Cuba is a failing nation right now, very badly failing nation. And we want to help the people. It's very similar in the sense that we want to help the people in Cuba, but we want to also help the people that were forced out of Cuba and living in this country. Do you want to say something about that, Marco, please?
Well, I mean, I just gave you a statement a few minutes ago about, when the president speaks, you should take him seriously. Suffice it to say, Cuba is a disaster. It's run by incompetent, senile men, and in some cases, not senile, but incompetent nonetheless. It has no economy. It's in total collapse. And by the way, they were, all of the guards that helped protect Maduro, this is well known, their whole spy agency, all that were full of Cubans. I mean, it's amazing. This poor island took over Venezuela in some cases. One of the biggest problems the Venezuelans have is they have to declare independence from Cuba that tried to basically colonize it from a security standpoint. So, yeah, look, if I lived in Havana and I was in the government, I'd be concerned, at least a little bit.
Cutting off the oil flow to Cuba from Venezuela?
Well, the president already announced a week ago that anything that's sanctioned, it's sanctioned oil, it's not going to be allowed to get there. So that's a pre-existing.
Mr. President.
The answer is yes. Yes.
Is the U.S. aware of the location of opposition leader Machado, and have you been in contact with her?
No, we haven't. No, we haven't.
Mr. President.
Do you have any hesitations about Machado?
Mr. President, on Monday.
Oh, I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Mr. President, is it possible that the U.S. ends up administrating Venezuela for years?
Well, it won't cost us anything because the money coming out of the ground is very substantial. So it's not going to cost us anything. We want safety there. We want to be surrounded by countries that aren't housing all of our enemies all over the world. That's what was happening, and you don't want to have that. But we're going to be rebuilding, and we're not spending money. The oil companies are going to go in. They're going to spend money. We're going to take back the oil that, frankly, we should have taken back a long time ago. A lot of money is coming out of the ground. We're going to get reimbursed for all of that. We're going to get reimbursed for everything that we spend. So it's going to be a very important. This is a very big evening that took place last night. We have to be surrounded by safe, secure countries, and we also have to have energy. Very important. We have to have energy that's real energy, not where they're getting 4% and 5% of the energy out of the ground. You take a look. It was such a disaster. So what's going to happen with Venezuela, I think, over the next period of a year is going to be a great thing. And the people of Venezuela will be the biggest beneficiaries.
Mr. President, Mr. President, thank you. What did you last speak to Maduro about when you spoke? And is the
Well, I don't want to get into the conversations, but I did have conversations with him, and I said, you got to surrender. And I actually thought he was pretty close to doing so, but now he wished he did, yeah.
You said that Maduro is responsible for drug trafficking. You recently pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of many drug trafficking. Can you explain how these two situations are different? And would you ever pardon Maduro?
I endorsed, as you know, the winning president, the man who won in Honduras. I endorsed the man who won in Chile. I endorsed the man who won in Argentina. And we are doing very well with that whole group. What the man that I pardoned was, if you could equate it to us, he was treated like the Biden administration treated a man named Trump. That didn't work out too well for them. This was a man who was persecuted very unfairly. He was the head of the country. He was persecuted very unfairly. And there are a number of them. And we felt that it was a very unfair situation that happened to him. He's also a party member of the man who won. So obviously the people liked what I did. And one of the reasons that was done is because of the fact that the party in power felt very strongly that that man was treated very badly. I studied it very quickly, and then I studied it in great detail. I went to a lot of the people standing behind me, and they felt that that man was persecuted and treated very badly. That's why I gave him a pardon.
You referenced boots on the ground earlier. Can you just sort of button this up? Do you envision the U.S. military having a presence in Venezuela as the U.S. runs that country?
No, we're going to have a presence in Venezuela as it pertains to oil, because we have to have, we're sending our expertise in. So you may need something, not very much. But no, we're going to be taking out a tremendous amount of wealth out of the ground. And that wealth is going to the people of Venezuela and people from outside of Venezuela that used to be in Venezuela. And it goes also to the United States of America in the form of reimbursement for the damages caused us by that country. So I want to thank you all very much. Thank you. Do you have one? Yes, please. You were so nice before. I'm going to give you the final question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Unless
President.
it's a bad question, in which case I'll go one word. It's about who?
It's about Putin, if you want.
About Putin? Well,
okay.
That's always nice to talk about Putin.
You had a phone call with him on Monday. Did he talk at all about Maduro? Did y'all talk about this?
No, we didn't. We never spoke about Maduro.
Are you mad at him right now? I mean, there's this intelligence.
I'm not thrilled with Putin. I'm not thrilled with Putin. He's killing too many people.
Was that
I thought that would be so. I settled 8 1/4 war. You know what the 1/4 was? Thailand and Cambodia. I did it again. They broke out, and I did it in about 5 hours, and I settled it. I'm giving myself 1/4, so I'm up to now 8 1/4. In other words, I settled the war, but then they broke out. They had a pretty bad breakout over the last 4 days. I got them to go back to peace. So I only give 1/4. I thought the easiest one would be, one of the easier ones would be Russia, Ukraine. It's not. And they both have done some pretty bad things. And look, that's Biden's war. That's not my war. But I want to stop the lives. Did you see where last month, 30,000, it was 27,000 the month before. 30,000, mostly soldiers, were killed this last month. 30,000. I want to stop that. You know, I got NATO to pay 5% instead of the 2% that they weren't paying. They weren't paying 2, now they pay 5. And we send them a lot of munitions. We send them a lot of things, missiles and various other things, a lot. And they pay. The United States is not losing money. We're probably making money on that. It's the last thing I care about. I just want to stop all those people. We're losing 25, 30,000 human beings that come from two places that are very far away. But if I can stop, because it's something I've been pretty good at doing, deals, I guess. It's all a deal. Life is a big deal. But if I can stop that war and stop 30,000 young people, in addition to the fact that people are being killed in Kiev, people are being killed in other cities throughout, a much smaller number, but they're being killed, viciously killed. So I'm not happy about it. I thought that would be something that would get solved. We have Mr. Witkoff here. I think that we're making progress, but that's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, it would have never happened. Putin says it. Everybody says it. If I were president, that would have never happened. But I inherited that war. That was Joe Biden, Zelensky, and Putin. I came into the situation, and it's a mess. And I will say this. I watched an operation last night that was so precise, that was so brilliant. I mean, it was incredible. If we had our people, like this general and our people involved, that war would not have gone on very long, that I can tell you. That war, to use an old term, that war has become a bloodbath, and we want it to get stopped. Thank you very much.
All right, so there you have it, the President of the United States. He started this news conference almost exactly an hour ago, and it's been going on for a whole hour. Elena Treen, our White House reporter, I want to start with you. The President did say, we are going to run the country, referring to Venezuela. And then he said, we want peace, liberty, and justice for the people of Venezuela. Then he repeated, we are there now, but we're going to stay. We're going to run it. What is he talking about?
I mean, that is just remarkable comments from the president. And he did appear, I mean, he didn't really answer some of these questions specifically. I commend some of the reporters in that room who are trying to get clarification. What do you mean the U.S. is going to be running the country? Who is going to be running the country? What does that mean? He seemed to he kind of seemed to say that they would be working, the administration, in close coordination with a group of people inside Venezuela, or Venezuelans themselves potentially. But again, this is me reading between the lines of what he said. It's not entirely clear. In order to have, temporarily, essentially, run the government for a period of time. He said that eventually, until elections can be called, or I want to find the exact language he used, that it's essentially until they can get up the proper jurisdiction, they'll be running it for the time being. But there's not a lot of clarity there. We also have
specifically, he said when he was asked, what do you mean, who's going to run the country? He said, the people behind me, yes, referring to the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, right, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. That's what the people behind me will be running the country.
Yes, but of course, you wouldn't expect them to actually be inside Venezuela doing so. So it's a question of who are going to be the people on the ground. And also, are they going to try and set up some sort of allied government beyond, this short-term period that the president referred to? Do they want an allied government to be running it for years from now? That's essentially what the president seemed to be saying, that he wants to ensure that this operation goes beyond that. The other key part to this whole idea of running it means, will there be U.S. boots on the ground? The president, in another remarkable statement, said that he's not afraid of U.S. boots on the ground, but he wasn't very clear. Our own Kevin Liptak asked this question to have him clarify, and he said, well, we're going to have a presence on the ground as it relates to oil. And he kept kind of referencing that he wants to have the United States help take over and kind of have different oil companies go in to kind of remake the energy infrastructure inside Venezuela now that Maduro is no longer there. And so a lot of questions still that had have gone unanswered, but I think him saying that the U.S. will run it, and this idea of not being afraid of boots on the ground, major implications moving forward.
And Sabrina, he did say that the U.S. had boots on the ground last night when they took over and captured Maduro, and he was very proud of that, repeatedly praising the military operation, the U.S. boots on the ground. So should we anticipate that the next phase of whatever is going to happen in Venezuela will involve U.S. military personnel, significant numbers of boots on the ground based in Venezuela?
Well, I think two things. I think you saw General Kane lay out the details of this operation. Yeah, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. And you know, this was an incredibly complex operation with 150 aircraft used, you know, for just some, you know, taking a step back for Operation Midnight Hammer in Iran, you know, I think it was 125 aircraft used there. So it was a very complex operation. In terms of boots on the ground, and to what Elena was saying earlier, I think this press conference was remarkable, but it was so alarming because if we're going to take over the country and we're going to, you know, so-called run it, that is going to require boots on the ground. And when you're talking about some of these oil fields that, you know, Donald Trump's saying we're going to extract so much wealth from this country, I think this administration is almost assuming that we're going to be welcomed with open arms. And history shows that that just is not the case when you look at Libya and Iraq as some examples of the past. And so absolutely, if we are going to so-called run this country, I mean, what does that mean for U.S. Boots on the ground? Are we running their courts? Are we overseeing their election procedures and system? Are we the law enforcement? How do we embed with local law enforcement on the ground? I think what this press conference did was raise so many more questions than it did give answers. And frankly, if I'm a member of Congress on either side of the party, I am alarmed. I am calling the White House, asking for more details. I'm going to ask for hearings, both closed and open. The American people deserve accountability and answers. And I think lastly, what I'll say here is what is so remarkable about this press conference is that Donald Trump basically ran on the exact opposite of what he said, that we're going to extract ourselves from these endless wars. And what you saw today is pretty much flies in the face of what he ran on in 2024. So I'm interested to see how his base responds.
And it's interesting. I want to go to Kevin Liptak, our reporter, who was there at the news conference. Kevin, you've been watching all of this unfold. And what also jumped out at me was how significant the president made the oil industry that's taking place right now in Venezuela, and that the U.S. is going to be getting a lot of money from that oil industry taking charge. He was suggesting repeatedly that the Venezuelan government of Nicolás Maduro had stolen the U.S. involvement in the oil, take that money. He wants that money for the United States because Venezuela does export a lot of oil right now. And that jumped out at me, that one of the main reasons that he wants U.S. boots on the ground is to take charge of Venezuela's oil industry.
Yeah, and we know that this has been kind of a fixation of the president throughout this entire pressure campaign. His mind has been, of course, on the drugs and the migrants, but it has been almost single-handedly focused on the oil. And we've heard that from officials behind the scenes, and of course it has spilled out into public view as well. Venezuela obviously sitting on the world's largest proven oil reserves, but mostly not operating at capacity because the country is under so many world sanctions, and the president seeming to suggest that now that Maduro is gone and now that the U.S. is what the president described as running Venezuela, that could essentially be opened up. But it was, you know, pretty striking. You know, I asked the president, you know, towards the end of this press conference, does he envision a prolonged American military presence on the ground in Venezuela? Because throughout it all, he was quite vague about what actually it meant for the U.S. to be running that country. And his answer was focused almost entirely on the oil. And so I think if you were watching and perhaps concerned that the U.S. was now becoming, you know, embroiled in a foreign country, I'm not sure his answer there would have necessarily been reassuring. But you know, it was, I think, for the president, quite a victorious moment. And the mood over at Mar-a-Lago was one of celebration almost, but also, you know, seriousness about what the tasks will be ahead. It was a very small room. We saw the president's top national security advisor join him there. But, you know, I think for the president, we had a lot of information about what went into the planning for this and what it looked like on the ground, but not a whole lot of information about what happens next. And I think that will be questions that the president will need to provide some answers for going forward.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of drama that's going to be unfolding. Beth Sanner, our CNN national security analyst, is with us. I know that at one point in your life, you worked in the U.S. intelligence community, and you were specifically paying attention to what?
Well, I mean, when I'm looking at this, I am wondering, I think that there is probably a CIA team still on the ground, and there's kind of hints about that, what he said. But the idea that you can have a CIA team that is absolutely essential for conducting this operation somehow being the remnants that's going to organize the rest of this regime change, I think is a huge leap. How are we going to get from where we are today to this idea that he's put out here of Venezuela being this free and prosperous country? There is so much ground and so many assumptions being made. One of the things I wanted to add to the conversation is this idea that Maria Corina Machado is not popular in the country and will not be running the country. That, to me, was a shocking statement for the Nobel Peace Prize winner, who is the most popular person in the country, who is the only person who has united a very contentiously disparate opposition for the first time. And the dismissiveness that he stated that with was just kind of shocking to me. So who are they working with on the ground?
Yeah, it suggests that they've actually
they've picked somebody.
Well, they've made a deal with someone else.
Right.
What that
He
seems
also
to
said
suggest.
they weren't in contact, which to me was another huge, because I will say, the Trump administration has been in very close contact with Machado for months now.
Exactly.
About their plans, about what they believed the future of Venezuela should look like, about how to approach this. The fact that the president said that they are not in contact with her, one reporter actually asked, do you even know where she is? Because she's not inside the country, inside Venezuela right now. He didn't answer that part of the question, but that to me was shocking.
He didn't even want her to come back.
He said that he was not in contact with her. That to me was one of the most shocking parts of that.
And that instead, it appears Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has actually talked to the current vice president, who has been sworn in as the leader of Venezuela right now. So again, that suggests that they've made a deal with other people to be the interim government of Venezuela, which is a remarkable turn for the U.S. government, which obviously has held up Machado as the person who.
What also jumped out at me, Beth, and I just want your assessment. He made it clear that the Trump administration decided not to share any information with the top leadership in the intelligence committees in the House and the Senate and the leadership, because he said, this is what Trump said, and Marco Rubio said, basically, they were afraid that there would be leaks that would undermine the operation.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty unprecedented to do this kind of operation without making a call, having a sit down with the Gang of Eight. Even
the Gang of Eight, the top Democratic and Republican leadership in the intelligence committees.
Armed services and intel committees. And even if you can't do that, you would probably take just the top people and notify them in advance. The idea that you cannot trust Senator Thune, I mean, come on. So I think that's a little odd.
Well, that was something, I mean, when we did operations, that was one of the things that we always did notify Congress. There is the concern of leaks, but something of this magnitude. This is not just a one-off precision strike. This is a regime change. And, we would do middle-of-the-night notifications through a system called CapNet to Congress to notify these leaders. And sometimes we would have people get on the phone and do emergency briefs. So they are read in. Even sometimes it does happen because these operations are so sensitive. It happens while the operation is ongoing. We heard General Kane say that this operation was over 2 hours. So at no point was there a reason why Congress couldn't have been notified at that time. Yes, it was the middle of the night, but these are people that represent American, the American public, American interests. And frankly, I know from having gone through experience with this, when we did not notify Congress about some of our operations well in advance, I mean, we faced a lot of heat for that, and there were hearings, and I do hope that Congress holds this administration's feet to the fire, because they do deserve to know, and especially in an operation like this.
And so many of those, the Gang of Eight, as we call them, and so many of those House Armed Services and Senate Armed Services, House Intelligence, Senate Intelligence Committee, they are all veterans. Almost all of them have a military background in which they were personally involved in very sensitive, classified operations.
No, absolutely. And I think the word choice of Secretary Rubio was so important there. He said that he notified members of Congress immediately after, so clearly making clear that it didn't happen before or during, as Sabrina pointed out. And then he said it's just not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission. That is not a line that is going to fly, I think, with these members of Congress, particularly given the history. Some of these exact members, as you said, Wolf, have been in this situation before where there have been very sensitive, very dangerous operations carried out. The expectation, and really in the Constitution, says you need to go to Congress first on a level of an operation of this magnitude.
Almost all of them have the highest security clearances as well, and they know that if they release this kind of sensitive information, it could endanger U.S. military lives. So they keep quiet, they keep silent. They don't want to talk about it because they have a lot of experience in that area. Everybody stand by. We're just beginning our massive coverage of what's going on, a huge operation. The President of the United States saying that the U.S. is going to take over Venezuela, whatever that means, we'll find out. I want to go back to Aaron right now for more.
Yeah, Wolf, I mean, just an absolutely stunning moment to sit there. I'm sure anyone listening has that same reaction. Of course, just to keep in mind, some of the basics here matter. Venezuela has a population of 30 million people, and now that is owned by the United States. Just to think about it from such a simple black and white set of numbers like that brings home the magnitude of this moment. And I want to bring in Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton of Massachusetts, serves on the House Armed Services Committee, also a veteran himself of the Marine Corps. And Congressman, I appreciate your time. So the United States is now going to be administering a country of 30 million people, Venezuela. You just heard that hour-long press conference. So let's just go with, what's your reaction here?
I mean, is anyone going to just stop for a second and be honest? This is insane. What the hell are we doing? I mean, we've got a lot of problems in America today, and invading, occupying, running Venezuela does not solve any of them. This is illegal. It's unjustified. It is not in our national interests. And there seems to be no plan whatsoever for what happens next.
And to your point, the president actually, I think, would agree with that. He's not saying there's a plan other than that there's a group who's going to be running Venezuela. And when he referred, Congressman, he was asked by a reporter the follow-up, who is the group? His response was, well, they're largely behind me, making a physical gesture, all right? And physically behind him was Secretaries Rubio, Hegseth, CIA Director Ratcliffe, and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Kane. So these individuals are now running Venezuela, and that appears to be the plan, other than what the president said, which is we're going to be taking a lot of wealth out of the ground, referring to U.S. oil companies going back into Venezuela.
Again, no plan. He hasn't even been able to say what the goals are. Let's recall that every step of the way, he's lied about what he's doing. He said that he's not doing regime change. This is exactly what he's done. He said this war was about the drugs. I think we all know that it's not going to stop drugs. He first said it was about fentanyl, then it turns out fentanyl doesn't come from Venezuela. He said it was about drugs coming to the United States, even though the cocaine from Venezuela goes largely to Europe. Every step of the way, he and Rubio have lied to the American people, lied to members of Congress about what's going on here. So maybe this is all about the oil and he's just trying to steal their oil, but we don't know because we can't trust anything the president says.
I will also note, just on the oil, and this is something we're going to be delving into as the coverage continues here. Obviously, the Venezuelan oil, such that it is a heavy sour crude. The biggest buyer of it right now is China, up to 60 to 80%. So now you have the United States controlling oil that was going to China, just to make the geopolitical potential implications extremely and excruciatingly clear here, Congressman. Were you briefed on any of this? Rubio saying that right afterwards, they didn't trust Congress before because you guys would leak. But now, but that they called afterwards. When did you find out?
I mean, let's just be clear. There's no instances of Congress leaking stuff, or at least not certainly the Armed Services Committee leaking things in recent memory. The Department of Defense, the Secretary of Defense himself, of course, has leaked classified information. So the issues with leaks comes exactly from the people standing behind the president. When we had briefings on Venezuela, we asked, are you going to invade the country? We were told no. Do you plan to put troops on the ground in Venezuela? We were told no. Do you intend regime change in Venezuela? We were told no. So in a sense, we have been briefed. We've just been completely lied to.
Well, as you describe it, those would be obviously point-blank lies. Okay, just take invasion here as one point. You know, obviously General Kane was laying out the minute by minute of what happened. President Trump was talking about that big steel door and how Maduro was trying to get through it. And the way Trump described it, he couldn't actually shut the door, that they were able to snatch him before he was able to get into that safe area. So they were describing the actual raid itself. Then they said, okay, as part of this, General Kane laid out, Congressman, and you heard this, 20 bases, that assets from 20 bases were involved in this, over 150 aircraft, which Sabrina Singh just laid out is actually 25 more than were used in the Iran operation. What does the scale of this operation signal to you in both your role as Armed Services Committee, but also as a veteran?
It signals that the president is willing to put a lot of troops, a lot of young Americans, and a lot of taxpayer dollars. I suspect northward of $1 billion taxpayer dollars into his little war of revenge here against Maduro. And this is all money, by the way, that he's not willing to spend to pay for your health care, that he's not willing to spend to make things more affordable here in America, that he's not willing to spend to actually pursue his America First agenda. This is a lot of resources that we're putting into Venezuela that we're not putting into the United States right now.
Congressman, one other thing that the president said, I mean, there were many, but there was something he said at the beginning, which I want to come back to. And that was when he specifically and explicitly brought up the Monroe Doctrine, right, which was the doctrine set up that gave the United States control over this hemisphere, right? And that he was going to reassert that, and then he called it the Monroe Doctrine, obviously playing off of his own name. What do you think is really at stake here, Congressman Moulton? If you look at any country in this hemisphere and say, what is more of a potential spark point? It'd be hard to find one more than Venezuela, where I just mentioned China is the biggest buyer of the oil. Russia also has a notable presence.
It just means, once again, the president is showing that under his so-called leadership, you cannot trust the United States. You know, when I was on the ground in Iraq, our Marine General Mattis, had a saying for the Marine Division. Our motto was "No better friend, no worst enemy." That meant that you took being an ally of the United States Marines seriously. You also took being an enemy of the United States Marines seriously. Our allies could trust us to be by their side. Our enemies could trust us to be against them. Well, we don't know what that means anymore, because Putin is our friend, according to Trump. And yet Maduro, who poses no imminent national security threat to the United States, is an enemy worth committing American troops to. Our allies in Europe don't trust us. We're pulling out of Asia, where we should be there preventing a war with China. We are all over the place, and that's why this is so insane. And it's also worth saying that the parallels with Iraq are unmistakable. You know, Bush said there was WMD in Iraq. Turns out that was a lie. Trump just made up fentanyl being WMD, which doesn't even come from Venezuela, just to justify this war. We said that this wasn't about regime change, but it is. We said we would be in and out of Iraq. Same with Venezuela. We were in Iraq for 20 years. Now we're going to run Venezuela. And at the end of the day, the cost is your taxpayer money and the lives of American troops put on the line for a president's whim. This is not in our national interest. It's not what we should be doing. And that's why it's got to stop.
Congressman Moulton, I very much appreciate your time. And a crucial point you raised there, of course, if the standard is fentanyl and other drugs, the United States, I guess by that logic, would be taking over other countries, including Mexico.
We could go anywhere.
I appreciate your time in this very crucial and sober moment. I want to be joined now by CNN Chief International Security Correspondent Nick Payton-Walsh. Nick, into this giant vacuum of power, which is the United States of America now in charge, ostensibly Trump and his leadership team in charge of a country now with 30 million additional people. You are doing reporting, have had a chance to speak to some of the, well, I guess what the question is, what are they now, leaders in Venezuela? What are you finding out?
Look, I mean, it is fascinating to pick apart exactly what President Trump said there. He said, we will run Venezuela, but he later went on to seemingly explain a bit more the mechanism. He said that his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, stood behind him, had a long conversation with someone called Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Nicolás Maduro, essentially his deputy. And I quote here, Rubio had a conversation with her. She is willing to do what we need to make Venezuela great again, essentially suggesting, and Trump went on to clarify, that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, has in fact been sworn in now as president of Venezuela, something I wasn't sure we were publicly aware of at this point, essentially saying the mechanism through which the United States is likely to run Venezuela, certainly for now, until this safe transition can be worked out that the president spoke about, is using Delcy Rodriguez, Maduro's vice president. Now, that is a significant distance, frankly, from the United States taking over the running of the country. He's essentially saying that the conversation between Marco Rubio, his national security advisor and Secretary of State, with Maduro's constitutional successor, Maduro's vice president, went well enough that he believes that that person and that mechanism can be trusted to run the country in such a way that pleases this White House. That's what we seem to learn here. Now, obviously, there's a lot in that, at times, not entirely coherent statement we heard from the president, which leaves holes for change. But the thing that startled me the most was he twice said that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had spoken to Delcy Rodriguez. That is unprecedented, really, to remove Maduro like that and then have a long call with his deputy. And then, importantly, too, I think the hope for those who want to see democracy come after Maduro in Venezuela was Maria Corina Machado, the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize that President Trump coveted so much, somebody currently in hiding who fled Venezuela recently, who has put out a call to people to enforce their mandate, essentially calling for a kind of popular uprising in the aftermath of Maduro's departure. Trump essentially said she wasn't the woman for the job, that she didn't have what it took to lead Venezuela. She was a nice lady, but she didn't really have the respect or support of the people. That is stunning, because we are essentially now, from what we can garner from the president's speech, hearing him put his faith in Maduro's deputy, the constitutional successor, with whom perhaps the US may have made some particular accommodation or arrangement, and saying that the hope for transformational democratic change in Venezuela, as Machado, isn't someone who necessarily they think can come to power. That's stunning, because it shows us two things: that there is likely a mechanism here. It doesn't change much, really, who's currently in power after Maduro's departed, and that indeed they're not suggesting that a wider democratic transformational change may immediately be ahead. All this could change. This could be a temporary mechanism we're seeing here now, but I think that was one of the details lost in the president's speech there, was Marco Rubio has twice spoken to the immediate successor to Nicolás Maduro, and it seems like Delcy Rodriguez, his vice president, is sworn in now as president and is likely to be agreeing to do the administration's bidding going forwards. The phrase, make Venezuela great again, suggesting that perhaps Trump believes she is someone who can play a role in the future there.
Such incredible analysis, and to make the point that you're making, right, that perhaps there were deals that were made, and if so, and if they hold, they certainly are not democratic, right? It would be I don't want to use the word puppet regime, but a regime approved by the United States. All right, Nick, thank you very much. Nick's going to be with us, of course, as continues to talk to sources, and our breaking news coverage continues.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining me on this Saturday. I'm Erin Burnett, and we are following breaking news. President Trump says that the United States of America is now running Venezuela, a stunning announcement coming after elite U.S. forces captured Venezuela's President Nicolás Maduro, dragging him and his wife from their bedroom in the middle of the night to face criminal drug trafficking charges in the United States.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years.
President Trump, though, gave no details on who exactly will run the country, except for to say that it would be a group of people, including top U.S. officials with him in that room, which included the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, saying they would work with the team. There is no timetable either for how long the United States will remain there, although President Trump says he has no concern about U.S. boots on the ground. Trump then continued to say America's largest oil companies will go into Venezuela. And as Maduro's allies who remain in Venezuela plot their next move, Trump says he is prepared to order a much larger attack than Venezuela saw overnight if needed. There's so much to talk about on this momentous day. I want to go straight now to retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. And Colonel, thank you very much for your time. All right, let's just go at this here right now from the very specific angle of what has happened in these past few hours in Venezuela. Context, this was a bigger operation than the U.S. staged in Iran, more aircraft involved. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan Kane, was laying out that it started at 10:46 p.m. last night Eastern. President Trump gave the go-ahead, Godspeed, as he described it, and then he laid out what happened, saying that it took place from at least 20 U.S. bases. Okay, in the timeline that was laid out, Colonel, what is most significant to know?
Well, there's several things, Aaron, that are really key to this operation. One of them is that there were 150 aircraft that were part of this whole thing. So when you look at this, you have to look at it as being, you know, I guess the best analogy would be a ballet in the sky. What you're looking at is all kinds of different types of aircraft going in. So you've got fighter aircraft like the F-35 and the F-22. You have F-18s, which are also fighters. You then have reconnaissance aircraft. You have refueling aircraft. You have then, of course, the Special Operations Forces. Once all that has been cleared, you have the helicopters coming in. So the way to look at this is a very intense operation that took months to plan. And the key takeaway is that this required a lot of planning and a lot of really working out the kinks before this operation was actually conducted.
And there were a couple of operational details to talk about here. I mean, one thing, of course, is it is pretty stunning what the American military was able to pull off, right? Separate from any analysis of where we go now and what should have happened or did happen, obviously their execution was flawless. Now, Trump talked about a couple of things, Colonel, in there that I wanted to ask you about, and then see what else stood out to you. He said it was dark, lights of Caracas were largely turned off, and then he added, due to a certain expertise that we have. Obviously referring to something that the U.S. would have done to essentially turn off the grid in Caracas. So he mentioned that. Then he also mentioned that this was this heavily fortified military installation in the center of Caracas, as he described it, and that Maduro and his wife are there, and that there was a room that Trump mentioned they could have essentially within 47 seconds blown apart, right, or blown the door off of. But the Maduro wasn't actually able to get into this steel fortified room, as Trump described it, in time. What details like that stood out to you, and what do those details mean that Trump revealed?
So when you look at the way the aircraft actually came into this area, they really, in essence, put out what would be called suppressing fire to the entire area. So what they did was they destroyed the air defense systems that the Venezuelans had, and they made it really hard for them to continue to operate. So when you talk about the power outage, that it has basically the hallmarks of a cyber attack. That's the kind of thing that we worry about, you know, in the cybersecurity field quite a bit, because that really affects everything else. So you take out the power, and then when you go into the details, the very tactical details of you know, the kind of room that Maduro was in, the kind of safe room that he and his wife could have gone into and were about to go into, according to what the president said, that really speaks to the type of precise intelligence that the Special Operations Forces had to have in order to conduct their mission and to execute it flawlessly as they did in this case.
All right, and just to be clear, intelligence like that, and I know we've reported on a CIA intelligence operative. Interesting that Trump and Rubio had an exchange where they talked about that they saved $50 million, which was the reward for information leading to the arrest or detainment of Maduro, and that they didn't have to spend it. I just mentioned that in the context of the reporting that there was an important CIA asset on the inside. I mean, how would you have obtained all of this information that they had? They even referenced at one point, General Kane did, that they knew everything about Maduro's pets and his pets' whereabouts, right? I mean, would that have had to have come from human intelligence in the inner circle of Nicolás Maduro?
Well, that's one likely source. There's several other possibilities, and the key thing here is pattern of life. This is basically what General Kane was talking about, Aaron. What he was looking at was Maduro's pattern of life, the kinds of habits that he has. These are the same exact techniques that we used in Iraq against terrorist elements, al-Baghdadi, people like that from ISIS, the terrorists in Afghanistan that we went after. So all of these procedures that were used in this particular case, all the tactics, the techniques, all of that really was developed over many, many decades of U.S. military work. And the war on terror actually provided us with some of the more precise intelligence, and that ability to refine this intelligence was what was used in this particular case. So you had the intelligence being used in real time by the operating forces, and that made it possible for them to conduct these missions in this way.
Colonel Layton, I appreciate your time, and thank you very much in these early hours of analysis with this new information coming in. Let's go now live to Caracas, where this strike, of course, occurred. Our journalist, Mary Mina, is on the ground for us. And Mary, you and I had a chance to speak a couple of hours ago, but between then and now, the President of the United States has given a full hour-long press conference with his leadership team and laid out exactly what happened, and that the United States is going to run Venezuela, that there will be that he's not afraid of U.S. boots on the ground, giving no time frame for how long this would be, and indicating that the U.S. was going to have the player in the decision of who would run Venezuela. Okay, in these minutes post that, what is the reaction there, and are you even able to give us a sense of how aware are people in Venezuela right now about what the president just said? I mean, what are communications like? What is the awareness of what's just happened from the president of the United States?
Well, first of all, as I was listening to President Donald Trump, what he was saying about 150 airplanes participating, helicopters, it was remarkable how that appears to be what really happened, because if I remember what happened during the early hours of the day, it was something like that, like I hear multiple planes and helicopters and a rumbling loud sound in Caracas for about 45 minutes. The reaction, there's no immediate reaction from Venezuelan government officials. We heard from them early in the morning. We haven't seen them because they have appeared on national television over the phone, but not in presence. The state channel keeps sending a message of tranquility, of peace, showing images of the country in peace, and also saying that some government supporters are gathering in areas where Nicolás Maduro is receiving support, like the west of the city around the presidential palace in Caracas. So far, most people have decided to remain at home or to buy some food in those places that are still open, like pharmacies or supermarket. But the majority of Venezuelans are following the news through international channels like CNN. The flow of information usually keeps running easily and more freely through international TV stations in Venezuela. And we need to remember there are more than 8 million Venezuelans abroad living in outside of the country that have migrated, and they have many family members calling them and telling them what they are seeing through international channels.
All right, Mary, thank you very much, and just so fascinating there when you talk about the national television broadcasting those images of peace and tranquility, but that you're saying that there are channels such as ours which are available there for people to see. All right, Mary, thank you very much. Mary, as I said, when you look behind her, that is the view that she has there from Caracas right now. We're going to be going back to Mary throughout our breaking coverage here. Thank you so much, and when we come back, more on what we're learning of the dramatic operation itself. Right here is the first image we have of Nicolás Maduro, tweeted out by President Trump, of him in essentially a sweatsuit with handcuffs on in the darkness of night when he was taken by U.S. Special Forces. We'll be right back.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
I am going to do something right now that is going to just go, what? We're going to give you all of our best wrinkle-fighting products in one system.
Ellen DeGeneres has a skincare line, and I just found out about this. I was suffering with dryness, dullness, and that dreaded turkey neck. I've been using this for about a month now. 3 things I'm really noticing. The neck area is starting to smooth, visually firmer, plumper skin. And I notice my skin is staying hydrated all day long. Firm it up with some firming serum. Let's go. I'm already feeling the tightening happening. Tighter, tighter, tighter. Crazy about the hydration cream. You only need a little, but I want to like slather it all over me. Saving the best for last. These are my top 2 favorites. The neck cream, bye-bye turkey neck. This radiance oil, it is going to make you do all the glowy things.
Is that good? It's going to be 6 products. It's going to be called the No Fuss Visible Wrinkle Reducer. If you bought each of these individually, it would be $250. I did the math. You don't have to do it. Just trust me. But no, it's going to be $79.95 for this system. It's going to be the introductory wrinkle fighting system, okay? But then I'm going to give it to you for $59.95. All 6. I know. Believe me, I'm shaking my head. Anyway, today, if you do it, I'm going to give you 2 free gifts. They're going to be gifts, and they're going to be free. You'll get them if you order today. $59.95 for all 6. Come on now.
Sold separately, you'd pay over $250 for all this. The Kind Science Deluxe Wrinkle Fighting System is $79.95. But with this DeGeneres deal, save 25% today. And get this introductory system for just $59.95. Plus 2 free gifts and free shipping. You're holding your phone, so get this deal now. Scan the code, go to kindscience.com, or call the number to order right now.
At Lumber Liquidators, we have the best prices on flooring, and we guarantee it. Find a lower price, we will beat it with our best price guarantee. See us advertising a lower price than you paid, we will refund the difference. You'll never pay more than you should at Lumber Liquidators, and you'll get the best warranty in the business. Yellow and Black is back, and so are the deals. We are flooring experts that will help you get the right floor at the right price for any room in your home. LumberLiquidators.com. Tell them Tom sent you.
With Chewy Pharmacy, save 20% and make every pet a healthy pet. Get quality meds to help with anything, fleas, allergies, or recoveries, delivered fast. For great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Think you can't afford weight loss meds? Get the lowest cost FDA-approved GLP-1s on Ro. Insurance or cash pay, doesn't matter. Covered or not, you still get the lowest cost possible on Ro. Dave pays $50 with insurance. Lisa qualified for a $199 starting price without. No matter how you pay, you can count on the lowest cost possible for GLP-1s on Ro. See if you're covered for GLP-1s at ro.co/lowest.
Hungry Heart is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty.
It's so easy to just whip together a quick, healthy meal.
Head to hungryroot.com for healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
CeraVital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
CeraVital Advanced reduces wrinkles and promotes weight loss.
My skin looks healthier.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
Start your risk-free trial at CeraVital.com.
This February, the cutest puppies yet go nose to nose and paw to paw for Puppy Bowl glory.
Touchdown, Cheesecake!
Animal Planet's Puppy Bowl, a simulcast event, Sunday, February 8th at 2 Eastern.
All right, welcome back to our breaking coverage. Let's go to Kevin Liptak now. He is live in West Palm Beach. And of course, Kevin, you were there asking questions during President Trump's historic press conference. So what are you learning now about the discussions that Trump indicated are happening between the Trump administration and, well, I guess the vice president of Venezuela? I mean, the situation where Trump has made it very clear that the United States is now running Venezuela.
Yeah, and he was extraordinarily vague on that front in that really quite consequential press conference. You know, we've been covering Trump for a long time here, and I think you'd be hard-pressed to remember seeing another moment that had so many implications, both for his presidency, for the hemisphere, and for the world. And so, you know, we were heading into that press conference in Mar-a-Lago, certainly with a lot of questions about how this all was carried out, but also about what happens now afterwards. On the first point, we did get plenty of information. And, the president had his top national security officials over there. It's called the tea room of Mar-a-Lago. They were sort of packed in there, talking through sort of this TikTok, and you had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Dan King, kind of going, moment by moment to describe how this all was carried out. But when it came to the question of what happened next, there really were not a lot of answers. And the president, I think, surprised all of us when he said that the U.S., we, as he put it, would now be running Venezuela. But when he was asked about what exactly that meant, who would be running Venezuela from the United States, he didn't necessarily provide a whole lot of clarity. And, I asked the president, does this mean a U.S. military presence on the ground there, a prolonged U.S. military presence, boots on the ground? And he immediately pivoted to talking about Venezuela's oil, which we know has been sort of a preoccupation of his for some time. He has talked about how, in his view, Venezuela stole the oil from the United States. And so if you were listening to that, I think, and potentially concerned about the prospect that the U.S. is now becoming embroiled in another foreign country, I'm not sure that the president offered a whole lot of clarity about what precisely he envisions the next days, the next weeks, the next year looking like in that country, at least when it comes to the American commitment. So I think it was a remarkable press conference. Just the mood in the room to describe for you, Aaron, the celebratory, certainly, the president taking a victory lap in a lot of ways, and you saw him kind of expand on all manner of topics in his opening remarks. Before the president walked out, we could hear the president and some members of his national security team kind of, laughing on the patio. It was lighthearted in some ways. And it was moments after that that we saw the president tweet or post on Truth Social, I should say, that remarkable photo of Maduro in his sweatsuit on the USS Iwo Jima, apparently sailing away from Venezuela. Once the president came into the room and started speaking, it did take on a more serious tone. And I think the president seemed to recognize that this was a consequential moment for him, but at the same time, not necessarily revealing much about where this might all be headed.
All right, Kevin Liptak, thank you very much. I know as you get more, you're going to be joining us. Of course, you're on the ground there with the president near Mar-a-Lago, so thank you very much. And I want to bring in former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis now. And Admiral, so much to talk to you about. I just was actually looking here, though, at something the president said, which it just brought back echoes for me of what happened in the Iraq War. Just at the beginning of that war, right, the point was, well, there's so much oil, it's going to pay for all of this. And then it's going to pay for the occupation, it's going to pay for all of it. We're not going to have to pay $1. I've seen analysis, I remember that analysis that was done, that it was $30 trillion. It was tens of thousands of American lives. I only make that point because in answer to the question, is it possible the U.S. administers Venezuela for years, Trump responded, quote, well, it won't cost us anything. That is the direct quote because he's talking about how much oil the U.S. is going to be getting out of the ground. What has just happened here, Admiral?
Well, I'm with you. I'm massively concerned about the thinking here. And let's just start, Aaron, with the physical size. You mentioned earlier population 30 million. That's absolutely correct. It's also a huge country. It's if you put it on a map of the United States, it stretches from Charleston, South Carolina, all the way north to New York City. It goes from Washington, D.C., west to Chicago. It's twice the size of California. So going back to that Iraqi analog, and I think, unfortunately, it's a pretty good one. Big country, big population. How many boots on the ground did we have in Iraq? You know the answer, about 220,000 at peak. And did we subdue Iraq? Nope. This could be very, very difficult. Frankly, the only encouraging thing I heard in the press conference was this very almost offhand comment that Marco Rubio, who knows the region very well, fluent native Spanish speaker, bilingual, has been having conversations with the vice president, now the president. I'll close with this, Aaron. The one really huge mistake we made in Iraq, and you remember this, is de-Baathification, meaning we just fired all of the Saddam military police and the country descended into anarchy. Here you've got Chavismo, the followers of Hugo Chavez. Perhaps there's a way to do this using some of the former Chavez people, perhaps funneling it through some of the leadership. But boy, that's a narrow, narrow sea to sail.
Yeah, and also raises the question, this is a country that has been marked by violence, kidnappings, narco-terrorism, and armed gangs, right, which have been involved in all of the above. In a sense, the military structure and leadership of the government, such that it was tenuous in that regard, right, that there were gangs. And our own reporters on the ground, reported that earlier today there were, there's checkpoints and the gangs are, there is that also complete sense of chaos and disarray. I mean, is it fair to say then, given what the president said, that the United States of America now owns that? We own all of that.
Unfortunately, he was standing at that podium, and all I could think of was Colin Powell and the Pottery Barn rule. You break it, you own it. And I think the answer to your question, unfortunately, from what I heard, is yes, we're going to run the country. And to your point on violence, can I just put a number on that? Yes. Europe, the most peaceful place in the world, one violent death per 100,000 in the population annually. U.S., we have a 5 times that, 5 violent deaths per 100,000 per year. Mexico, with its narcotics gangs, Central America, 25 violent deaths per 100,000 per year. You know what Venezuela is, Aaron? It's 125 violent deaths per 100,000 a year. It's one of the most violent countries in the world. So the idea that it can be suddenly subdued, I think, is highly questionable.
And of course, an incredibly sobering thing that you've just laid out there, Admiral, in the sense that it is now American boots. The president rightly talking about how incredible it was that not a single American was injured or killed in this operation. But as you point out, we are at the beginning of something perhaps very immense. All right, thank you very much, Admiral Stavridis.
If I could add just one quick thought, what we need to do, instead of just admiring a new problem, is internationalize it, work with our partners in the region, the Organization of American States. We need to get the interagency working together on this, and we do need private-public cooperation. Whether that means the oil companies are going to foot the bill or not remains to be seen, but there's a lot of work ahead, Aaron.
All right, Admiral Stavridis, thank you very much. President Trump, of course, is saying, as the Admiral was just discussing, that the United States will indefinitely run Venezuela, and that the United States and its oil companies will rebuild the oil infrastructure of that country. Our special coverage continues after a brief break.
Want to hear something great?
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Healthy aging support starts here with the innovative nitric oxide science pioneered by Human, supporting your body from the heart out through circulation, blood flow, blood pressure, and energy. Results you can feel, science you can trust. Get started today at livehuman.com.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give, you're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going micro with Noom.
Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
And starting at just $99? Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
Make Spectrum News 13 your morning news part of your morning routine and get the news and information that matter most to you.
We're dedicated to impactful reporting from across the communities we call home.
We'll get you caught up with the latest updates and in-depth coverage of the day's developing stories.
Plus, your local forecast and traffic reports to help you plan your day ahead.
Join us for your morning news weekdays starting at 5 a.m.
Exclusively on Spectrum.
I fought every day to get out from under the weight of the Yellowstone. But I'm trying to find a new beginning.
Case, need my marshals.
This'll be fun.
They look like God's country to you. But the devil's running free out there, man.
You're not a killer, Casey. You're a protector.
Marshals, March 1st on CBS. Sneak peek online now.
On TNT, the excitement of a new season is over. Now you're into the grind.
The grind part of the season,
That's when the real work starts. A little banged up, you're sore.
The schedule's been grueling.
You played a lot of games, but you still have a lot of games left to go.
You got to bear down.
Every game matters.
Good work, man. Stay with it. Stay with it.
I think it's such an important part of the season.
You want to set the tone now.
You're almost around the corner to playoff time. That's what keeps you going.
Go get it. Dig in.
It's a great time of year.
Right here on TNT.
Closed captioning brought to you by AARP. Join and get instant access to member benefits.
Join AARP today. Get instant access to benefits, programs, and services. Just $15 for your first year with automatic renewal, and get a second membership free.
And welcome back to our breaking coverage here on CNN. Nicolás Maduro is captured on his way to New York on the USS Iwo Jima. The U.S. Attorney General says the Venezuelan dictator will be brought to justice in the United States. Trump saying that it is unclear whether it would be in New York, where he is headed right now, or eventually in Miami. But his indictment is in the Southern District of New York. And I want to bring in Caitlin Polance, as well as our senior legal analyst, Ellie Honig, who is a former assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. So first, Caitlin, you've got a lot of new reporting here. This all started after we found out about the operation with this superseding indictment that, to add on to the existing indictment of Nicolás Maduro that the Attorney General Pam Bondi put out earlier today, charging Maduro and his wife and several others. What more are you learning about how the administration plans for this to go from here?
Well, we're going to have to see how the court handles it, really, because that is who is in control. This is a case that's been open for years, Aaron, and it is one where Maduro has been under indictment since 2020. Now he is being able to be brought to a federal court because he's been apprehended by those U.S. forces going into Venezuela and taking him and his wife by force. But this case, it's existed since 2011. It has alleged that the political and military elites of Venezuela were running a narco-terrorism conspiracy and allowing hundreds of tons of cocaine to come into the U.S. and then giving cover for the drug traffickers and also money launderers to take the money from the proceeds of that drug trafficking back into Venezuela. Maduro is the person at the top of this alleged conspiracy. He was first indicted in 2020, but then that additional version of charges, the new set of charges, the new rewritten indictment under this Trump administration that just landed in the docket today, it adds his wife and his son, who also became a politician in Venezuela, to the group of people being charged for this conspiracy. Generally, the idea is captured in this sentence in the indictment, saying that Maduro, the defendant, participates in, perpetuates, and protects a culture of corruption in which powerful Venezuelan elites enrich themselves through drug trafficking and the protection of their partner drug traffickers. So, Aaron, we're going to have to see exactly how this plays out, although we do know the U.S. is bringing Maduro back into the country, into the United States, to face these charges in some way. A court appearance could happen in federal court in New York as early as Monday. And there are other questions, too, though. The indictment is the legal justification for the U.S. troops going into Venezuela, but there are other questions that are going to come about legally, primarily this question that Democrats on Capitol Hill are already raising, saying, how can you do this without congressional approval? But alone for Maduro on the indictment, that exists, and he will need to face these charges now that he is in U.S. custody. Aaron?
All right, Caitlin, thank you very much. Ellie, now just to give you a chance to react to what Caitlin's reporting here on this indictment. So the question is then, Ellie, what happens from here? As Caitlin lays out, you could see Nicolás Maduro and his wife in New York appearing in court as soon as Monday. What happens then?
Right, Aaron, as sensational as this case and these charges are, Nicolás Maduro, his wife, and his son, among the 3 other defendants, will now be treated essentially procedurally the same as any other criminal defendant in our civilian courts. Now, this case has been indicted in the Southern District of New York, which includes Manhattan, the Bronx, and some of the northern counties. The next step in this process, first of all, there will be an initial appearance. There will be an in-person in-court arraignment, probably within the next working day or two. I would guess Monday or Tuesday at the latest. The rules say you need to get someone in front of a judge quickly. They will be advised of the charges against them, the narco-terrorism charges, the drug importation charges, the weapons, firearms, and bomb charges that have been lodged against them. They will enter original pleas. They will almost certainly plead not guilty at this point. The judge, Judge Alvin Hellerstein, who I've appeared in front of, will make sure that they have defense counsel. They certainly have the right to choose and hire defense counsel of their preference. And if they can't do that, the court will appoint a defense lawyer to represent each of them. And finally, the judge will, at least theoretically, consider the question of bail. I promise you, none of these defendants will be given bail. They will all be locked up, detained, pending trial.
Okay, so then I know the details may seem small, but they matter a lot. So then where do they likely stay locked up, right? We know high profile, right? I'm thinking of El Chapo. Remember when he was briefly actually in a facility in downtown Manhattan? Where exactly will they be? And how long does a case like this, right? And we're taking the case now itself separate from what's happening in Venezuela itself. How long does a case like this take to go through the system?
So first of all, ordinarily a federal defendant in New York would be held at the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is located in Brooklyn. There used to be a separate one in Manhattan, but that's now closed for renovations. Now, there are highly secure areas of the MDC where you might be able to hold somebody like Nicolás Maduro, but I should say there can be accommodations and arrangements made to hold them elsewhere. There's no law that says you must be held at the MDC. That's ordinarily done out of convenience. With respect to timing, this will take quite a while, I think, to get to trial. I mean, you have to go through the arraignment. The parties then have to produce discovery. This is an indictment that covers decades worth of criminal conduct. I'd imagine there's millions of pages in the discovery. Maduro, like any defendant in our criminal courts, will have the ability to make motions. I'm sure he will seek to have evidence suppressed. I'm sure he will ask the judge to dismiss the cases. And then ultimately, you will have a trial. But even in an ordinary, let's say, large-scale drug trafficking case, Aaron, you typically would not expect to see trial within 6 months or so. I think you're looking more like along the lines of a year, maybe a year and a half. I guess the contravening effect is, could there be an understanding here by all the parties, including the judge, that there is time urgency here and that there's some compelling need to get this case tried more quickly over the next several months?
All right. Thank you very much. And I will just say, we're looking here at live pictures of the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York. I actually have been over there a couple of times. It is right along the water. It is in a pretty industrial area. And there have been a lot of high-profile people held there. Of course, Caitlin and Ellie, as you know, Sean Diddy Combs was there. There's sort of like a dorm-like facility where they had put people that they thought were at risk for the general population. Sam Bankman-Fried, crypto, was there for a while. There have been others who have been held there, some of the high-profile names, just to make it very clear.
And Erin,
can
I add to that real quick?
Yeah.
I've been in there many times as well, talking with witnesses, cooperating witnesses, and doing investigation. It is famously or infamously one of the worst federal facilities that we have in the Bureau of Prisons. It has come under investigation. Judges have ordered investigations because of the conditions there. It's overcrowded because, as I said earlier, there used to be 2 separate facilities, one in Manhattan, one in Brooklyn, but the one in Manhattan is currently closed for renovation, so it's overcrowded, it's unsanitary. There have actually even been judges who have given people bail or reduced sentences because of the conditions in this prison. So it's a rough place to be held.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I've heard even from people who are in that dorm-like facility, right, that you and I were referring to, some of the break time they had. One of the inmates was telling me, you know, when you're up, what counts for light is just sort of sunlight coming through the slits in the wall. So it is not a nice place to be held. But, of course, this looks like the most likely place that it possibly could be. But to your point, Ellie, we just don't know. But that is in Brooklyn, even though it, of course, is called Manhattan Detention Center. All right, thank you both very much. I appreciate your time. And when we come back, we're going to look at the reaction from Venezuelans abroad following the U.S. strikes in Caracas. Our special coverage continues next as you are looking at live pictures in a hazy day in Caracas, Venezuela.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Rome, and this is CNN.
On the 12th day of winter, the Jeep brand gave to me 12 switchbacks winding, 11 rubber duckies, 10-inch touchscreen, 9 pine trees sparkling, 8 decades going, 7 slots of shiny, skipping a few, 3 rows of seating, 2 finger waves, and only one.
Jeep, there's only one. Right now during the Jeep Wrap-Up the Year Sales Event, purchase and get $4,500 total bonus cash allowance. Plus, get no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee L models in dealer stock.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan, vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started tugging.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
I knew pretty quickly that I had a pretty severe issue on my hands.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Imagine me paying out of pocket $4,000 or $5,000.
I was not ready to spend a few $1,000s.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
I've had 6 claims worth over $4,000.
I've had 3 claims and saved over $3,700.
I've had 2 claims for over $4,600, and my rate hasn't changed.
Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in, and Endurance will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less.
Something is going to break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
So, who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits, a $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now.
Call 833-608-4503 or visit endurancewarranty.com.
Hunger is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty.
It's so easy to just whip together a quick, healthy meal.
Head to hungryroot.com for healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
Yes, I'm on Row. They say GLP-1s for weight loss is a shortcut. It's not, it's science. After kids, it's the medicine my body needed. GLP-1s helped me lose 31 pounds. One app to hit my goals. This is healthcare. This is Row. I'm Serena Williams, and I'm a real Row member.
Oh, hi. Work here. I know I've been a little unreasonable. Okay, a lot unreasonable. Ugh, I'm so clingy. But I got some help from UKG, and I'm like AI smart now. I'm ready to think about our future. Try new things together. I'll even be more flexible with your time. Look at us. It just feels right.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Gouda. Meds verified by Chewy's licensed pharmacists, paired with his favorite cheese. Delivered by Chewy, devoured by Gouda. For quality meds, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Welcome back to our breaking coverage here. Venezuelans in the United States and around the world, there's a massive expatriate population. They are reacting to the dictator Nicolás Maduro's removal from power right now on a U.S. carrier on his way to New York to stand trial. At a Venezuelan restaurant near Miami, dozens took to the streets when the news broke. They were celebrating, dancing, singing, waving their country's flag. And I want to bring in Ana Navarro, our political commentator, of course, co-host of The View. And Ana, it's great to have you with me. Okay, you live in South Florida. You're currently in Spain, which I believe is distant, but still third largest buyer of crude oil from Venezuela and very close ties to the country, right? So you are seeing this from all angles and where you're actually sitting tonight in Madrid. What is your reaction to what we have seen play out in these past few hours?
You know, I have mixed feelings. And two things can be true at once. It is true that Donald Trump has lied to the American people as to why he went into Venezuela. It is true that for months now, he has been building a narrative that just doesn't pan out about Venezuela flooding the U.S. with fentanyl and flooding the U.S. with cocaine. That simply is not true. But it is also true that Nicolás Maduro and Hugo Chavez before him inflicted suffering and oppression and dictatorship on the Venezuelan people for over 25 years. So today, I have joy in my heart for the fact that that thug, that corrupt thief, killer, assassin, Nicolás Maduro, is out of Venezuela. I don't agree with the way it was done. I also recognize that it would probably have been incredibly difficult for the Venezuelan people to get rid of him on their own because he's got every institution under his grip. But I will tell you, Aaron, I was feeling a lot better until I heard that press conference. That Trump press conference was cuckoo crazy. For him to say that he's going to have Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth run Venezuela, Pete Hegseth, who can't even run the Department of Defense or Department of War, as it's called now, are we going to have a signal gate now regarding Venezuela? Listen, the Venezuelan people have not endured 25 plus years of dictatorship, suffering, exile, in order to become a protectorate of the United States. They deserve a peaceful transition. They deserve to be sovereign and free. And the Venezuelan people elected a legitimate democratic government in July 2024. Nicolás Maduro refused to accept the election results. And he stayed in power and he swore himself in. And because he has the army, because he has every institution, he was able to do so. But there is a legitimately elected leader of Venezuela. His name is Edmundo González. He was the stand-in for Maria Corina Machado, the woman who just won the Nobel Peace Prize. So really there would be nothing more symbolic than seeing Edmundo or Maria Corina lifting their hands right now, swearing in as the new legitimately elected leader of Venezuela, not Marco Rubio or Pete Hegseth. That's insane.
So let me ask you, Anna, let me ask you one thing on that, and I will say your sort of flabbergasted response is in line with what we've seen from the military experts we've been talking to over the past hour. But to the point, you know, Trump in that press conference that you just were referring to, he talked about Maria Corina Machado. He said she was not ready and did not have the popular support in Venezuela to be the president, and seemed to indicate, right, that Marco Rubio, or he did say Rubio had had a conversation with the vice president, and Trump said, well, that person, though, was picked by Maduro. But she's indicated she'll do everything that we want. So what do you take away from all that? I mean, the way he phrased it, at least in that phrasing, it wasn't as if he was looking for democracy.
That's unacceptable and disgusting. First of all, Maduro's vice president is an heir to Maduro and is an accomplice to everything that has happened under the Maduro dictatorship. For Trump to say that Maria Corina Machado does not have popular support in Venezuela, how dare he? I mean, this woman, her party, because the Maduro regime banned her from running, so there was a stand-in, a guy named Edmundo Gonzalez, who is in exile in Spain right now. Maria Corina Machado has stayed in Venezuela under great risk, risking her own life. And people, Venezuelan, courageous, freedom-loving Venezuelans came out July 2024, despite the risk of voting against Maduro, despite the risk of standing up against that dictator. They came out and they overwhelmingly, handily elected Maria Corina Machado's stand-in. So for Donald Trump to say that she doesn't have the popular support in Venezuela is wrong. Not only does she have popular support in Venezuela, she has popular support around the world.
All right, Anna, thank you so very much, of course, joining us live from Madrid at this hour. Thank you, and we'll take a brief break with our special coverage continuing on the other side.
Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dancing. Like I can fly and don't even think of touching the ground. Like a heartbeat skip, like an earthquake pace, like a one-way trip on an aeroplane. I feel when I'm with you.
Learn more about Celebrity Cruises' latest offers.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
With St. Jude having our backs, my baby's back, it truly means everything, because I didn't even think my baby had a chance. I thought I was just gonna have to deal with the fact of losing my baby.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference. Because 1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
For the love of the kids, we just hope and dream every day that it's going to be gone.
Ella llegó en lo último. St. Jude estuvieron ahí para ayudarnos.
Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
What does the owl say?
Every single person that's donating has been a great gift, because I've got so much time to experience my family.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
When your child gets cancer, that's a scary thing to hear as a father. But here at St. Jude, there was hope.
Help give them tomorrow. Let's cure childhood cancer together. Please donate now.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom.
It's designed to minimize side effects and give me real weight loss? Yes, please.
I'm doing it. I'm going micro.
Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
Hey Orlando, Joe Rossi here for Greenway Kia. As the year winds down, here's something to remember. Kia sells more vehicles in Central Florida than any brand except one. So if you're shopping, chances are you're already thinking about a new Kia. Greenway Kia is closing out the year with savings up to $12,000 off MSRP. Shop hundreds of new Kias online at greenwaykias.com or visit one of our 3 metro area locations today. We want to see ya in a Greenway Kia.
I'm John Morgan, and this is my family. More than 35 years ago, my wife Ultima and I started our firm with the simple goal to fight for families like yours.
What began as a small firm is now America's largest. But to us, it's always been more than just a business.
It's a family business.
We understand what it means to face hard times and fight to overcome them.
Every case we take on is personal because we know what's at stake for you.
When you're injured, we're here for you.
For the people, for the families.
The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
More on our special breaking news coverage out of Venezuela at this hour. President Trump says the United States will indefinitely run the country after capturing President Nicolás Maduro and his wife in a large-scale military operation overnight. Venezuela's opposition leader and the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Maria Corina Machado, is calling for an opposition candidate to be installed as leader, saying in part, quote, "What had to happen is happening. This is the hour of the citizens. Today we are prepared to enforce our mandate and take power. Let us remain vigilant, active, and organized until the democratic transition is achieved, a transition that needs all of us." And I will note in the context of her statement that President Trump said that she did not have the support to rule Venezuela in his press conference just a bit ago. I'm joined now by CNN contributor Stefano Pozzebon, who has done extensive reporting from Venezuela, and I know you're on your way now. So what we're finding out here now is that, I mean, what are we supposed to take away from what Machado is calling for, an immediate change of government? But President Trump saying, well, it can't be her because she's, quote, not very popular, and he said wouldn't be capable of leading the country. I mean, who is going to take over?
Yes, indeed, Erin, if you think that, well, Nicolás Maduro is clearly the number-one loser at the end of today, because nobody had expected him to finish this Saturday in handcuffs on his way to a New York City courtroom, Maria Corina Machado is a close second loser after Donald Trump essentially disqualified on live international television, saying that she doesn't have the support of her citizens, even though Maria Corina Machado did lead a coalition of opposition, of Venezuelan opposition, to win up to 67% of the ballot in the 2024 presidential elections in July. The person that it seems will work with the Trump administration in ruling the country, the person that at least holds the cards in her hands right now, is Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, so Maduro's deputy, who is first the acting head of state following the fall of Nicolás Maduro. But most crucially, Erin, she is also the president of the Venezuelan oil industry, the Venezuelan oil company PDVSA, which, yes, is under U.S. sanction, has been under U.S. sanction since 2019 with the oil embargo, and we've seen that being taken into place with the seizure of several of its tankers in the last few weeks before Christmas. However, if you want to restore the Venezuelan oil production capacity, Delcy Rodriguez is the quickest and cleanest way to do it, because she has been there in the past. She's been there over this year managing the oil industry, and she has already a track record of working with U.S. companies, one of them being Chevron, which has been allowed to operate in Venezuela throughout this year despite the embargo. The point, Erin, however, we don't know where Delcy is. Delcy has been speaking, everyone calls her Delcy, I should call her Mrs. Rodriguez. We don't know where she is, because she's been speaking on Venezuelan television on the phone several times throughout this Saturday. However, we have not seen her live on television. We don't even know whether she's in Caracas. Reuters, for example, is reporting that she might be in Russia. We cannot confirm that. We just don't know where she is. However, we do understand that she's the one calling the shots, and that she did speak with Secretary of State Marco Rubio on what a transition could look like. Erin.
Stefano, thank you very much. And just incredible, as he points out, that the vice president that Trump has said is nominally in charge right now, is only joined by phone on that state television. But also, as Stefano said, that there's even speculation of where she may be. They don't know if she's even in the country, possibly even in Russia. Just a stunning thing to think about this and to emphasize that when you think about how important Venezuela is to both Russia militarily and also to China which buys its oil. Thank you very much, Stefano, joining us. And we're going to go next to New York. That is where Trump says President Maduro is heading, could be heading, in fact, to the facility that you see on your screen right now. We'll be right back.
Want to hear something great?
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
I didn't think someone like me was at risk of shingles.
The rash couldn't possibly be that painful.
And it wouldn't disrupt my life for weeks.
I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of people over 50 already have the virus that causes shingles, and it could reactivate at any time.
I learned that the hard way.
But you don't have to. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
No matter what you drive, there's only one guarantee. It's gonna break down.
I had a sensor light up on my dashboard.
There was a popping noise.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
Your next breakdown could be anytime, anywhere, whether you've got the money to fix it or not.
It was a thermostat, $2,600.
Seat sensor, $1,400.
But if you've got endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a car repair again, no matter how much it cost them to cover it.
In my first year with Endurance, they covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
It was like almost a $6,000 job. If I didn't have Endurance, I would have had to pay for that or just trash the whole car and start again.
If your car's out of warranty, a transmission can easily cost you $4,000.
And an engine? Over $7,000, if you're lucky.
With Endurance, those parts are covered.
A bad camera unit, $800 to repair. A bad wheel bearing, over $1,000. A new steering rack, close to $3,000. Endurance covered it fully.
Plus, you pick the mechanic you trust to do the work.
It's a totally seamless process going to any certified mechanic. They submit the claim directly to Endurance. They get paid, and I'm out the door.
You trust us to do the work, and we trust Endurance to pay us direct.
And the best part, your rate stays locked in no matter how many claims you file.
If your car's under 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your plan includes 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country.
So, who's gonna pay for your next breakdown? You?
Or Endurance.
Right now, you can get $300 off any plan, plus a year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. But you have to act now. Visit EnduranceWarranty.com or call 1-833-608-4178 for a free quote. That's 1-833-608-4178.
Hungry Root is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty.
It's so easy to just whip together a quick, healthy meal.
Head to hungryroot.com for healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
A Chewy order is on the way for Jaws, who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy to get him everything he needs to keep loving life, one mouthful at a time, for low prices. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Spectrum is connectivity everywhere.
On the floor, shut the door, no cap.
Built by an internet company, because internet is what you use your phone for. And Spectrum One seamlessly combines 5G and fiber-powered internet for the fastest wireless speeds. Just one reason Spectrum is the fastest growing mobile provider. Spectrum One. It's only the seamless connection you love at home, everywhere you go. It's only everything.
You have a vision for your business. A vision to grow, to thrive, to shine. At Spectrum Reach, we recognize the drive and dedication behind that vision. We created the Pay It Forward program to help small businesses like yours do what you do best, with complimentary advertising resources and opportunities to grow. Apply for the Pay It Forward program today to bring your vision to life.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And hello, and thank you for joining me for our special breaking news coverage. I'm Erin Burnett, and we are following this breaking news. Lawmakers now are demanding an immediate briefing from the Trump administration after Trump's hour-long press conference in which he declared that the United States of America is running Venezuela. And he said so multiple times, also saying that he is very comfortable with U.S. boots on the ground there. As there is growing uncertainty about what comes next for Venezuela following the overnight capture of President Nicolás Maduro.
Well, you know, they always say boots on the ground. Oh, so we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it.
Can you explain the exact mechanism by which you're going to run the country? Are you going to designate a U.S. official to coordinate?
Yes, it's all being done right now. We're designating people. We're talking to people. We're designating various people. It's largely going to be, for a period of time, the people that are standing right behind me. We're going to be running it. We're going to be bringing it back.
Trump's comments come as he put out this image, the only image we have of Nicolás Maduro in what appears to be some sort of a sweatsuit, handcuffs, water, ostensibly on board the USS Iwo Jima on his way to New York. CNN is learning that Maduro is expected to stop at Guantanamo Bay and that it is there where he will be transferred to a plane and flown for the final leg to New York, where he will face drug trafficking charges in the United States, as detailed in a superseding 25-page indictment put out by the U.S. Attorney General this morning. All right, let's go to Kevin Liptak. Right now, he's at West Palm Beach, Florida. And Kevin, that hour-long press conference, I think we're all still digesting it and trying to understand more about it. Stunning in what was said and what was not said. What more are you able to tell us about the preparations inside the Trump administration leading up to this moment? Because we do understand that the military operation itself was something that, in terms of its intelligence, had been in process for several months, correct?
Yeah, really dating back to August is what we're told. That's when the CIA put in sort of a clandestine team inside Caracas to essentially try and track Nicolás Maduro, to learn his movements, to try and sort of ascertain everything that they could about his entire life to make this mission seamless. As Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said earlier, they tried to figure out how he moved, where he lived, where he traveled, what he ate, what he wore, what were his pets. And so you could see, dating back all the way to August, how the groundwork was being laid for what the president ultimately ordered up. Now, the way we understand it is that the president did give the green light for this mission, more than a week ago. The weather in Venezuela wasn't cooperating in the days immediately after the president gave that green light. And it wasn't until last evening at 10:46 p.m., again, according to General Kane, that the president gave the final order here. And so you can see in all of that how the administration, how the military, how the intelligence community were all sort of preparing for what we saw transpire last evening. The whole mission itself, took roughly 3 hours, from 1 a.m., which is when the forces arrived into Caracas, to go to Nicolás Maduro's compound, to find him in his room with his wife, and to sort of snatch him as he was fleeing into his safe room before leaving Venezuela and being out over the water at around 3:30 a.m. And so sort of after months and months and months of planning, really not a very long mission in the end for the U.S. On the ground there. Of course, we got so many details about what went into this, about what the operation looked like. What we did not get details on about what happens now. The president very remarkably said that now we, in his words, were going to be running Venezuela, but he was extraordinarily vague on that front. At one point, he sort of offhandedly pointed to the assemblage of national security officials in the room, including the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and suggested that they would be involved in running Venezuela, but without any clarity about what precisely that meant and how long the U.S. would be doing that, and I think essentially whether it involves the U.S. military. And I asked the president point blank, do you envision a prolonged U.S. military presence on the ground in Venezuela? And he didn't answer, and he turned to talk about the oil in that country. So I think a lot of questions about how this all proceeds in the days and months and year really ahead.
Yes, Kevin, thank you very much. Just incredible, the vague nature of the answer on how the U.S. is going to run Venezuela, for how long, and who exactly will be running it. Let's go back to Caracas, Venezuela, where this strike happened. And our Mary Mina is there and has been reporting indefatigably, Mary, throughout the day here from Caracas. I just wanted, as you and I start speaking here, to share with everyone an image that we just got in. And this is an image from Caracas, Mary. It is General Vladimir Padrino Lopez, the defense secretary, I understand, coming out, they say, of a meeting, or coming out of, I should be clear, from the vice president's headquarters. I asked this question because the vice president, of course, is who Trump has said is nominally running Venezuela right now. But I understand that you haven't seen her. She's only done phone interviews. Stefano Pozzebon, who's en route to where you are, was saying there was even speculation that she may have left the country. So what does this mean, this new image that we have just gotten in, do you think?
Well, as I was mentioning before, the vice president is sending message. The government is bracing for this. They've been preparing for a scenario like this for many months now. So in case they have the main head of the government, of Nicolás Maduro, out, they had something prepared in advance. So we figure they are kept in hiding, kept in secret the exact location where the vice president is, for obvious reasons. About the statements made by Donald Trump about who is running the country or who will be running the country is, well, it's difficult to say right now if they are talking, if there's going to be a resolution today, because we keep waiting for them to appear, at least on national television, to say that they have all the control over the country. They said so in early hours of the morning, but right now they keep sending messages through the state channel. The state channel is showing, of course, the supporters of Nicolás Maduro, especially in the downtown area in Caracas, where the majority of institutions from the government and the presidential palace is located. So far, we are expecting also what are the guidance that the government will do in case of the implementation of the state of emergency that they announced, especially in the late hours, in the night hours. And for the media reporting, I have witnessed local state channels showing Christmas movies still, and they are not, addressing the situation like it's something bigger is happening in the country. They keep sending the message that everything is under control.
And Mary, as you're speaking, the video that we're just showing, so viewers understand, that's the video I was just referring to the image of, which is the Defense Secretary General Vladimir Padrino Lopez of Venezuela leaving the Vice President's offices. And that was just taken a little bit ago. So that's the video I was just sharing there, Mary. But in the situation where we have it, where they're sending out messages, and we have an image like this now, right? So we've seen the Defense Secretary coming out of the Vice President's headquarters, but we haven't seen her. She's only done those phone interviews with state television. State television, as you described it earlier, is posting messages of peace and tranquility. But there's a real question mark as to who is in charge of this country right now. We're just a few hours out of this. You're on a Saturday in the middle of the afternoon. Mary, how much time is there before there's more chaos in Venezuela, right? A country already rife with armed gangs and all sorts of, instability. How much time is left? How much time do they have before they come out and say, okay, I'm in charge?
Well, the situation in the streets is that the streets are pretty empty. And generally, these groups that are close to the government, they tend to go out in the night hours. So the coming hours are key to know who is really, who has the power inside of the country. We believe that there are high-ranking officials that remain loyal to the inner circle of Nicolás Maduro, and that is why we witness this video that is being spreading across social media of the General Vladimir Padrino and Delcy Rodriguez. Right now, well, what we are seeing is many supporters approaching to that area. In that area, they have the control, definitely, with members of the military forces surrounding the downtown area. In this side of Caracas, where I'm standing, there's silence, empty streets, and the majority of opposition supporters have decided to remain at home. Those are located mostly in the east of the city, and most commercial establishments have remained closed during this Saturday. So how much time do we have to realize who is really running the country is controversial right now. It's hard to state how much time it will take to have a better sense of what is happening inside of the country, because it is for some people worried that Donald Trump said that he is not in contact with members of the opposition, for example, and that Maria Corina Machado doesn't have the support of certain groups, and that he is talking with members of the government of Venezuela. So probably they are talking, they are dealing this situation, and we will find out in the coming hours.
Yes, obviously crucial, but the descriptions that you're giving of the quiet on the streets, at least now that, you know, stores are closed, that sort of, you know, in a sense, the way you're describing it, Mary, makes me think of, you know, being in Ukraine when that war began, that bated breath when there was sort of a shock and awe and no one knew what was next. Thank you very much. Mary is in Caracas. We're going to be going back to her, of course, as our coverage continues. I want to go to John Miller now. He's our chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst. And John, so as we speak, I don't know exactly where they are, right? But we know that Maduro and his wife are snatched, I think it's a fair word to use, according to Trump, as they're about to, you know, opening this big giant metal door to go into this super fortified box. And they snatch him before he can shut the door. That's how Trump described it. And they take him and they put him on the USS Iwo Jima, which we understand is headed to Guantanamo Bay. And then he's going to be put on a plane and flown to New York, where you and I are, and that he will most likely go to that Metropolitan Detention Center, which is a place you and I, of course, have been on a windy corner of industrial Brooklyn. So what happens here next?
Well, next he will end up moving from Gitmo by air to a secure military facility, then likely by chopper to New York City, then being brought to a federal facility where he will be booked. That's the process where we've gone from the military operation to the criminal justice system. That means he and his wife will be fingerprinted. They will be photographed. They will go through that process, and then they will go to presumably the Metropolitan Detention Center, the place that was home to Samuel Bankman-Fried and P. Diddy and other people who are in famous federal cases, where he'll be held over before he is brought to the courthouse in Manhattan, in the Southern District of New York, to be arraigned on basically a phone book full of charges in this 25-page indictment against the president, his wife, and others in their administration. Aaron, it's quite the case. They are charged with overseeing the transshipment from places like Colombia through Venezuela over to Mexico into the United States of hundreds of tons of cocaine, charges that go back to 2005, 2004, 2007, right up through 2025, as he and his wife were in different positions in the government, but allegedly accepting $100,000 per flight to make sure that those flights were protected as they shipped drugs through Venezuela, that they gave and sold diplomatic passports to traffickers so that they could move drugs under diplomatic cover, that they engaged in kidnappings and beatings of traffickers who did not pay the government their bribe money in time. So quite a case. And ironically, and I don't want to get too far ahead of us, very similar to the charges brought against Juan Orlando Hernandez, the president of Honduras, who was convicted of similar charges and then pardoned by President Trump. But that's a different global situation.
Well, but important to raise, right? Because I think it highlights that we've been given different explanations for what happened here, right? Whether it was upholding democracy or getting rid of a narco-terrorist or about drugs, and the inconsistencies
Or about oil.
are worth noting, right? Or whether it's just pure and simple about dollars and cents, which Trump talked a lot about today, right? Saying we won't pay for a dollar of this as Americans because we're going to take a lot of wealth out of the ground, and that U.S. oil companies are going in. He didn't mince words. John, what about just in the nature of the moment of what we're going to see unfold? Because right now the only image we have of Nicolás Maduro, right, is that image that Trump posted, and he's in his sweatpants and his pants are half hanging off, and he certainly doesn't look, he's not in his military garb, right? It's a humiliating picture. He doesn't look powerful. He looks tired and sloppy. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what you see there.
I mean, what I see is he is handcuffed. He's wearing blackout goggles. This is so he can't see where he is, where he's moving from point A to point B. He's got an inflatable life vest on, the kind you would wear on an aircraft or on a small boat. He's got the
Is that the thing around his
headphones
neck, John? Where's the inflatable vest? Sorry, just to.
Yeah, that's that. You see a couple of chem strips that glow in the dark. That's the kind of thing that they give to people on board various aircraft to make sure if it goes down or they go in the water, they can be inflated by pulling the tabs, and those things glow in the dark. He's wearing blackout glasses. He's wearing earphones that are meant to obstruct his hearing so he can't hear the conversations around him. But notable in this picture is, if you look in the background, you see the back of a DEA agent's raid jacket. You can see where it says DEA. That means he is under arrest by U.S. federal law enforcement authorities from the New York office of the DEA, and being brought to that arraignment. So it's where you kind of see the transition. John, what's the significance of that
when you look at when we look at the indictment itself, right, and the multiple charges, and we talk about this confusion about what this was all about, what the goals are, all of these extremely amorphous, to say the least, issues. But when you see that the DEA actually was there in charge, what does that say to you? I mean, that's a very explicit and specific thing, right, legally.
Well, it is. And I mean, the primary example that was referred to earlier today was, the invasion of Panama, the arrest of Noriega, his being brought to the United States to face charges in Miami. This is an updated version of that. And essentially, he is being brought there to court to face these charges as the head of a criminal enterprise that was assisting other criminal enterprises, including the Mexican cartels and the Colombian cartels.
John, one more thing I have to ask you, and that is about, as I said, that's the only image we have of him, but we're going to see images of him maybe Monday when he's on video coming into a New York court, right? I mean, it's going to be an historic moment, and he's going to be there with his wife. My understanding is she's incredibly politically important herself. She has her own political capital. She's known as Salita, First Lady. They've been together more than 30 years. What do you think? I mean, and I don't know how much of this you're able to speculate on in an informed basis or how much you actually would know. But I mean, are they being held together right now? And obviously you've got, she's a different gender. So in terms of where she's going to be held, I mean, how does all this play out? Because when you think about someone like El Chapo, right? There wasn't El Chapo's wife, although that happened later. How does all this going to actually play out with her as part of it? She's on that USS Iwo Jima right now, too.
Well, that's right. And I don't think they're going to get the Metropolitan Detention Center honeymoon suite. The procedures are that male prisoners and female prisoners are kept separated. But she is a co-defendant who, as the charges are laid out, Aaron, is not just along for the ride. When she was in effect the Speaker of the House down there, it is alleged in these charges that she arranged specifically a meeting between the head of one of the cartels and the head of the National Drug Enforcement Group in Venezuela to make sure that they hooked up and that he would be protected and not charged, arrested, or investigated by that force. So it is that she is not just charged as his wife, but as a real player here over the years.
All right, John, thank you very much. And as John was finishing there, I'm just jotting down Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president of Venezuela, just speaking out, finally speaking out. You see her on camera. This is the first time we've seen her. She says, "We demand the immediate release of President Maduro and his wife." This after Trump said that she told Rubio she'd do everything the U.S. wants. We'll be right back with this breaking news.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
We're standing up for our right to be lazy.
By sitting down.
And reclining back.
We work full-time and we parent full-time.
We will be reclined until further notice.
It's our right to let the dishes soak overnight.
And to mow the lawn tomorrow, wish.
We proudly declare that yes, we are still watching that.
And no, we won't be cooking tonight.
We, the lazy, are taking back lazy.
By getting comfy on our Lazy Boy furniture.
Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
At Lumber Liquidators, we have the best prices on flooring, and we guarantee it. Find a lower price, we will beat it with our best price guarantee. See us advertising a lower price than you paid, we will refund the difference. You'll never pay more than you should at Lumber Liquidators, and you'll get the best warranty in the business. Yellow and Black is back, and so are the deals. We are flooring experts that will help you get the right floor at the right price for any room in your home. LumberLiquidators.com. Tell them Tom sent you.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday.
My daughter, she was diagnosed with a brain tumor. We are never promised tomorrow. Every day really is a gift. And I always pray, for another day. And then the next morning I wake up and I think, oh, I got another one. And hopefully have so many more of those.
Time is running out to give a year-end gift that can help St. Jude Children's Research Hospital save lives. Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now to help make it the season of hope for families at St. Jude.
As a parent, you trying your best could be not enough. And seeing a 3-year-old going through what she's going through, it's tough.
I try not to think into the future, but then when your child loses their hair, that was hard. You just want to help your child.
Please don't wait until the last minute. For just $19 a month, you can make a difference.
I thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Everybody that gives to St. Jude, they have to keep doing what they're doing, because without them, these babies wouldn't make it.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
It has been a very tough journey for such a small little girl if it wasn't for St. Jude. And the donations, I don't know where Maisie would be.
And brave.
And courageous.
And courageous.
Yeah. Love you.
Love you.
This holiday, help St. Jude find more cures for more children. Please donate now.
Cerevital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
Cerevital Advanced increases your body's own youth hormone, reduces wrinkles, and promotes weight loss.
I see such a difference in my skin. I noticed fewer wrinkles. My skin looks healthier. It was easier to get lean.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
It does give me that feeling of just being radiantly alive.
Go to Cerevital.com and start your risk-free trial today.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
And starting at just $99? Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
Big East basketball is on TNT Sports. St. John's takes on the #1 women of UConn. Wednesday at 7:30 on True TV and stream on HBO Max.
Okay, well, we are just awaiting here. We're going to be airing this for you in just a moment. It seems to be temporary ruler of Venezuela, the vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, who was Maduro's vice president, has finally just appeared on camera and spoken out. And her words were that she demands the immediate release of Nicolás Maduro and his wife from U.S. custody. This after President Trump said that Rubio had been speaking with her, Secretary of State Rubio, and that she had said she would do everything the United States wanted done. So now she's striking this defiant pose. So we're going to be turning that audio for you in just a second as soon as we get it. But obviously, this is the significant development at this moment. I want to go to Rafael Romo. Rafael, you've spent an incredible amount of time reporting on and from Venezuela. So this information that we're just getting in, that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, is finally just appearing on camera, flanked by the flags, saying, we demand the immediate release of Nicolás Maduro. What do you see here in this, there she is, in this pomp and circumstance and the fact that they're just putting it out now?
Well, for starters, Aaron, let me tell you, earlier today, there were all kinds of rumors circulating that she wasn't even in the country, that she had traveled to Russia, which, of course, now we know was not the case. And it's not only important the fact that she has appeared publicly, it's also important the fact that she is surrounded by the people you see there. And some of the people who are with her are Jorge Rodriguez, the president of the National Assembly, who, by the way, Aaron, is her brother. Also, Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister. These are very powerful figures in the Venezuelan government. Among the things that she has said is that she's asking for calm and unity to defend the country. She said, the country will never be a colony of any nation. The other thing that caught my attention is one of the things that she said in a way to explain what happened in the last 24 hours. She said, we had already warned that an aggression was underway under false excuses, under false pretexts, and that the mask had fallen and that it only had one objective, which was the change of regime in Venezuela, and that this change, she said, would also allow the capture of our energy, mineral, and natural resources. Now, she's been a loyalist to the Maduro regime. She's been in different positions in the government before. She was the foreign minister. As a matter of fact, we did an investigation in 2017 revealing that Venezuela was selling passports illegally to people in the Middle East, in Iraq, to people who wanted to travel to this part of the world, which is one of the reasons why Venezuela, beyond being what President Trump has claimed that it ships drugs to the United States, it was so dangerous for the United States because essentially it opened the door wide open for people in this part of the country, for historical enemies of the United States, China, Russia, and Iran. Aaron.
Yes, all of which have such a significant presence in Venezuela, and China by far the biggest buyer of the heavy sour crude that Venezuela produces. All right, Rafael, please stay with me because obviously you know so much about this and able to identify who's in the room. I want to go to Caracas now as well. Mary Mina has been there with us throughout our coverage today. Mary, did this broadcast from the vice president, did it broadcast on state media? I mean, exactly how is this been put out there and disseminated? Are you able to have any sense of how people are responding to it?
Yeah, this was a mandatory message broadcast on all over the radios and TV stations, local TV stations in Venezuela. So this is significant because they wanted to show that the government is reunited, that they are in union, and these are the main heads of the Chavismo and the Madurismo after Nicolás Maduro. As we were saying, Delcy Rodriguez is the main head of Venezuela right now as vice president, but she also runs the state-owned company, PDVSA. She's the minister of oil in the country, so she knows broadly about the economy, about how to handle the country. She says especially that there's just one and only legitimate president of Venezuela. She reiterated that for them, this is a kidnapping, and the international community should respond to that. And also she said that they will be implementing the state of emergency. he showed that to the cameras and said that she will send this decree to the Supreme Court of Venezuela. We need to remember that most powers in Venezuela are government control. They were appointed, more judges were appointed by Nicolás Maduro, so they follow all the directions coming from the government. This is really key and important. Also, the parliament, who is run by Delcy Rodriguez's brother, Jorge Rodriguez. The new parliament should be appointed on Monday, according to the Venezuelan law, every January 5th. And of course, we don't know yet what is going to happen in the coming hours, what will be this implementation of the new parliament that is set to be open on January 2026.
All right, Mary, we're going to be coming back to you in just a few moments, but obviously stunning developments, and also just to state the very obvious to anyone watching around the world, Venezuela or elsewhere, a deep sense of confusion with the vice president of Venezuela saying that she's in charge, this is a kidnapping, demanding the release of Maduro and his wife. When Trump said, yes, Rubio had talked to her, she'll do everything we want. But then he also said in response to who's running Venezuela, the answer was essentially me. It was a group of people, including those behind me, which are his top leadership team, including Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio. So incredible confusion right now, I think, to say the very least. We're going to be following this breaking news. We're going to get that tape in for you. We'll be back in just a moment.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm. Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Ponvory is approved for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis in adults. Ponvory lowers the number of white blood cells, lymphocytes, in your blood. Usually, this will return to normal within 1 to 2 weeks of stopping treatment. Ponvory can increase your risk of serious infections that can be life-threatening and may cause death. Ponvory can cause your heart rate to slow down, especially after you take your first dose. Do not take Ponvory if in the last 6 months you had a heart attack, unstable angina, stroke, or other severe heart conditions, including certain types of abnormal heart rhythm. The most common side effects of Ponvory include upper respiratory tract infections, elevated liver enzymes, and high blood pressure. Starting treatment with Ponvory will begin with the starter pack. Ask your doctor about Ponvory or visit ponvory.com to learn more. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Have you ever felt so sluggish that it was like you were stuck in your chair? Like you didn't feel energetic enough for even routine activity? I've been there. And as a doctor, I knew this could be a sign that my digestive system wasn't working at its best. So I followed the same advice I give my patients and started taking Metamucil Fiber every day.
Metamucil is the only leading brand with plant-based psyllium fiber that gels to help trap and remove waste so you can feel lighter in as little as 14 days.
After trying it for 2 weeks, I decided to keep taking Metamucil every day to help meet my health goals.
Metamucil psyllium fiber also helps curb cravings between meals, helps lower cholesterol to support heart health, and helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels. That's why Metamucil is the #1 fiber brand recommended by doctors, pharmacists,
and gastroenterologists like me.
Metamucil. Digestive health starts here. Scan to shop or visit these fine retailers today.
Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dance. Like I can fly and don't even think of touching the ground. Like a heartbeat skip, like an open page, like a one-way trip on an aeroplane. It's the way that I feel when I'm with you.
Learn more about Celebrity Cruises' latest offers.
Since 1945, Bears has delivered more than furniture and celebrating new beginnings with you ever since. Start the new year with savings of 45% and more store-wide at Bears New Year Sale. Save big on the Universal Aveline Dining Table, the Bernhardt Foundation's Queen Bed, this Bernhardt Leather Power Motion Sofa, with fast white glove delivery and free interior design services. Bears always hits home.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
I'm just trying to figure you out.
It's not going to be easy.
Chevy Chase is exciting and talented.
He had massive movie star hits.
And then he went downhill from there.
It was a mistake to leave SNL.
Chevy has a deep heart.
Hi, Bewleys. I don't think a lot of people have the happiness I have. I am who I am, and I like who I am.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Cardia Mobile, makers of the world's most advanced personal EKGs.
Check your heart from anywhere and detect atrial fibrillation with Cardia Mobile, the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG. On sale now at cardia.com or Amazon.
We are back with our breaking coverage, and developments are moving very quickly at this moment out of Venezuela. The vice president there just speaking out and taking control, thumbing the nose at President Trump after he announced the capture of President Nicolás Maduro by U.S. military forces overnight, posting this image of Maduro on the USS Iwo Jima. The Venezuelan leader and his wife are now on their way back to New York to face drug and weapons charges in a U.S. court, apparently in the Southern District of New York. Now, Trump in his press conference, it was an hour long. We really didn't get any details on who will lead the country other than that he said it was the group behind him, which was his inner circle, including Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, that a U.S. team would be running it. But now, as I said, the big development this moment is that the vice president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, has just appeared on camera for the first time and said she's in charge, flanked by military officials and other power brokers in Venezuela, calling Maduro's capture a kidnapping, demanding his immediate release, and saying that Venezuela will not be a colony of the United States. A defiant move, given that Trump has said his team's running the country and that she's doing everything they want, and given the situation under which the United States took Nicolás Maduro. The thumbing of the nose, pretty stunning at this moment, as that's what it appears to be. So let's talk about it. I'm joined by Josh Rogan, lead global security analyst for the Washington Post Intelligence, and Eric Farnsworth, senior associate at CSIS, the Center for Strategic and International Affairs. Okay, I'm really grateful to both of you. We live in a moment of unprecedented times where I think so many of us, so many days say, I can't believe we're living through this. And yet here we are in another one of those moments where it's easy to feel lost and confused and scared, as many probably do. So let me just ask you, Josh, when you look at this where we are and it's moving so quickly, and now you have Delcy Rodriguez speaking out, where are we in this process?
I would say, Erin, we're at the very beginning, because what the Trump administration has done is it started something that it cannot predictably tell us where it's going or how it will finish. And what we saw from the Venezuelan vice president right now is that she is not towing the Trump administration's line. President Trump said 2 hours ago that she was on board, that she will, quote, do whatever we want. And she's reminding us that, no, actually, she's the head of a regime that is pro-Maduro. She's actually one of his henchmen, and she's going to stand up for her interests, her regime's interests, and what she perceives as the Venezuelans' interests. Now, on the one hand, what else is she going to say, right? She's not going to say, oh, it's great that the U.S. attacked. But on the other hand, it seems like this is the very beginning not only of what's going to be surely a messy period in Venezuelan politics and society, but also a very complicated negotiation going forward. The Trump administration is threatening more military action. The Venezuelan vice president, acting president, whatever you want to call her, can't ignore that. At the same time, she's in control of a massive security state that seeks to maintain control over the Venezuelan economy. And so we don't know where this is going to go, but it's just the start, and it's going to get messier as time goes on. That seems
Yeah, and when you say we don't know where it's going to go, and then you think about the significant Russian presence there and the Chinese presence, and the Chinese being the buyer of the vast majority of Venezuela's oil at this point. And Eric, Trump says the United States is going to, quote, I just quote the words here as Josh is referring to, run the country until a proper transition takes place. And then within 2 hours, you have the vice president come out and speak the way she's speaking now in total defiance. So then what does that mean for the Trump administration?
Hey, Aaron. Well, I guess what you could say is that Delcy Rodriguez is off message in terms of what the White House would like her to be saying. But before I get there, let me just give a shout out to the U.S. military and the U.S. tactical effort, which really seemed to be carried off really expertly and in an amazing way. So congratulations are in order, I think, for that. But Josh is exactly right. This could go in a sideways direction. There is actually an elected president. It's Edmundo Gonzalez. He won an election on July 28th, 2024. He has been the president-elect since that time. Delcy Rodriguez has as much legitimacy as the vice president of Venezuela as Nicolás Maduro has as the president. She's the de facto vice president, perhaps, but she doesn't have the legitimacy, and she doesn't have the political support of the Venezuelan people. And I think this is one of the things that's going to be frustrating to the Venezuelan people more than anything. It's not just the uncertainty. It's the fact that the acting vice president could be next in line, and that's somebody that they have resoundingly rejected. So I think that's something that we're going to have to watch very carefully in the future.
I mean, Josh, it just raises the question, given the moment that we're in, you know, again, Trump going back to that moment of saying, you know, that they snatched Maduro as he was opening the big, giant steel-enforced door to get into his safe quarters that he says they could have blown up anyway if they needed to, but, you know, that it got to that moment. But, I mean, it's sort of saying, okay, well, now if Delcy Rodriguez is standing up to you, does this happen again, right? I mean, what is a complete set of unknowns.
Right, and it seems clear that whatever President Trump thought was going to happen, that's not the way it's going to happen. And that doesn't mean it's all bad or it's all good. It just means that it's unpredictable and that the Venezuelan regime that's still intact without Maduro, as we're seeing today, will have a say in it. Now, Trump is insistent on that he's going to have a say too, but as it seems clear that he's not interested in bringing the Democratic opposition to a position where they could compete in free and fair elections. That's what the Venezuelan Constitution says. It says when there's a leadership vacuum, there should be new elections. If they had new elections, the opposition, Gonzalez and Machado, they would very likely win if those elections were free and fair. That's not what Trump wants. He wants a pliable, new kind of regime, and he's going to pressure the vice president to do that. She doesn't seem like she wants to do that. So that leaves us in a great state of uncertainty. It leaves Venezuela in a state of chaos. And, you know, I go by the Colin Powell Pottery Barn rule. Once you break it, you bought it. You know, the United States of America just arrested the leader of Venezuela. And so now Trump has a responsibility, and the United States has a responsibility to follow through. And it doesn't seem like we have a clear plan to do that. And that's a big question mark and I think a big challenge.
No, and it's, you know, even when he said something like boots on the ground, there's no problem with that. You know, if it failed before, it was because it was another president. It's fine under me. But that's one thing to say. It's another thing to actually even do it. You know, as Admiral Stavridis was talking about, 200,000 troops at the peak, right, in Iraq. I mean, when you talk about what that means. Eric, to this point of the military, who's in charge? Okay, Delcy Rodriguez, in that statement, it appeared there were military leaders in the room with her, and we do have the video of the defense minister leaving the vice president's quarters just a little bit ago, right, in his full military gear. But obviously, a crucial question, and that we're going to show that video now here, Eric, is what happens with the military, and does the military stay behind the Maduro regime, now led by Delcy Rodriguez? At this very, very preliminary moment, it appears that they are, which means in opposition to the Trump regime and the massive force that was just brought to bear last night, which is a pretty stunning thing in and of itself.
This is the key point you're raising, Aaron, and I think appropriately so. Padrino Lopez is the leader of the military. He remains in power right now. Diosdado Cabello is the chief enforcer of the regime. He remains in power. The Chavista leadership, it remains in power in Venezuela right now. That's not to say they have the legitimacy, but they remain in power, even though Nicolás Maduro and Celia Flores have left. So I think that's the key question. There is a real hope, and undoubtedly it's more than hope, but we'll have to see how this plays out among Trump administration officials and others, that elements of the military will actually turn and move against the regime. This is something that has been talked about for a long time. The Venezuelan military actually has a history and a culture of professionalism and being responsible to the Constitution and not the particular leader of the country or a political party. And so there's a lot of hope, and there's been a lot of work behind the scenes to try to see if there would be elements of the military that would do that. Now, that's not going to say all of them will or all of them will at the same time. I think right now what's happening is there's going to be a period of wait and see how this transpires. Nobody's going to want to put their neck out, and that's why we're in such a period of uncertainty here and potential disruption, because we don't know where the security forces are going to go. And let me also add that it's not just the quote-unquote military. There are what we would say informally goon squads who run around enforcing street justice. There are guerrillas in the country, the FARC, the ELN from Colombia. There are drug traffickers. There are others. So there's a whole lot of uncertainty outside of Caracas and elsewhere that would also have to be dealt with and brought under control.
Yeah, those many layers to the onion, being barely scratching the surface of the analogy that would capture the complexity of this moment. And I'm grateful to both of you for being with us as this story quickly develops here with the de facto leader of Venezuela speaking up. This is now live pictures out of Venezuela this afternoon. A reaction across the region as Venezuela's leader now says that they will not be a colony of the United States. We're going to go to Rio de Janeiro after this.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
With Chewy Pharmacy, save 20% and make every pet a healthy pet. Get quality meds to help with anything. Fleas, allergies, or recoveries. Delivered fast. For great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going micro with Noom.
Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
I can lose up to 11 pounds in 30 days? Heck yeah!
Now starting at just $99.
Hungry Heart is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty.
It's so easy to just whip together a quick, healthy meal.
Head to hungryroot.com for healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
CeraVital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
CeraVital Advanced reduces wrinkles and promotes weight loss.
My skin looks healthier.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
Start your risk-free trial at CeraVital.com.
And we are back with our breaking news coverage of the U.S. Military attack in Venezuela and seizing of the president. Joining me from Rio de Janeiro is CNN correspondent Julia Vargas Jones on the ground there. And Julia, just a stunning moment across the world and in South America, where President Trump has said he wants to reassert the Monroe Doctrine, which he now calls the Donroe Doctrine. How are governments in the region reacting right now to what has just happened in Venezuela?
Well, of course, this is extremely surprising, Erin, but the reaction has not been so. It's been very much just split among political lines. What we're seeing here is governments across the region who have right-wing leaders siding with the U.S. operations. We're talking about Ecuador, Peru, Panama, and then in Argentina, more than any of them, where President Javier Milei, a close ally of President Trump, said that we are, quote, witnessing the fall of a narco-terrorist dictator who had been tampering with elections. And then he hailed President Trump as a defender of freedom in the region. But then we go to the other side, here in Brazil, as well as in Colombia and Mexico. These are governments who do not agree. They are condemning these operations. Gustavo Petro of Colombia, we heard from him earlier today in a statement. He said that his government will reject any kind of unilateral military action, and I'm reading a quote here, that could aggravate the situation or put the civilian situation at risk. Of course, that is a grave concern for the president that shares the large border with Colombia. And then here in Brazil, also shares a border with Venezuela. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva saying that America's actions cross the line. He said they are in flagrant violation of international law. And then calling on the international community, Erin, via the United Nations to act on this. He said, though, that Brazil remains very promptly available to negotiate any kind of dialogue in this situation. But I will add, none of these statements from Mexico, Colombia, or Brazil are coming to Maduro's defense necessarily, but rather they're pointing to international law and to the principle of sovereignty of countries for their repudiation of the actions of the United States. Although that dialogue that Brazil seems to be calling for, Erin, it seems like the possibility of that is far gone. We heard from President Trump in very clear words in the presser earlier today when he was answering a question from a reporter who said, how is running a country in South America, America first? And the president said, well, I think it's because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. And then he added, Erin, we want to surround ourselves with energy. Now, the way that that is being perceived here in the region is that basically the United States believes that this is its zone of influence and that it will act if it deems necessary to intervene in governments who are, in theory, sovereign. So it is very much being perceived as the Monroe Doctrine 2.0. That's what we're seeing. We're already seeing memes appear on the internet with Uncle Sam. And it is, for sure, a cause for all of these governments to be concerned. Here in Brazil, we know that President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva was meeting with his ministers earlier and having a second meeting. So we're expecting an update to that situation later today still, Erin.
All right, Julia Vargas Jones, thank you so very much on the ground there in Rio. As of course, President Trump's comment had been, we are going to pull a lot of wealth out of the ground, which he said would go to the Venezuelan people and also to the U.S. oil companies. All right, we're going to take a brief break. Our special coverage continues here.
Did you take your vitamin today?
That's my job.
Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Don't smile. Cover your mouth. Just get through it. It's fine. It's not. Hide it. Fix it. Just live with it.
I want this to be the last time I worry about my smile.
With Clear Choice Dental Implants, this is the last time.
Because you get the security of our lifetime warranty on premium arches. This smile is built for life.
Want the fastest working GLP-1? For half the price, Roe now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula from Eli Lilly that hits not one, but 2 hormones to work harder. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at roe.co/TV.
I'm a little nervous, but action. I consolidated my debt with SoFi, and this is Ask Members Anything. How much debt did you have? A lot, about $45,000. Your new rate better than the old? Yes, my rate dropped significantly, which helped lower my monthly payments.
Consolidate costly high-interest credit card debt with rates as low as 8.74% APR. You could save big and pay down debt sooner. SoFi, get your money right.
At Lumber Liquidators, we have the best prices on flooring, and we guarantee it. Find a lower price, we will beat it with our best price guarantee. See us advertising a lower price than you paid, we will refund the difference. You'll never pay more than you should at Lumber Liquidators, and you'll get the best warranty in the business. Yellow and Black is back, and so are the deals. We are flooring experts that will help you get the right floor at the right price for any room in your home. LumberLiquidators.com. Tell them Tom sent you.
This is my mother, Tracy Banks. She just gushes about me to everybody.
I want everybody to know what an awesome guy you are.
This is what I want to keep. I want to be able to spend time with my mom, which is why it's time to start thinking about senior care, and I don't want the process to get in the way.
I had a really bad fall, and it was traumatic, but he showed right up. He just was so wonderful.
That's why I'm so happy we found a place for Mom. They provide personalized support that makes it easier to search for senior care options in our area. It's got to be right for my mom.
I know he's going to take care of me. Did I tell you he's a genius? And in 8th grade, oh my gosh.
I don't know if the world knows this, but kids are expensive. And when we found out we were pregnant, of course, we were looking for any ways to slash bills.
And making sure we only had what we needed so that everything was less stressful.
And saving money with our internet bill really helped us out a lot. Came to Spectrum because we were with AT&T before, and Spectrum just had better deals.
That money we saved with Spectrum just added to what we could repurpose for our daughter.
Real customers, real savings. To see how much you can save, visit spectrum.com/save.
They have come.
Founded to educate, the pioneers of the U.S. space program, Florida Tech's history is making history. Today we carry on this legacy, redefining what's possible, transforming dreams into reality, embarking on the endeavors most pivotal to the future. Florida Tech, making history, shaping the future.
This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000. This is CNN Breaking News.
Good afternoon. I'm Erin Burnett. Thank you for joining us for our breaking news coverage, which we are following right now, moving moment by moment out of Venezuela. The de facto leader there has now, for the first time, appeared on camera, demanding the immediate release of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, calling their capture a kidnapping. Right now, meantime, Maduro, in that image, you see him. It was posted by President Trump. He is on his way to the United States to face drug trafficking charges in the Southern District of New York. Meanwhile, the vice president of Venezuela, Maduro's vice president, her name is Delcy Rodriguez. She just spoke. We've got the audio in now. I want to play for you what she just said to Trump.
We demand the immediate release of President Nicolás Maduro and his wife, the only president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
Coming out against Trump. And that is extremely significant, not just because she saw what happened hours ago to the guy on top of her, but also because President Trump, about 2 hours before that video came out, said that Delcy Rodriguez was on board with the U.S. plan. He said that she was willing to do whatever is necessary to, in his words, make Venezuela great again, and that she was doing what he wanted. Here he is.
Who's going to take over? I mean, there is nobody to take over. You have
a vice president who's been appointed by Maduro. And right now she's the vice president, and she's, I guess, the president. She was sworn in as president just a little while ago. She had a long conversation with Marco, and she said, we'll do whatever you need. I think she was quite gracious, but she really doesn't have a choice.
Okay, we'll do whatever you need, she said to Marco Rubio, and that she really doesn't have a choice. And she just said, this is a kidnapping and send him back, and essentially thumbing her nose at Trump. All right, Kevin Liptak joins us live from West Palm Beach, Florida. So the timeline, Kevin, is that Trump said what I just played, and then within 2 hours, we got the statement from Vice President Delcy Rodriguez of Venezuela, which I just played. So now we're awaiting Trump's response to that. What does this actually mean? You are there in Mar-a-Lago with the president. What's the response from him?
Yeah, and I don't think it will be a favorable response from the president. You know, he did sound fairly confident that Rodriguez would be going along with this plan. You know, after that press conference, he gave a phone call to the New York Post, and actually Rodriguez came up in that conversation. He was asked if U.S. troops would be on the ground in Venezuela running that country, and what he said was, quote, no, if Maduro's vice president, if the vice president does what we want, we won't have to do that. And then he goes on to say, we're prepared. You know, we have a second wave that's much bigger than the first one. And so I do think, you know, now that Rodriguez is coming out and suggesting that she is not, in fact, on board with what the United States is doing down there, the president does seem to be setting up the prospect that the U.S. could go in with a second round of strikes. You know, he alluded to that in his press conference. He said that perhaps he didn't think it would be necessary, but saying pretty explicitly that he was ready to order that if the remnants of the Venezuelan regime didn't necessarily, you know, accede to the U.S. Running the country, which is what he said they would be doing. I think all of this just underscores how little we know about what exactly the U.S. role is going to be in Venezuela going forward. You know, after the president came out and really kind of shocked all of us by saying that we, the United States, in his words, would be running Venezuela, and then offered essentially no details about what that meant. This back and forth now between the president and the vice president of Venezuela only, I think, emphasizes how little we understand of how this will all proceed going forward. And now, of course, you hear the president suggesting that there could be a U.S. military role to ensure that the U.S. is able to run Venezuela. You know, he said in that press conference he wasn't afraid of boots on the ground. When I followed up with him and asked, you know, does he envision a prolonged U.S. military presence in that country, he didn't really answer, and he sort of pivoted to talking about the oil, which we know has been sort of a preoccupation of his in Venezuela. And so, you know, this is all setting up quite a dramatic, I think, day or week ahead as the U.S. works to ascertain who exactly is claiming power in Venezuela and works to assert their own power that the president now suggests that the U.S. has in Caracas, but without necessarily explaining what exactly that looks like and what exactly that could mean for the U.S. military going forward.
Kevin Liptak, thank you very much in Palm Beach by Mar-a-Lago, where you were in that press conference with the president, an hour-long press conference, I should note. Let's go live now back to Caracas, where Mary Mina has been on the ground for us throughout the day. Mary, as you and I have been talking over these past almost 6 hours, you have been saying that the vice president had been calling in to state media, but state media was, you know, essentially not really programming that she had just called in. There was speculation that she had left the country, even gone to Moscow. But then it turns out she is in Venezuela, and she appears to be at the vice president's quarters, and she had this meeting, and she was flanked by all of the military and other power players, including the Interior Ministry, and she gives that defiant statement. What are you hearing from people? Do people buy it in Venezuela?
Well, we need to remember that Venezuelans are used to live under authoritarian regime, so there's fear in the streets that something could happen in the coming hours, either from the Trump administration that implied a second wave of attacks, or coming from the government itself and its supporters. So the reaction, the immediate reaction of our regular Venezuelan is to stay at home, to stay locked at home, waiting for the developments that keep changing with every hour in Caracas. Many people have decided to go to supermarkets to stock for food because they don't know how many days or hours this could last. And also, there are the calling from these loyalists to Nicolás Maduro saying they will not surrender. And that was a strong statement coming from the Venezuelan vice president saying that they have the law behind them and basically denying all the words that President Donald Trump said about her, talking with them or making some sort of negotiations with the Trump administration. She says that they are calling for a strong response from the international community and from the people inside of Venezuela.
Now, Mary, obviously there's opposition. There's the fact that Nicolás Maduro actually wasn't the president. He was the de facto president. But it obviously someone had won that election in the summer of 2024. So there's a lot of breaks within the country on where people stand. But even in that context, Mary, where does Delcy Rodriguez stand? Does she have credibility? Does she have standing? Does she have any of those things coming into this?
Well, she's witnessed as a strong leader after Nicolás Maduro. She's been in several positions, not only as a vice president, but in several ministers. She's been the selected one in case of Nicolás Maduro is out of power, as we are witnessing. Like what Hugo Chavez did in his time when he left for Cuba. He said, if something happened to me, you have to vote for Nicolás Maduro. Right now, we are learning that the multiple decisions taken by the government with the absence of Nicolás Maduro is to lead the country, the Venezuelan Vice President, Delcy Rodriguez. She is witnessed as a smart woman with knowledge in economics, but she's a strong leader. She's in charge, for example, the security forces that are detained more than 2,000 people over the past year in Venezuela after the presidential elections.
Well, and that's a significant point, as you point out, not just running the oil, but also running the security forces and what that might mean in terms of her ability to maintain their loyalty, which is going to be in such question here over these next hours and days. Mary, thank you very much. And we'll be checking in with Mary, of course, constantly here as our coverage continues. Reactions are now starting to pour in from around the world watching this, the United States, going into Venezuela in the dark of night and taking the leader and his wife, capturing them and bringing them to New York. Venezuela's vice president now taking to the airwaves. And as I said, that message is defiant. Her comments coming moments after President Trump said that she was on board and was going to do anything that they wanted after her conversations with Secretary Rubio. All right. And right now, our international security correspondent, Nick Payton-Walsh, joins me. Nick, look, these moments like this, I think back to moments where, you and I were in Ukraine when that war began. There's a sense of shock and pause of, did this just happen? Then a realization, then it did. And then you breathe out and you start to see what it really means. Okay. And I don't know where we are in that process right now, but world leaders are also raising that question. What are you hearing right now? We talk about the dollars and cents, the black and white of it, of Russia's presence there and China's presence there. But that's black and white on paper. What's actually happening now in those rooms?
Yeah, I think the comparison here with Ukraine is at least Putin's intentions were very clear, which was to occupy militarily as much of Ukraine as he could. We still are somewhat in the dark as to exactly what it is that President Trump is trying to achieve here, how his White House will, quote, run the country. As you've been pointing out, it appeared that their immediate mechanism for that was essentially Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president, doing what she was told, making Venezuela great again, to quote the president, essentially with the threat of what happened to Maduro happening to her, hanging over her. She's now, as you've been saying, defiantly taken to the airwaves to say pretty much the opposite. Now, that may be simply for public consumption. There may be private deals occurring that lead Venezuela in a different direction, but that's a pretty tough tightrope for Rodriguez to walk. What we're seeing internationally, too, as well, though, isn't exactly the sort of general consensus of applause in the Western Hemisphere, where what Trump refers to as the Donroe Doctrine, a play on the Monroe Doctrine of the 1800s, is supposed to be gaining greater traction. Yes, Argentina, Ecuador, whose presidents are clear Trump supporters, applauding this, but Colombia, Mexico, obviously Cuba, strident in their criticism, China as well. Europeans, I think, very clear that they were no fans of Nicolás Maduro, but the French in particular, their foreign minister, critical of this violation of what many perceive as international law. So we're into a moment here where it was precisely these hours where, after what can only really be described as a highly efficient, at times brilliantly executed American operation, we don't know at this point what civilian casualty toll there was as a result of it, but the efficiency of that capture of Maduro now begins to disintegrate. And we heard Trump speaking. It was remarkable to hear him say, "We'll run the place," and then essentially say, "The guys behind me will be doing it," really pointing to his chief of staff, his secretary of what they call Department of War, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be doing the job, but then elaborate to say twice that Marco Rubio had been speaking to Maduro's vice president, who would essentially be doing whatever was needed to get along with the United States, and then see that unravel. If you are globally looking to see how the Trump administration is handling the aftermath, the day 2, the day 3, this is very bad sign that the plans were not perhaps there or simply aren't going as they were meant to. That's going to be deeply depressing for, I think, those who hope this might be a suggestion that the US is capable of a foreign policy maneuver that was executed with some degree of competence. And I think also, too, for ordinary Venezuelans, any notion that maybe there was a guiding light to some of this US military intervention maybe beginning to evaporate. It's important to point out we're not seeing signs on the ground in Venezuela of any stark change at all, really. There aren't celebrations en masse on the street at the end of Maduro. And most importantly, too, Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, the basic leader of the opposition, well, she's someone who Trump has not quite rubbished, but said is not up to the job. And she's not the choice he has for taking over, Erin.
Yeah, he also made that very clear. Nick Payton-Walsh, thank you so very much. Going to be back with us, of course, as our coverage continues. And I want to just show right now an image that we've just gotten in. Actually, these are satellite images showing damage in Venezuela after U.S. strikes, which, just for anyone joining, involved 20 U.S. bases and 150 aircraft, thousands of personnel. We're going to walk you through the timeline of exactly what did unfold starting at 10:46 p.m. Eastern last night. Stay with us on our CNN special breaking news coverage.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment, my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not one, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss, faster. Confidence, higher. Price, cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
Many abused and neglected animals are hungry and need help right now. Many animals are starving wondering if food will ever come, with the unbearable pain that comes with that, and they need our help.
There are animals that have no idea when their next meal will come. They can't even remember when their last meal was. And they are moments from dying.
So I'm here to ask you, will you open your heart to help an animal who's hungry? Go online, call, or simply scan this code and donate just $19 a month. You'll help feed a hungry animal. That's just 63 cents a day to fill their empty bowl and show them the love in your heart.
There are empty bowls that are sitting there waiting to be filled. You can tell that these dogs are so weak from hunger. They've known no other life but a life of suffering.
No animal should have to go hungry. And with your support today, you will help feed a hungry animal. You can fill their bowl, but you have to make your urgent life-saving gift today. So please join in the next 10 minutes. And if you do, we'll send you this free welcome kit to thank you for helping an animal today.
There's always an empty bowl on the ground that should have food in it. And it's very clear from the appearance of these dogs that that bowl hasn't had food in it for a long time.
We urgently need 3,000 new donors in the next 30 days. Please say you'll be one of them by signing up today. No animal should ever go hungry, and I know you agree. Please make this the moment that you say, I won't stand by while they suffer. Help fill their bowl too. Go online, call, or scan this code right now.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's SuperBeets by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
I'm who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase, exciting,
sarcastic,
very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
We're back with more of our breaking news coverage. And so let's just show you those satellite images if you were watching before the break that I just mentioned. And I'm going to walk you through what these are. First of all, you're looking at a before view and an after view after the U.S. massive military operation, which resulted in the capture of the Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and his wife. So let's look at the right. The smoke rising you see is from a destroyed building at Fort Tiuna, which is a major Venezuelan military base in Caracas. So that's where you're seeing the smoke rising. And let's show you these images as well. We're going to show you one on the right. There's a crater along the runway at an airport in Higuerote, Venezuela. So as we look at these images, which have just come in, let's go now to retired U.S. Army and former U.S. Security Coordinator for Israel and the Palestinian Authority, Lieutenant Governor Mark Schwartz. So, General, I appreciate your time. Let's just start with these images. This is all we have. I will say during the press conference, Trump, I believe twice, mentioned watching the video, and we have an image of him actually watching the video of the actual strikes itself. But, you know, if everybody could see it, we don't know if we're gonna get that, you know, when they actually took Maduro and what happens there. But when you look at images such that we have here, and these are from satellite providers, what do you see?
Well, certainly this operation, there was many, precision kinetic strikes to help create the corridor for the force that went in to seize Maduro, his wife, and their son. And so these strikes are representative of going after probably air defense capabilities, certainly the runway where aircraft, those of Venezuela, are based, so that they couldn't take off and, potentially interdict the force. To your comment, Aaron, about, the president being able to watch this real time based on the overhead surveillance, that's not uncommon. We have, compartmented facilities that are mobile and that can be set up for the president, for the Secretary of War, and for other combatant commanders, frankly, to allow them to do that in the event that they're away from the Situation Room or their main headquarters.
So, General, there's something else that Trump said that just in the context of the at least public defiance of the now de facto ruler of Venezuela and the military, at least that they're publicly showing, right? They're publicly showing defiance. In that context, I wanted to ask you about, something else Trump said when he said that everybody was on board with what had happened here. In these hours, when you talk about 20 U.S. bases, 150 aircraft, thousands of military personnel, and he said there were boots on the ground of the highest level. And then he sort of took a little pause and he goes, and I mean the very highest level. Okay, what does that say to you? I mean, they could put boots on the ground at the highest level. About how high or who was there, and what does that mean possibly about people in the Venezuelan government or military who would have been working with or assisting the Trump administration with this strike?
Well, you saw the director of the CIA that was, standing on the stage with the president when he was briefing, and so clearly, the president has alluded to publicly that there was CIA operatives. He basically signed a finding several months ago to allow the CIA to conduct covert action. He announced that publicly as well. So I suspect that knowing the capability and competence of the Central Intelligence Agency, they've been developing sources and capabilities in Venezuela for years, not just at the start of this operation. But the finding basically allowed them to do other things that they historically, weren't doing in preparation for what we saw play out over this past period of darkness.
One other question on that front. We understand that there were and was an important CIA asset, okay, was the word that they used, General, that was important in this, right, in ascertaining where Maduro was and many of the details. But then Trump in that press conference made a comment that the $50 million reward that would go to anybody who assisted with the apprehension of Maduro and his whereabouts was going to go unclaimed, that the United States deserved it solely, and he and Marco Rubio were saying, and we're not going to pay that money. What does that say to you, right? I mean, do you think it's possible that, but I'm not getting into what it would take to actually claim that money, but possible that there wasn't assistance of the level that was, operationally crucial here?
I believe the level of cooperation that helped enable the human intelligence picture was there. I don't think anyone's going to publicly say who's going to get the award. You don't want to, there's going to be an award, but clearly there's motivations for why individuals cooperate with the U.S. intelligence agencies and the U.S. Department of War. So I wasn't surprised by that comment. I kind of took that as kind of an offhanded remark, but clearly individuals have put themselves at risk, their lives at risk, Venezuelans probably, to help paint that intelligence picture to enable this operation among the exquisite collection that we have within the United States.
All right, General Mark Schwartz, I appreciate your time, and thank you so much. And when we come back, we've got more developments here just coming in from Venezuela on the vice president's defiance, as Maduro and his wife are currently on their way to New York, somewhere between Venezuela and New York, possibly Guantanamo Bay. We'll be right back.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
Taxes was chasing updates and getting nowhere. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing it all for you. While keeping you in the loop. So you can keep chasing this feeling. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Who said luxury can't let loose? So dive in. Loud. And unforgettable. Here, the water welcomes everyone and says, never miss the moment. Never lose your splash.
How's that flu?
I got this. I don't got this.
You need Dayquil Intense Flu.
Power through your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. You do got this. Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching fever, power through your flu medicine.
When Betty and George switched to consumer cellular, it saved them a lot. So they started splurging on date night. No. Don't you dare. It's an acquired taste. Right now, get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going
micro with Noom.
Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
And starting at just $99? Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
Cerevital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
Cerevital Advanced increases your body's own youth hormone, reduces wrinkles, and promotes weight loss.
I see such a difference in my skin. I notice fewer wrinkles. My skin looks healthier. It was easier to get lean. I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
It does give me that feeling of just being radiantly alive.
Go to cerevital.com and start your risk-free trial today.
We're giving away over $12 million. We gotta get this money.
We came here with the dream of starting a family.
This opportunity could change our lives. It does not get any bigger than this.
The Wall, new Monday on NBC and Peacock.
Spectrum definitely had our pocketbook top of mind.
Spectrum is a great value for us.
All our total sales come from the internet, so fast, high-speed internet is crucial in this kitchen.
Spectrum's high-speed connection provides everything that we need to run this business.
Spectrum provides the entertainment, checking in guests, checking out guests, running their credit cards.
We use Spectrum for our Wi-Fi, running our POS systems.
We have phones, we have tablets that connect the kitchen to the drivers.
Having Spectrum, they prove their value all the time to us.
Part of that value is how fast the internet is, how reliable the internet is. They also provide wonderful customer service for us, which is vital for us to run our business.
Get free fiber-powered internet forever when you add 4 mobile lines. Learn more at spectrum.com/free for life.
Want to hear something great about that?
Mm-hmm.
You steal stuff?
Do you? It starts as a stranger that you want to have the greatest love affair with.
I made it.
You did.
I learned to be more confident in myself.
I do have some questions for you, but now I'm afraid to ask them.
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
I'm who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase, exciting,
sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
All right, breaking news. You are looking right now at live pictures of Caracas, Venezuela, this Saturday afternoon. The very latest there, we've just seen the vice president on camera for the first time after hours of silence and only calling in, striking a defiant tone against President Trump seizing the ruler of Venezuela. This is the first image that we have of Nicolás Maduro, and I want to emphasize it is the only image we have of Nicolás Maduro put out by the Trump administration. Trump put this out, and I just want, as I'm bringing in Frida Gittes, to say one thing about this, because John Miller, our chief law enforcement analyst, formerly of the NYPD, had crucial color here. Look at this picture. He makes a point to say those glasses that you see were put on by the U.S. military so that he couldn't see where he was going. The earmuffs that you see are so that he couldn't hear what people were saying. The jacket of the man behind him, you can see the letters DEA showing that drug enforcement agents were involved in his arrest. And of course, that's on top of what you see, the very sloppy sweatsuit look of what he appears to have on or hurriedly been allowed to put on as they captured him from Caracas, his hands in handcuffs there. And I do want to go to Frida Gittes now, senior columnist at World Politics Review. And Frida, thank you so much for being with me. Let me just start with, and I want to ask about Nicolás Maduro and that image in a moment. But first, the images that we just have out of Caracas, the very first ones of the now de facto leader, the vice president, Maduro's vice president, speaking. And I'm just showing her here, and then we're going to flap around the room. This is what the Venezuelan government put out. Just to look at the looks on the faces of everyone around. I mean, this gentleman right there, I mean, they look, I think, at best uncomfortable. I mean, look at this. They don't look secure. They look shell-shocked, perhaps like everyone else feels, but this is their government. I mean, just what do you see going on in this room, Frida?
Well, you know, what has happened so far in Venezuela is that we have had a dictator removed from power, but the dictatorship is still in place. These people who are the regime that remains in place, as far as we can see, are obviously for very natural reasons. They're concerned. They're tense. We don't know what the United States is going to do next. Nobody knows what the United States is going to do next. I think for the people of Venezuela, the news this morning that Maduro had been removed from power by the United States was most likely very, very happy news. Venezuelans, the majority of them, by overwhelming numbers, have wanted to see the end of this dictatorship. But as the day has unfolded, this has looked like a less well-planned operation than they would have hoped. I mean, we had the notion that the United States is going to run Venezuela is pretty shocking. The way Trump spoke about Corina Machado, the leader of the opposition, she just discarded her as incapable of running the country. This whole episode with the vice president, who Trump said that Secretary of State Rubio has been talking to her and she's going to do what the United States says, and then she comes out and she says that she wants Maduro's release and they're not going to fold to a foreign power. This is not looking very good. That in fairness to the Trump administration, many American presidents have tried to push him out of power by different ways. Trump is taking a very bold, most likely illegal path to doing it, but it's extremely risky, and this could end up being, if it doesn't work, it could make things worse for the people of Venezuela.
And so, Frida, Mary Manis, our reporter on the ground, has been talking about the silence right now. Right? And a country that is used to chaos, that is used to rumors of coups d'etats, right? I mean, a country that is used to turmoil and strife and uncertainty. But that right now what stood out to her the most is the silence, that people are not going out on the street, that shops are not open, and that when people who are going out are trying to go out to get to the grocery store if it's open to try to stock up because they don't know what's coming next, right? There's sort of this deep pause where they have inhaled and everyone is holding their breath and then waiting to see what happens next. I mean, this is earlier today, so it's very early, but empty streets is how she has described it throughout the day. I've been asking this question, Frida, both from a military perspective, but also to you from your perspective. How much time is there right now?
Well, somebody has to run the country. And, Trump said that the men who were standing behind him are running the country. They seemed a little bit surprised. The regime has been running the country for more than a quarter of a century, since 1999. They have done it under very, very difficult circumstances. Under Maduro, who took office in 2013, the economy of Venezuela has contracted by 3/4. He took a poor country, a wealthy country, and turned it into a very poor one. So the people of Venezuela have endured hardship for a long time, and that for the regime, that means that they will not feel the pressure from the people, because the people have done all they could. The only thing that matters now is the military angle. Mostly what the Venezuelan military do, what they're going to do. And if this had unfolded the way we might have expected, you would have had failing a negotiated solution. You would have had some kind of arrangement with elements in the military that were willing to join forces for the benefit of the country to reintroduce a measure of democracy. But we haven't seen any of that. And the other thing we haven't heard today, I didn't hear Trump in his very long and a little bit strange press conference. I didn't hear him utter the word democracy. The people of Venezuela have been fighting for decades to get their democracy back. Venezuela used to be one of the shining democracies of South America. They haven't had it, and Trump didn't utter that word, so it's unclear what's happening now. The empty streets are a sign of the uncertainty that we're all experiencing and witnessing now.
Frida, thank you so very much. And such a crucial point that you make, that he didn't mention the word democracy. Rubio has, of course. We heard three explanations: democracy, drugs, and oil. The one we heard the most vociferously from Trump was, of course, oil as the justification. Frida, thank you very much. And first, Maduro was taken on board the USS Iwo Jima. That's where that image was taken of him in the handcuffs. Now expected to go to Guantanamo Bay. and from there fly to New York. We don't know the timing on any of this, but we could see him in New York as soon as Monday. This is likely where he will be staying, possibly at New York's Metropolitan Detention Center, which is in Brooklyn. Details on the charges next.
All the news. Laura Coates Live. Weeknights at 11 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
After my accident, I couldn't quite do things like I used to. You know, my daughter introduced Boost to me. I love the support, and when I got into martial arts, we got in it together. A real fight deserves a real boost.
This is my mom, and she has the best meat pie recipe, and she has not yet given it to me.
That is because you're not ready.
Totally ready.
You're not ready.
Well, we are ready to discuss senior care.
Living alone is not easy, so I've come to terms with that.
The expert advisors and free resources provided by Place for Mom make it easy to find wonderful senior care options right here in our community.
Well, that's very comforting.
Good. Now we can get back to that meat pie recipe.
Oh, you're not ready for that.
Think you can't afford weight loss meds? Get the lowest cost FDA-approved GLP-1s on Ro. Insurance or cash pay, doesn't matter. Covered or not, you still get the lowest cost possible on Ro. Dave pays $50 with insurance. Lisa qualified for a $199 starting price without. No matter how you pay, you can count on the lowest cost possible for GLP-1s on Ro. See if you're covered for GLP-1s at ro.co/lowest.
Start your year with healthy, restful sleep from Ashley. Our New Year's mattress sale makes it easy with Ashley Sleep starting at only $249 and no interest for 5 years when you shop in-store. That's top brand mattresses starting at only $37 a month. Better sleep starts at Ashley.
Effective, healthy blood pressure support takes more than innovation. It takes vision. At Human, our plant-based supplements are scientifically formulated to support the center of your health. And at the center of Superbeats Heart Chews, healthy blood pressure support from clinically studied grapeseed extract, sustainably sourced from southern France, with delicious pomegranate berry flavor, supporting your blood pressure and heart health, and all the moments your heart beats for. Get a free month supply plus free shipping on all bundles at livehuman.com.
I'm Laura Geller, and this is my RSVP Ready palette, your full face kit. This palette has everything from eyeshadows and blush to bronzer and highlighter, even lip. Shop RSVP Ready palette at laurageller.com.
Like when I close my eyes and don't even care if anyone sees me dancing. Like I can fly and don't even think of touching the ground. Like a heartbeat skip, like an earthquake pace, like a one-way trip for an aeroplane. I feel when I'm with you.
Learn more about Celebrity Cruises' latest offers.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
Is this good? Yep. I bought a home with SoFi, and this is Ask Members Anything. Is SoFi good for a first home? Definitely. Without SoFi, we wouldn't have our first home. Does SoFi have real people, or is it all app? It does have real people. Call them?
Speak to a SoFi mortgage loan officer. Get low down payment options, flexible term options, and an on-time close guarantee. SoFi. Get your money right.
Okay, man.
Oh, we need to vaporize that sore throat with Vapo Cool Drops. It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Let's go, let's go, let's go! Ah!
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapo Cool Drops.
We're on fire for these stars.
Don't underestimate their inability to cook.
Disasters are their main course. Season premiere, Worst Cooks in America. Reality check. Tomorrow night at 8 on Food Network.
All right, John Miller, our Chief Law Enforcement Intelligence Analyst, joins us now. So, John, I was just a moment ago referencing all of the incredible detail that you provided about that image of Nicolás Maduro that Trump had put out, right? That they had put ear plugs on so he couldn't hear and eyes so he couldn't see. But where are we right now. So if we don't know where he is at this moment, but he was on board the USS Iwo Jima, we believe going to Guantanamo Bay and then flying to New York. What happens in each of those steps?
So he will arrive, and I believe he has, at a secure military facility outside New York City.
So you believe, just to, hold on, sorry, just to interrupt you. So you believe he's here in New York already?
I believe he's here on U.S. soil in America, outside New York City, that he's going through the process with Customs and Border Protection, basically being admitted into the United States as a prisoner in federal custody. That's paperwork that has to be done. All the T's are being crossed and the I's are being dotted as he goes through kind of the immigration process. Then he will be taken from that base to New York City, where he will be brought to a law enforcement facility where they will book him and book his wife on the charges that they've been indicted with in this rather lengthy federal indictment. Then they will go from there to a federal lockup where they will be lodged, and arraignment, which could be tomorrow, but much more likely will be Monday before either a federal magistrate or the federal judge who's in charge of the trial will be the next step, and his first public appearance where these charges will be read.
So do you believe then that, I mean, it sounds like your expectation is that he's at this military facility outside New York City now, and that he would stay there. But in other words, he would be sleeping there for the next 2 nights, and we would not see him in public until he is booked, right? Which we anticipate would be Monday at some point.
No, I think it'll go faster than that. I think he'll be moved from there to New York City, and then moved to this law enforcement facility for booking. I would expect he will be lodged in the Metropolitan Detention Center sometime tonight.
Oh, wow. Okay. So that he would be at MDC tonight. Now, can I ask you a question? And I know these are details, but you and I had talked earlier about how at MDC there's a general population, right? And then there's sometimes a sort of a dorm-like atmosphere where they will put at-risk prisoners, right? And that had included, a former president at one point in the same room as Sam Bankman-Fried, who's serving time for crypto fraud, and Diddy. Right? These individuals were all in one room, along with, as I understand it from talking to people in the room, other law enforcement convicted of pedophilia and other things that would make people not able to be in the general population. Where would the Maduros be? And this is a question that is going to have 2 very different answers because she's obviously a woman. Where would Maduro go within that hierarchy at the MDC?
Well, he would be considered a high-risk prisoner among many in that facility. Their choices would be either to put him with high-profile prisoners in the environment you just described. More likely, between now and arraignment, it would be my guess that the Federal Bureau of Prisons, which is a division of the Department of Justice, would find a secure environment where he would be away from other prisoners, where he would be kept under constant watch, at least up through the time he is arraigned, and then they decide if this is where he will be kept awaiting trial, which could be some time. As you know, Aaron, that can often be a year between the time someone is taken into custody and brought to trial, and if this is that facility, or whether they move him to somewhere else.
Pretty, just absolutely stunning to consider. John Miller, thank you very much. And I want to go now to Una Hathaway. She is a professor of law at Yale. And just Una, in the context of what John's talking about, where Maduro may, that he may be in Manhattan detention facility as soon as tonight, and he could be in some sort of essentially solitary confinement as opposed to that dorm facility that I just described, which is used for high-profile prisoners. I guess the question is here, legally, how quickly does this move? John's describing a process that could start fast and then take a whole lot of time.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of legal hurdles here. One aspect that I think hasn't really been fully addressed is the fact that Maduro is a sitting head of state. Mm-hmm. And there is an international law doctrine called head of state immunity that normally would insulate a head of state like Maduro from criminal prosecution in the domestic courts of another state. It's pretty clear that what the Trump administration intends to do is claim that he's not actually a head of state, and therefore
right, the de facto word that they put in the,
Yeah, exactly. And that they will then claim that since he's not a head of state, therefore he can be criminally prosecuted. But his defense certainly is going to argue that he is a head of state and therefore isn't subject to criminal prosecution in U.S. courts. Of course, that all connects to the broader claim being made here, which is that this intervention was lawful in the first place, which is it's very clear that this is, as a general matter, an illegal war, and that launching a war to seize someone and bring them back to the United States for criminal prosecution is clearly unlawful.
Una, I just want to highlight one very short but substantial word that you just said, which is war. You said that this was launching a war, right? That's not how they describe it. They describe it as we went in, and now that, granted, they are saying they're running the country, but, we got him, and we're going to move on. Now, obviously, it's not that simple. We all know that. But you're using the word war. You're a law professor. You're not using it lightly. Is that really what this is?
Yeah, look, under the United Nations Charter, there's a prohibition on use of force. This is clearly a use of force, which within ordinary parlance, we call it a war. We engaged in serious military operations. We can all see the pictures of many military installations being blown up. If that's not a war, I don't know what is. And under international law, it constitutes a violation of the United Nations Charter. This is very serious business. Now the president is talking about running the country. So this is not just an in and out operation. This is not just grabbing Maduro and bringing him back to stand trial, but this is a question of putting U.S. troops on the ground, which is what's going to be necessary to actually run the country. And he's done all of this without ever seeking authorization from Congress, which is the body that has the constitutional authority to make these decisions. So there's a lot of problems here that haven't been addressed, and I think that will have to be addressed in the coming days, weeks, and months as we decide how to proceed from here. But it's a lot of very troubling violations of both domestic and international law that I think we need to be thinking about.
Well, very sobering too to put the word to it, to use the word war. Una, thank you very much, Professor Hathaway. Yeah. And we have much more of our breaking coverage ahead. We'll be right back.
Want to hear something great?
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app. I never thought I would develop shingles. I was wrong. I didn't know that 99% of people over 50 already have the virus that causes shingles, and it could reactivate.
Don't learn the hard way like I did. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom.
It's designed to minimize side effects and give me real weight loss? Yes, please.
I'm doing it. I'm going micro.
Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
At Consumer Cellular, we only hire real humans right here in America.
That's why we're ranked #1 in customer satisfaction.
I wish I was human.
It's pretty great. Right now, get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries?
Yeah.
This journey with childhood cancer comes at you in waves. Every day we wake up knowing that our 2-year-old has cancer. It's tough to get through.
The tumor is about the size of a baseball. I believe in the power of hope. And from the very first visit here at St. Jude, it was about hope and love, because you go in expecting the worst.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference.
Just by walking inside the doors of St. Jude, I instantly felt hope for my son.
With a gift right now, you can help save lives. Please become a St. Jude Partner in Hope today. Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
For these children to go through what they're going through during this time, and for the supporters to be right there, that means the world. Thank you. It's not enough thank yous.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
As a mom, you just want to protect them and be there to watch her grow up, because we don't really know what the future holds. And I think that no family should have to be worried about that.
You can make a difference. Become a partner in hope today. Please donate now.
Hey Orlando, Joe Rossi here for Greenway Kia. As the year winds down, here's something to remember. Kia sells more vehicles in Central Florida than any brand except one. So if you're shopping, chances are you're already thinking about a new Kia. Greenway Kia is closing out the year with savings up to $12,000 off MSRP. Shop hundreds of new Kias online at greenwaykias.com or visit one of our 3 metro area locations today. We want to see ya in a Greenway Kia.
I was in a bad wreck, and attorney Dan Newland got me a check for $500,000.
As one of the largest personal injury law firms in the United States, my team and I remain committed more than ever to win big on your case. Involved in a car accident? Let's get started. Call me Saturday or Sunday at 407-888-8000. That's 407-888-8000.
Dan, that money is really gonna help me. Thank you.
Just an 8-year-old.
Next Gen Bakers. Next level talent.
This is beautiful. I thought an adult made that.
I don't even think I could do it.
Series premiere Baking Championship Next Gen, Monday at 8 on Food Network.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
All right, well, we're following this breaking news out of Venezuela, as well as Mar-a-Lago, at the news of President Nicolás Maduro and his wife's capture during an overnight raid by the U.S. Army's elite Delta Force. Now, that was in Madrid. Crowds gathered in the streets there, the expatriate community. There was some celebration around the world. We saw that as well in Santiago, in Chile. There were celebrations there. Traffic stopped. That was celebrating Maduro's capture. And in Doral, Florida, actually is home to one of the largest Venezuelan communities in the United States. In the Venezuelan diaspora, an impromptu celebration broke out. This is just at a gas station. So there was celebration initially, but of course, as we've emphasized within the country of Venezuela, a silence on the streets and a silence right now. Rafael Romo joins me. Rafael, as I've pointed out during our coverage throughout today, you have spent so much time in Venezuela and covering the country. So you saw those celebrations, right? There is a large and broad Venezuelan diaspora, many of whom left in opposition or because they were targeted by the Maduro regime, right? So we see that celebration among that community. And then we have this press conference from Trump. We have the silence within Venezuela, literally on the streets. How did we get here?
Well, Venezuela, Aaron, has been living essentially under a dictatorship for the last 2.5 decades, starting in 1999 when the late President Hugo Chavez rose to power democratically. We need to remind our viewers that, and espoused a style of government he called 21st century socialism. Nicolás Maduro was handpicked by Hugo Chavez as his successor when the late president realized his life was in danger due to a cancer diagnosis and became the president of Venezuela in 2013, narrowly winning an election that year. During the nearly 13 years that Nicolás Maduro was in power, Venezuela, Aaron, lost 72% of its economy, which prompted an estimated 8 million Venezuelans to vote with their feet by migrating to other countries, including, of course, the United States. And I remember seeing a group of men in Caracas, imagine this, diving for nuggets of gold and silver in a sewage canal in the middle of the city, which gives you an idea about how desperate people became after Maduro's politics were put in place. And his politics has been a mix of anti-imperialist and anti-U.S. narratives straight out of the Cuban propaganda playbook. Aaron, I remember attending a presidential press conference in Caracas where he called me and other CNN colleagues journalists of the empire. And that's what he would often say all the time, Aaron.
Oh, journalists of the empire. Rafael Romo, thank you so much. So incredible that you have actually been in those rooms. One of the reasons that we are so grateful for all of you watching CNN and our coverage today to have such expertise of people like Rafael. Thank you so much for joining me today. Sarah Seidner will pick up our breaking news coverage in just a moment.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
So I'm sensing a bit of tension between you two.
Well, our heart attack was a wake-up call, but I still feel like we could do more to avoid another one.
Come on. I started eating kale. Kale. And I take statins.
Right, and we're hitting the gym, but I'm worried it's not enough. I just want him to ask our doctor about Repatha.
Normally, I don't take sides, but you should listen to your heart.
Repatha plus a statin dramatically lowers LDL-C by 63% and drops the risk of having a heart attack by 27%. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site.
You were right. Our LDL-C is in a better place.
And so are we.
Listen to your heart. Ask your doctor about Repatha.
Cerevital Advanced has been such a game changer for me.
Cerevital Advanced increases your body's own youth hormone, reduces wrinkles, and promotes weight loss.
I see such a difference in my skin.
I notice fewer wrinkles. My skin looks healthier. It was easier to get lean.
I literally shed a few pounds in the first couple of weeks.
It does give me that feeling of just being radiantly alive.
Go to cerevital.com and start your risk-free trial today.
How's my little champ doing?
Okay, let's soothe that cold.
Yes, please.
NyQuil Hot Remedy soothes your cold symptoms to sleep. NyQuil Hot Remedy, the nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, best sleep with a cold medicine.
Want the fastest working GLP-1 for half the price? Ro now offers FDA-approved weight loss injections cheaper, so you can see weight loss results faster. Lose 20% of your weight with the formula that hits not one, but 2 hormones for less hunger and faster results. Weight loss faster, confidence higher, price cheaper. See if you qualify at ro.co/TV.
The letters are pouring in from my Geller gals this holiday season, and I'm here to make wishes come true. My Tuscan Dreams palette has a bronzer, a blush, highlighter, and 6 eyeshadows. Perfect for mature skin. Every gal on the nice list deserves this palette. Shop now at laurageller.com.
Ashley's New Year's sale is going on now. For a limited time, you can ring in the savings with Hot Buys starting at just $2.99 and pay no interest for 5 years when you shop in-store. Shop the season's must-have looks today, only at Ashley.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. Whew, that's hot. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just 1 pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. 1 pill, 0 heartburn. All good.
Hey, Lou, some guy calls me, right? Tells me my cable bill's late. Yeah. Wants me to pay him with gift cards.
Gift cards? Yeah. Why don't you pay this guy Monopoly money?
Yeah, I told him. Nice try, pal.
Gift cards are for birthdays, not for paying bills.
I was born yesterday, right?
Not on my watch, pal.
Bye, scammer.
Scammers have a million tricks. Just say, bye, scammer. Learn more at buyscammer.com.
You're not planning on giving me a gift card for my birthday, are you?
This is your birthday present.
I'm getting dessert.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
I found my treasure.
We found all our treasures at JB's Fantastic Finds.
Discover your treasure on JB's Fantastic Finds live auction show.
It's such a deal, simply a steal. At JB's Fantastic Finds, you'll be mesmerized.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Sold, sold, sold.
Patterson has been charged with murder for suspected mushroom poisoning. Aaron's darkest secrets were coming up. We're all on the edge of our seats.
The defense will call Aaron Patterson.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
This is CNN Breaking News.
You are in the CNN newsroom. I'm Sarah Seidner in New York. We begin
with major breaking news, an astonishing move by President Donald Trump. Just a short time ago, he announced the United States is now in control of Venezuela. This all happened after a surprise attack on Venezuela where the country saw elite U.S. forces capture the Venezuelan president, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife in a brazen, large-scale strike overnight. President Trump declaring the U.S. will now run the country.
We're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in, spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, the oil infrastructure, and start making money for the country.
The moment now met by extraordinary uncertainty over how this will be carried out and for how long. The president offering little clarity but saying U.S. troops will be on the ground to secure oil. As we speak, Maduro is en route to New York, expected to arrive today. President Trump posting this photo of him with glasses on where he cannot see through them, handcuffed, minutes after the U.S. Justice Department laid out the narco-terrorism charges he now faces. U.S. forces dragging him and his wife from their bedroom during an overnight raid. Multiple explosions seen rocking the capital city of Caracas. The new interim president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, is now demanding Maduro's immediate return after accusing the U.S. of conducting a military assault, saying Venezuelans will never be slaves or a colony of any empire. Her comment appealing to undermine remarks President Trump made earlier. We have a team of experts and reporters standing by on the story, including CNN national security correspondent Kylie Atwood. But let's first go to White House reporter Elena Treen. This is a stunning move by the president, although there were some clues he gave himself on his Truth Social. What are you learning this hour?
Yeah, there are a number of things that we're still monitoring, Sarah, and questions that still remain. I do want to start with some of the top lines of what the president said during his press conference. One of the most stunning being that they plan to run the country, were the words the president used, for the foreseeable future, for, until he said there is a judicious transition of power. And that does leave the question open of who is going to run it. The president seemed to argue that some of the men who were standing behind him while speaking, people like the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, and the list goes on, would be working in coordination with a group of Venezuelans on the ground inside the country. And essentially what he was arguing was that they do not want this operation, which the president referred to as being a very dangerous operation, to be in vain. But that raises a lot of questions as well about, does that mean U.S. boots on the ground? Well, the president said that he's not afraid of putting U.S. boots on the ground. And as you mentioned, Sarah, he said at least in one part, they will be there. There will be a military presence to secure, Venezuela's oil industry and try to kind of remake, really, the energy infrastructure that has been run by the Maduro government for so long. Some other things I think that were just very remarkable is the fact that they did not notify Congress. It appears that the Gang of Eight as well was not notified before this operation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio took the podium and he essentially said, it's not the kind of mission that you can pre-notify because it endangers the mission. That is something that is not going to fly with a lot of lawmakers, particularly those, at the highest levels of the intelligence committees in the House and the Senate. They expect, according to the Constitution, that they should be notified ahead of a major operation that essentially led to a regime change in Venezuela. So there's going to be a lot of fallout regarding that. And then another area that I found to be fascinating through all of this is who they're looking, again, to try to install in Venezuela. We know that Maria Corona Machado, someone who the Trump administration has been working very closely with, has been in communication with for months now as they've been plotting these operations for Venezuela. The president said this morning that he hadn't spoken with her and that he hadn't been in contact with her. Instead, he said that Rubio was going to be talking with, or already had spoken with, the vice president of Venezuela. Delcy Rodriguez. And so there's a lot of questions there as well about what Rodriguez's role might have been in this. And also we did hear, as you mentioned, Rodriguez saying today, really arguing that the U.S. needs to release Maduro. But there's going to be a lot that we see as well in the next coming hours. We're going to see Maduro. He's expected to arrive in New York today. He could be in court as early as Monday. But I think the bigger questions, of course, are what are the next step and how involved is the U.S. really going to be, and for how long? We know that the president wants to ensure that they have a heavy level involvement, but it really is a question of, do they expect an allied government to run Venezuela for the years to come? Major questions and major implications. And again, a lot of lawmakers feeling very much out of the loop on this, Sarah.
All right, thank you so much, Elena Treen. Let's go now to Kylie Atwood. What more are you learning at this hour? There are so many things sort of coming down the pipe as the world woke up to this attack and this arrest.
Yeah, just remarkable news this morning that was then followed by the press conference with President Trump and his top national security officials that included many details about how this military option was carried out, with more than 150 airplanes relying on more than 20 bases in the region. Just remarkable detail about U.S. Special Forces going in the middle of the night to where Nicolás Maduro and his wife were at the time, and now Maduro being on his way to the United States, expected to be in New York later today. But as Elena was saying there, President Trump also shockingly said that the United States is going to be running the country. But exactly what that looks like is incredibly unclear at this moment. He said that the people standing behind him, the Secretary, including the Secretary of State, including the Secretary of Defense, would be running the country with a team. But as you have been discussing, he also stopped short of actually endorsing the opposition leader. That is Maria Machado. That is someone that has been in touch with the Trump administration over the course of the last year, and even beyond that, actually has a known relationship with the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And listen to what Trump said specifically about Machado when asked about that earlier today.
I think it would be very tough for her to be the leader. She doesn't have the support within or the respect within the country. She's a very nice woman, but she doesn't have the respect to be the leader.
Now, interestingly, when we had been reporting before this happened that the administration was preparing for day after plans in Venezuela, we were told that the opposition's plans for day after plans were not actually happening in conjunction with the administration. So it's a clear indication right now that the administration was carrying out its own planning. We'll have to watch and see how that planning actually pretends from here on, given that the vice president, who had a phone call with Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier today, and indicated, according to the president, that she'd be willing to work with the United States just in the last hour or so, said that the United States should immediately release Maduro. Sarah?
All right. Thank you to our Kylie Atwood and Elena Treen for their reporting on this huge breaking news. Joining me now is Republican Congressman Carlos Jimenez of Florida. He serves on both the House Armed Services and Homeland Security Committees. Thank you so much for being here. First, look, I do want to ask you about the president saying that the U.S. will run Venezuela. When you consider that and what that may entail, do you have any serious concerns about what this means? Because he says there will be U.S. boots on the ground.
From my understanding, I mean, that is the whatever protection is going to be sent to Venezuela is to protect United States assets, mainly oil assets in Venezuela. And I'm not so sure about the rest of actually running the country, or what that means. Or maybe you have an interim government that we're sure is going to do the things that we want. And I think the things that we want is we want to get to a free and fair elections as quickly as possible, so that Venezuela can finally say that they have a democratically elected president and vice president.
By the accounts of those who have escaped the country and some in the country who are celebrating today that Maduro is out and arrested, that they have said it's been a living hell under the Maduro regime. But it is a sovereign nation. Why is it okay for the U.S. to simply go in, arrest its leader, control its oil, and take over for a time?
Well, I mean, it's okay because that leader happened to be under indictment here in the United States, similar to what happened to Noriega. He was under indictment too. And the same thing that happened to bin Laden. He was under indictment too. And so we've done these kind of operations for a long time. And so Maduro was under indictment. He has been classified as the leader of a terrorist, narco-terrorist organization that has killed Americans and poses a threat to the United States of America and is engaging in illegal activities. He is the illegitimate leader of a cartel that poses a threat to the United States. And so there's plenty of precedent for this. And like I just told you, Noriega and bin Laden come to mind right away.
Yeah, Noriega in Panama, where President H.W. Bush sent in troops and took that country for a time. And then you mentioned, we're talking about Afghanistan here ultimately. And in mentioning those two places, and you could also include Iraq into this, where the U.S. invaded Iraq.
Yeah.
The president himself has said over and over again, no more wars, that he wants to be the president of peace, that he believes that the United States should not be the world police. And now he's invaded Venezuela and says that Americans will run Venezuela for a while until an interim government can be put in place. How is this America first?
It's America first because Venezuela is not a friend of the United States. Venezuela harbors our greatest geopolitical enemies, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. They've established a foothold in Venezuela, and he makes it no secret that he's aligned with them. And so, yeah, they pose a threat to the United States. Venezuela, with that government, poses a threat to the United States. But that particular government, number one, is illegitimate. There is a legitimate government waiting to take over power, which he denied them, over a year ago. And so, yeah, this is America first. We need to look out to our own neighborhood, to our own hemisphere, and make sure that democracy and freedom, reigns here in our backyard, because that also is good for America's interest and is also protecting America. So I see absolutely no problem in saying that that's America first. He is protecting Americans. Remember, this regime was responsible for the deaths of thousands of Americans. And so the number one job of any administration, of any government, is the protection of its citizens. And frankly, we have been really negligent in protecting American citizens for the past 5 or 6 years, as 500, 600, 700,000 Americans have died of drug overdoses, and this cartel was involved in that trade. And so, this individual was the head of the cartel de los Soles. So I have absolutely no problem with President Trump going in and arresting Nicolás Maduro and his wife, who are both under indictment here in the United States.
And just quickly, are you perfectly okay with the United States running Venezuela when there are a lot of problems that, Americans are complaining about here, including healthcare and the economy itself? And he says he's going to spend billions of dollars to fix the problems in Venezuela. What about here at home? How long are you okay with, for example, troops being on the ground there?
Yeah, but there's also, Venezuela has billions of dollars in resources, one of them being oil. They have the largest oil reserves on the planet. And so, we have American companies that are involved in Venezuela that will now have access to those resources. And so that's a pretty good investment as far as I'm concerned. As far as running the country, I think we need to stabilize the country and give democracy a chance. And so you don't want chaos in Venezuela. And so I think we need to take the steps necessary, hopefully with the least amount of intervention possible, but to give democracy a chance and let a democratically elected government take over Venezuela. Venezuela was a democracy for a long time until Maduro took over. Even Chavez was elected democratically, but he used democracy against democracy in order to remain in power. That's not really the intent of democracy. We need to get a democratic government installed back in Venezuela, and I'm sure that government's going to be a heck of a lot friendlier to the United States than the Chavez-Maduro regime has been.
All right, we will see. There are a lot of unanswered questions at this hour. Congressman Jimenez, I do thank you for your time there live for us from Miami, which has a large number of Venezuelan foreign nationals who have left that country to escape to Miami. I know you're hearing from them at this time. Do appreciate it. Our coverage of this breaking news continues.
Thank you.
In just minutes. President Maduro is on his way to the United States as we speak to face a number of criminal charges. The legal case federal prosecutors are making against him That's ahead here in the CNN Newsroom.
CNN This Morning with Audie Cornish. Weekdays at 6 a.m. on CNN.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Ask your doctor about Izervay.
Izervay, get your GA going slower.
Izervay is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve your vision longer.
Izervay, get your GA going slower.
Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
You can join the battle to save lives by supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
With St. Jude having our backs, my baby's back, it truly means everything, because I didn't even think my baby had a chance. I thought I was just gonna have to deal with the fact of losing my baby.
Please call, go online, or scan the QR code right now and give $19 a month to make a difference. Because 1 in 5 children diagnosed with cancer in the U.S. will not survive.
For the love of the kids, we just hope and dream every day that it's going to be gone.
Ella llegó en lo último. Ellos estuvieron ahí para ayudarnos.
Families never receive a bill from St. Jude for treatment, travel, housing, or food, so they can focus on helping their child live.
What does the house say?
Every single person that's donating has been a great gift, because I've got so much time to experience my family.
Join with your credit or debit card for only $19 a month, and we'll send you this St. Jude t-shirt you can proudly wear to show your support.
When your child gets cancer, that's a scary thing to hear as a father. But here at St. Jude, there was hope.
Help give them tomorrow. Let's cure childhood cancer together. Please donate now.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from Big Wireless to Consumer Cellular. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and right now get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular.
What's the secret to peak health?
Going micro with Noom.
Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
And starting at just $99? Heck yeah.
Now starting at just $99.
Want to hear something great?
Mm-hmm.
That's a great quote.
You steal stuff?
Do you?
You nailed it, dude.
Actors on Actors, now streaming on the CNN app.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
The U.S. has arrested Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro and taken him from his country en route to the U.S. to face drug and weapons charges. If convicted, the charges could put him behind bars for the rest of his life. The DOJ unsealing an indictment charging Maduro, his wife, and others with federal conspiracy tied to narco-terrorism and cocaine trafficking, along with other alleged crimes related to possessing machine guns and other weapons. President Trump says Maduro and the other defendants will feel the full weight of the American justice system.
Maduro and his wife will soon face the full might of American justice and stand trial on American soil. Right now, they're on a ship they'll be heading to, ultimately New York, and then a decision will be made, I assume, between New York and Miami or Florida.
CNN national security and legal analyst Carrie Cordero joins us at this hour. Thank you for being here. Let's talk about this indictment and have you sort of walk us through it. There are names in it, of course, Maduro, his wife and son, among others who are named. It alleges that Maduro and his allies ran state-sponsored gangs. Can you just give us a sense of the vastness of these allegations and what they are?
Sure. So as you mentioned, Sarah, this indictment charges him, his wife, family, and as well as some other politicians in Venezuela. And what it really does is it updates what has been a long-standing investigation by the U.S. government, by the Justice Department and law enforcement of his alleged drug trafficking related activities and corruption. So the Justice Department had originally indicted him back in March of 2020. And at that time, the indictment connected him to a particular terrorist organization, the FARC, which was a Colombian revolutionary organization. So this new indictment, which was unsealed today, updates both in terms of filling in the most recent 6 years of activity of him and the other co-defendants, but it also expands the nature of activities that they're charged with and the terrorist and drug trafficking organizations with which they are affiliated. And so extends beyond the FARC to the Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan group, as well as other international drug trafficking organizations based in Mexico.
And we should just mention in March of 2020 that President Trump was the president at the time, and that was, a good 5 years ago, as we now are seeing this come to fruition, this indictment. I do want you to explain to us, as we look at pictures from Caracas, Venezuela, I want you to sort of give us some sense of what this process will look like in court, because we know that as we speak, President Maduro is headed to the United States, and we expect him to be in court potentially sometime, Monday.
Yeah, on one hand, Sarah, I think we can say that the U.S. government has prosecuted very, very high-profile cases that can be analyzed to this particular circumstance. So, for example, if we go back to the late 1980s, the arrest and capture and bringing to the United States of Manuel Noriega from Panama, that's sort of a somewhat similar circumstance. Similarly, in the terrorism context, Southern District of New York has experienced prosecuting individuals affiliated with international terrorism organizations like Al-Qaeda. In other words, so there's a security protocol that will take place. And so there is experience with bringing these high-profile type individuals into the criminal justice system in New York. At the same time, conducting a military operation and extracting a head of state into the United States obviously is unusual. So I think there's the normal criminal justice system, which we will see in terms of he will at some point be brought into United States territory, brought into Manhattan, into federal court, be arraigned, and then he will be in the quote unquote normal process that federal criminal defendants would be in. But of course, there is an additional layer of security and novelty that will exist in sort of the mechanics of how this transpires over the next 2 or 3 days.
Sure. I just want to talk through this just really quickly. Separately, the Trump administration officials are reportedly internally kind of pointing to the 1989 legal opinion and the subsequent U.S. invasion of Panama to justify the operation to take Maduro into custody without U.S. congressional authorization. What do you make of this legal justification?
Yeah, so Sarah, there's really sort of two angles to this that I'm thinking about. So one is the justification for conducting the military operation that was in support of the law enforcement arrest of him and his wife. And so that is where the 1989 Department of Justice memo and precedent comes into play. And if they follow sort of that legal analysis, then there is an articulation that would fall to, we are executing a search warrant pursuant to a lawful indictment. The U.S. military was there to support that operation. And so it is a criminal justice matter, but they are following that precedent. The whole separate angle to this, which then draws in more constitutional law, separation of powers between the executive branch and Congress, and international law, has to do with A, the military strikes that have been taking place over a period of months, and B, the continued U.S. presence and potential future military activity and governance of Venezuela. And so I think that criminal justice piece and the justification is different than the constitutional and the international law analysis that will be discussed and debated robustly in the coming days as it relates to continued military involvement in Venezuela.
We will discuss it right here on this show, as you might imagine. Carrie Cordero, it is a pleasure. Thank you so much. Appreciate your analysis. Coming up, more on our breaking news. President Trump says the United States will now be running the country of Venezuela for a time. How, and perhaps more importantly, for how long? You're in the CNN Newsroom.
Death Cab, The Mushroom Murders, now streaming on the CNN app.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly. Vyvgart Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one.
That's how we live vividly
with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
You know what's all good? Zero heartburn. Woo, that's hot. That's why I take Prilosec OTC. Just one pill a day blocks heartburn before it starts. Prilosec OTC. One pill, zero heartburn. All good.
I'm Steve Sarkeesian, head football coach at the University of Texas. Energy, blood pressure, it all starts with cardiovascular health. Human delivers championship-level science to fuel circulation for performance and everyday impact. Born from UT Research, backing more than 20 national championships, and for anyone looking to raise their game, even if they don't play one. This isn't just about our athletes. This is for all of us. Cardiovascular health is everything health.
Think you can't afford weight loss meds? Get the lowest cost FDA-approved GLP-1s on Ro. Insurance or cash pay, doesn't matter. Covered or not, you still get the lowest cost possible on Ro. Dave pays $50 with insurance. Lisa qualified for a $199 starting price without. No matter how you pay, you can count on the lowest cost possible for GLP-1s on Ro. See if you're covered for GLP-1s at ro.co/lowest.
Flu keeping you up?
I got this. I don't got this.
You need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Knock out your flu symptoms with NyQuil Intense Flu. You do got this. NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever, best sleep of the flu medicine.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Now you can. Just switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get 2 lines for $30 a line. Plus, iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. What you do with it is up to you.
You won't believe where I am.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan. Get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Oh, look, Lou, we got a live one here. You'll get 6 free months of premium cable when you pay with a gift card. Click now.
Ask this guy if he takes arcade tokens.
Right. Do I get a free set of steak knives if I act now?
But wait, there's more.
Hell, not with this guy. Bye, scammer.
If someone asks you to pay with gift cards, it's not a deal. It's a scam. Learn more at buyscammer.com.
The only link I want is those sausages right there.
1 order of wings, please, for him. Yeah, good. Coming right up, just for you.
Big news from Coco Ford. Under new management and ready to drive your experience to the next level. Say hello to Coco Ford.
Well, we'll make you an offer you can't refuse.
Home of the lowest priced new Ford vehicles in Brevard County. Big changes have happened at Coco Ford that you have to see. New ownership, new management, new experience. Come check us out on 520 in Coco or visit us online today, CocoFordFL.com.
This is a part of American heritage. And if you really love your country, you're gonna have to love moonshine.
All right, back to our top story. President Trump says the United States will run Venezuela for the foreseeable future after special forces swooped in last night, arresting President Nicolás Maduro, Venezuela's president, and his wife. Joining us now to discuss the next steps, CNN anchor and chief national security analyst Jim Sciutto, Beth Anner, a CNN national security analyst and former deputy director of national intelligence and former U.S. ambassador to Venezuela, Charles Shapiro. Thank you all for being here. Jim, first to you. President Trump declaring that the U.S. will run Venezuela for the foreseeable future. The definition of a proper transition is what he said until that can happen. What are you hearing from your sources about this?
Listen, I know a lot of folks are making comparisons to Panama, both from a legal perspective, but also a strategic perspective in terms of a relative success. The U.S. swooped in, took out Manuel Noriega, tried him, and the country stayed relatively stable in the aftermath of that. There are major differences between Venezuela and Panama, one of which is just simply size of the population, but also the U.S. military footprint. At the time of the Panama operation in the late 80s, the U.S. already had thousands of forces on the ground, of course, in part because of its interest in the Panama Canal. It's a very open question as to how the U.S. runs the country, as the president said, without a significant presence, not just military, but also political, law enforcement, policing, economic, etc. It's a far different challenge than really anything. I'm trying to think of what the comparison is. I mean, I suppose one could make a comparison to the Iraq invasion, although that was an invasion over many months and years with an enormous U.S. military footprint, and of course, an insurgent group that fought back. It was deadly and largely failed over time. So I think you could argue this is one without precedent, and the president has not articulated really even the basics of how the U.S. would, again, his words, run the country in the wake of what was, I think you could say, a successful military operation. The next chapter very much has yet to be written.
Jim, thank you for that. Stick with us. I do want to go to this information that we got from the president. He did not rule out the possibility of more U.S. military involvement in Venezuela. Here's what he said when asked about the possibility of putting U.S. boots on the ground.
I always say boots on the ground. So we're not afraid of boots on the ground if we have to have. We had boots on the ground last night at a very high level, actually. We're not afraid of it. We don't mind saying it, but we're going to make sure that that country is run properly.
He talks about the country being run properly. Ambassador Shapiro, how difficult is this going to be? Because the president is clear that he will spend billions, he said, to put things right on the ground there and to await an interim government.
The short answer is very complicated. Jim is right. This is going to be super difficult to do. Looking online, Delcy Rodriguez says she's the acting president, not the president of Venezuela, and that Maduro is still the president. She did this in a press conference with two of the other key Chavistas, members of their party. So how do you get from now to 6 months from now to a year from now? It's going to be super difficult.
Beth, now to you. U.S. adversaries are Venezuela's allies. We're talking about China, Russia, Iran. What message does this send to those countries? Does it send a warning, or does it give them an opening, an example of something that they can do to some of their less worrisome targets?
Well, the administration does think that this is a warning to all adversaries. Marco Rubio was very frank about that, and he said, this should give everybody pause who would challenge this administration. But I think in the long run, this is why these sorts of actions people are concerned about precedent. And it sounds very academic and kind of out there, but the idea is that if we do it, what makes it different? And certainly there are some details that make it different, right? Maduro was an illegitimate leader. He did not win the last election, but our adversaries don't really care about those kinds of semantics. So, it could definitely serve as a precedent down the road.
Jim, I'm curious on the same vein how you see this, as you've covered so many of these regions for such a long time.
Listen, you look at the reactions from China and Russia. Of course, China is deeply shocked by, strongly condemns the U.S. blatant use of force. Russia, it says the United States committed an act of armed aggression against Venezuela. Now, neither of those countries has a leg to stand on, right? I mean, they have quite willingly and without hesitation exercised power to take over. Russia attempting to swallow up all of Ukraine still to this day, nearly 4 years after the full-scale invasion. And China in other instances, if you look at, for instance, their land grab in the South China Sea, but also the current threat to Taiwan. So they don't have a principled leg to stand on by any means. They will certainly use this from a propaganda standpoint to say, hey, look what the U.S. did there. How is that any different from what we're trying to do here? And they might even borrow some of the language, right? China say, well, we want to judiciously change the government in Taiwan. Or you remember Russia's argument about they were going to denazify Ukraine. I mean, it doesn't have to be true for them to make that argument. The other point I would make is this, though, that how do they read this, right? On the one hand, they could read it as, wow, the U.S. president is willing to exercise military power in ways that we didn't know. I mean, the strikes on Iran and now this, how might he use that against us? Or they can calculate that the U.S. is so focused on its own hemisphere that perhaps President Trump is willing to give us some leeway in Asia as relates to Taiwan, or in Eastern Europe as relates to Russia. There are multiple ways, and they could get it wrong, but there are multiple ways that Beijing and Russia can read this.
Yeah, we know that the president has had some very strong words against Iran, saying the U.S. is locked and loaded. So there are a lot of questions left to be asked. But this was the major breaking news that really stunned quite a few people and nations. Beth Sander and Ambassador Charles Shapiro, thank you to you. Jim, I know you're going to stay with me. We will be talking to you in just a bit here. Up next, though, dragged from their bedroom in the middle of the night. A look at the planning behind the operation to nab Venezuela's president and his wife. Stay with me.
I'm Ben Wiedemann in Rome, and this is CNN.
On the 12th day of winter, the Jeep brand gave to me 12 switchbacks winding, 11 rubber duckies, 10-inch touchscreen, 9 pine tree sparkling, 8 decades going, 7 slots of shining, skipping a few, 3 rows of seating, 2 finger waves, and only one.
Jeep, there's only one. Right now during the Jeep Wrap-Up the Year sales event, well-qualified lessees can lease the 2025 Jeep Gladiator Sport S 4x4 for $314 a month, or purchase and get no monthly payments for 90 days.
Hey, man. I just want to say, I'm proud of you.
Why? Because I'm getting separated from my wife?
I'm confused.
Confused is good. How's everybody feeling tonight?
So I'm the only one who doesn't know about this?
They're like made-up funny stories.
They aren't funny, Dad.
I don't know what I'm doing, but it's actually pretty amazing. I'm just enjoying this wild ride. Is testing someone? I don't think so. Just yeah, maybe. Rated R.
Okay, man.
Oh, you need to vaporize that sore throat. VapoCool drops. It's sore throat relief with a rush of Vicks Vapors.
Let's go, let's go, let's go! Ah!
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops.
What's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
I can lose up to 11 pounds in 30 days? Heck yeah!
Now starting at just $99.
Total Beats, America's best-selling Beats brand, is available at Walmart. Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews contain a key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. Take control of your health. Head to Walmart and get Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews today.
After my accident, I couldn't quite do things like I used to. You know, my daughter introduced Boost to me. I love the support, and when I got into martial arts, we got in it together. A real fight deserves a real boost.
JB Smooth, what are you doing here?
I'm always here. I know what you're doing here, though.
Consumer Cellular commercial. You know, we should get you signed up.
Aren't I too young?
We got deals for people over 50.
That sounds great. Sign me up. Make it happen, Teddy.
Right now, get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular.
Ooh, a timeout.
Incoming dishes.
Doc. With Dawn Power Wash, he can fly through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
Oh, migration. Look at him go.
Yeah, Dawn Power Wash is unique. It absorbs grease with 3 cleaning boosters, removing it 5 times faster.
Ooh, for beak's sake. That was fast.
And Power Wash can replace multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, fumble recovery.
Ooh, those suds got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
Hey Orlando, Joe Rossi here for Greenway Kia. Right now, trade values vary by thousands of dollars from one dealer to the next. But at Greenway Kia, over 40 dealerships compete to buy your trade. And that competition could put up to $10,000 over Kelley Blue Book fair market value in your pocket. Shop hundreds of new Kias online at greenwaykias.com or stop by one of our 3 metro area locations today. We want to see you in a Greenway Kia.
It's time to add some extra steps to your day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. It's the easiest exercise you will ever do.
Ellipse fits perfectly under my desk, and it is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs. Increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
I'm who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase is exciting, sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
Back now to our special breaking news coverage. I want to talk now about how the U.S. carried out these coordinated strikes in Venezuela. To do that, I'm joined by CNN military analyst, retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton. It is good to see you once again. Let's talk about how this operation went down. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane says 150 aircraft launched from 20 different bases on land and sea. What does the scale of this operation tell you?
Well, Sarah, it's definitely a large operation. So this isn't something that you put together on the back of an envelope or within an hour. It's something that requires a lot of planning, a lot of preparation, a lot of synchronization. And what it shows is that there are a lot of lessons that have been learned from the war on terror, a lot of lessons that have been learned from other conflicts that the U.S. has either been in or observed over the years. And what is really noteworthy about this particular operation is the fact that it was not only a joint operation of several different services together, but it incorporated the air wings of the Air Force and the Navy, plus special operations forces. And those forces, the synchronization of all of that was really based on very precise intelligence, both from a targeting perspective when it comes to air power, but also from the actual operational use of intelligence when it came to actually getting Maduro and his wife and whisking them out of the country.
Do you look at this timeline? I mean, to you, this had to be a long planned scenario that took time because of all the different parts that they had to contact and coordinate with. What do you think is the most significant piece of the timeline that was laid out by General Kane?
Well, I think one of the things that General Kane mentioned was the fact that it really was a very short time by the time they got to the area where Maduro was, and they were able to not only grab him and to extricate him, but also prevented him from getting into that safe house. So that is the kind of thing that requires a lot of real deep tactical knowledge of his environment. And what stood out to me, Sarah, was the fact that they basically did a pattern of life analysis on Maduro and presumably his wife. And that very fact, of course, is a very significant aspect to this, and that allowed them to conduct this operation in this way.
All right, I'm going to keep you there for just a second because we have some breaking news right now. We're looking at the plane that we believe President Maduro of Venezuela is on. This is Fort Stewart. This is a stunning image of the president who has been captured by the United States and has now landed on U.S. soil after being captured in the overnight hours at his residence with his wife. We saw these stunning images sent out by the Trump administration showing him wearing those darkened glasses where you can't really see anything out of them and wearing what appeared to be some sort of sweats or pajamas. Let us go now to Jim Sciutto, who has been standing by for all of this. This is a stunning, seminal moment right now where we are seeing the United States bringing the president of Venezuela here, landing on U.S. soil. What are you learning at this hour, Jim?
Sarah, the U.S. government, the U.S. military plucked the leader of a foreign country, not a good man, but the leader of a foreign country, out of his bedroom with his wife and extradited him all the way to New York using its most elite military force, the kind of force it uses, for instance, to kill Osama bin Laden, right, the leader of al-Qaeda. And he's now going to face trial in New York with an uncertain future for Venezuela, the U.S. promising to run the country, not quite clear how, but also with enormous legal implications and precedent implications going forward. And you know, it's interesting, Sarah, over recent days and weeks, I've been speaking to Republican lawmakers and other supporters of the president about what exactly his intention was in Venezuela. And you got multiple answers, right? That regime change was one of them, but also in enforcing democracy. But the president has already, in his comments today, effectively dismissed the idea of putting in power the person who it is widely believed actually won the election, right? The Nobel Prize winner Machado saying she just doesn't have the support in the country. So it's the extradition of a bad guy to be replaced with whom? Chosen by whom? Under what circumstances? Apparently, perhaps a U.S.-run election? I mean, there are so many open questions here, Sarah, but also legal questions and precedent being set for U.S. policy that I think folks watching right now have to be very, very conscious of. I think it was Seth Moulton who said on our air earlier today, you know, let's step back for a moment and acknowledge how crazy this is.
I mean, there is just so much to unpack here, and we are joined by CNN Chief Law Enforcement Analyst and Intelligence Analyst John Miller, who has been with us throughout the many hours after all of this happened. We're looking at this picture of a remarkable moment in both U.S. and Venezuelan history. The leader of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, has landed, touched down here in the United States. This is the plane that they have now put him on, that has now landed in the U.S. What happens from here? And give us some sense of who might be alongside him, because in the pictures that we were shown from the administration, there was clearly a DEA agent inside of the aircraft with him in those first pictures that were released. What are you expecting to see here?
Well, what's going on right now is this is a DOJ airplane. It is run by the FBI out of the Critical Incident Response Group, or CIRG. This is their largest plane. And you've got the arrest team on board. So that's DEA agents. You've got the FBI team that was part of that arrest, which is the FBI's hostage rescue team, which embedded with Special Forces, Delta Force on the ground to make the arrest in Venezuela. But what you're going to have here is this interesting transition occurring over the next few minutes, which is Customs and Border Protection will parole President Maduro and his wife into the United States as federal arrestees, federal prisoners, which is the process that brings them there. So on this plane, they'll bring in the electronic equipment. They'll take the biometrics, fingerprints electronically, photographs electronically, and enter it into that CBP, Customs and Border Protection system. There will be the medical check, so they will have medical person do a quick assessment to make sure their vital signs are all okay. And then they will leave this plane and go for the second part of their journey, which is going to be from this airbase to a law enforcement facility where they will be booked. Again, fingerprints, photographs. But this is all standard procedure because they are under federal indictment in a 25-page indictment charging them with working with narcotics cartels and taking in millions of dollars in illicit money to allow narcotics to flow through Venezuela to the United States. So that is what we're looking at right now, Sarah.
I mean, it is a remarkable moment. The picture now just getting clear there as we wait to see the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, come out of that plane, surely flanked by federal authorities as they move him along now, the U.S. justice process. I do want to go back to our Cedric Layton to ask you about what you are seeing here and how this would be coordinated and happen. We, have learned that there was an elite FBI unit assisting with the capture of Maduro. Obviously, all of this has to be coordinated with the military. Give us some sense of how difficult this would have been and what you see just from the standpoint of an operation, whether this has been extremely successful. The president certainly saying it has been.
Yeah, it sure appears to be, at least on the surface, extremely successful, and the goal being to capture Maduro and bring him back to the United States without killing him. That goal has absolutely been achieved, no question about it. Now, in this case, when we see the plane with Maduro and the FBI agents and possibly other agents from DEA and other entities going on board there, they are taking care of that law enforcement function that John was talking about. Now, when you look at the actual capture, that's where you had the special forces go in there. Delta Force is the unit, the organization that was tasked with conducting this mission. And in reality, although the way they've described it is that it was a law enforcement operation assisted by the Department of Defense, that part of it really was a Department of Defense operation. Whether that's legally the way they're describing it or not is immaterial. Operationally, it was absolutely a DoD operation. But now that he's on U.S. soil and in the custody of these law enforcement agents, it really reminds me of the situation in Panama in 1989 that Jim was mentioning. And that was a case where they captured Manuel Noriega, who was the de facto leader of Panama at that particular moment in time, charged with similar offenses in some ways to what we see here with Maduro. And they also had a picture of him on board an airplane, on board a C-130, I believe it was in that particular case. And they brought him in, I believe it was to Miami at that time to stand trial in Florida. In this case, we're going to New York for that trial. And it is very interesting to see the great coordination between the law enforcement entities and the military entities. But that particular coordination is something that has been honed over the years, and particularly since 9/11, that coordination has gotten even more refined than it was back in the late 1980s when we were dealing with Panama.
Yeah, back to you, Jim. I know that you are constantly on the phone with your sources. I do want to just stop for a moment and have you talk about just this remarkable moment that we are in right now as we watch this unfold. President of a sovereign nation, Venezuela, being captured by the United States and being charged with a myriad of charges, everything from narco-terrorism to weapons possession, like machine guns and other weapons, to alleged crimes involving cocaine. But as you mentioned, this was the president of a sovereign nation. Just give us some sense historically of Maduro, of the United States' relations with Venezuela, and what this moment means.
Momentarily, we're going to see the now former leader of a sovereign nation, and quite a significant one in terms of its population, but also economic might due to its oil, walk off that plane in handcuffs hours after he was taken from his bedroom in handcuffs by the most elite U.S. military forces, the Delta Force. It's a truly remarkable moment, an exercise of U.S. power. I have to say, Sarah, as I've been watching this, the words of Colin Powell regarding the Iraq invasion are ringing in my ears. That famous line, "You break it, you buy it," right? Which was a warning that he repeated internally in the Bush administration as it was debating the Iraq invasion. And again, this is not an Iraq-scale invasion of Venezuela, but it is certainly a regime change operation, it seems. The U.S. now, to some degree, owns the aftermath, right? Especially given that the president has not shied away from saying that the U.S. will run the country. Set aside the legal questions. Under what authority will the U.S. run that country? But practical questions, how does it manage a country with enormous internal differences? He's already, it seems, eliminated, or at least downplayed, dismissed the possibility of restoring to power the woman who, it's widely believed, actually won the most recent election there, saying she doesn't have the support. So who does? The U.S. is going to run an election. The president says he doesn't shy away from putting further forces on the ground there. How many to run a peaceful, fair, judicious election, as he called it, in that country? For how long? What risk will those soldiers be at? Will members of the Maduro regime who aren't happy with this outcome take up arms to challenge that outcome? These are open questions. And again, to Powell's words, you break it, you buy it. And the lessons for the U.S. were quite painful ones following the Iraq invasion in 2003. Again, this is not an invasion, but it is a decapitation, and that's significant.
Yeah, it is. Just to you, Cedric, you heard Jim mention there, and we've heard the president mention that that more boots possibly on the ground, that there would need to be a second wave, as he put it. I mean, how difficult is this going to be with the United States, the president of the United States saying, hey, look, we've got him. We've got the president. We've got his wife. We're going to charge them. And we're also going to run the country for a time. What position does that put, for example, the military in for all of this?
Well, yeah, Sarah, that could be a potentially very difficult position, and it really depends on exactly how things are organized. You know, when you take a look at how we occupied Germany after World War II or Japan after World War II, those were military governments. The military actually ran the government with the help of civilian advisors from the State Department and other organizations. But of course, they did things like the Marshall Plan and basically brought out the economic aspects of bringing Europe back on its feet at that particular moment in history. But then you have other models like Iraq, where we started out with a coalition provisional authority, as it was called, and that effort nominally had a civilian head, but it was basically a military occupation of that country. And that certainly didn't have the same kind of results that you saw in Europe after World War II. It was a completely different environment, much more hostile environment. And the risk with Venezuela is that it could be a hostile environment as well. And that could put U.S. forces in great danger. There are plans from the Venezuelans that they've had for years that indicate that they're going to go with guerrilla warfare, that they're going to do the kinds of things that you would expect an insurgency to do. They melt back into the hills. They would use the slums as places to fire at troops from, at U.S. troops from. So these are the kinds of things that we definitely would have to be prepared for, and it could very well become a force protection nightmare if it's not handled carefully, and if the governance isn't put in place to really, in essence, make it possible for that to happen.
Thank you, Colonel. I just wanted to quickly, before we start the next hour, wrap up what we are seeing here and keep you all around. John Miller, we are seeing a large number of people kind of at the door here of the aircraft, this large plane that brought over Venezuelan President Maduro after he was captured by U.S. forces. And what we've seen walking into that plane over the last few seconds is, agents that have DEA jackets on. We saw the DEA beside him in the first images where we saw him. Can you give us some sense of what you think is going on inside that plane right now?
Yeah, I think they are getting through their process of admitting him into the United States officially, which they're doing with the digital equipment on board the plane, wrapping up that medical check. But you've got FBI and DEA. This is a DEA investigation that's gone back years from an indictment, that was formulated in 2020, a superseding indictment under this administration with additional charges and additional allegations. And they are going to eventually bring the president and his wife off this plane. They are going to be put into helicopters where they are going to make that trip to New York, where they are going to be brought to the Metropolitan Detention Center, where they're going to be lodged. It's interesting because, they will not be the first president to be lodged there. The president of Honduras was a guest of the Metropolitan Detention Center until his conviction and sentencing, but he was recently pardoned on very similar charges by President Trump. But let's think of, who else is in that building that they're going to be living in at least until Monday for the arraignment. So their process, once they get to the federal jail, would probably be as SAM's prisoners. That's special administrative measures, where they would be kept in high security, in isolation, likely in isolation from each other as well, in that female prisoners are handled in a different section than male prisoners at the MDC in Brooklyn. But that's been a place where you've had R. Kelly, Samuel Bankman-Fried, P. Diddy, Tekashi 69, the president of Honduras, and of course, Luigi Mangione. So they will not be the first president or the first high-profile prisoners, but it will certainly be a change of lifestyle for a man who lived in the lap of luxury among millions and millions of dollars of what the federal government alleges was misgotten gains from drug cartels, and living between essentially palaces, to a place that has long been criticized as a substandard jail facility in need of repair, better health conditions, better medical facilities, and so on. So it'll be, for President Maduro, a shock to the system.
Certainly will be. I just want to reset as we begin the beginning of the 5 p.m. hour here in New York, what it is that you are seeing at this moment. That plane there, this is another stunning moment in American history and world history, truly. The president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, is now on American soil, inside of that plane, flanked by DEA agents and others. When we first saw the images of him, he was in sort of blackout glasses, so we couldn't see where exactly they were taking him. He was also in handcuffs, wearing what looked like either pajamas or some sort of a tracksuit. He was snatched from his home in the middle of the night by U.S. operatives, and now he is on American soil in New York. He has been indicted by the DOJ on numerous different charges. The President of the United States saying that Maduro and the other defendants, which include his wife and his son, will feel the full weight of the American justice system. There are a lot of questions at this hour as to what will happen next, not only with Maduro and his family members who have been taken, but with the country of Venezuela. So let us recap and rewind to sort of give you a sense of what's going on now. I want to go now, again, back to Jim Shooter, our chief national security analyst, as we watch these remarkable pictures, truly stunning moment in history of the president of Venezuela, the now former president, as he's been brought out of the country by the U.S. and is going to be facing charges, has landed in the United States. We are watching to see when that moment is that he will be taken from that plane and, as we understand it, put onto a helicopter to eventually head to a federal detention center. What are you learning at this hour, Jim? And what do you see in all of this at this stunning moment?
Well, Sarah, remember when this administration released its new national security strategy just a couple of weeks ago, and folks were reading it and wondering, is this a serious document? Does it indicate a major shift in U.S. foreign policy, or is it largely political, who had a hand in it, etc.? I was just reading through some of the language, and one of the clear headlines was, in general terms, threats in our own hemisphere, the Western Hemisphere, are more important than those elsewhere, whether that be Europe, read that as Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, or Asia, perhaps read that as Taiwan, that threats here that involve not just regimes or governments that this administration views as their adversaries, such as Nicolás Maduro, but also problems that they view as top of their list, drug trafficking, migration flows, etc. And here we see that document was quite serious, right, Sarah? That shift is playing out before our eyes. Doesn't mean that the U.S. withdraws from Europe or Asia, but it is certainly more aggressive in its own backyard. And then you begin to think beyond this project underway, the Venezuela project, the U.S. running the country, and we're about to see, as you say, the leader of the country walk off that plane, perhaps in handcuffs and a blindfold, or is what does it mean for the Cuban regime, which is also an adversary of the Trump administration, or even, it's a little different because Greenland is run by an ally, but Greenland is a place that President Trump has said, that's in our backyard, I want it. How far is the U.S. willing to go now to change the leadership and control of other places and countries in our hemisphere? So that, the national security strategy wasn't just an empty document, apparently, because of what we're seeing on that tarmac in Newburgh, New York right now.
Certainly so. A great analysis from you. I do want to now go, as we're looking at these pictures again, waiting to see the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, being taken from a U.S. plane landing on U.S. soil after being captured by U.S. operatives there in Venezuela overnight with his wife. And he will be heading to a federal detention center at some point. But for now, these remarkable images as we wait to see him come down those stairs. The first images we saw of him, he was handcuffed and was wearing blackout glasses. We will see what he is in and the condition he is in as he comes out of this plane in just a bit here. But joining me now is Senator Jeanne Shaheen, the ranking Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, joining us by phone. Thank you so much for doing so. The first question to you really is what you make of this and whether you are surprised, annoyed, concerned that the president, the administration did not come to Congress to alert them of what they were about to do, this major move in Venezuela.
Well, I think all Americans should be concerned about what the president has done in Venezuela. Obviously, Maduro is not a good person. He is a bad guy, but the president's unilateral action without explaining what he's doing to the American people, without coming to Congress to brief us, and denying for months that this was the goal. In fact, even I have been in conversations with Secretary Rubio where he said outright that the intent was not to have regime change in Venezuela, and yet that's exactly what's happened. It's not clear what the cost is. It's not clear what the president means when he says the United States is going to take over running the country of Venezuela. What does that mean? How much is it going to cost? He hasn't ruled out putting boots on the ground in Venezuela. So I think there are a lot of unanswered questions that raise real concern among my constituents and should raise concern among the American people.
I do want to get your take on this idea that the United States is going to, as the president put it, run Venezuela for a while. Whether you would back that in any way. The president says he's going to spend billions of dollars to do this for a time. What does that mean to you in Congress? And will Congress step forward in some way? Does it have the leverage to do anything about all of this that has happened?
Well, I think the question is whether the Republican members of Congress who are privately expressing concerns will express those publicly. And the fact is, this was a very successful military operation. There's no question about that. But the United States doesn't have a great track record on nation building, and that's what the president is talking about. He's talking about going in and running the country of Venezuela. And what we know is that there is a power vacuum that's already been created. We've heard from the vice president who President Trump says has been sworn in as president, but he's basically turned over one authoritarian dictator in the country to another authoritarian dictator. And there's already a battle shaping up between the defense minister, who is even more hardline than Nicolás Maduro. And so it is not at all clear what President Trump is talking about when he talks about the United States running the country of Venezuela. And he's not given us any real rationale for why this was necessary and why it was necessary right now. He said, we want the oil. He said, we're going to address drug trafficking. He said, we want to keep criminals out of the United States. But none of that. He keeps changing the explanation for why this is so critical at a time when we have a lot of needs at home, where cost of living continues to go up, where we have millions of people who have just lost their health insurance, and the president is focused on something that's happening thousands of miles away from the United States.
I do want to lastly ask you about what we're hearing out of Venezuela from Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez. The New York Times reporting now that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said he was reserving judgment on her comments. She said that she has demanded the United States return President Nicolás Maduro back to Venezuela, clearly in defiance of the United States, denied that she planned to work with the United States. And now Marco Rubio is saying, look, we're going to make decisions based on their actions, their deeds in the days and weeks to come. What do you make of this? And what does this mean going forward, you think?
Well, as I said, I think we are going to see a battle for control of the current leadership in the country. We've already heard from her. We've heard from the defense minister that they both are interested in being in charge. I think there's the potential to set off a wider instability throughout the region. It's not at all clear what drug cartels are going to do and what role they're going to play in any new administration in Venezuela. And again, what President Trump has done is to turn over authoritarian leadership of Venezuela from one authoritarian dictator to another. So I hope Secretary Rubio is correct that she might be willing to work with the United States, but there's no indication of that to date, and there's been no briefing of Congress and no real transparency for the American public about what we're doing.
All right, Senator Jeanne Shaheen, we do appreciate your time on this remarkable day. Thank you. Let's go now to Kevin Liptak. We do have our panel with us as well, of course, John Miller and Jim Sciutto, who will be talking in just a bit. But let's first go to Kevin. Look, we are waiting to hear more. Everyone wants to know more about what the plan is, although the president, lay out some of the plan, saying the United States will now run Venezuela for a time. Give us some sense of what you're hearing, if you're getting any updates on this as you cover the administration during this time.
No, and the president was remarkably vague about what exactly he meant when he said that the U.S. was going to run Venezuela going forward. We heard so much from the briefers today about what went into this operation, the months and months of planning that was put in, the CIA operatives who were tracking Maduro on the ground. But when it came to what's going to happen today and tomorrow and then the next week and then the next month, the president really did not have a great deal of specifics about what that would mean. He said that there would be a group that would be in charge of Venezuela. At one point, he gestured to some of the national security officials who were there with him in the room, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, saying that they would perhaps be involved in the running of the country. But left so many questions unanswered. Asked the question about boots on the ground, whether the president envisions some sort of prolonged military presence in Venezuela going forward. And the president sort of immediately pivoted to the question of the oil and the U.S. Claims on those vast oil reserves in Venezuela, really not answering how he envisions the U.S. Military being involved going forward, although saying and leaving out the option that there could be a second strike, which he said would be more powerful than the first one if the remnants of the Maduro regime don't cede to this American claim on power in that country. And so a lot of questions moving ahead. You know, I think looking at these images of the plane there at the airport as Maduro arrives in the U.S., it's, you know, you can really view it as the culmination of this months-long campaign that the president has orchestrated. And I do think it was striking what we heard from General Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was talking about some of the steps that the forces took to protect Maduro himself in the course of this operation to ensure that he would be able to come to the United States and face justice on American soil. You know, these indictments that have been in place. And I think that's just telling about how the administration has viewed all of this. You know, they do very much want to see him face the American justice system, although when President Trump was asked whether it was ever a possibility that these forces would kill Maduro, he said, yes, that could have been a possibility. And so dramatic day, certainly, from down here in Palm Beach, up there in Florida, and in Caracas as well. But I think so many questions about what happens going forward.
Yeah. So many. And just to recap what people are looking at, that is the plane that brought Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro to U.S. soil after his country was invaded by the United States, and he and his wife were snatched from their beds over the early morning hours and brought to the United States. You're just now seeing the sort of stairs there light up and some more activity as we see agents going in and out. We have been seeing that many of the agents have jackets on saying DEA, so DEA agents obviously involved in this just remarkable moment here as we wait to see him descend those stairs. As we understand it, from there, he will eventually be taken to the Federal Detention Center. Let's go now to our John Miller, who has been watching all of this intently and talking to his sources. First of all, give us some sense of exactly what Maduro is facing as far as the charges that the DOJ has brought against him, and what will happen in the next moments as they take him down from this plane.
Well, he's facing charges of narcotics and weapons trafficking, as is his wife, facing similar charges, along with a number of other Venezuelan government officials who are listed on that 25-page indictment. But, you know, to get into the specifics of it, Sarah, it's quite an amazing set of allegations. He is charged with, along with his wife, of arranging meetings between the head of the Venezuelan DEA, their narcotics enforcement federal agency, and the head of a drug cartel, basically to make sure that he would have free passage for his drug shipments. He is charged with receiving payments of up to $100,000 per plane load that flew into and out of Venezuela from the Colombian drug cartels run by people like El Chapo, and then through Mexico for cocaine distribution into the United States, and dealing with the Mexican drug cartels. He is charged with allegedly providing drug traffickers with diplomatic passports so that they could pass through Venezuelan ports and other ports under diplomatic cover so that their bags and possessions could not and would not be searched. And then there are shocking charges beyond the simply outrageous charges that that President Maduro and his wife arranged for the kidnapping, beatings, torture of drug traffickers who either were behind in payments in bribe money or refused to pay because they were paying other people. So when you go through this 25-page indictment, what you see is, you know, the shocking allegations against a head of state and a head of state's spouse. Now, Maduro's wife, in her own right, Celia, was a government official who held a number of posts over the years, including a congressional post, other influential jobs, where She allegedly had her own dealing with drug traffickers. And all of this amounts allegedly to thousands of tons of cocaine allegedly shipped through Venezuela, from Colombia, stopping in Venezuela, and then taking various routes, whether it was through Mexico or by boat, up to the United States. So it's quite an extensive case. What's most remarkable about it is President Maduro and his wife will be brought from this plane to a law enforcement facility in New York City where they're going to be booked. And the process of booking someone, as actually President Trump learned himself, for a major criminal or a minor criminal is the same. They're going to have a mugshot facing forward, then facing sideways. They're going to be fingerprinted. They're going to give various biometrics and, fill out the forms, and then be taken to jail awaiting the arraignment, which will likely be on Monday. But what is not routine, even though they'll go through the same routine as any other pair of prisoners, is how they were arrested. This is a process where the U.S. brings charges against individuals, let's say a major narcotics trafficker in a different country, where that goes then from the U.S. Attorney's Office to the Office of International Operations at the Department of Justice. Then they arrange for a extradition request from our country to that country where the person is, and it goes through the two justice systems. It can take a year. It can take more than a year. In this case, there was no extradition process in the diplomatic pathways of the State Department and the Justice Department. This is what federal agents and prosecutors call an extraordinary rendition. It is a rarely used term, but it basically means they have built the legal framework to conduct what is, in the view of the U.S., a legal kidnapping, a snatch and grab, where they go into a foreign country, sometimes with the military. This was done in a number of terrorism cases, sometimes with law enforcement, in this case with both. And the extraordinary rendition is they go where they need to go, they get through who they need to get through, they do what they need to do in terms of use of force and other protocols, and they get that person and they bring them back to the United States to face justice. And the legality and the niceties of how it was done and whether it was proper can all be dealt with in court. But the main job is to get them here and to make sure that those layers of process are applied beforehand. And what we saw today, probably for the second or third time, was an operation that was every bit as complex as the operation to get President Noriega out of Panama, or the assault on bin Laden's compound to neutralize him as a threat to the United States, something that required a lot of planning, a lot of partnerships, and the biggest challenge, maintaining total secrecy.
Absolutely, John Miller, as you walk us through this, we are now watching people leave the plane, and I'm just trying to see if one of the people leaving that plane surrounded by federal agents is the Venezuelan former president Nicolás Maduro. Right now, it looks like it is agents who have been going up and down those stairs. We know that the DEA, a huge part of this, and we've been seeing their jackets as well. While we are waiting to see the moment when Nicolás Maduro leaves that plane, heads towards the next phase of the system in place, the justice system in the United States in place, let's just watch here for a second, because this is the most activity we have seen this evening of people going in and out of that plane that has flown the president, ostensibly his wife, who were snatched from their beds in the middle of the night after strikes on Venezuela by the United States. The president announcing that, also announcing that they did not go to Congress first, not even the Gang of Eight, to let them know that this was about to happen. But indeed, it did happen, and we are seeing the result of it here. Very hard to see, as you might imagine. It is now dark on the East Coast in New York, where this is all taking place in Newburgh, New York. But we are watching as they are, it looks as if they are walking backwards. And so the person there that may be beyond the man with the backpack there. You see one agent walking backwards, and you see someone flanked by quite a few people coming down the stairs gingerly. That may well be Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro taking his first steps onto U.S. soil. That appears to be what's happening, but we cannot guarantee it, as this is the most activity we have seen leaving that plane after quite a few minutes there, some maybe 20, 30 minutes that we've been watching this. But this is the largest group of folks that we've seen leaving that plane, a remarkable, remarkable moment in history. I want to go now to CNN senior legal analyst Elie Honig, who has been, he's a former prosecutor working at SDNY. He knows the system very, very well. As you are watching this, just give us a sense of the moment that we are seeing here and what will happen next as they take Maduro from this aircraft ostensibly to another, correct?
Yes, Sarah. Well, there's obviously vast political, international, diplomatic significance to what's happening here. There's also really important legal significance to this very moment we're witnessing, because there's an important concept in federal prosecution called venue. And what that means is you have to charge a case in the right federal district out of the 94 federal districts in the United States. This is, of course, the Southern District of New York. Now, there's two ways prosecutors can get venue. The first one is if they can show that some part of the conspiracy happened within that district. But the second way, and I think this is what we're seeing right here, is if the person is being brought in from a foreign country, the first place they touch down and touch American soil, there is automatic venue there. Now, this is a base in Newburgh, New York. That's within the Southern District of New York. It's about 90 or so miles, 70 to 90 miles north of New York City. And so when I was in the Southern District of New York, we would use this very airport all the time if somebody who was wanted, somebody who was under indictment, was captured in a foreign country and then brought in. We would bring them to this airport because this ensures venue in the Southern District of New York. You heard President Trump earlier today at his press conference say there would have to be a decision about whether this President Maduro would be tried in federal court in Florida or New York. He's already been indicted in New York, and this to me confirms that this case, this trial, will be handled in the Southern District of New York.
We are going to re-rack these pictures because as you were talking, we just saw President Nicolás Maduro, the Venezuelan president. We could see that it was indeed him, looking like he was wearing the same exact outfit that we saw earlier, a picture sent out by the administration, but a remarkable, remarkable moment where we're seeing him walking on U.S. soil flanked by more than a dozen federal agents. This is moments ago. I know it is very dark, hard to see, but eventually you will start to see it lighten up just a bit, and you'll see most people surrounding him are wearing black clothing, but he is not. He is wearing something that is lighter, a gray color, or it looks like gray, potentially light blue, but similar to what we saw in the pictures that were sent out by the administration. You are seeing him there flanked by so many agents and taking steps very slowly as they take him to the next position. I think we have Jim Sciutto back with us to give us some sense of just the bigger picture in all of this, because there are so many pictures and questions that people have about what happened here and what this is going to mean, not only to Venezuela, where you have seen some folks who are gleeful, happy to see him gone, felt that they lived in hell with his administration, but there are others that still support him there, and what it means for the United States, where President Trump has said the United States will now run Venezuela for a time. Jim, this seems to be a huge shift in U.S. policy here.
No question. Let's talk about the ripple effects, right? The multiple ripples emanating out from this. So the first one, the most obvious one, is in Venezuela. Who leads the country now? Who runs the country? How does the U.S. run it, if the president is true to his word here? Does that involve military forces on the ground, a long-term political engagement with that country to set it on its way to elections the president seems to be referencing here? That's an enormous task. Then go out from there, because there is a direct connection between Venezuela and Cuba, because Cuba depends in large part on Venezuelan oil money to run itself. Is Cuba the next target? In what way? Just economic pressure? or military pressure as well. There's a whole host of U.S. forces in the Caribbean now, quite close to Cuba as well. We know that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has an enormous interest there. Is that potentially a next target? Then you emanate further out from there to how do Russia and China, both of whom have direct interests in Venezuela, Russia in particular from a security standpoint, there have been Russian forces on the ground there in the past, but also direct financial and economic interests there given oil ties. How do they react? Do they attempt to stand in the way of this going forward? Could they cede an opposition to, let's say, U.S. forces are on the ground to disrupt the aftermath of this? It's possible. There's precedent for that. But also then how do they read the U.S. approach to the other countries where the U.S., Russia, and China are coming into conflict? Ukraine, Taiwan potentially. Do they read this as the U.S. being less interested in those conflicts, therefore perhaps more amenable to Russian control of or progress in Ukraine or Chinese threats to Taiwan? You know, those concentric circles of the ripples, Sarah Seidner, go out quite far from Venezuela and, of course, what we're watching right here in Newburgh, New York. And goodness, I was writing down on a piece of paper here a rough list of other U.S. operations to remove the leaders of other countries. Put Iraq there, right? That was messy, to say the least. Panama worked out. It was relatively, short. Minimal cost, but a much smaller country. Grenada, again, got to go back to the 80s here, much, much smaller country. To some degree, some parallels with the Osama bin Laden raid, right? And that you had elite military forces go in that case, of course, kill the leader, although there was some talk of capturing him, each with different ramifications and outcomes. But to some degree, with the exception of Iraq, this is one of the more ambitious U.S. regime change efforts in recent memory.
Yeah, and we saw what happened in Iraq. I mean, there are just so many questions, and a lot of the members of Congress are asking those questions at this hour, wondering why they were not alerted to this happening, especially since the president himself is saying that the U.S. will now take over in Venezuela for a time as they work out who will then lead that country. Jim Sciutto, please stick with us. I want to go, though, to Evan Perez, who is stationed outside the detention center in Brooklyn, which is about 70 miles from Newburgh. And we understand that from the plane that you saw Maduro being taken off of in that remarkable moment, he's gone inside of that building, but we understand he will be taking a helicopter. He will be flown by helicopter to this facility eventually tonight. Evan, what are you learning where you are?
That's right, Sarah. We anticipate that eventually this evening we're going to see Nicolás Maduro arrive here at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. This is the secure federal facility where the feds hold people who are about to be tried. This is the only secure federal facility in this area right now. And what we anticipate is happening right now, you saw Maduro was met there with a team from the Drug Enforcement Administration. These are agents who have been working on this case. They've been after Maduro, investigating Maduro for more than a decade. There's a number of other people, including a former Venezuelan intelligence chief, who have pleaded guilty over the years as part of this larger case, a case that essentially has been built on over the years with information. You can see certainly in this indictment that was unsealed today, you can see some of the information that they've been developing over the years, including examples, what they say, what prosecutors say was Maduro essentially using the diplomatic protection of the Venezuelan government to protect drug traffickers and to help them not only move drugs to the United States, but also to move some of their to launder some of their money in Venezuela. That is what marks the basis for this case, and so we're going to hear a lot more about this in the coming days. We expect, Sarah, that the DEA is going to play a role in processing him. again in the coming hours, and then eventually he'll be here, and we expect that he'll be in court as soon as tomorrow. Again, we're waiting for the judge who is overseeing this case to let us know when to expect him, but then the case will start playing out. There's a lot of legal wrangling that we anticipate will be happening, including, of course, Maduro, when he has a lawyer, I'm sure will make the case that we heard from Manuel Noriega, back in 1990, that he is a leader of a foreign country, and so he should be treated as a prisoner of war. He's not just a common criminal. All of those arguments we expect to unfold here in New York in the coming weeks and months. Sarah.
Thank you so much, Evan. I know we'll be checking back in with you as you follow this case and as the president of Venezuela ends up at that facility where you are. I want to go back now to Ellie Honig. We also have our Jim Sciutto and Cedric Layton, who have stuck with us throughout the hour watching these just remarkable historic moments in Newburgh, New York, of the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, being taken out of a plane onto American soil, handcuffed and flanked by federal agents. He is charged with multiple things. I do want to talk to you, Ellie, about why New York? Why is it that, as someone who's worked in this office yourself, why is it that this case is being, initially, is going to take place out of the Southern District of New York, your former office?
Well, Sarah, I think the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York is uniquely situated to handle this type of case. This is what that office has done for decades. This is the office that has handled the highest stakes, the highest pressure, the highest intensity criminal cases in this nation's history. From the major Wall Street cases of the 1980s, the office has handled the largest international and domestic terrorism cases, the 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, the attack on the West Side Highway of Manhattan a few years ago. This is an office that specializes in prosecuting international narcotics trafficking. This is the office that has prosecuted leaders of the FARC, of various international drug trafficking groups. They have the expertise, they have the know-how, they have the personnel, they have the relationships, importantly, with the FBI, with the DEA to handle a case like this. I should also say that courthouse, the Southern District of New York courthouse, is also uniquely equipped to handle this type of trial. There have been all manner of historic trials in that courthouse. This will be different from those, but again, that courthouse is situated in a way, there's a history there, there are personnel there that know how to handle a case like this. And so it's completely consistent with the history of the SDNY that the Justice Department would have made the decision back in 2020 to originally indict this case there, and now in 2026 to keep the case there as they supersede, as they add a new indictment. So there will be a criminal trial in all likelihood of Nicolás Maduro and his wife, perhaps together, perhaps separately, but in that same district at some point this year or in the near future.
Just curious, Ellie, how it works when it comes to Maduro is obviously going to be given a lawyer. This is the U.S. justice system that he is facing charges in. How does that work? How is that person chosen? What happens in that realm?
So there's two ways this could go, Sarah. He could, of course, hire his own private lawyer. It needs to be a person who is licensed to practice in federal court in the Southern District of New York. However, if he, let's say, gets a lawyer who's not licensed to practice in that district, you can get what's called waived in, meaning you can get permission for that lawyer to come in for purposes of a given case. So certainly Nicolás Maduro, I don't think, is going to have any financial inability to hire a lawyer. So he can choose to hire a lawyer, whoever he would like, whoever's willing to take the case. If for some reason any criminal defendant, I can't imagine how this would be the case with Nicolás Maduro, but if any criminal defendant cannot afford counsel, then one will be appointed for them. At times that could be the federal public defender, or other times there's something called the CJA panel, the Criminal Justice Act panel, which is a panel of experienced New York-based criminal defense lawyers who will take the case at no charge to the individual. So I think it's very likely that Maduro and his wife and the other defendants in this case will each have their own private paid-for defense lawyers, but that's something that they will work out and solidify at the first court appearance, which likely, we don't know for sure, but likely will be Monday.
Yeah, I mean, this is just extraordinary. And I just want to recap here what you are seeing right now. This is from moments ago. That is the president of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, on the ground in the United States, in the dark there, flanked by dozens of federal agents on his way to, as the president put it, face justice in the United States. I want to go now back to Jim Shooter. You have been on the phone, working those phones as you always do. What are you learning?
I've been speaking to the Venezuelan opposition about their reaction to this, and I'm told that the opposition leader, Machado, has been in touch with governments across the world following this operation. That includes the government of France, President Emmanuel Macron, but also, and this is crucial, governments in Latin America, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay, who I'm told have shared with the Venezuelan opposition their shared desire in, quote, restoring the will of the people. I think this is important, Sarah, because here is the opposition saying that they are getting support from other countries for the opposition's role in the future of Venezuela post-Maduro. And that's, of course, crucial, Sarah, because, as you and I were speaking earlier, President Trump, in his comments from Florida earlier today, seemed to leave that question open, right? He said the U.S. will be running the country. He raised some questions about the degree of support that Machado has in the country of Venezuela, which is crucial given that it is the wide view of observers of the most recent election that Machado actually won and not Maduro. That would give, presumably, and certainly in the eyes of many countries in the region and around the world, legitimacy to her claims to leadership in any sort of post-Maduro government. But the opposition saying here that they are in touch with governments around the world and getting that kind of support, right, as I said there, for restoring the will of the people in the country of Venezuela. But at this point, remains very much an open question as to what the process will be to decide who leads the country next and where the U.S. will be in that process. Who will it support, right? And does that include the opposition?
Yeah, really great reporting from you. I just want to recap that you said you were speaking to the opposition there in Venezuela, who says, look, we are getting support from other countries for their role in the future of Venezuela after, post the Maduro regime, but they have not yet heard from the U.S. I just want to make sure we have that correct.
Well, I'm telling you exactly what they said, is that they've been in touch with France, Argentina, Ecuador, Panama, Paraguay. Notable that list does not include the U.S. That doesn't mean that they haven't been in touch with the U.S., but at least in terms of what they're saying now, where they're getting those words of support, that's the list as I have it. That's the list as you have it right now. Thank you so much for your great reporting. We have now with us Congressman Adam Smith, Democrat from Washington. He is at the House Armed Services Committee. Thank you so much for joining us. We were talking just yesterday about what was happening in Venezuela and what the Trump administration was saying about Iran, talking about locked and loaded. And now you see these remarkable moments happening. Just moments ago, we're seeing the president right now, as we sit here talking to you, of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, on U.S. soil, flanked by many different federal agents, mostly from the DEA, because we can see their jackets. I just want to get your reaction to what has happened over the past several hours.
Yeah, well, it's deeply concerning on a number of levels. Number one, what comes next, as your reporters have done a great job of commenting on? Okay, Maduro's gone. Who's leading Venezuela? And we don't seem to know. And when President Trump says that the U.S. is going to be running Venezuela in the short term and seems to have no idea what that means or how to achieve that's concerning. Because if Venezuela descends into further chaos, that's not in the U.S. interest, and we don't seem to have a plan to fix that. And what U.S. interest is being advanced here exactly? It doesn't seem to have a lot to do with stopping drugs from coming into the U.S. And again, we don't know what the future is. And the president basically has decided that the U.S. has the right to simply remove another country's president by force when we feel like it. That has enormous implications, certainly for the Western Hemisphere and Trump's vision of us in the U.S. being able to dominate it, but also for Russia and China. You know, what do we say to Putin if he says, well, I'm going to go in and remove Zelensky? So President Trump is taking us in what I think is a very dangerous direction broadly in terms of policy, and then specifically in Venezuela. Where is this going? We don't know, and that could lead to all manner of different dangerous outcomes.
I'm curious to get your response. We just heard from Jim Sciutto with some great reporting. He's talking to the opposition in Venezuela, who says, look, we have gotten express support from several other countries, France, Argentina, Panama, Paraguay. But he did not mention the United States in that. What do you make of that?
Yeah, well, again, it goes back to what is Trump's goal here. And I think the easiest way to sum up Trump's goal is he wants the oil. He wants U.S. oil companies to have greater control over Venezuelan oil. Now, there's all manner of problems with that. To begin with, what's the infrastructure like to even get after that? And also, what's the legality of the U.S. asserting that level of control? But he hasn't seemed to give much thought to what comes next. The stated purpose behind this for a lot of people was that Maduro was not legitimately elected. He lost the election to Machado. And she should be the legitimate president of Venezuela. But if that's the case, we've removed Maduro. And now, as I understand it, the vice president, who's no more legitimate than Maduro, has now taken over the presidency. Well, what are we going to do about that? Who should lead Venezuela? And what's the process for getting there? So as I said, there's a lot of very troubling unanswered questions about where this policy goes past the, okay, we snatched Maduro. Great job. But where does that leave us? And what is the policy behind it?
Are you pleased with the way that this was executed? Not obviously, you are not pleased that this happened, but do you give the administration credit for how it happened? No deaths, and the president managed to do what he had planned on doing.
Well, from a technical standpoint, yeah, we got a great military. They perform tasks incredibly well. They have for decades now. And yes, that is very impressive. But this is what sort of has gotten us into trouble. And remember, this was part of Trump's argument for getting elected president. He was going to stop us stumbling into these conflicts. He was going to stop us using our military to try to solve all the world's problems. Look, Saddam Hussein, terrible guy. Muammar Gaddafi, terrible guy. You know, our military did a very effective job of removing both of them from power. It didn't end well. That's the problem. That the military is really good at doing what it is assigned to do, but it's not in the nation building business, as we learned. They can take people out, they can kill people, they can do it all very well. And it's good that we have that capability, but relying on that capability and thinking that that's a substitute for policy and a substitute for, you know, the far messier business of figuring out, well, who is going to lead the country and how is that going to work? That's what got us in trouble over the course of the last 30 years. It wasn't bad intentions. It was thinking that we could accomplish more than we actually could just with military might and precision. So yeah, from a military operations standpoint, kudos, well run. But the implications of where that goes is the far bigger problem that we now have.
Representative Adam Smith, we do appreciate you taking our time in this remarkable moment to walk us through your thoughts on what has happened between the United States and Venezuela, the Venezuelan president on U.S. soil, soon to be taken to federal detention center in Brooklyn from Newburgh, where he landed just a few minutes ago. We do appreciate you walking us through that. We're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. Much more to come as we await Nicolás Maduro being moved from Newburgh, New York, headed to New York City. It's about 60 to 70 miles in between. We'll be watching all of this and give you the very latest. We'll be right back.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres January 24th on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
We're standing up for our right to be lazy.
By sitting down.
And reclining back.
We work full-time and we parent full-time.
We will be reclined until further notice.
It's our right to let the dishes soak overnight.
And to mow the lawn tomorrow, wish.
We proudly declare that yes, we are still watching that.
And no, we won't be cooking tonight.
We, the lazy, are taking back lazy.
By getting comfy on our Lazy Boy furniture.
Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
At Talented Towers, we have made a commitment. That commitment is to make sure that the word homeless and the word veteran are never in the same sentence again.
These are my people. These are my brothers, my sisters, the people we fought beside.
We want to make sure that when our veterans are coming home, that they're coming home to something that actually feels homey for them.
It's not just a place to sleep. It's actually wraparound services, and that's what's so impressive.
Oh, hi. Work here. I know I've been a little unreasonable. Okay, a lot unreasonable. Ugh, I'm so clingy. But I got some help from UKG, and I'm like AI smart now. I'm ready to think about our future. Try new things together. I'll even be more flexible with your time. Look at us. It just feels right.
Healthy aging support starts here with the innovative nitric oxide science pioneered by Human, supporting your body from the heart out through circulation, blood flow, blood pressure, and energy. Results you can feel, science you can trust. Get started today at livehuman.com.
Here I am, field trip chaperone.
Before helping prevent migraine with Qulipta, it was hard keeping plans.
And look at me now.
You'll never truly forget migraine, but Qulipta reduces attacks, making more zero migraine days possible to help give that forget you get migraine feeling.
Don't take if allergic. Stop taking and get help right away for allergic reactions like trouble breathing, face, lip, or tongue swelling, itching, or rash. Tell your doctor about increased blood pressure or color changes, pain, or numbness in fingers or toes.
Ask your doctor about Qulipta to help prevent migraine.
When Betty and George switched to consumer cellular, it saved them a lot. So they started splurging on date night. No, don't you dare. It's an acquired taste. Right now, get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular.
With schizophrenia, it can feel like your symptoms decide what you do and who you can be. If you still have symptoms, be bold and ask your healthcare provider about Cobenfy, a twice-daily pill for the treatment of schizophrenia. Cobenfy is not an antipsychotic. It's a different kind of treatment. Cobenfy showed overall improvement across a range of schizophrenia symptoms. And in clinical studies, most people saw no substantial weight gain.
Don't take if allergic to Cobenfy, have trouble emptying your bladder or stomach, certain liver problems, or untreated narrow angle glaucoma. Serious side effects such as urinary retention, worsening liver, kidney, bile duct, and gallbladder problems, slow stomach emptying, serious allergic reactions, narrow angle glaucoma, increased heart rate, and side effects in those with kidney problems may occur. Don't drive or use heavy machinery until you know how Cobenfy affects you. Seek help right away if you have hives, swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, or throat, hoarseness, difficulty speaking, breathing, or emptying your bladder.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
Imagine what could be Cobenfy.
We're giving away over $12 million.
We gotta get this money.
We came here with the dream of starting a family.
This opportunity could change our lives. It does not get any bigger than this.
The Wall, new Monday on NBC and Peacock.
Welcome to Unrivaled! Pull up for the win, hits it again! She said, let's go crazy. Whoa. In her crown. Gotta love it. All eyes on the prize. Go back, let's get it.
All right, we are back with the breaking news. We have been watching as the Venezuelan president has been taken, landing in New York, taken from an airplane, flanked by dozens of federal agents wearing DEA on their backs as we watch. This is from moments ago in Newburgh, New York. It is very dark. It is hard to see, but eventually you will start to see a man in a somewhat lighter attire than those agents who were in all black, and that is Nicolás Maduro, a remarkable moment in history for the United States and for Venezuela as they have gone in, the U.S. military, and snatched the leader of a nation and his wife, charging them with a myriad of charges, everything from drug trafficking to gun running. There is so much more that people want to know as to what happens next. The President of the United States saying that for a time, it will be the U.S. that will run Venezuela as the president of Venezuela goes through the U.S. justice system. There are many, many things that people want to know the answers to, but at this hour, these remarkable images of the president of Venezuela in handcuffs. He may also be, he's walking very gingerly, very slowly, flanked by all of those agents to try to get him to the federal facility that's about 60 to 70 miles away in Brooklyn. We have a lot of folks who have been watching this and stayed with us throughout this coverage. Joining me now is CNN senior political commentator Adam Kinzinger. Adam, first, can you just give me a sense of what you are seeing and what you are feeling and analyzing as you look at these remarkable moments of a leader of a sovereign nation in handcuffs on U.S. soil after being snatched from his bed?
Yeah, look, I think we have to acknowledge a couple of things. Number one, Nicolás Maduro is a terrible man. And also, he is not the rightful president of Venezuela. My Democratic friends are getting kind of sucked into this trap of saying we just deposed the president of Venezuela, or, your prior guest compared it to Zelensky. It's very different. Zelensky was rightfully elected. Zelensky is president of Venezuela. This guy was not. So I think that's important. At the same time, Donald Trump's press conference frightened me.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. But on the other hand, Donald Trump's press conference made me very worried because he talked about oil. He said, we were in charge. I have no idea how we're in charge right now of Venezuela. And he also said the rightful president of Venezuela, Maria Corina, I think that's how you say her name, that she doesn't have all this support. She just won a presidential election. So that's concerning.
Yeah, Maria Corina Machado, you got that right. And we have heard from our Jim Sciutto that he's been talking to the opposition, who says that they have gotten support, explicit support from several countries, including France, Argentina, Panama, and Paraguay, but they did not mention the United States so far. And so that was potentially concerning, certainly to the opposition and to some Venezuelans as this goes forward. I do want to ask you about something that you just picked up on that cannot be ignored. The President of the United States saying plainly and clearly that the U.S. will now run Venezuela for a time. What does that mean, you think?
I mean, that's what I don't know, and that's what's confusing everybody. I guess my assumption from that is that we are in conversations with the military or the fake vice president who's acting as president now, and that somehow there's going to be some kind of conglomeration. But the reality is this: you can't be in charge of a country if you don't have troops on the ground, and I mean, it's just physically not possible. So I don't know, unless there's something behind the scene happening that we haven't seen. But I think it's just, again, the thing that really shocked me, though, is it would be one thing if the president said, look, Maduro is gone. We are going to support the rightful president of Venezuela who actually won the election. But for the president to say, no, we're in charge, there's going to be a group running Venezuela. And by the way, oil, oil, oil. People are rightfully concerned about that. I am celebrating Maduro's capture. I am celebrating the amazing actions by the U.S. military. I am very concerned that there is no after plan right here from this administration.
This is an interesting political change, if you will. The President of the United States, throughout his campaign and throughout his presidencies, his first and second, has said over and over again that he wants to be the president of peace, that he wants to end all wars, that he does not believe the United States should be the police of the world, the world's police officer, if you will. And now we are seeing this. Do you see this as a complete change in the idea of what the Trump administration calls America First?
Yes. I mean, there's a couple things here. First off, I think if there ends up being a peaceful, which we all pray for, a peaceful transition to the rightful president of Venezuela, and this is all that had to do, this will come down as history as probably a good move for president, particularly politically. If this ends up being chaotic in Venezuela, there's not going to be suicide bombers, car bombs, stuff like we saw in Iraq. It's just a very different country than that. But there could be competitions within the military, within different gangs for power. And that would require the president to either then walk away or to put boots on the ground. And yes, that is a violation. But what you've seen in Trump's foreign policy is like getting super engaged in our hemisphere and ignoring the real challenges, Russia invading Ukraine, China. So, I don't know what Trump's foreign policy is. I think this is certainly concerning what it leads to, but I don't think anybody knows really what the future of this conflict or the future of Venezuela is. We just have to pray that it's good, and we should all root for democracy to succeed in Venezuela as well as in the United States.
Last question here. There were some clues that something was going to happen. The president went on social media, as he does, and said after he struck one portion of Venezuela, a port, that there would be more to come, and that possibly more strikes to come. So ultimately, when you hear that and then you see the result of him actually doing so, he has said that the United States has guns locked and loaded when it comes to Iran. Do you think that we are headed down that path with Iran? Is that a warning that will come to fruition?
I personally think not, but you make a good point. I mean, I don't think not with 100% certainty, because that's a reality. He did say it. He has made the similar threats to Venezuela, and we see that he took action. That's dangerous. Look, I am all for a free Iran. I am cheering for a free Iran. But if there is regime change in Iran, it has to come from Iranians, not from the United States, because if the United States would engage militarily, now I reserve and say if this turns into a Syria situation, that's different. But where it is now, if the United States engages, you just create an enemy that unites everybody. What we need to do is show the Iranian people that we support them. We want them to have freedom, and we are behind their right to change their government as they see fit, but it can't come from us.
Adam Kinzinger, thank you for joining me on this historic day. I'm Sarah Seidner. Jessica Dean will pick up our special breaking news coverage of the U.S. military operation in Venezuela on the other side.